this is beautiful. So the Gemara says, so my timer. So once again, my timer. Why doesn't the southeast corner? Why doesn't the southeast corner have a ledge? The Gemara says, because it wasn't in the portion of the Torah. When Yaakov Avinu gives what is he calling his you are like a a wolf that grabs, a wolf that pounces, right? A wolf that grabs. So that's like cause this false molestation of Torah. So is the chelik of this is incredible. So the chelik of Yehuda, just in Amma, which is why, again, if you look in the other images, the first image, it's just drawn that there's just this little bit that belongs, that southeast corner, that belongs in the chelik of Yehuda. So there's a small part of the Mizbeach that is in the tribal area of Yehuda. So you can see again, there's a piece of the Mizbeach that ultimately again is swallowed up in the tribal area of Yehuda. The tribal area of Yehuda. Again, I just want to point out once again, remember, the Beis Hamikdash does not belong to Yehuda and Binyamin, belongs to Klal Yisrael. Yerushalayim as a city is not divided up amongst the tribes, but again, the way the tribal lines were drawn is that again Yerushalayim is in a tribal area of Yehuda and Binyamin. So that line literally again goes down the middle of the so there again, if you notice, really what it looks like is the entire area of the Mizbeach should have been in the tribal area of strip. Binyamin was not happy with this. And Binyamin was distressed. He was distressed. And every day he wanted to figure out how can he regain strength for himself. The pasuk says on Daf Nundal for a literally again, he's preoccupied. He's worried about it. It's sulking about it the whole day. So literally again, I got so many beautiful things about this. The Gemara says, therefore, Binyamin was given a special merit. What's his merit? That literally, again, he gets to host the Bono Shel Olam in his tribal area. Where does Binyamin host HaKadosh Baruch Hu in his tribal area? Because the Kodesh HaKadosh, the primary seat of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world, Kiviyachol, is in the tribal area of Binyamin. Why did Binyamin get to host HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Why is the Kodesh HaKadosh in this tribal area? Because he was so distressed about this strip of land that he felt should have been part of his tribal area, and ultimately again became part of the position. Where does the Shekhinah reside? The Shekhinah resides literally again between the shoulders of Binyamin. So I want to say there is so much to say about just this particular. I just want to draw your attention to something. If you notice, look how the Gemara refers to Binyamin. How does it refer to him? Who's the tzaddik? No, so it's quite interesting that he's known as Binyamin tzaddik. So when we say he's not teaching us something so profound, what makes a person a tzaddik? What makes a person a tzaddik? A tzaddik is someone not necessarily who just does things. Anyone can do stuff. Anyone could even say what makes a tzaddik is someone who more. You see the beginning, I don't know. I think you should be pretty happy with what you got. But this is a pretty nice tribal area. Granted, it does everyone, but he's putting up the map of your tribe. You see the Kodesh, it's this one strip of this that's not there. What makes it sad? Tzaddik is an insatiable and unquenchable thirst for Kedusha. He's one more. I'm not content with what I had. So Binyamin says, yeah, but I want the whole Mizbeach in my tribal area. That's what makes us happy. I will say, all too often, we just content ourselves. So this is what I do. This is how I do it. And it's enough. I don't need to push myself for more. He always has to push himself for more. There's no such thing. The only thing in life that you are allowed to be content with is your material things. If you want to be content, if you want to be content with your material, wealth, that's your business. Most of us are content with that. Right? But that's an area when it comes to insatiable, unquenchable thirst. You can never be content. You can be proud of what you have accomplished. That's what makes a person a tzaddik. That's the tzaddik. What's it? It's also interesting to note, if you notice, the Gemara says that he becomes ushbezichne. Ushbezichne, what word does it sound like? What does it sound like? Ushbezich. Ushbezich means what? Yes. So what does it mean that he was Zocha and therefore again, and therefore guest? It's interesting, like what exactly does just absolutely so interesting. So remember again, part of what's incredibly good in our relationship with Hashem is, when someone's your guest, if you're from sometimes when relationships become long term, that's when you generally don't appreciate them as much. The same way that who is the person generally you would speak the most disrespectfully to in the world? After your Rabbi. Right? In general, right? Who is the person? Who would you do that to? Right? Your spouse. Right? Which is the craziest thing in the world because this is the person that you need the most. This is a relationship actually I need more than any other relationship in the world. So why
living like a G? What's up, son?
I interact with them every day.
Are you? Whoa, calm down. Are you a dad times two? Excellent. Be right back. I gotta use your restroom.
As a guest. Because when there's a guest, it's like, for a guest, you go out of your way, you serve it. Okay, it's almost like the Malbim brings us. And Dada says, so ultimately, right? He says, Laxos v'Noam Hashem, Ulevaker behechalo. So what does it mean? Ulevaker behechalo. I want to visit. I want to visit in his heichal. It doesn't make sense. You just said I want to dwell in Hashem home all of my days, and then you said Ulevaker behechalo. Visit his heichal in his mikdash. Are you living or are you visiting? Which again, live there, but I want living there to feel like a place. I want to now what makes it is someone who is
Did your wife give birth yet?
Never content with what I'm doing. There always has to be more. And how do you do that? Because you see the beautiful novelty in worship in Hashem. That every day is like I'm a guest in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's world. I'm a guest in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's universe. And where there is that novelty, there is excitement. And where there is excitement, ultimately, again, there's always an insatiable thirst and desire for one. So it's a listen to this. So says, remember again, how do we get into all this? Because of one important piece of information to remember. There is a yesod, there is a base, right? A ledge, floor level ledge on 3 out of the 4 corners of this bit. The only one where it doesn't exist ultimately is this southwest corner. Why isn't it in the southwest corner? And to demarcate the fact that this wasn't in the primal tribal area of Yemen. It was in okay. Now the Gemara says, Mason, there is a kasha. So let's say, how was Ola Sa'of done? How did they go off from Ola Sa'of? So again, we're going to see this. This is another Mishnah that we're going to get to an Ezra McCollum. How did they do Ola Sa'of? Okay, it's not I said that. It says, Hayamolek yes, we're showing more our thoughts. So remember, hold the bird in his hand.
I asked you a question. Did your wife give birth yet?
Single would come in, and again, he would take his thumbnail, plunge it into the back of the neck of the bird, and sever like that. Simar says, Umavdil, ultimately, again, he would separate the head from the body. Now, again, we'll see the head come off? Does the head kind of dangle on? We'll talk about all that. But when man said Dama al Kiran is there, and you squeeze the blood of the bird onto the zip. Most of we spoke about this. There's no Kabbalah. There's no Kabbalah by bird offerings. Instead, again, the blood is sprinkled directly with the body of the bird onto the Mizbeach. So, 1 second. That if you say that there was no Yisod by the southwest corner, I don't understand. So what does that mean? And what happens to the blood? See, it's very interesting. Part of the function of the Yisod was that when blood is sprinkled on the wall of it, is going to drip down, it would drip onto the Yisod. If there's no Yisod there, then where's the blood go? On the floor. And most saying that the Pashtus, the Gemara seems that that's unfavorable. Because that
did your wife ever baby up? She did? Congratulations. Everything okay? Wow. So, what kind of baby? What's the? Tell me all the shit.
What they was even
what's the baby's name? What's the gender?
The airspace belonged to the young.
Well, she's a girl. Her name was Maddie.
What was that?
Maddie, Brian.
If you take a look, that's actually
Maddie Breyer. Okay, you didn't name her. Parlay or double down. You know, you read these articles about people who name their kids like Burger King, and they get like 15 grand or something. I am so surprised you did not hit up Eddie Craven. Like, look, I got a kid on the way. What kind of deal can we make? Can I get credits if I name my child steak.com?
So around itself is a triangle area of Yehuda.
They'll never reply to me.
That's true, my man. Congratulations. So that must have been like the smoothest birth ever.
When we speak about the idea this southwest corner did not have a space, not having the soul. So what does that mean? That another opinion.
So do you have two girls now? Or
That another opinion. We can't almost not
a boy and a girl? Oh, two girls. Okay. So you're out number big time now.
So that literally says the talking about the actual physical.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm cut. And this wasn't very well about me and my wife.
He says ultimately again.
When's your birthday?
It was actually so. But they would not do blood
All right.
applications in that area.
Well, look at you.
Not in the card games.
All right. This is healthy and everything.
But ultimately, again,
Yeah.
I mean, I just spoke with you like 2 days ago, right? Did, was it
Again, he would build a sanctified area.
oh, no way. Okay. Wow. And how long was she in labor?
They call that something. Yeah. They call that matter. So most says these
So like when she started
so
pushing,
we go the entire north.
Oh, no way. This was
The entire north. Like that.
he was ready to go.
West.
Wow.
Two sections there. North and west.
You want to have more children?
So he went the entire
probably not, but she does.
today.
Okay. Very well.
So it's north
Well,
and west.
congratulations, man. That's great. Okay. So, what's on your agenda for tonight aside from jerking yourself off raw?
So extended combo.
You infinitely
Yeah, I believe it when I see it, son.
The western side, a little bit protruding onto the southern area. Same thing on the north.
basically
So
there's
there
this guy
was
that
a
he
little
transfers
bit
called
of the so
he said that you import it into animal and then do it a couple times.
so as in my open. Hold on, you've done it. So what did that be used for? What did that extension be used for?
Back to sleep.
Used for all
Just have
Let's see it. Let's see this bitch work.
applications on you sewed, right? Or rather again have on you sewed.
Dogs,
Sprinkling on those corners.
I'm not. Nobody watches my streams. Literally, this is like the most secure system ever. There'd be more people hearing if you screamed out in the desert than they would if you were screaming it on my streams.
By 32 hours.
I haven't got to do it yet. So
All right. Well, this is cool. I love this kind of shit.
Take into account these. So you says, how come I still what's the case?
Did you get your kick account back? I know you lost it. Did you get it back finally?
yeah, no, my kick's good. I also have a Twitch that I've had since 2018. I just played back. Making it.
So what's I remember again?
Do my first Twitch stream.
These sold, but including
I got a working Twitch box
again,
now.
it would have only been 31 times.
Okay.
So
Pretty good.
depending
So I'm gonna
on
try
which
that.
side you're measuring from, that will be
This
coming
Twitch is not like
ultimately the measure,
you bought on Twitch, you get viewers.
which is quite interesting. So the Gemara says, what do you see from me?
If you bought on Twitch, you get real. Yeah. I mean, how many bots do you need?
I'll use so.
I'm gonna only put on like 500 stars.
Okay. I'm gonna see.
I mean, I can do any amount.
Yeah, so. So.
Are you about 50,000?
Like is the ledge,
GT and sketch.
elevated ledge
Shit.
that ultimately again goes around this back as well.
I don't know who those people are.
The Kevesh itself
GT and sketch. Like
overlaps
so
or overshadows.
No one knows who those people are. Okay. So I'm gonna compare the pricing of your to the going rate on the web. I bet yours is cheaper, but let's see. All right, so Twitch viewers. For all right, viewers. Let's see here. Hold on. No, I don't want it because it'll tempt me. I don't want to be tempted. Okay, live viewers.
It overshoots both of those sides. Why? So this way again,
Okay.
the southern side does have a little and ultimately the eastern side has a little bit
Right.
as well. So
How much? How much is yours for?
at least some element of a lower level ledge. And why was
5,000 viewers for an hour.
Blood applications happened on that horn. You didn't want any blood applications.
Go to Utah. I want you to check out my website.
We're not we're going to see.
Pricing.
And that's what I point out. When we get all this information clear,
Oh yeah.
We'll know what website we need to bring.
detailed image
All right.
there.
Is
So
it?
you can do custom plans.
But again,
You can do
what you are looking at over here is
beaver.
how
So
interesting enough. It does not show us an aerial.
5,000
You won't see that for some reason. Most, I don't know why. Most reason, because you will not see that on
3,000 for the
that's absolutely is there. All right, let's go back. It says, touch mode.
Hold on.
Yeah, so let's,
Okay, so
how do you
from
build
one that I have
so what's
for
that?
60 minutes for 5,000 viewers, it's $125. Now, what is yours called?
A wooden
Dot.tv.
wooden form. Wooden form. Okay?
That's a good name.
2 ounces by 32 ounces. The Gobo Abo, and it has
You're
a height
welcome.
of 1
Yeah, we
level,
spent-
so it's
Spent a lot of money. Like,
there are multiple
put a
parts.
lot of my money into Google Ads.
There's the
Yeah,
bottom
at the top
part,
of the
the bottom part, and then remember again,
look up
there's
kick.
this so there's this so there's the ledge. Then there is the upper part.
All right.
Then there's the horns. And then
I don't want a starter.
you're going to see there's another part
I don't want a
on the
pro.
top where the
Dude.
fires were kindled. So
This is a nice.
distinct.
Yeah, this is a
Choose.
this is a nice setup that you've got.
You can just build a garden.
No, I figured. I mean,
Paid some guys, told them what I wanted.
Yeah, what kind of stones did you bring?
I'm also to do the back end part.
where's YC custom?
Remember again,
So if I want viewers,
fire in the creation is there. So
okay, monthly.
stone where you get
No. What if I want?
stones would be quarried.
Okay. You can get me 50,000 viewers.
Because the water naturally
Monthly.
So you go ahead and collect stones. You don't spend it on
Oh wow, 30 grand
The Kuya Bezetas is fast. You bring plaster.
for a month.
Is
That'd like make you number one. All right. Oh, this is Kick or Twitch. That was Twitch. Okay. Is Kick cheaper?
So let's say, so what do you do?
Oh, yeah, way cheaper.
All these little stones, and then you pour
I did. It's like 1/5 or something, right?
plastic molten lead and pitch slash tar, and what that does is it obviously,
which is a lot more expensive.
you wouldn't see
Refresh.
multiple stones in this bath, right? Because
Okay.
that liquid coating kind of coagulates everything
Yeah,
together.
but everybody's body, aren't they?
On one surface.
Yes.
So as I said, everything comes together. That's the Yesod. So this is the area of the Yesod. Next.
That's become the name of the game, especially
that's the bottom
on
edge. That's the bottom edge.
anything. I don't know a single platform that doesn't buy. Like literally, Instagram bots, Twitch bots, YouTube, king of bots. Even Xboxes are about it. I don't know anything that isn't botted.
That second, but remember again, so
It's paid to play.
Then again, once you come to the next part of the Mizbeach, which is the area underneath the Yesod, of the Yesod. That area is studied Amis by 30 Amis with the height of 5 Amis. Same process.
Dude, do your unlimited money glitch.
Coat them.
I'm gonna do that. Listen, music, talk to them.
All right. Well, can I tell you that I think your name, Official Gambling Academy, may be the shittiest name I've ever heard from someone who loses as much money as you do. That would be like, you're like a...
Official Gambling Academy is going to be my nickname. My Twitch name is not called so not calling like Matt on them haters.
Okay, you're like a 700-pound person who's trying to teach people how to do sit-ups. Like, do you understand the analogy?
Where you have multiple tires, right? Fires burning.
You're like a 700-pound teaching people how to do sit-ups. Are you calling yourself Official Gambling Academy? Because all you do is lose. Well, let's... Well, I don't want you to... I don't want you to live stream it. Live streaming. Just go on your phone and make sure it works. And if it does, is it something that you start with $1 and then you get back $1 and then you take that dollar, make it into $2 and $2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16 into 32? Is that correct? It's not like $1 to $2 to $3 to 4, right?
So that's the thing, right? These wooden forms you pour in the concrete.
Okay, yeah. Just do the thing with your phone.
You must have good pictures of this, no? It's got to be a saver, no? Forget about your family. I want to see concrete. I did any pictures, send it on. I'll show it to Sandra. You have any mikvah pictures? That'd be good. I'm bring that.
Your baby didn't happen to be born on the 22nd, was she?
Pictures of the mikvah being created over there and back, yeah.
Because my friend, it's her birthday today. She's gonna be coming in here in like you've met her, Miss Aquarius. I think you've seen Aquarius there, I think. And today's her birthday. I was just seeing if you guys had the same birthday. If she had the same birthday as your daughter, but just missed. All right, and they even have your wife in the hospital after giving birth for 24 hours.
She already was held.
Well, that's amazing, man. I'm really happy for you.
This is very interesting. Why are we doing all of this?
Dude, don't lie to me. Dude, don't lie.
Let me just do my. Let me do me. I'm gonna watch this clip. I'm on my phone successfully. I'll show you what it is.
To show me. I just want you to make money. So.
That the first thing structure on the bottom was what? First thing structure on the bottom was the sewed. How big was it? 30 trons by 30 trons.
Doug, you're just watching Chapel Roan's Pink Party Club, Pink Pony Club.
No, that's when I gamble. That's when I gamble against
Where will you find the sewed? Where will you find the sewed? On every side. So based on what we just learned,
Did you get your wife anything?
Was on all four sides. You're saying you're taking a wood
Like a gift?
32 amas by 32 amas. You are filling it ultimately again with
Okay.
Also, so based on what you see this in the Rambam, you sold.
Okay, well, you should get her at least a something. Something small, but not. Just get her flowers. How about that?
That's not how it was done.
Not probably, dude. Get your wife some flowers. Tell her that you're proud of her and how amazing a woman she is. Because anybody who spent more than 15 minutes in the same room with you is a fucking a.
You're telling me that the Yisod was only primarily on the western side and on the north side, not on the south and not on the east. Based on what we just learned, the Yisod is on all sides. Now maybe you say, okay, they made the Yisod, and afterwards, what did they do? They cut away two sides. They cut two sides. The Gemara says that could be. The Gemara says, this is why. Abanim Shleimzir.
We've got to have a deal. Once you scam these guys out of $100,000, you have to teach me how to do it. Sounds like a deal?
Yeah, that'll teach you how to gamble.
Yeah, okay, then I'll do that. Yeah, exactly.
What are they going to say? No problem. In the wooden frame, they did the stones. Essentially, what they had two additional pieces of wood, one piece of wood. So, in other words, what was essentially they put in two additional pieces of wood into the frame. So when they poured in all the thing, when it dried, stone wall, stone yisod, there are two pieces of wood. And when everything dried, they removed the two pieces. And when they removed the two pieces of wood, nothing. So ultimately, again, there was nothing there. So
have you made it?
What do you call it? Frame? Is that what it's called? Wooden frame? 32 amas by 32 amas. On two of the sides, there was a strip piece of wood over here, so that there was no stone yisod. So again, when they removed the frame, took out these two pieces of wood, B, right, southern side, eastern side, and B.
Do you like the Joe Rogan experience?
Four sides. Incredible.
Do you like the Joe Rogan?
That they constructed things this way as well. This is how also they made the horns. Right?
I was just curious.
On the inside. Right? Again, remember, the horns were 1 amma by 1 amma horns, but they were hollow on the inside. They were not solid. They were not. So the Gemara says, horns themselves were hollow. So say, would you make the horns hollow and you chisel it out afterwards? No. Same thing. making the horns of us, making the horns, they had wood extend into the interior of the horn, so the stone of the horn was made around a wooden frame. And therefore, again, when the stone dried, the interior was hollow.
How are you shadowing?
What I'm saying is, you see that they would do, right? They created the frame for the concrete, but on the concrete. They created the frame for the stone. And
Do you want me to check this for you?
A wood pillar, just like a wood block.
Do you want me to check this for you?
And that's the ultimate. Again, there was not a
All right.
on two of the four sides.
What is your? You said Mac.
Mac on
No underscore.
That is true.
I see you. You have 5 words. Is that correct? I can hear myself.
Listen to this. That's how we're going to end it. So there's Rabbi.
What do you?
You see my channel, but you click on just chatting.
Well, that's because you're under. Well, you're just chatting.
Maybe it takes a minute.
I just was able to show you. Okay, what do you need me to do? Go to channels, categories. You want me to find you under categories?
Yeah.
Okay.
What were they doing? They were in Ramah.
Just chatting. 500 people watching you, so that should be pretty good.
I wonder if I rate someone and it's
Absolutely. That absolutely is not going to help. What will help is if you're just patient. Let me look this up. Then it'll help. All right. Are not showing up.
So what's the issue? Look at Rashi says, what they're trying to figure out is quite fascinating. They're trying to figure out ultimately again where the base.
What makes you think they died?
Again, I will say let's be clear. What does the Torah tell us about Beis Hamikdash? What does the Torah tell us about Beis Hamikdash? Vasuli Mikdash, right? Right?
Check you up.
So again, the Torah doesn't tell us where the base is. It tells us build, and then it tells us about Aliyah.
Will you please someone named Charlotte Dur?
Where exactly is it? So
CharlotteMonster. Charlotte Monster.
Where do I know that?
Oh, look.
So
Holy shit.
Those are like exercises.
What does it say?
I know. I was just gonna ask. Is that real? Or is she living in front of something? Or behind something? Is she? Do you think that's real?
So the Gemara says, obviously it has to be an elevation. But where? To Sefer Yoshua, they brought out the Sefer Yoshua, but who said Bayiran, Yemen, Ba'olach said Bayiran Moksif. What's it here? By all the Shvatim, right? The tribal areas of the Shvatim. By Yarad Ba'olach, they go up, they go down. By Yemen, it just uses Allah, not Yarad. So you're going to put all of these things together, right? So by the way, it says, you have to put the base on the church has an elevation, it's the highest of all the lands, and by all the tribal areas, it says up and down, but by the Yemen, it only says up. So first thing they established is, ultimately, again, so we'll say first thing they established is, English is built in the tribal area in Yemen. Good, check. Next, where is Yemen? Savar, the nickname, the Ein Eitan, the middle. So we'll say then they go to Ein Eitan. Let's go to Ein Eitan. Again, that's where children.
That sucks. That sucks.
You know, it's in the shore now. So I don't know if it's the Ein Eitan, but they're referring to a different.
I thought it was $1 per whatever.
This is the highest area in the tribal area of Binyan. Let's build it there.
He said maybe we can make it larger scale. This is based on
the
like you cash back.
on the other hand, this has to be the elevation, but ultimately again the highest place. That's
I don't
why,
quite know yet.
because the love of Shachim, where does the Chadosh Baruch Hu reside in Yemen? Between his shoulders. Again, remember, the shoulders is a height, but it's not the highest part. It is the highest part of the body. So now, let's say this whole thing they're constructing, the highest part to come to the Alisa. But that only has Aliyah, never has you dash in Yemen. Ain't the highest part, but it shouldn't be the highest. It's the same part. between the shoulders. So it's got to be. You see what it says? Be by saying, Miri the Sanhedrin, the Chalpa the Yehuda, Ushchid. By the way, they also realize there's another issue. What's the other issue? That they're in the tribal area of Yehuda. Now, where do we know that? Because again, remember, as to Yehuda, or Yasser Shevet in Yehuda, Chokik Yibin Radlov. Ultimately, again, rulership resides with Yehuda. So there, the seat of the Sanhedrin can be in the tribal area of Yehuda. Ultimately, the Shechina, as we said, resides in the tribal Yamin. So the Gemara said, the Ime Dalina Le Mispalik too, from perspective, you have the seat of leadership and spirit leadership to reside side by side. We don't want to have a perceived bifurcation between those two things. So therefore, I need the Sanhedrin to tribal area of Yehuda and Shechina to be in the tribal area ultimately again of Binyamin. So that's another factor over here in terms of deciding location. And if we put the base in Eitam, then what? Ultimately again, the seat of the Sanhedrin are going to be far apart. So what should we do? So better to go ahead to be together and ultimately again better to.
Well, you know what? I don't really give a fuck about your opinion. But when I want it, I'll give it to you. Now, what are you saying? My radio or my podcast?
Because first, going back, this is also the Harabayas, the base of
Okay, all right, I see how it is.
What is the Harabayas? Also the area in which the areas of Yehuda.
What did I say that was wrong?
Again, meet. Is we're going to see. Remember, where was this located? The Sanhedrin was located, which is down here. Right here's the Lishka Sadah. It was just fascinating enough. Remember, this is exactly the Yehuda and Binyamin site situated over here. Hashem is over here. Every accomplish is done. So remember, it's on a high area, on a high rise, but ultimately, again, not the highest area, it's in the tribal area of Binyamin, where only Aliyah, no you mentioned, and it's next to the city. And ultimately, again, about this, what's the this? The this ultimately, again, was the fact that David was English. Doika Adomi, who was a close advisor to Shaul, became very jealous over this. Besa Va'akatan. Zachor Hashem LeDavid as Hashem Nishba LaHashem. Abba Bo'al Beisi, Netin Shnas La'inai La'numa, Ad Emson Hashem. So most like, it's actually quite beautiful. I have to do just quickly because I cannot rest until I come for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I find a home for the Ribbon. There'll be no rest for my eyes. Adam Samakom Hashem. Kine Shamanu Ba'afrasa, Mitzvah B'Steyar Ba'afrasa, Zdei Yoshua, the Ka'asim Ephraim. Ultimately, again, Malach makes reference ultimately to the Yar in Ephrat. Who is that? That is Yoshua. Ephrat is Ephraim. Because Yoshua can share it Ephraim. Mitzvah B'Sadeh, Ya'ar, Yitzhak, ultimately powerful in the forest. Zeb Binyamin. That refers to that Binyamin is like its prey. So we'll say, so again, they found the scriptural allusion to it should be in Sefer Yoshua, and ultimately ends up being in a tribal area, plus an exclusive location where the Beis Hamikdash is. What profoundly counterintuitive. Because we'll say, remember again, we've seen this theme of this. There is one address in which one could have a communion with God. Harabai is Jerusalem, that is the only place. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is of the Beis Hamikdash to tell us why. Because we'll say, where is you are in the Beis Hamikdash.
Can you hear me?
In you. Right within you. Not I will dwell within it.
So there is
purposely address ambiguity to show us that
you can't gamble until that check clears.
Why? That's where the Kodesh HaKadoshim is. Wherever a Yid is, that's where the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Let's say Shkoyach, a good Erev Shabbos. So a good shear to panoramic view over here. All right, next week.
What is that sound that goes? But
describing the particulars related to each of them, and Colin, and we're talking about two catechol community and the Ashamos. So we described in the Mishnah, as I mentioned yesterday, the two, along with the Shtei Alechem, as well as other Karbanet Katas, and you'll see in a moment why I referenced the Katas. But in any event, as the Mishnah says, as you'll recall at the beginning, that we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the paragraph as relates to an Asham. What the Gemara is asking now, the Lechem on Shavuot. So the Gemara says the Tisem Seir is Echad Machatas. So this pasuk is Shnei Chavasim b'nei shana l'zevach shlamim. Two chvasim between the same pasuk talks about the sa'ir that was on Shavuot. So ma'chatzafon av shalmei tzibur b'tzafon. So since we have a hekesh between chvasim, that you see that Jatas or the sea to be in the north. So hopefully you should have an immediate question, which is more asked next. Amar lei Rabbi. Me'ola. We learned it out from the north, and the Chatas was learned from that. And we know, because we're experts in this, Davar Alamed B'Hekesh, something that was learned with a Hekesh, you can extend it with another Hekesh. We went through the 16 categories, learned things out from a double Hekesh. What do you have? You have a Chiyav of Tzafon, it's written by an Ola, and it's extended from Ola to Chatas. Year that was a Chatas on Shavuos to the two Shavasim. That instead of learning it out from and these learn it out more directly. So where do they learn it out? From the pasuk says, which all of you are familiar with, although you might not remember us. I think we say Yom Sheichem that when it's the Dashim Usikat Usikam Nechem V'Hayu Karam L'Fnei Elokechem Ani Hashem Elokechem. So it says that on your Olo. Now the question is, so how do we know that that's talking? So you see there a hekesh between and a shlamim. So therefore, instead of what we know that this shlamim is a reference that when it says the sukatan b'chatzosros that you're going to were used in the sheep company carbon. Rashi starting at the end of the second line says ain carbon yachid ton klishir. Shein amrim shir al carbon or the carbon of the yachid. And we finish have zivchei shalek where that we have a shlamim that belongs to the pasuk that has clay shear, that has musical instruments, and you see that there's a hekesh that says
so what's the solution if I get it?
Ma ola kadshe kaddish zivchei shalom tzibur kadshe kaddishim. Just like since we have a hekesh, the ola is kadshe kaddishim, so are these two animals, and just like the ola is brought in the north because that's actually that hekesh, the direct hekesh between the two animals of Shavuos to the halachas of Ola shafted in the north. Fine. So you ended up making hekesh between Ola and hekesh between the Chatas and the Zivchei Shamei Tzibur, and we are but there's still the pasuk makes a hekesh by talking about but there's a hekesh between us and Shlamim. We didn't need it for what we brought it for before. It says Hakesha Kamal. It says it's coming to tell you Kichatas that this Shlamim, the Zivchei Shamei in the Chelas El Zichrei Kohun. So it's coming to tell you that just like a Chatas that we know, so too Zivchei Shamei are brought by the male Kohan. Say that when you have learned from there that it has to be on him. So he says if so, I should apply similar language. Got the 3 karbanos. You would bring a ola, chatas, and the el nazir. Keves ben shnasot samim echad la'olah, that he would chavsa achas bashna, and there would be one brought as a chatas. So we have an ola and a chatas. The ayel echad. They would bring a ram for shlamim. So you have 3 karbanos. Now what happens? Have a reference to the shlamim. Nami nema the hekesh chatas. So why not say that just like we saw that in Nami in Nechel Zikhrei Kunaf? So say just like the El Nazir should get eaten by the Zikhrei Kohun. Look down a few lines. The first wide line is a Mishnah.
What are you referencing?
And then it says in the Mishnah that that's not true. An El Nazir is not eaten only by the Zikhrei Kohuna. It's the Zikhrei Kohuna, but yet it's eaten by anyone. So this doesn't appear to be a good heck.
Fucking look at your stream.
So it says that this is a pasuk this is the front leg.
All right, I'm watching.
The animal that they would cook it. Problem if I learn out speaking when a chatas and a shlamim are put together that I do that by El Nazir. Why Nazir do we say that it can get eaten by anyone? It's not because my hekesh is that you would that you cook front legs to the kohen. So the Gemara is saying the implication of that is everything else other than the individual. So there's nothing wrong with it's just that in the case of an El Nazir, the Torah came, but rather should be or could be eaten by anyone. So the Gemara said that needs to be eaten by it says, but but if you're right that when you have pasuk of chatos and a shlamim together,
okay, now you ready?
Say that this
go to
get given to the kohen, so say and be eaten only by the male kohanim, not by the family of the kohanim. The Gemara says kasha, but it's not the same as the tiyufta. It doesn't uproot it. Okay, the Gemara says he says as follows that you see that the El Zoy B'Shela, he says this leg is called kadosh, Umidalog siv kadshe kadashim, the siv kadash log siv kadshe. So he says as follows, that from the fact kadashim by that term, and here it only calls it kadosh. So he brings, he said, but if so, then by the Shamay Tzibor, which we do learn out, it's also Kodesh Hashem. It could perhaps or Kachim than it is the Kodesh. So in any event, our first answer because of the second we said Kasha. The second answer is saying no, because the Torah was coming specifically to tell you that it doesn't have that limitation. It says, Elo lamai hilchasa iskish. So then Blamim to the Chatas this halacha, because the Torah is specifically telling us that I don't use the El Nazir with the Chatas because the Torah I do with that Hekish, that we have the same pasuk that brings Shingila al shaves his head on one of the three. Probably useful to look at Rashi, the last Rashi, a little bit of a long Rashi before the Gemara. He says the Chatas who the Yalfi Mishlamim from the Chatas. No, it's actually the other way. The Chatas is learning something from the Shlamim. So he says as follows: bring 3 karbanos and he shave his head as part of the process. So we say as follows: that if only the Shlamim, and he did not bring the Chatas and Olah after one single action. Behind the Shlamim, says that the Torah learns that after the Shlamim of Sa'arotus, he says, what's the connection? Why specifically because before cutting the hair? Because in fact, you see that you're supposed to chef the Shlamim brought before the Shekaka Devaka Shlamim. So he says as follows: that in the time of the Shifri, the Gilach Hanazir Pesach or Amoy, the Shlam Makat Medaber. So he says as follows: that it says that what we learn in the Shifri, that no, the hair in connection with them that is brought Pesach or Amoy. So the Gemara says, in Shlamim and cutting the hair because the Shlamim was supposed to get the hair. Learns over there that the Shlamim is brought that you could then cut the hair first step. So now the Gemara is saying, once I knew that the Shlamim was the critical first step, and after the Shlamim, you could like by the Shlamim, it's enough to do one carbon, and then that just like a Shlamim, and in fact, you see the pasuk meaning things that were previously Yisurim during his Nazir, specifically for Shlamim, if you bring any one of the 3 carbonas, you can then, which people brought for those, that we just talked about, Kalim, they are Kachim Kalim, Shkitasim, diagonal corners that you wore. The Nechalim, it gets eaten in all form of food preparation. So we talked about this before as this thing. One day and one night until Chatzos, and Rashi points out the Kodak Siv, the Yom, but it then proceeds to say you shouldn't the next morning, which tells you that you have a day of Murabo Shaman is obviously how we know it for Kodak. Had earlier the Gemara talked about we had this that Kodak Shlamav is a heck that both of these carbonas that are in Mishnah have the one day and night following these night. Amura Mehem parts of the carbon
CIRCAERK. Boxing circle jerk. Everything's fucking wild. Just be careful, don't stream it because I don't want.
What we're going to talk about here is how do you know that these things, the shlamim, that the bro katruma and the makom tahar. You eat in a place that, as Rashi points out, the parshas Vayihi Bayam Hashmini, what was going on
the vez
when they were in Karbanos, and it says that the tenufa yishanu betuma achlum. So when you say it should be, which we're going to see in a minute, that was eating betuma. So ela tahar miklaushu. It says tahar means tame. What's going on?
Are you watching the episode?
Right by the mitzvah, and here it's.
Are you going to bet on
that there's some element of tuma here? It still happens. So what does that mean? The Gemara says, tahar means as much as a mitzvah can't be in this area, but it's Machane Yisrael. This is the Machane Yisrael. That shouldn't be in the Kadosh, which is the of the bar. We talked about this. That you had basically the Mishkan area surrounding, and then you had the Klal Yisrael who were camped all around, entirely outside. He was outside the camp altogether of most serious separation, so he was allowed to be in the. And then someone was coming the name from Atmos Yosef, that Moshe had the bones of Yosef together with him and wear them in the Machane Leviah. So you see, Machane Leviah can have someone who's has Tumas Zav. Okay, now in the midbar, what are the parallels in the, so the Hechel was the Kodesh just like the old.
Get it? I know you're doing something. I need to do, and then we're gonna do commentaries on meetings. Do you understand me?
But it is Torah can't be there because the Torah has to be outside. So what is that? Coming to the Machne Yisrael. Okay, so we see that we're talking about an area that's okay in the Beis Hamikdash was Yerushalayim. Therefore, you see that a shlamim can be eaten in a makom tar meant you eat it in the Machne Yisrael. So the Gemara says the ema tar mitumanim can only be eaten in the Beis Hamikdash complex. Why? Because we said tar, which means it is tahar in one sense and tamei. Instead of tamei, mace can be there, but it is tahar in the same place that's both tahar and tamei. So how do you know that it should be the Makam Kadosh? So it's the Makam Kadosh. What is this here? So that implies that you have this flour offering eaten Kadosh in Kadosh. That this bread of the mincha or the flour offering in the mincha should be brought in the Makam Kadosh. They include the Toda brought its 40 loaves of bread and the El Nazir Kadosh. So that had to go out to the Machna Leviyah. So I know that the mincha gets eaten in the Makam Kodesh. That the kadosh, that the toda and the el nazir in the machne leviyah. Add in the word makom tahar, it takes it out one more level. So the machne it gets eaten. So it says by the mincha Rabbi understands that after. So therefore, on that pasuk alone, I would know that it's the mincha that here can be eaten anywhere. Other kasar rachmana tofu b'har ayvel machne yisrael. So he's not arguing on the din. But since it says Makom Tahar, that it's taken there in a different place. I guess that Rava felt it's kind of funny that you look at the negative inference of Kadosh puts it outside entirely. He says, oh, the negative inference puts Odan El Nazir outside altogether, meaning even outside Yulayim, and then Makom Tahar brings it back in. But why are you saying it brings it back into Machna Yisrael? Maybe you should bring it into Machna Leviyah. You would have to eat it in the Beis Hamikdash complex. And not just in Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, so he says as follows, that we can bring it up one level, but not two levels. So therefore, once Kadosh puts us outside altogether, Makom Tahar brings us up one level into Yerushalayim, into the Machane Yisrael. So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that doesn't work. He's saying, if you're telling me that a limit of a pasuk can only move you one level, you have a problem, because you had Kadosh, he said the mincha is Kadosh, and I'm going to exclude the Toda and the El Nazir to put it outside altogether, right? So where you jumped multiple levels there to take it out, so why are you saying that when Makom Tahar brings it back in, it can only move one level? That's the first problem. So this is written by the Psukim. We say Lo Sucha Lecha B'Sharecha Masa B'Gamcha Tzirashcha B'Tzarecha B'Choresh B'Karecha B'Tzornecha B'Chol Nedarecha Shetidar V'Nidvasecha Trumas Yadecha. So it tells you both by a Bachar and by Meiser and by Nedarim and Nedavos that were Shlomim, that all of them, it said you cannot eat them in your gates. Why? Because you have to eat them in Yerushalayim. So you see, what was the Havamina you had? In other words, if you're saying Kadosh tells you that it takes it outside altogether, you see from the pasuk that you cannot eat it outside. So we know it can't be going outside of Yerushalayim, and we would know it's Yerushalayim. We wouldn't need the pasuk of Makom Tahar to take you into Yerushalayim. El Machmarta Kedabaya. Because of these two questions, A, that if you're telling me it can't jump two levels to go up into Machna Leviyah, why was it able to jump down multiple levels? And also, what was the Havamina that you needed a pasuk to take it out of the area outside of Yerushalayim into Yerushalayim or into Machna Yisrael? Okay, so we go with Abaya's version and not with Rabbi. Okay, says the Mishnah, Shlamim Kachekalim. So regular Shlamim, talking about something that someone brings, that a Yachid brings. So we're not talking anymore about Shamay Tzibor. Or Shlamim or Kachekalim. Shitasim Chol Makam Azara. Can be shechted anywhere in the Azara, not just in the north. The Daman Shtei Shein Arba, it has the two that is 4 blood applications. The Necholim B'chol Year, it's eaten in all of the city of Yerushalayim, B'chol Adam, for any person, B'chol Machol, in any form of food preparation. L'shnei Yamim V'layla Echad. So the pasuk is very clear by a Shlamim unlike everything we've been learning until now, which has to be eaten
Yo, dog.
by the night that follows the day it was brought. In this case,
Any
you have
news from
the
your
following
friend?
day as well. So if someone brought it on a Monday, they could eat it Monday night, and all day Tuesday till the end of the day Tuesday, but not Tuesday night.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
That which is separated from the shlomim and given to the Kohen.
This better be the best shit I've ever seen.
But the distinction of that which is separated to the Kohen is that since it was given to the Kohen, it can only be eaten by him and his wife and his children and his Vadim Canaan. Okay.
I mean, aren't you asking for it? Dude, you know there's a way when you're watching it in full screen. I think all you have to do is press the down button or slide down and it'll go to the next one automatically. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe not.
One is the Green of Ben Bakar,
I don't think so.
Old man and black boy can really find it out.
the A's with the goat. So because okay, so he's saying 3 times it's written that you should bring the carbon, you should chef it by the Oel Moed. But the distinction is by the first one it says V'shafet to Pesach Oel Moed. You should do it at the doorway of the Oel Moed. The next 2 say V'shafet also Lefnei Oel Moed, V'shafet also Lefnei Oel Moed. So it switches the language from Pesach Oel Moed to Lefnei Oel Moed. The Gemara says, the Brisa says, Lahachtir et kol haluchos v'kachim kalim. He says, this is coming to tell you that by kachim kalim, that you can go in every
I need you, if you can,
now,
open a new tab to Reddit. I want you to stay on this page. I don't want to lose where we're at.
Looking out
Reddit.
Anything you could see, which is basically everything,
And type in
front of the ulah
Subway slap.
to
This is the loudest fucking slap I've ever heard in my entire life. And I've watched these things for like years. Not every day by any means. Okay, I think it's the second one.
You can bring
that one.
the carbon that's
Make sure your sound's up.
You don't require north by Shlamim because it's touch and column. All right, we're going to get into this in more detail in the Gemara, but okay, so let's go. And then he says, Kavachomer. He says, Kavachomer Litzafon. He says, now he's going to try and prove that that you're able to bring kachim kalam in the north. He says because if kachim kalam, which could not be, kachim kadashim, which could not be brought anywhere in the area over there other than the north of the Mizbeah, the north part. He says kachim kalam to hokshu b'chol in addition to the He says so if there's more kedusha of the north, that's the only place you could bring kachim kadashim, right? And you could not bring kachim kadashim in any other part. So then, if kachim kalam can be brought in any other part, for sure they should be able to be brought even in that place that has more kedusha. Now, why does he need to bring a kavachomer at all? So Rashi says because he's trying to
Isn't that the loudest slap you've ever heard?
The reason you have that extra pasuk is in order to say that you can actually chef in the north. Okay? So what's the difference so far is that the Tanakama was saying, I know from a Kavachomer that you can chef in the north, and I'm using the Tassim Pesach Oel Moed to tell me anything that's in front of the Oel Moed. Rabbi Eliezer is agreeing that you can chef anything.
That slap.
So what he had
Watch this. Watch this slow motion.
Cannot chef custom column in the north, so therefore you can. And this is going to become more clear when we get to the
Like you can like time the speed of sound from that fucking slap.
That he understands that it is not that the area that's north is more kadosh. Rashi says in Son of He says, who said? In other words, where is this idea that the north is more kadosh? Rather, the way he understands it is that there is space designated for each of the karbanos. There's a space that's made for kachim kadashim, and there's a space that's made for kachim kalim. Which happens more in the Beis Hamikdash? Kachim kalim. So they have more space to kachim kalim and less space to kachim kadashim. So what he's saying is as follows. I might think that if kachim kalim have
and
all
you spelled
of the
what?
space that is given lo hoksher makom on etzel kachim kadashim,
supposed to put yes in a text
that
message.
so he says kachim shelo hukshim all of a sudden in addition shelo hukshim accommodate some kachim kalim. He says as follows.
Oh, that is such
If
bullshit.
I designated space for kachim kalim, then you see kachim are not allowed to be shafted there because we see that kachim can only be shafted
6'9", baby.
in an area that's been designated for the kachim kalim. So then he says that for sure, there's much
I like your song.
designated for the kachim kadishim. You should not be able to shaft kachim kalim there. So he understands that there's nothing to do with added kedusha. It has to do with making space for everything. So there's a certain amount of space, a smaller amount of space for kachim kadishim, and you see the kachim kadishim aren't allowed to go into the kachim kalim space. So then the kachim kalim surely should not be able to go into the smaller kachim kadishim place. So Rabbi Eliezer is basically saying, I have a kavachomer that would tell me I'm not allowed to bring kachim kalim in the north. Hence, I bring one of these three shtukim to tell me I can. Versus the Tanakama took it for granted that of course you can do it in the north, and therefore he uses the pasuk to say that it covers the whole area. We'll see that they don't actually disagree in halacha, just in how they learn things. Okay. It says, because I might make that kavachomer, kamaloma, moed, that it says, pesach moed, to tell me that that I can in fact bring it even in the north. All right, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, what's going on in this brisa? So we say as follows: Tanakama Savar, the Tanakama holds Tlasa cried CD. He says there's three stuff written: Pesach Omoy, the Pnei Omoy, the Pnei Omoy. We said this before, right? So Chav the Gufay, the boy Pesach Omoy. One is coming to tell you that you need a Pesach Omoy. That's why he uses the language of Pesach Omoy instead of a Pnei Omoy. What they're telling you? It's telling you if there's no door to the Beis Hamikdash, then you can't bring the carbon. Why? There needs to be no door. So Rashi says three instances. One is by the Beis Hamikdash if the door is closed. One is in the Mishkan if the Kohanim hadn't set it up yet. And one is in the Mishkan before they travel, if the Kohanim have taken it down already. So basically it's telling you if there's no Pesach or Moed, then there's no carbon shlamim brought. The Chav lahachshir tzaddim. The Tanakama understands that one pasuk comes to tell you everything. If you're standing at the ulam door, everything in front of you is area that you could check the kachim kalim. The Chav l'fsul tzidei tzaddim. And one is coming to say that you can't have the tzidei tzaddim. What is the sides of the sides? Basically, when you looked out from the way Rashi understands, there's different versions of this, but the way Rashi understands, even Rashi himself has a different version. But if you're standing in the ulam and looking out, so you see everything, the area you're able to shaft it. But if you look along the walls, there were rooms that came off of that area. So you might think that since you don't take Pesach or Moed literally, which means that only what's immediately in front of the Pesach, but rather you say it covers everything you can see. So I might think it might include also those rooms. It says the third pasuk, no, you can't go in those rooms. You can only do it in the area in front of the ulam. But Safan lo itzer kra, and he holds you don't need a pasuk for the north because he says it's a kavachomer, because he understands that it's kedusha, that it's limited because of the kedusha of Kodesh Kodeshim, and has to be limited to the north. But the Kachim Kalim, which has less kedusha, can be anywhere. Rabbi Eliezer uses the three psukim as follows: Chad legufei didn't buy Pesach Ol Moed. One comes to tell you you need a door to the Ol Moed, and if you don't have a door, nothing doing, the carbon doesn't work. But Chad lahachshir tzafon. One, as we said before, he needed a pasuk to teach you that you could bring it in the north, because otherwise he would have applied his kavachomer to say you can't bring it in the north. And the other one, the third pasuk, comes to tell you everything you see in front of you when you're standing at the door of the ulam. So because he used an extra pasuk, the Tanakama had a pasuk to tell him tzidei tzadim, those little chambers. He used that pasuk to tell you you're allowed to shecht in the tzafon. So he says, I didn't need a pasuk to tell me for those chambers, because that's not considered in the courtyard. That's Pesach Ol Moed. So what do you have? What do you have here? You have that they're agreeing in the halacha. They're just arguing about how you get there. Ma'ishna hacha d'chsiv Pesach Ol Moed, and ma'ishna hasam d'chsiv l'fnei Ol Moed. So he says, what's the difference? Why did it say Pesach Ol Moed by one and l'fnei Ol Moed by the other two? So it really comes to tell you what I just told you. The fact that it said Pesach Ol Moed was coming to tell you that there needs to be a Pesach, which is what Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, Shlamim sheshaftim kodem sheyifsechu delasas hahekal psulin. That if you shecht shlamim, before you open the doors of the Heichel, the carbon is puzzle. Shenemar Meshachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed, Bisman Shehu Pasuach, below Bisman Shehu No. That you have to bring the carbon when there's a Pesach. And Rashi points out a Pesach is an opening. It's not enough to be a doorway with a door because that would be a delek. If it says Shachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed, you have to be testing it in an opening of the Ol Hamoed, which means that the doors to the Beit HaMikdash or to the Ol Hamoed needs to be open. It couldn't be closed. And that's why it says Pesach Ol Hamoed to tell you that your carbon is no good if you don't have Pesach Ol Hamoed. Itmar Nami, this is to help me that you just repeat things. Itmar Nami, Amar Marotko, Bar Chama, Amar Rav Yossi, Rav Chanina, Shlamim Sheshachatan, Kodam Sheyisafu Dulasos HaHeichel Psulun. The shlamim that you shech before you open the doors of the Heichel are puzzle. Shenemar Shachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed, that you shech it at the doorway of the Ol Hamoed. Bisman Shepesach HaHeichel Pasuach V'Loi Bisman Shepesach Shehu No. Then not when it's open, not when it's closed. So exact same thing he's saying. And now it's going to help me further. The Marava Masni Haki Amar Rav Yaakov Bar Acha Amar Rav Ashi Shlamim Sheshachtan Kodam Sheyisafu Dulasos HaHeichel Psulun. That if you shech the carbon before the doors get open, it's puzzle. With a Mishkan, and in the Mishkan, this is where Rashi knew what he said before. Kodem sheyamidu leviim as Mishkan, alacher sheyifraku leviim as Mishkan. Before the Leviim built or constructed the Mishkan, or before they disassembled it, if you brought a carbon, perhaps another carbon psula in their puzzle. Okay, there we are. Says the Gemara, Shita mugaf kina'ol dami vilon mai. So the Gemara says it's pasha to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. This has very interesting applications in the halacha of Yishur with the Isha about whether the door needs to be locked or not, but obviously no time. So the Gemara says it's clear to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. But what about if you have a curtain there? And in fact, in the Ol Hamoed, there was a curtain. So Amar Rav Zera, who atzvor in Nasis to Pesach Pasuach. So he says that he says no, that a curtain is really just there. You need a Pesach Pasuach, and it is a Pesach Pasuach. The curtain is just there for privacy. That's not really a door. Now the Gemara asks as follows: what happens if there's something blocking the entranceway? So you have a Pesach Ol Hamoed, but there's something in front of it that's blocking. What's the halacha? Tashma coming here from the Brayso as follows: the son Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda Amar. Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda said, "Shnei pishpashin hayu bebeis hachalifos begovan shmona." So what's going on here? So if you look as follows, if you look at that little graph in the Gemara, you'll see that when you go.
Did you get it straightened out?
Went to your right and left, 15 amos either direction.
Did you get it straightened out?
Direction before you got to the Heichel. So the Heichel was much.
Everything good now?
Right now, the way we're learning as follows: if you see those two things, it shows on top of those extensions out of the ulam. There's something called a pishpesh. And the pishpesh was basically a little opening that went to the things that are on the right and left of the Heichel, right? So what was the point of that? That was the base of Chalifos. We know that when you talk about a guy who's chef, you say he has the chalif, right? So this is where they used to keep the knives there, right? And the point was as follows, that they had two little doors there. What was the purpose of those doors? It's because they wanted to make the area on the right and left of the Heichel somewhere where you were allowed to chef and call it Pesach Ol Hamoed. How did that work? Because Rashi points out, according to this man, the Amar.
All right, I want you to go to another subreddit. It's the same shit, but bigger. Go to actual public freakouts. Actual public freakouts. It is wild. I know all the subreddits. Literally, my whole fucking day is just all fucking Reddit. This shit is ridiculous.
Had 8 amos. So the Gemara is saying, my love shmona. Doesn't that mean that? I'm sorry. So that's what the Brayso was saying. That's how you're able to eat kachay kadashim with the chef kachin kalam there, because that's considered Pesach Ol Hamoed because it has an opening through this pishpesh. My love shmona. Doesn't this mean that there was a pile of something, 8 amos in front of those doors, and yet we say that it counts to make it Pesach Ol Hamoed?
Isn't that something?
Themselves were 8 amos tall. Not that there was something blocking, so no riot. The Gemara says,
like when I first saw that, I was like, that has to be AI or something. It's like, no,
we see that all the doorways.
It's not looking good for him.
The Gemara says, Pishpish and Shani. He says that these little doors were different because their purpose wasn't to be a doorway, should be able to call that Pesach Ol Moed. So I'll put the cup here, Mitzvah Shem tomorrow.
Next, I'm sure there's a shitload of those.
Richard will say, good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all our sponsors for this morning here to thank. Our Commodore sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Perry Zinn. We're dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this month in memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, Stephen Perry Zinn, on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors, Kiri and Julian Goldberger, as the schools for a continued reflection of their son Aaron, Yeshaya, Ben, Rivka, Esther. Our Gatomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the Swiss continued help for Shuvamis, Hannah, Bas, Susha.
I did not hear about this.
The families in the Kama, all those who need a refuah should happen here with Kol Chole Yisrael, which brought Hashem and Yeretz Hashem. Continue to shower brachos and besoros tovos upon Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us move a lot today. A very, very, very exciting Gemara ahead of us today. So, a couple of Mishnayos, some fascinating Kabbanic details, life details, Shkafa details, Halacha details, anything and everything you could want out of a daf of Gemara and Yeretz Hashem we have today. So let us begin. Today's daf is Nun Gimel 53. We are picking up at the Mishnah on the days 52b, and the Mishnah says as follows: Chatos hatzibor v'hayach. So now again, remember we're continuing the entire Ezu Makoma. So literally again, Chatos offerings, which in general, Chatos is a sin offering. So Chatos ultimately again, individual Chatos offerings and communal Chatos offerings. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, the Mishnah says, what are some examples of communal Chatos offerings? Siri Rashi Chadashim. So these are the goats, right? That are offered up on Rosh Chodesh.
Hi, I got a new one for you because these are too political. That looked expensive. Go to that looked expensive.
So remember again, just to contrast, we've spoken extensively about communal chatos offerings that are chatos pnimi, offered on the inside of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's again, our par helam davim minat tzibor, par koin Mashiach, seir avodah zara, par of Yom Kippur, seir of Yom Kippur. That we've spoken about extensively. Now we're transitioning over to communal chatos offerings that are offered up on the exterior mizbeach. And what are those again? So far we have
They should have it.
So again, the chatos offerings
that is just video,
as well as the communal chatos offerings that are offered up on the Yom Tov. Good. So we'll say, so what is the halacha? What is the halacha? So the Gemara says, good. So the halacha is
find you the best shit ever.
So here we go. Back to our Beis Hamikdash. Baruch Hashem, it is so good to be back in Beis Hamikdash. So remember again, we are talking about all of the karbanos over here are offered up on this exterior mizbeach. When we speak about Safon, when we speak about north, this is north. Right now, again, the truth is, we have to go back. There is a more general discussion about how far north extends. Is this north?
Keep scrolling. We got to see at least one video.
So we're not really delving into that right now all so much. But
Yo,
for our
dog.
purposes, Shchita takes place over here. And
can you hear me?
And Kibul Daman and Kabbalah in a Klishari.
Can you hear me?
Over here as well. Now let's remember again. Now that statement Kabbalah in the Klisharis is even more meaningful for us, right? Why? Because what doesn't have Kabbalah in the Klisharis? Oath, right? As we saw yesterday's daf, again, oath does not have Kabbalah in the Klisharis. Beautiful, good. So we'll say the Daman Ta'un Arba Matanos are Arba Kronos. And again, interestingly enough, for what we call a chatas hachitzon, the outer chatas, there is a blood application on the four horns of the mizbeach. What are the four horns of the mizbeach? So again, in this, remember, this is an aerial image, obviously, and I don't know that you can see the coloration, but if you notice on this image over here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 horns. The horns were rectangular protrusions that were at the corners of the mizbeach. If you notice on the WhatsApp,
Are you
really
still there?
Like a big screen PowerPoint.
Did your shit freeze or something?
Working on that. Who does someone is that? Like, yeah, we're gonna get someone. We're gonna get someone.
You got up.
So if you take a look,
What the fuck?
On the WhatsApp chat yesterday. If you take a quick look, I'm actually now sanctioning the use of WhatsApp during this year. They're like, yeah, I've been doing that anyway for the last 5.5 years. Good. Now actually, some of you actually were sorry. You already started already, even before I said anything. They'll say, so now if you take a look at the chat yesterday, so I sent you over here, you can see there's two pictures over here. If you even take a look at the second picture, which actually is from the Art Scroll Gemara, from volume 1, the intro of the Art Scroll Gemara, this is also an aerial view, but you can see on that image that there are 4 horns, 4 protruding corners on the Mizbeach. So therefore, again, back to the Mishnah. That's it. We're going to come back. Keep these images up because we're going to come back to them in just a little bit. In Eretz Hashem. Okay. So again, Halakha L'Maisa says we have. So communal chatos, ultimately again is shechted on the outer Mizbeach, and Halakha L'Maisa blood applications on the 4 corners. Someone tell her ad matanos al arba kronos. I will say that is very interesting. Kesar. So now again, interestingly enough, how are these applications done? Gimel 53a. They will say, remember again, these Gemaras are absolutely riveting because right now, essentially, what you
We're looking for videos, but I am looking for
So here we go. So how are those blood applications done?
an app.
So
Go back to Boxing Circle Jerk because that has the best kind of shit.
The first thing I will say is, remember, let's just take a look at this image first. Kohen is going up the ramp, right? So remember again, Shechita, Kabbalah is done over here. Then Kohen is going ahead and going up the ramp. When he goes up the ramp, the Soviet. They both say, if you go back and you reference the image I just sent you in the WhatsApp chat, right? So go back and take a look at that image for just a moment. I'm sorry, I'm going to get more organized in the presentation over here to keep everything somehow in one place. But if you take a look at the image, take a look at the first image that I sent you. So you'll notice something very interesting, which is on the right of the Mizbeach, there is a side ramp. You can't actually, that is not, you can't see it. But just to show you where it would be over here on this image, Cohen would come up the ramp, there would be a side ramp coming over here. That side ramp would then lead to a ledge. There was a narrow ledge, a 1 amma ledge around the entire perimeter of the Mizbeach. So if you go back to the WhatsApp image in just a moment, so just imagine for a moment, Cohen is going up the major ramp, then takes a detour, a right detour, goes to that smaller ramp, and if you notice, that smaller ramp leads to a small ledge. Now, I will say that ledge was a thin ledge. It was only an amma wide, foot and a half wide, an amma wide, and that small ledge goes around the entire perimeter of the Mizbeach. Okay? So that, by the way, that's how he's accessing the horns, the chronos. That's how he's putting the blood ultimately again on the horns. Now, let's say, let me just take a step back for just a second because I want to share with you what you're going to begin to notice as we go through this is there's 2 different ways, well, there's more than 2, but there's a couple of different ways that the Kohen would do blood applications on the Mizbeach. Sometimes the Kohen was just standing on the ground, standing on floor level, and doing blood applications on the side of the Mizbeach, above the red line, below the red line. This is unique because for communal chatos offerings, he was walking up the ledge, taking a detour to the right, on the side ledge, going on to what we call the Sovev, which was side ramp, I should say, side ramp to a small narrow ledge along the perimeter of the Mizbeach, and doing the blood applications on each of the horns like that. Okay, so go back to the Mishnah now. So Allah Bakadosh, in front of the Sovev, so he goes up the ramp, and then he turns right onto the side ramp, which came to, the Sovev, I will say, is the name of the narrow ledge that goes around the Mizbeach. Like Sovev, like Sovev, like around. So that's the thing with a narrow ledge, you go around the Mizbeach. If you take a look at Rashi for just a moment over here, Rashi says, Allah Bakadosh, one of the Sovev, Mipnei Shedama Nita Lamala Ala Kranos, Ube'etzba, Saref Lamod Al Gat HaSovev. So says, remember again, why does he have to do this? So just understand, since the blood application or a communal chatos was on the horns, Right? And again, there was some height to the Mizbeach. We'll talk about the dimensions. He would not be able to essentially reach the horns if he was walking on ground level. So because the blood application has to be done with his finger, again, this is not the sprinkling, but rather, again, we're going to see he's going to dip his finger, his index finger, his index finger in the blood, and literally, again, apply it on the horns. He needed to be elevated. So that's why, again, he's walking on this ledge around the Mizbeach. Around the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, all the Gersh fellows are right. So back to the Gemara. So back to Mishnah. Rashi, finish that Rashi, sorry.
Has anyone ever told you you're the most boring motherfucker to ever watch Reddit with?
So we're going to see this is as opposed to.
I mean, I don't understand what we're doing here. Are we watching Reddit? Are we watching you get your ass up and leave? If we're watching you get your ass up and leave, then this is primetime television. But if we're not, then I don't know what the fuck we're doing, except jerking ourselves off raw.
Here we're going to see by the communal chatos, there's an application.
Doug, it's like I'm watching a fucking accountant here.
So far, what do we have?
All right, are we gonna watch fights? Or are we gonna watch you jerk yourself off? All right, we'll do the shit that you have to do, and then we'll watch gang fights.
The ledge, which goes around the Mizbeach. Okay, that's what we're up to. Back to so exciting. Back to Mishnah.
Dog.
Karen Duromis Mizrachis. So we'll say the first corner that he hits is ultimately again the south.
Just get what you.
So again, just to follow this. Coming up over here, this I know again, and now I can't unsee it since Dr. Grant mentioned it to me. I was going to say just the orientation. This is south. This is north. This is. I don't want to put it because the truth is the Hebrew on here is actually written this way. These guys have been studying this image for like 3 cycles of documentary. So I'm stuck. I'm sorry. You're stuck. I'm stuck. We're all stuck. But it's okay. We're going to get through this together. So let's say, so remember again, we've got south, north, east, west. So, right? So the Kohen is on the southern side. He comes up over here. He hangs a right. Remember, we're looking from the Kohen's perspective. He hangs a right onto the smaller Reb. The first corner he comes to, southeast. Southeast. That's the southeast Reb. Good. Next. Southeast corner. Next, Mizrach is Sephonis. Northeast corner. What's the northeast corner there? So Moshe says, essentially, we're going to see he goes counterclockwise around the Mizbeach. Which, by the way, the easy way to remember this is in the Beis Hamikdash. When in doubt, always go right. Always go right. It's good for life. Really, New York didn't listen to this, but again, but Melissa. Again, always go right? So again, always. So therefore, again, he's coming up. He hangs right, southeast. We go from southeast then to northeast. Mizrach is Sephonis. Next, Sephonis Ma'aravis. Sephonis Ma'aravis, northwest. What's northwest? That's over here, right? And then lastly, Ma'aravis Duromis, southwest, which is going to be over here. So that was so that is the entirety of the blood applications for this is for communal chatos. Good, beautiful. We'll say you have to admit there's something like ridiculously exciting about actually being able to know how the Kohen did the avodah. A lot of times these sugyas are so esoteric to us. But now literally again, if somebody were to ask me to go into the Beis Hamikdash, halavai should be zoka, and how does the Kohen, where does the Kohen do? Let's say Kohen doesn't know what to do, we could show exactly what to do and how to do it. It's incredible. Shiari hatam, leftover blood, hayashokin al yisod duromis. Leftover blood, I will say, would be poured out at the southern base. Now this is very important. So we'll say, where is the southern base? Over here. Over here. That's the southern base. Now remember again, I just want to point out, up until now, we had, right when we were speaking about the inner chatos, where does the inner chatos have its blood spilled out? Again, on the western base, which is here. Because remember, again, that's the base that you face right when you come out of the Beis Hamikdash. So we've been speaking about the western base. Now, interestingly enough, the outer chatos has it poured on the southern base, over here. In fact, if you take a look, I think I included this. Did I include this image? Let me check 1 second. Yeah, so you can see, by the way, you could see, if you notice, on the second image that I sent you, the one from Art Scroll. So if you notice on the right, if you look on the mizbeach, not on the ramp, but on the bottom left, you'll notice again there's like a little L protrusion on the bottom over there. That's called the southern base, right? As opposed to the base on the western side, that's the western base. This is called the southern base. Okay, so therefore, again, interestingly enough, outer chatos, the carbon itself, the shiari hadam, the leftover blood is poured on the southern base. Incredible. The halacha, and I will say into the kamaras from the so again, furthermore, consumption, a communal chatos is eaten inside the curtains. I will say now, what are the curtains? Again, I will say, so first of all, by the way, why the southern base? Why the southern base? Because remember, again, the halacha is in general, you'll always pour out shirayim by the first base you encounter when you finish the avoda. So think about it like this. When the Kohen finishes, right, so he's coming up the primary ramp, brings the right onto the, we'll call it auxiliary ramp, starts over here counterclockwise, goes around to his back, and then he comes down. When he comes off, the first base that he's encountering is actually the southern base. So that's why, again, so again, that's the general halacha. You always pour out shirayim by the first base you're going to encounter. That's Rashi points that out. He goes on, he says, the meat of the communal chatos is eaten inside of the curtains. They will say, what curtains were there in the Beis HaMikdash? The answer is there were no curtains in the Beis HaMikdash. Where does the lashon of kilayim come from? That is a lashon ultimately again from the Mishkan. If you take a quick look at Rashi says the kilayim. Remember again, Mishkan, which had certain permanent walls, but also had curtains, well not permanent walls, but movable walls, had curtains which demarcated the various areas. So the lashon ultimately again of Lifnei Kilayim is a lashon borrowed from the Mishkan, which means you have to eat these karbanos within the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash, which means essentially anything within these walls. This is called the Lifnei Kilayim, which means really they would eat the karbanos in this area over here, or in this area over here called Ezra's Kana or Ezra's Yisrael. That's where they would eat it. But when it says inside of the curtains, it means within the walls of the Beis HaMikdash itself. Good. Who eats it? It's eaten by the male kohanim. The chol means you could prepare the meat however you want. Why does the Mishnah say this? It actually points out, as opposed to Karban Pesach, which has to be roasted, ultimately again the meat of a communal chatzos can be prepared however you would like it. The Mishnah says the yom v'layla ad chatzos. What's the window of consumption? 1 day and 1 night until midnight. Now again, Rashi points out, interestingly enough, you actually have past midnight. In fact, for chatzos atzibor, you actually have until dawn of the next day. But this is actually the first Mishnah Maseches Brachos, where the Mishnah says that any time you have until dawn to do something, what did Chazal do? The rabbis backed it up until midnight, right? Why? In order to create a protective boundary. So technically speaking, you have until dawn to be able to eat the meat of the communal chatos, but Chazal said really only do it until midnight. Incredible. I will say, what a Mishnah. What a Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Hechi Avid. So says the Mishnah, ultimately, and as well say, so now what we're going to be focusing on a lot for the next little bit is the actual blood application itself on the horns. What does it mean? Where exactly on the horns is that done? Say, hey, Chad Amar no sin Ama Elif Va'ama Elif, the Chad Amar Machate Bioret Kineged Chudo Shal Keren. So as I listen to this, an interesting machlokas. So look at Rashi. Ama Elif, Kishu Omid Eitzel Zavas Hamizbeach no sin B'Soch. Ama Shamit Soala Izu Rashi Yitzah. Oh, L'Daram Olam Israel. So let's listen to this. So the first opinion says like this. Now, let's say when you talk about putting it on the corner, right? So remember again, now we're saying where on the corner is that put? So the first opinion says, essentially, as long as you're within 1 amma of the corner, you're good to go. Right? In other words, it doesn't have to be on. When we think about corner literally means like the corner, right? Because remember again, I says the lashon over here is ultimately bubble with Karen, or horn. The horn. Karen means the horn. Karen also means a corner. So it's interesting. So it's almost like the visualization of this is that I'm putting it like on actually like the corner of the horn, right? Like where the two sides meet. So is that what the halacha is? So the first opinion says no. It has to be within proximity to what called the corner of the horn, and as long as you're within an amma of the corner, you're good to go. Like no sin amma ve'elach ve'amma ve'elach. The Chadam, the other opinion says no. Mechate biyorit kineged chudo shal keren. No, in fact, the mamish applied the blood ultimately where? On the actual corner. On the actual corner itself of the horn. Okay, so machlokes. Salibu gadalazer, Rabbi Shimon, the Amar, he atzmai nases ala bagufa shal keren. The kuli avala please. So let's listen to this. So very philosophy says that halacha l'maisa, the blood application itself has to be done on the corner itself. That when we say corner, or I should say horn, has to be done on the horn itself. There's no machlokes. Keep the yi. Keep the yi direbu. Mar savar ama elech ba'ama elech. So we'll say the machlokes ultimately again is according to Rabbi. Now Rabbi, interestingly enough, I will say if you look at Rashi, this is in the third line of Rashi. So first of all, before that, we say the lo ba'in al chuda de karen ksiv ba'ama el ama barum ama hanasam barosh hamizbeach b'chol zavis b'zavis b'chol makom sheba kari karen. So it says according to the first opinion, as long as you're getting it on the horn, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't have to be exactly on the corner of the horn. Where does the machlokes come up? According to it comes up according to Rabbi. Why Rashi says this is very interesting. The machshil amechut hasikra ulamnala the afarab lo mekarim. Rabbi understands that essentially, when the Torah says you have to place the blood on the horns, it means on the upper part of the mizbeach, which means as long as that blood is going somewhere above the red line, you're good to go, which is fascinating. So where does that? So according to Rabbi, that's the machlokes. The mar savar ama elech ba'ama elech kineged keren. One opinion says that ultimately, again, it doesn't have to be exactly on the corner, but it has to be within an amma of the corner. In tefelo. The other opinion says no, as long as it is somehow corresponding to the horn, even if it's below the horn, as long as it's above the red line, ultimately, again, it's going to be good. How do they do the blood applications of the communal individual chatos? This is our Mishnah listen. So what would happen? Cohen would go up the primary ramp, and then he would take the auxiliary ramp on his right, go to the narrow ledge, and follow the keren deromis mizrachis, and come to the southeast corner. And listen, now watch this. This is the Raisa. The tobel etzba'o hayimanes hamiyumenes shebiyamin min hadam shebemizrach. And what would he do? He would take his right index finger, and he would put it in the blood that was in the bowl, right? This was the blood in which he did Kabbalah with. He would put his blood hand in the finger in the blood. The chomer, the gudlo milamala, the expo ketan milamata. And this is very interesting. So what he would do is he would take the blood with his index finger, and then he wanted to make sure that the blood was on the tip of his finger. So with his pinky and with his thumb, he would push the blood to the top. Now, you don't have to do that. In other words, it's not, and this is how they want it. The point over here is, blood obviously is liquid, so it can run down his finger. He wanted to make sure that the maximum amount of blood was by the corner of his finger. And what would he do? And he would go ahead and apply it. In other words, he would start at the top of the corner of the horn and extend his finger downward. Until he would finish, until there was no more blood left on his finger. And this is what he would do with every single corner. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, it sounds like frequently here that how is the blood being applied? How's it being applied? On the corner, on the horn itself, and on the corner of the horn. Sounds pretty explicit. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Hachi kamar. Mitzvah b'chudah. So we'll say the Gemara's conclusion is, you're right. Ideally, where should the blood be placed? The blood should be placed on the horn and the corner of the horn. In other words, we'll say the ideal form of the avoda is you take your finger, you start at the top of the corner of the horn and smear downwards. That is the ideal. However, the Gemara says, less than but as long as you are within an amma of the corner, which is a pretty, a lot of flexibility, amma in either direction of the corner, you're good to go. And I will say, that is indeed, by the way, how the Rambam himself paskins. I'll just quote to you. The Rambam says, he says over here, so the Rambam says, וסומך באצבע הגדול מכאן לגדול מכאן, ומחקת ביור כנגד חודש של קרן, עד שיכלה כל אדם של האצבע. וכן עוזר הקרן, ונוסן סמוך לקרן כעם האחס מכאן ומכאן מכיפה. זה הדרמה פסקס. הלוך ולמעשה, ideally, the blood application again, start, right, push the blood to the edge of your finger, start at the top of the corner of the horn, make your way down. But as long as you got it within an amma of the corner itself, you're good to go. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say that is our first tremendous nugget of halacha l'maisa. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara, my Rabbi Umar Rabbi Elazar Shimon. We'll say now, we recorded Rabbi and Elazar Shimon. What are exactly their respective opinions? This sign, here we go. Taman hal yonin. So let's say nitan michuta sikra ulamayla. So remember, we go say now we're transitioning back. So remember again, what was unique about chatos, a communal chatos and an individual chatos, is that these blood applications are being done on the horns of the mizbeach. Up until the point in time, we didn't see any blood applications on the horns. All blood applications were being done where? On the side of the mizbeach. And ultimately, again, there was a chuta sikra. Okay, there was a picture of that. Yes, so I will say, by the way, in the image that I sent you, the first set of images.
Oh, I'm gonna shit myself with that one. Oh, that is the best.
You can see that it's there. So
Fucking creative. Those fucks are so creative.
About the idea of blood applications on the side of the mizbeach, above the red line, below the red line. So the Gemara says, Disanya. So what's Rabbi Rothschild we were referencing before? Here we go. Disanya. Damim ha'yonim. When blood has to be applied on the top of the mizbeach, nitnin nichuta sikra l'mabah. They're put above the red line. The Gemara says, and when it's lower blood, nitnin nichuta sikra ulamatan divrei Rabbi. Ultimately, again, they are applied below the red line. Okay. When is this? Only when it comes to a bird offering. When it comes ultimately again to a chatos, so again, so comes along the Rothschild says the only time that we're focusing on above the red line and below the red line is by bird offering. In general, again, by any animal offering, let's say chatos, by chatos behema. Ultimately, again, the blood applications are done on the corners. I'm Rabbi Abo. My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? The Sid, the Har El, Arba Amos, or the Har El Lamalis. What's the Gemara quoting the pasuk from Yecheskel? But interestingly enough, the Har El, the Har El, is a reference to the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says. Well, the Arba Amos, he the understand the Mizbeach is 4 Amos. The Mizbeach was much more than 4 Amos. Right, even the corners are much more than 4 Amos. The area of the Kronos ultimately is 4 Amos. The Gemara says Kronos Dalit Avia, and the Imorishus Kronos Dalit. So the Gemara says no. The Kronos themselves, even in the world, say the right dimensions are not 4 Amos. What does it mean? The area of the Kronos ultimately is 4 Amos. So we'll say, if you think about it, means that remember, as we just said before, so where are you supposed to apply the blood on the corners? Where? On the horns, on the corners. But what can you do? You can get an amma on each side. There's 4 sides. That's why it calls it 4 ammas. Because you could go up to an amma away from each of the corners and still be, let's say, with the blood application. Incredible. Good. So remember, let's go back to that red line. Even though, again, there's not the sugya. Where is the red line applicable? Whereas, at least for now, everyone agrees it's applicable where? By chatas ha'of, right, by bird offering. So we'll say, so first of all, the Gemara says, where does this red line come from? We'll say, it's important to understand, the Torah makes absolutely no reference to any red line. No reference, right? You cannot find a pasuk that says anything about a red line. So Gemara says, obviously, we were talking about it. Obviously, it's part of the Mizbeach. Where did this come from? So very interesting. So Moshe says, it's very interesting. By the Mishkan, when the Torah speaks about the construction of the altar, of the we'll call it the large animal sacrifice altar in the courtyard of the Mishkan. So the Mishkan talks about creating a reshas. Reshas literally means like a netting. There was like a copper netting, like you would think when reading the pasuk that it's almost like a decorative type of border that went around the middle of the mizbeach. So Moshe says, interesting enough that, by the way, I want to point out, if you notice, in the Beis Hamikdash there was no rashas, right? In the Beis Hamikdash, look at the images of the Mizbeach that I sent you. You do not have any type of metal border around the Mizbeach. So we'll say, but what do we do with this border? HaTorah nitna lechitza lahavdil bein damim elyonim v'damim hatachtonim. So we'll say, interestingly enough, even though that rashas is not replicated in the Beis Hamikdash, we understand why. Why did the Torah mention the rashas? Why? To create a line of demarcation on the Mizbeach. So although in the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again there was no rashas, but clearly again we understood what Hashemah wanted us to do is create a line between the upper Mizbeach and the lower Mizbeach. So in the Beis Hamikdash, that line becomes known as the Chut HaSikra, the red line, which Rabbi says is actually, you see the image, it's actually on the Mizbeach itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Share items. So therefore, I will say, again, we're racking up our information as we go along over here. The next piece, remember again, when the Kohen came down, so remember again, so far it was established, he went up the ramp, went right on the auxiliary ramp, took that to the Yisod, the narrow ledge around, did the blood applications counterclockwise. He would then come down. When he would come down, the Mishnah says, he pours out the Shirayim where? By the southern base of the Mizbeach, which is this little zach over here, right? Southern base of the Mizbeach. So let's say, I just want to point out also, it's interesting, you can't, I don't know if you can see anything in this image. It's important that the base actually wrapped around a little bit. It did actually go up. And you can see that in the image that I sent you. Here, you can see it on the second image that I sent. And yes, the art scroll image, you could see that the base wraps a little bit around the southern side. Right, so that's where he would pour out. That's where he poured out ultimately again the Shirayim. And I will say, even a little bit more on the first image, you could see, by the way, interestingly enough, you could see on the first set of images, the second set on the first set of images, you could see that there's a little bit of a basin over here on the bottom as well, where it says the number 10 over there. All right. Anyways, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. So what would happen? She already had done. You would pour out the lemon, but ultimately in the southern base. So we'll say, so again, just want to point out what we're getting set up for over here. When we were talking about the Chatas HaPanimi, the inner Chatas, right, which again, Sir of Yom Kippur, Par of Yom Kippur, Par Helam Davamin at Sibor, Sir of Odazara. When, remember, he came out with the remnant blood, where was that poured? Where was that poured? Where? Western base. Western base. Now we're saying outer Chatas is poured on the southern base. So send the Gemara to the Americans. Al Yisod Mizbach, Ze Yisod Dromi. So what's when the Torah says that you pour out the remnant blood of the Chatos onto the base of the Mizbach, what is that referring to? The southern base. Gemara says, hold up. At Omer Ze Yisod Dromi or Ein El Yisod Ma'arabi. Why? Why not say that the outer Chatos is also poured on the southern base? Right? Sorry, on the western base, right? On this base. And I will say, why would I say that? Listen to this. The Elamit Sasum Minam Fush. So I will say, watch how exciting this is. So remember, it is important to understand, all the Torah tells me by the outer Chatos is that you pour the Shirayim, you pour the leftover blood on the base of the Mizbeach. What doesn't it tell me? It doesn't tell me where. Now, that is as opposed to the inner Chatas, Chatas Pnimi, the Torah does tell me which base. Now, again, it's not explicit. Remember, what does the Torah tell me? Right? Torah tells me, poured out on the base, El Asher El Pesach Oel Moed. Poured out on the base that you are going to encounter when you exit the base of Mikdash. So I'm going to exit the base of Mikdash. I'm going to encounter the western base first. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second. If the Torah doesn't say anything by Chatas Achitzon, does say something like Chatas Pnimi, maybe I should learn out literally again the hidden from the reveal, which means why not just say that all Chatas blood, inside and outside, is poured out on the western base? Because that's the one thing that the Torah doesn't tell me anything other than that. To which the Gemara says, Amrit, the Gemara says, no. No, because once we have to equate the exit of the ramp, off the ramp by the Chatas Achitzon to the exit from the Heicha by the Chatas Knimi. How so? Because once we see a paradigm, what's the paradigm? Where do you pour out the remnant blood? On the part of the base that you encounter first when the Avodah is home. So when it's a chatas pnimin inner chatas, again you come out of the base of mikdash. The first base you're going to encounter is the western one. And when you're doing a chatas achitzon outer chatas, when you come off the ramp, the first base you're going to encounter is the southern one. That makes the most sense, and that's how the Gemara seems to conclude over there. We're not finished yet. Whereas Tanya, let's analyze this a little bit more. Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Zeh Yisod Ma'arabi. Ooh, Rabbi Shmuel says that both chatas pnimi and chatas chitzon are both poured out by the southern base, which is pretty incredible. Sorry, western base. Excuse me, western base. Sorry, western base. Rabbi Shmuel Yochai Omer, Zeh Yisod Dromi. So Rashbi says no, both are by the southern base. So we'll say, I just want to point out over here, the common denominator amongst these two opinions is uniformity of pouring out of Shirai, right? So in other words, they're disagreeing on the uniformity, but they're both agreeing ultimately again that there's one base for all chatas offerings. So again, Rabbi Shmuel, western base, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Yochai is southern base. So So according to the opinion that says that we pour everything out by the western base, that actually makes a lot of sense. Why? Kasavar Yilmad Sasamin Amafurash. He says, learn out, literally again, the hidden from the revealed. In other words, the Torah tells me that by Chatas Pnimi, everything is poured out by the western base. The Torah doesn't say anything by Chatas Chitzon. So therefore, again, just say everything follows Chatas Pnimi, therefore poured out by the western base.
If you're there and you hear me, I'm going to bed, big dog. Hope you're living like a pimp. Congratulations on the baby.
This is actually pretty amazing. Kasavar, Haitana, Hule Mizbeah, Bitsafon Kai. Okay, so we'll say now watch this.
Shout out to your wife. She's the one who got the big
So we'll say,
lifting.
Saying the same thing. And we'll say, I want to point out something amazing.
Your hard work was done 9 months ago.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
Oh.
So understand in this image, which is what we've been operating with until this point in time, in this graph is situated like this: that when you walk out of the base of Mikdash, you are hitting the western side of the Mizbeach. This is a fundamental focus as to how the base of Mikdash, as to how the Mizbeach was actually situated. So as we're going to see over here, there is an opinion that says that the entire Mizbeach was situated in the north, which means, if you can imagine on this image over here, this Mizbeach was actually much further. Remember again, this is north. North is down over here in this image. Mizbeach was actually much further down. Now again, what that means, when this Mizbeach was north, what it means is like this. This area, called the square of the Mizbeach, was situated in the north, or better stated, was not situated at all opposite the entrance of the Heichal, which would then mean that when you would come out of the Heichal, the first area that actually would hit, which you would see, would be this southern area. So remember again, let's take a step back for just a second. The one piece we know about the pouring out of Shirayim when it comes to such studies of information we have is the Torah tells us, pour out the Shirayim where? By the part of the Yisod that is Pesach Oral Moed. So the part of the Mizbeach, the part of the Yisod that is Pesach Oral Moed is fundamentally dependent on the position of the Mizbeach. So if the position of the Mizbeach is as it's in this image, then again, then the western side is Pesach Oral Moed. But if you imagine the entire Mizbeach moved here, so that, let's say imagine for a moment, you see like the ramp starts over here. That means when you leave the base of Mikdash, the first area of the Yisod that you are encountering is actually the southern area. That's my focus. So again, the common denominator over here is both of these things are presupposing that there is one area of Shirayim disposal, remnant blood disposal, for all chatas, inner chatas, outer chatas. So now already stand the context of the previous Gemara. And then my focus is the position of the Mizbeach. If you know the Mizbeach is over here, the all blood is poured out on the western side. But if you hold up the Mizbeach, which is fundamentally down northward, then along the lines, the first area you encounter is the southern base, and that should be poured out. Incredible, almost like, so there was another base. Well, the further the smoke can be shown by the high. The time when you show up and show by the high, only is that you saw by the. They say that all of the blood ultimately again is poured out by the southern entrance to Simona. And remember, this is much smooth Dabri Ledabra. For one person to the other person. Put everything ultimately again by the southern entrance to Dabri So apparently again, Rabbi Shmuel had a larger following. Rabbi Shmuel pulled Rabbi Shimon ultimately again to his side. The Rabbi say, how do we pass him? So the Rambam passing is just as it said in the Mishnah. There are actually two different halachas. For chatos, meaning for inner chatos, the remnant while the shirayim is poured out on the western side, and for chatos isos, for outer chatos, the remnant blood is poured out on the southern side, over here. Just as it, I will say, that is what stated in the Mishnah. The Mishnah itself says, Shiyari Hadan, Ayushopet, Ayusod Zurot. That's how we pass it. The Halacha Messiah will say, so again, out inner chatos, blood poured out ultimately again on the southern side, the western side, and outer chatos, blood poured out on the southern side. Incredible. This is so incredible. Next, Mishnah, Ola. Touch it, Kadashim. So we'll say Ola. And Ola is Kodesh Kadashim. Kodesh Kadashim. We'll say actually point out that he has. What does it mean when we say that Ola is Kodesh Kadashim? What does that mean? Now she says, plus of the Yotzi, which will know the Kodesh Kadashim. Let's remember again, in general, the higher sanctity something has, the more respected it is to trim of the Kadashim. There's the touch and color, which are lower forms of carbon. Again, some subject to certain things, but touch and Kadashim, actually points out, if you're Kodesh Kadashim, ultimately, again, number one, you're possible, you're taking out of your prescribed areas. Full yom, because full yom touches it, because full yom eats is obviously prohibited. Someone missing your command from the soda, something like that. Or more, subject to the Great. We're not worried about this right now. But again, back to the mission. Ola, and Ola is Kodesh Kadosh, highest order of Kabbalas. So let's talk about Ola. The Miriam said Ola is totally burnt on the Mizbeach. Right, so no part of it is consumed. So what's that? Shitas v'tzachon, the kibodam v'tishar v'tzachon. So first of all, shrikas in the north. You're going to also see him coming down the middle here. And then more shrikas coming in the north. Shrikas in the north, kabbalah. The blood is in the north as well. The kibodam v'tishar v'tzachon. The dama, here we go. So we'll say again, this really is reminiscent of the beginning of the Masechta. So interesting enough, as opposed to Chados, which has blood applications ultimately on all four corners, and we're going to see Ola only has blood application on two corners. But when you do the application on those two corners, is what we call Shtayin Shein Arba, which is what means what? You sprinkle it on the corner, but you understand what's going to happen. It actually goes on two sides. So again, I want to point out you need to see the differences of it. How is the chatas blood applied? Like it's smeared. Right? There's no sprinkling. Right? So it takes out in your finger, and again, ideally, half of the corner of the oil goes down. Here, if you notice by Ola, it's a sprinkler. Right? And again, it's sprinkled towards the corner. So 2 acts of sprinkling is turned out to 4 blood applications. Because when you sprinkle it towards the corner, it goes on 2 sides. Fine. You must have done it on and you must say which 2 corners we're going to have to see. Actually, Rashi already said it. Rashi, sting up those. So apparently, Mizrachis Tziponis. So the first thing we're going to do is in the northeast corner. So we're going to say, where is the northeast corner? That is over here. So the northeast corner has Mizrachis Tziponis and Ma'aravis Durovis, southwest corner. So it's actually 2 diagonal corners. So again, we're going to see exactly how this is done as the same thing as coming up there. But all this, but again, corner 1, northeast, corner 2, southeast. These are the 2 corners in which, southwest, northeast, southwest. 2 opposite corners. Good. Rashi points out over here, so Rabbi Kam, the second coming, follow the Kam, the Mizrachis Tziponis, no sitting, Mizrachis Tziponis, Ma'ab, sounds good. So that's the Mishnah. So the 2 other things are separate. There's one way to understand the the 2 blood applications, which are really become 4, in a heshit, in 2 mechanical cost, the most side. Furthermore, the covenant requires hesh means it's flavor, it's skin, because you're going to see as much as no one eats the meat of the olah, Kohanim get the hide. They get the hide. No meat, but they get the hide. So therefore, again, the animal is flayed, it's skinned, then tuat, and ultimately is cut up into parts. But Kabul Yushin, the food is fully burnt on the tail. Incredible. Says the Gemara, first the most asked in the Gemara says, Ola, night time of Hanoi Kachagadesh. Why is it Mishnah to say that always Kodesh Kadashim? We know that it always Kachagadesh. Why do we need to actually say this? Don't see Gemara says, the Lord Sidba Kodesh Kadashim. There's going to say interestingly enough, by other Kabbalahs, she points out over here, let's say by Chakas and Asham, the Torah says that it's Kodesh Kadashim. The Torah makes no such reference when it comes to Olah. But there again, you might have thought that because there's no biblically explicit thing that it's Kodesh Kadashim. You might have thought that Allah Lamaisa, it's not Kodesh Kadashim. Kamash Mulano, the Mishnah wants to just try to make sure categorically you know where Olah lives. Olah is part of Kodesh Kadashim. Beautiful. The double knowledge came out of us. Remember, again, we said that the blood applications of the Olah are two that are four. Two corners again. Northeast corner, southwest corner. You might say, hey, ultimately again, so we'll say, how exactly are these blood applications done? So I'm sorry. Amar Rav says, no saying the poser the no saying. No saying, look at Rashi. Rashi is in the second of the intermediate wide lines. No saying the poser the no saying. Zoik Menachli, right things there. The Ruach Two Shakar, the Ruach Ashia Shakar, the Ames to Karen Shakar, the Ba'alakso, doing some that down the Daru Kosha Mizbeach, Makon Lafolia. So it's interesting enough. Rashi says over here, so sorry, Rashi says over here, that's literally again, there's a blood application, no saying the poser the no saying. Also, again, that literally you're doing it on every corner. Right? You do, and you keep doing that every corner. Actually, you don't want to do that. So it's going to be. You scream from the people of his get the Ruach Yishal Karen, the king of the Ruach Ashnia Shalak Karen, the king of the Karen Sneva. So, okay, according to that, point out what you're doing is like this. So, okay, so remember again, you're only going to two corners, right? Northeast, southwest. But you go two corners of each corner. In other words, you do explicit blood applications on each of the two sides. So I go, so I come over here again to the northeast corner and I do one blood application over here, one blood application over here. We're literally doing two applications on each corner. That's right. Shmuel says no, not Tana Akas, no. You do one blood application towards the corner, and ultimately again that one application becomes like the Roman letter of gamma. Rashi points out what the gamma looks like a cross, which essentially means you sprinkle what we call in the Mishnah. You sprinkle it towards the corner, and then by definition I don't want to use words splatters rather than explode. But it extends over two sides. Right? So again, according to just don't say my focus, but according to that, there's two intentional placements on each corner, right? One on each side of the horn. According to Shmuel, there's one act of sprinkling, and then one act of sprinkling splashes on two sides. And that's the focus. So Gemara says, my focus time, Gemara says, so your phone is because you got us. You might have thought, I think there's only one week like one active application, like maybe like what Shmuel is saying, and that one active application goes on two sides. How would Omar study? Therefore, the prosecutor has to go around. He's subject. If it's like something you might have thought that maybe you have to fly it around the corner like a string, the command was maybe like one big application along the whole way. How would Omar Bizarco? Therefore, the prosecutor says, no, you should sprinkle it. Sarki said, how do you reconcile this? You go ahead and sprinkle it like the letter gamma, like a puck, which means also that you set the phone with stuff, you do one act of sprinkling towards the corner of the horn, which ultimately again extends on two sides. Incredible. And Mishmar says, Namar Kana Sabi, and Namar Lahavon Sabi. So this is very interesting. So Mishmar says, it says over here is by all, look, that's our topic. And it says Lahavon. Rashi says over here, now what's interesting, this is by the Chakas community. Remember again, this is by the dedication and consecration of the Beis HaMikdash. There are all of these additional Kabbalah that apply. So it says Sav is by Allah, and it says Sav is ultimately again by the Nilur. Not Lahavon. Kiso Ba'arba Macharos, Atzon Kiso Ba'arba Macharos. So basically, you can actually have here's a Mala Alon Kiso Ba'arba Macharos, Dalit Nifsakos Zuizu, and also actually, we're going to stop over this. We'll pick up an Eretz Hashem with this piece tomorrow, and also tremendous. No, is this not absolutely, I see a lot of people were intimidated by this subject. So I tell the Papa, I'm not going to be intimidated about. We got this incredible grant, I will say. And think about this morning when we sit in the Koman, as now we go through these Mishnayos, again, we're up to Mishnah number 3 in Asia Koman, but how much more incredible, beautiful, and halachic, holy love and relevance. That's for us. Journey continues tomorrow. Everyone. Everyone's another great day.
Have you brothers, sisters, man? Sisters. We all see my pops. We all like fit. You're fine. It's all well fit. Yeah. Your dad. You're fine. And my dad. My dad should fight. I like fight. Yeah. That's my brother in high school. Fight. That's in shape. Well, I'm training my dad on weekends though. No, I just been doing. Black belt and keto. I don't know. Black belt and keto is pretty nuts.
That's awesome.
I don't think he says black belt and keto, but that would
be good morning. Let us begin by thanking.
I'm not in the same level.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. I will have in just a moment.
Black belt taekwondo.
Thank our Commodore sponsors for the month of Kash by Stevie Garizin for dedicating all the Shimon Rothschilds this month.
You sing more girls. What's up, dog? Fighting now. Lit up her streak. This is so bad.
The name of for their son Aleph and
she had all this promise. Remember,
and got really sponsors for today. Ayala and Sarah Steinberg. And the specific community Rufua for Shulamis Kana Bas Susha. And also some look at America about all of the Nishama Sada Ali, the families in the summer. All of those communities are push up into the cold weather you saw in the fall, which continue to shower, so it's always on all of the islands. So let's do that. Let us begin with a lot to do today. Our reading is way back ahead of us, Baruch Hashem. So that is Mondays, 52, and we're picking up actually on Mondays. Amud Aleph. Thank you Hashem for a short Amud days yesterday. So also we're picking up with Torah Mishmal, which is, I was going to do that, but I'll just say. Yeah, we did it on Kiva. Incredible. Which is 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean, easy cells. 10 lines down from the top. Under the Kiva. Sigmar says, Kima, Shia, Chaka, Shema, Kapan, Dingmar, Kaka, God. You souls. Remember, we give this like this. When it comes to remember again, we're still very much in an ongoing discussion about Shirayim. Remember again, the leftover residual blood, which is poured out on the base of the Mizbeach. So we keep it like this. When it comes to Shirayim Chatos, the leftover blood from the Chatos, which does not provide Kapara, right? And let's say again, the discussions that we're going to be focusing on today, we have been focusing on up until now as well, is the status of Shirayim. The Shirayim Ma'aki, not Ma'aki, the unique part of Shirayim on the base, the only part of Shirayim on the base. I love for them to give us like this. One thing is clear, which is everyone agrees that Shirayim do not provide Kapara. So they don't provide a payment. So the Gemara says, "There's not Shirayim Chatos in the Chappins, they so Shirayim Chatos, which do not provide Kapara and do not come to attack Kapara, so do not guard what you sow." Ultimately, again, the require was when we saw this at the end of yesterday, that when you pour the blood on the sword on the base, you pour it on the God. God means again the top. Right? Not the vertical part, but the horizontal part of the base. So Tiras all the Shemakaparas, the Baal Kapas, and the Shukun and Dagi Soviet. So again, when it comes to the actual blood application of the Olah, those also have to be applied on the horizontal part and not on the vertical part. Okay. Not on the Roma El Yisod Mizbach Ha'olah. If that's the case, ultimately, why does the Pasuk have to say that Yisod Mizbach Ha'olah? To which the Gemara says, King Yisod is Mizbach Ha'olah. So we'll say to teach us once again, and then Halacha L'Maisa, this is what it's given many times, that anything offered up on Mizbach Ha'olah, ultimately, again, has a day of Shirayim poured out on the Yisrael. Okay. To which the Gemara says effectively that the Akiva and the Mishnah that we was talking about yesterday's daf are essentially saying the same thing. So my bad, I was talking to them. So saying we go about Shirayim Ma'akvin Ika Bina. The practical difference will be ultimately again the Shirayim Ma'akvin. So here's the performance, or better stated, the pouring of Shirayim on the base of the Mizbeach. Is this a carbonic necessity or not? That's the fundamental machlokas. That's a machlokas. One opinion says that the pouring out of the remnant blood on the base of the Mizbeach is ma'akiv. And ultimately, again, one says that it is not ma'akiv. The Papa says no. The Kuli Amar Shirayim is ma'akiv. The Papa says that is not true. Everyone agrees that Shirayim is not ma'akiv. And I will say, I just want to highlight this for a moment because this is the halacha of myself. Just you can underline this one, yes, and it's kind of important because this is really the conclusion of the sugya, which is that there is a mitzvah to pour out shirayim on the base of the mizbeach. And remember again, what does that apply to? That pretty much applies to all kabbalas. Whether there's a carbon that is offered up on the mizbeach, already out of the mizbeach, or there's a carbon that is offered up ultimately again on the or that has its blood out of chavis kini. That's the inside of the base of the Mikdash. There is a mitzvah to pour out all of the remnant blood, ultimately again on the base of the Mizbeach. Again, specifically, the base that you encounter, as you saw yesterday's daf, right when you walk out of the Oral Moed, which is the western side of the Mizbeach. That's the mitzvah. However, if you did not do that, your carbon is still effective. Even if you didn't do so, ultimately, again, your carbon is still valid. That's what we mean when we say Shirayim in Ma'akid. Good. Now, let's say, by the way, just quick hazara, as opposed to, by the way, for a carbon offered up on the Mizbeach or the outer Mizbeach, what is Ma'akid? What is Ma'akid? One blood application on the Mizbeach. All you need is one, and the carbon is effective. Practice cleaning in a Mizbeach, what do you need? Everything. Everything, right? All blood applications on the inside must be done. So whatever your carbon is, pulling out of the remnant blood on the base of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, is not Ma'akid. Incredible. You know, it's what my hope is. From the Papa, the Mitzvah Chatas Ha'okma Akid Kamit. So what's my focus over here? The Mitzvah Chatas Ha'ok. So let's say, okay, so let's talk about this. This is actually very interesting. Where Chatas Ha'ok what? Let's pause. Actually mentioned this yesterday, 2 days ago, 2.5 years ago. I'm not sure, one of those, right? So I mentioned this, that remember again, Chatas Ha'ok is unique, number one, in that it doesn't have speaker. Right? It has no speaker. That's number one. Number two, what else is unique? Chatas Ha'ok, generally, whenever you have shvita, whatever that, what's after shvita? What's shvita? Kabbalah. There is no Kabbalah by an oath. You do not receive the blood of the oath of a bird in a kushal. Instead, what happens? The bird itself is chicken, or chicken, right? It is, right? It is shackled, right? It is winged. Is there, right? So there is no Kabbalah. There is no Kabbalah. Instead, the blood application is done from the body of the bird itself. After the blood applications occur, and we'll discuss what those blood applications are, then the residual blood in the bird is literally you press the bird against the Mizbeach. That's the Shirayim, or whatever blood is left in the bird, is a part of the Mizbeach. That's called mitzvah. That's called mitzvah. So like a pressing of the rest of the bird to get the rest of the blood out. So let's say, so essentially, what the pouring of Shirayim blood is for regular carbon, mitzvah, the pressing of the rest of the blood, that's what you do by oath. It's the same idea. So Rabbi, Papa says, everyone agrees that Shirayim is not ma'akiv. Everyone agrees with that. So let's not focus over here. The Hachal, the mitzvah Chatas Ha'ok ma'akiv coming from. Sorry, here the focus ultimately is after you shake the blood from the bird onto the Mizbeach, is the obligation to squeeze out the rest of the blood on the Mizbeach, on the side of the Mizbeach. Is that ma'akiv? Is that necessary or not? Marsar ma'akiv, one says yes, it is ma'akiv, Marsar lo ma'akiv, and one says no, it's not ma'akiv. So that's our machlokas, we'll say. That's our machlokas. So we'll say, so now what the Papa is suggesting is, and this is a very important piece of it, the Papa is suggesting is in this model, everyone is agreeing Shirayim. So pouring out the residual blood on the base of the Mizbeach is a mitzvah, But if you didn't do it, your carbon is still effective. What is the machlokas? The pressing out of the remainder of blood in a bird offering onto the mizbeach, is that ma'akev or not? That's a machlokas. That's a machlokas. So Tanya Kavacha did that, Papa. We have a brisa. There's a brisa that supports that, Papa. So here we go. The Gemara says, "Es kol adam apar yishafet." So the pasuk says, "All right, this is the Nasa coin and the adam apar." So the Uzah Hakdoris. So the Hashem Asher Olamoi. Es kol adam apar yishbok al yisod mizbach ha'olam. So let's say, remember again. This is talking about the power of the coin gadol. Right, Rashi points out that we are part coin Mashiach, which remember again is done where? Is done where? Inside of the armor, which is a Kratos Pinimi, a snide, and the pasuk says, when you finish all of your blood service inside, what should you do? Take the blood out, like the kol dam hapar, the remaining blood. Yishbok al yisod in this bath ha'olah shepesach armor. This is the pasuk that we spoke about yesterday. Take all of the remaining blood. Pour it out by the base. Which base? Which base? The base you encounter and when you walk out of the armory, the base on the western side. Okay. So the Gemara says, "Ma kamu lomar hapar." Why does it have to say hapar? Like the par. Why doesn't it just say ultimately again par? But just that's called dam par. Why hapar? Hapar is like hey, why do I have that? We made par yom kippurim shetal matan damim liyisod. That even though again this pasuk is actually talking about Har Kohen Mashiach, we also learn from this pasuk about the Tar of Yom Kippur, but ultimately that also requires the pouring out of remaining blood on the base of the mizbeach. So again, even on the topic of this pasuk, the Har says essentially any time the coin is offering up a par, including on Yom Kippur, there's an obligation to put a residual blood shirayim on the base of the mizbeach. Give it a Rabbi. The Mishnah says the truth is, it's a kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Here we go. Says the Gemara. So let's say if you have a carbon where there is no obligation to bring the blood or to do any of the blood on the interior. And listen, now what does this mean? You're going to get Rashi. Now what does this mean? The first wide line in Rashi. You go Harshman Mashiach, Sheknisas the Molothin in a Chobakruah, Shabahayim Mitzvah, Rakdo, and Abikatas. And let's remember again. When does a coin bring a part from Mashiach? This is where we deliver on a erroneous ruling. And we'll say, the Gemara says, this carbon is not obligatory. What does it mean it's not obligatory? It's a reactive carbon. Think what? If the coin makes a mistake, you bring the carbon. But you know it's even better than bringing the carbon? You better bring the carbon, don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. So again, if you have part from Mashiach, which is quote unquote not obligatory, it's brought any inside, but not obligatory, yet totally is so. And it requires pouring out of the remaining blood on the base of the mizbeach. Then you should make us come on the thin chova, ain't no vision by yourself. And certainly a carbon must bring, right, which is obligatory to bring it on the inside. What is that referring to? The power of the Kippur, which is an obligation, certainly require pouring out of the remnant blood on the sod. Very interesting alcohol. This one, umami, which says that's Rabbi. I'm sorry, that's Rabbi being already small. No, sorry, that's Rabbi Shmuel. So showing his kavachomer. So Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Peter, and Matt, he keeps mixing his own kavachomer. Umami she'en the moment with Rabbi Litzmin in the chover in the mitzvah, telling you so if blood enter into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, either for an obligation or for discretion. Now, what is that referring to? That's referring to the Har Kohen Mashiach. Har Kohen Mashiach, although also number one, it's not obligatory. Number two, it never enters into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Yet it requires shirayim on the soul. So certainly again, blood or carbon, which does enter into the Kodesh HaKadosh in an obligatory fashion, what is that referring to? Har Yom Kippur certainly requires the pouring out of remnant blood on the base of the mizbeach. Beautiful kavachomer, incredible. So let's say, so again, Rabbi Shmuel and Akiva, they're saying the same thing. They're saying the same thing. The point over here is that they're saying, Halakha L'Maisa, I could have learned out the obligation to the Har Yom Kippur, ultimately again from a kavachomer, I didn't necessarily need the pasuk. I listen, I might have thought that the pouring out of remnant blood on the base of the mizbeach is ma'akev, that you must have this in order for the carbon to be effective. From the Kappa, that's
I
not
sell myself DVDs of just
the Pasuk says literally again, what does this mean? Shamu kol kaparos kulan dibe Rabbi Yishmael. But ultimately, anything you need for kapara occurs in the Kodesh, and anything else is nice but not a necessity. So that's why again, the Shrine on the shrine board doesn't declare the Kodesh, it occurs outside. And therefore, the Gemara understands that it's not ma'afi. You should have it, but if you didn't have it, ultimately again, it does not compromise the effectiveness of the Kabbalah. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Shalom from the Rabbi Shmuel. Now the Chomer, the Par Kohen Mashiach." So the Gemara said, "We start right here. We can make a Chomer, the Par Kohen Mashiach, and so the Nasi, the Ata, Uman Yishem, the Nefras, the Moliflim, the Mochav, the Tzvatal, so if ultimately again a carbon, which is not obligatory. Now, what's another thing? When you see not obligatory, what does that mean? It means that Allah says, don't sin, and you won't have the obligation. And yet, again, the halacha requires running in blood. You should certainly again a carbon which is obligatory will require the pouring out of the mint blood ultimately on the soul. Yachol Yakdanu, he was like teachers to me at children at Makavachomer, all of these different carbonic obligations to pour out the mint blood on this in his bath. And then they grow, it's full circle. Yachol Yakdanu, you might have thought that this is Ma'akim, and if you don't do it, the carbon is capitalized. Now, Lomar, let's call it Dan Hakar Yishmo. The Pasuk says, pour out the remnant blood of the heart. This is Bachman Mashiach, which is done. Torah says, now after you finish everything on the inside of the Kodesh, and we all know it, take it out and pour out the remnant blood. And the Gemara says, Misko HaKosav La'aseh, La'asal Shiyar Mitzvah. So interesting enough, I will say that the pouring out of the remnant blood on the soul is actually framed as a positive commandment, a mitzvah aseh. A mitzvah aseh. So because it is a mitzvah aseh, the Torah is removing it a little bit from like the rest of Kabbanic service to teach us that what? To teach us about association. It's a lot of tzachah, shirayim, and ma'ah. And to teach us that obviously again, although we have religions before our remnant blood on the basis of the and then it's true for us, Kabbanios, whether it's offered on the inside or on the outside, so on the inside, it's not ma'ah. So let's say the same thing that Papa said about the Gemara is reinforcing over here that Shirayim is a mitzvah, pouring out of the remnant blood on the grass is a mitzvah, but it is not ma'akev. Incredible. Okay, well, it's good. Then we're going to pick one little detail. Really exciting. So Rabbi Shmuel needs to cut us off ma'akev. Now let's say, let's go back to this a second. So let's go back to our bird offering, our bird cover, right? Cut us off. So remember again, what do you do? Well, we talk about it right from the back with the thumbnail. Then literally shake the bird, that's the zuta. You shake the blood onto the mizbeach, and then when you finish that, you press the bird against the mizbeach, and any remnant blood comes out. That's when the finger starts, right? Right, but ultimately the remnant blood comes out. So what Yishmael says, at least because Yishmael holds that mitzvah squeezing out of the remnant blood on the mizbeach is not a what is not a God kind of Yishmael is this. That Nisha Tidam. We must have. So the Pasuk says, literally again, the piece of the context, I'll check this, you know, it's incredible. It's so good. The reality is, when after the new learn to speak in the so it's fascinating how that you can come across a secret and you get phrases that don't sound familiar, which is such a strange thing that a phrase from Polish wouldn't sound familiar. But because anyway, some of the people, most of us, when it comes to this couple, we're getting access to this. Yes, I thought, well, we're certainly not paying attention so much to the details. So some people with phrases don't sound familiar. So it's really to realize that we're getting acquainted with all of this. So, like, the reason it's not that's out here on this there. Anisha Badam Yimotse on the soul on this there. See, I'm there. Chatos. So let's say so again. So the Pasuk says, right, Anisha Badam. So the Pasuk says, I'm sorry, let me read the Pasuk. Anisha Badam Yimotse on the soul on this there. So the Gemara says, Anisha Badam Yimotse, anything left over in the day. So let's say Yimotse means this press, Mutsu means press. It's pressed against his back on the days. Vishaino Rishar, Yimotse. But ultimately, again, anything that's not left over is not pressed down. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. The Rashi says, inside the mitzvah. So let's say, for example, like this. Let's say you have a very vigorous curry. So what happens? When he's shaking the bird for the zika, all of the blood comes out. And now it turns out that by the time we get to the meat scene, which is the pressing out of the bird, ultimately, again, there's no blood left. So what happens there? What happens? The Gemara says, there's no blood left. What does that show you? That meat scene is not ma'akid. Right, so again, let me just take one step back over, just so we're crystal clear with the processes for a bird. First thing is, by a bird, there's no shita, there's malika. When he holds the bird in his hand, right, with the neck facing the collar, going insert real small, which inserts his thumbnail into the back of the neck. So, right, slaughters the bird like that, puts off the head. All you're going to see is really clear path by the flap of skin, in the front. Right? Then what happens is the coin shakes the bird towards the mizbeach. That's the zvika. Then after that finished, again, where's Rika's that we're going to see? After that, the coin takes the bird and presses it against the mizbeach. That's essentially the right. The leftover blood, that's called the mitzvah. So now, you also know that Shmuel said that mitzvah is not active, which means if you don't do mitzvah, your tongue is affected. You're ineffective. The Gemara challenges that. It says, is that true? The pasuk says, pasuk says, whatever blood is left over, you should press up the mizbeach. What can we infer from that? If there's leftover blood, good. And if there's no leftover blood, good also. Which indicates to us that blood, that mitzvah, the pressing of the bird to get out the residual blood, is not ma'akid. It's not ma'akid, which we seem to contradict. That's what Rabbi Shmuel said before. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no problem. Trey Taroi Bali Rabbi Shmuel. There's two different things. The whole concern about Rabbi Shmuel said. One of the things that Rabbi Shmuel said, even now says, one says ultimately again that it's good. It's almost so Rabbi Rothschild says the following kind of holds that Halot Shirayim ultimately again is not. The sign of Akorin Hanefaka Osa. So again, let's have the process over here. It's Akorin Hanefaka Osa. You'll flip the Makam colors to Akal, the Fatsa Oramon. So we're going to say this is a continuation. This is a continuation of the previous Chatas. So the pasuk says, ultimately, again, according to Chatas, also Shenikan Dama Lamala. So what is this referring to? This is referring to the bird whose blood application was done above. Alright, so what are we talking about here? Here we get Rashi. And the Chata also, Rashi says, Hazorik es Dama, Udik Lala, Zizos Torah Sachatas Ksiv, also in the Chate es Dama, Kirkasa, Shesapsaka, Carlos, the Iron Lala, who got the people in that house and low. Let's listen to this. So the pasuk says, that the claim of Chata also, now, Mechate in this case means ultimately again sprinkling of the blood. So before you does the sprinkling of the blood of the bird, ultimately again is the one who's able to consume it. So we'll go on a little bit. Actually, now you know, Rashi says, so also shenitim dama lemala, although also shenitim dama. So what is this referring to? This is referring to the bird whose blood application is done above and not below. Okay, so let's just a moment. We mentioned this before in passing. I don't need to do it. Right, ultimately again kind of red line or went across it. That red line is called the Chot HaSikha. We're going to talk about that more in coming days. So the halacha was certain kavanos required blood applications above the red line, certain required it below the red line. Chatas holds required above blood application above the red line. So that's what Rashi is pointing out of here. And the Chata also Rashi says the Hainu Lemalo Kuza Habikut in the Akalas below low. If the blood application is done above the red line, and ultimately again the carbon is consumable by the color. Below the red line, it won't be. Remember this once more. Oh, such an equal double amala. Was very I'm 52 being one base on the base, 4 lines down. Oh, son, meeting double amala. Oh, such an eating double amata. So the man says, I'm it. The thing is, so where that's the argument from Blockers, the class, and then. You spoke on the back, right? Because the pasuk says, The dam is about Yishape on Mizbach Hashavot. So you will take the blood of your kavod and you shall pour it on Mizbeach. Lamanu, what does this mean? Lamanu, determine the matan harba. This teaches us ultimately again that any carbon that has 4 blood applications. What's an example of a carbon that has 4 blood applications? An example of this? That's right, kata sachitzon. Even right, ideally you're supposed to do blood applications. Used to be on the 4 corners. Lamanu, when you tell him the matan harba, should not be matan afas kita. Is what we just mentioned before. Let's see a typical chatas, which is offered up on the outer mizbeach. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, it should have 4 blood applications. If you only did one halacha l'maisa, again, mechata, yokal ab hanitanu l'malo, shenas l'mata kita. So let's listen to this. You might have thought like this. The same way that when you have carbon that requires 4 blood applications, it's talking about, again, a carbon on the outside. A carbon that requires 4 blood applications, if you just did one, ultimately you're yotze. That's halacha. We mentioned that before. So I would have thought the same halacha applies ultimately again to a bird offering, or to any carbon, for example, again, where there are specific obligations about blood applications above the red line or below the red line. I would have thought, Yachal Afani Kaina Mala, Shinasla Matatika, they give a carbon where the blood application is supposed to go above, but instead you go and you put it below the red line. I might have thought that you would see in the copper as well. But looks like you get the logic, the same way that when a carbon requires, let's say, 4 blood applications, like anytime you're doing like on the outer mizbeach, and you only did one, it's machaper. I might have thought similar like, again, if you're supposed to apply the blood above the red line and you're below the red line, continue. Imagine that Homer, then Dam Lamala, and then Dam Lamata. It says Damin Lamala and Damin Lamata. What does this mean? Rashi, then Damin Lamata, Rashi says. These look like sick, right? So it talks about what applications above the red line, what applications below the red line. So the Gemara says, Man, Damin Hamu and Makan, Shimiknu and Mayan, low keeper. So look like one was lost that up. The same way that if a blood is supposed to be applied below the red line, and you do it above, it does not work. The blood application is ineffective. So to any blood applications that's supposed to be done above the red line. Like for example, the chata sa'o. If you did it below the red line, low keeper. Ultimately, again, it's not mechata. It's not mechata, to which the Gemara will one side low. In amr kitachtonin, shenitan benesina lemalo, shenisopa lemalo low keeper. Maybe not. Maybe you can't compare viable sense. If blood is supposed to be below the red line, so it's not shayach above the red line. Right? You have no shayach above the red line because that carbonic blood is never coming above the. Watch this. Come on, let's take this one line. Come on, that yonin shenaston lemata. But if you have blood that's supposed to be above the red line and you apply it below, sheyish mehen karav lemata. Perhaps that should be the evet kasher. That was I watched that be the evet kasher. Because any blood that is being applied above the red line, ultimately is going to come below at some point. When will it come below at some point? Let's see. First of all, it could trickle down, but even more than that, the blood applications on the soul. Right, these blood applications on the bottom part of the mizbeach. So even a carbon that has a mandated blood sprinkling above the red line has surface, has connection to the red line. Look, you got sprinkling distinctions. So if you have a carbon what mandated blood applications are below the red line, it's not shy at all to above. There's never going to be a sprinkling above. But any carbon that has a sprinkling above still has a surface ultimately again to below, because often there's some form of shirayim, which is always applied on the bottom part. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, so the truth is blood service ultimately again, some carbonos offered up on the inside, ultimately again will prove this point. Why? Because ultimately again, being nothing, the two books will keep that. So let's make another example. Let's say katas pnimi. Katas pnimi, let's talk about katas pnimi. So the carbon is offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash. The blood applications are done inside of the Beis Hamikdash. But even with the Chatas community, there's always an outside service as well. What's the outside service? What's the outside service? Shirayim. Like, remember again, even you have a Chatas community, ultimately you're always taking the residual leftover blood and pouring out 5 units of Hakitza. So now you have a carbon community that has a chutz component, an outdoor component. Yet what's halacha? From a video people, she's when carbon there is some element of it that occurs on the outside, i.e. the shirayim poured out on yourself, the nostrum, the team of course, let's keep that. Yet halacha l'maisa, if you initially did the blood applications outside, the carbon is not affected. So let's say, so what do you see from this? What do you see from this? Even if the carbon has a shaykhus to some element of sacrificial service, if you do it out of order, it doesn't work. Right? So here's a couple examples. Chatas community has shaykhus, has connection to avoid the foot, to avoid the outside. I am pouring out the shirayim. Yet if you mess up the order and you do the blood applications outside first, you have to compromise the carbon. So it's must know in Amim, Shein is Be'ach Apnim Moroccan. So let's say no, but say it's a little different. Why? Because when it comes to the inner katas, ultimately again, when you get happening, is not that this service. It's not complete. It's not complete. It's really that even just a moment. Come out to our limited Shenkar Barakos. Ultimately again, with the katas. When the blood is applied on top, ultimately again, that blood application takes care of everything. Which the Gemara says, therefore, in Nostrum Lamata Shirin, if Halacha L'maisa you ended up placing it below the red line, it should technically be Kasha. I'm going to go right there, but the Pasuk says, Osa. The Pasuk says, Osa. Osa Shenitin Dama Lamalo, Selo Shenitin Dama Lamata. Say the Moshe Halacha L'maisa, this is why we're coming full circle. The Torah uses the Lashon ultimately again, Osa. Osa teach that the application of the blood application of the Chatas are very specific. And again, halacha l'maisa, the blood application must take place above the foot, above the red line. And if it occurs below the red line, ultimately the carbon is going to be rendered ineffective. Incredible. First of all, let's go back because the Gemara sees it with a very interesting phrase. The Gemara says that when you offer up a chatas hachini, so ultimately again the avodah done on the interior, that marasa means like atonement or complete. So somehow that service on the urn is back doesn't complete the carbonic right. What does that mean? So it's my in the hachini, lots of the shirayim. This must refer to what? The shirayim. And what must it be saying? That even after you do all the blood applications on the inside, the surface is not complete until when? Until you pour the shirayim on the base of the outer mizbeach. So, what will that tell you? The shirayim is second. Right, that you need shirayim for the carbonic service, but yet pretty much you just got finished saying that shirayim is a mitzvah, but you need not have it to affect carbonic. The fact is, I'm going to level up the happy, she's the Talmud. Well, if that's the case, there's something called public customer. The maximum happening just so far, so if shirayim from an inner carbon ultimately results in an outer obligation of shirayim on the base, and yet, as saw in the Tila Kutzah, if you went ahead and you did the initial blood applications of a chatas community outside, the covenant is not affected. Let's call this out there. If it's true that shirayim on the Hasi, we can make the covenant of Homer. This for a chatas community which has an obligation of outdoor shirayim. After shirayim, yes, if you did the initial blood application on the outside, the carbon is ineffective, and all the more so, and you turn them out when it comes to the bird offering, where the initial blood application has to be done above the red line. Turn them out, she'ain so fun kova lamata, where there is never an obligation to put blood below the red line. The son that feel lamata, if you want to do the initial blood application below the red line, ain't no deal she'll keep out. Certainly again it will not affect that's like Homer. Ella, as the Gemara says, Ella is there happening Moroccan Silvad. Ela parochas. No. What it means is like this: that for certain karbanos offered up on the inside. A good example of this would be, let's say, Parav Yom Kippur, Siyad Yom Kippur, where halot myself, even if you do blood applications ultimately again on the inner mizbeach, it's not complete. What does it mean the inner mizbeach is not complete effect? In this, it means instead of blood applications. Where is that? In the direction ultimately again of the parochas of the person. That's what that the inner kratos does not. Sorry, that the inner mizbeach does not fully affect kapara. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. Gemara goes like this. The Chila Makapa, so that's what we actually saw this question before. So the pasuk says the Chila Makapa es HaKodesh. So that's the pasuk says the Chila Makapa es HaKodesh. That's all of oil es HaMizbeach Be'kir es HaSereach. This is by his Hashtacharis. This is by the avoda of Yom Kippur. Right, so you guys going to see on this face the chila mechaper. It looks like the way it really translates is the chila means to complete. Like something is completed, mechaper it in total. So you might actually listen to this. We actually see this before. The chila mechaper. In Kila, right inside. In Kiper, Kala. If you have affected atonement, if the atonement has been achieved, then ultimately again you're done. In Kiper, but if atonement has not been achieved, no Kala, then ultimately again the service is not done. Rabbi Akiva. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So I'm going to Rabbi Akiva, and I'm reading this like this. So I'm going to Rabbi Akiva. So why not just say that? Why doesn't one just say that? If you complete the service, like ultimately again, there's a hard thing. Rabbi Akiva saying like this, right? Ultimately again, if kapara is achieved, then the service is done. If kapara is not achieved, then the service is not done. So ultimately again, so the Rabbi says, so why doesn't the pasuk just say that? Which one says, because what's going to highlight to us ultimately that if you left out any of the blood applications, ultimately again, then the service is rendered ineffective. Rendered ineffective. Now I want to point out, they're essentially saying the same exact thing. Right? So in other words, what did the Rabbi come to say? That if you've achieved kapara, you're finished. In other words, saying, when it comes to a kata sakini, all of the blood applications are needed. And if you omit any one of them, ultimately again, the korban is ineffective. That's what the Rabbi is coming to say. That he just phrases it as, if you affect atonement, i.e. you did all the blood applications, you're done. And if you didn't affect atonement, i.e. you did not do all the blood applications, you're not done. Ultimately, he becomes one and says, you're right, God is going to teach me that if you left out any of the blood applications, type of screening, ultimately your korban is ineffective. You know what it says? Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda seem to be saying the same exact thing. Not a practical difference. So Rabbi Yochanan Yeshua Balevi Chag Amar Mashlos Dorshin Ikabenon. So it says, so ultimately again, one of the that really, the focus is just about how to interpret the pasuk. So it's really easy just to interpret one focus. The fact that I know, should I be activating Ikabenon? Oh, other things like no. My phone is going to keep on is actually my phone, my focus, which is Shirayim. Shirayim is the pouring out of remnant blood on the base of the exterior of his death. Is that not Ikabenon? I will say, take a quick look at Rashi.
How crazy is that?
Rashi, he says, actually, no, like, yeah, Shirai Ma'akvi Ikabenai, it's in the wide lines, about 2, 4, 6, 8, about 8 lines into the wide lines, and then the 8 lines. Shirai Ma'akvi Ikabenai, Rashi says, Rabbi Akiva, no Ma'akvi, Vaki Kamar, and Kiber Mash Amar Be'in Kila, if Sikuba, so Rabbi Akiva ultimately again will say like this, Shirai Ma'akvi, and that's Rabbi Akiva says, the Kila Ma'akvi, which means as long as you've done what is mandated upon you inside of the base of which i.e. the blood applications on inside of the base of itself, you're good to go. You have a mix of pour out residual blood, but if you do not do it, ultimately again it's not ma'akev. And that Yehuda comes along, and that Yehuda says, everything that is part of the carbonic process is ma'akev, including what? Including shirayim pouring out of the residual blood of the base of the So this is the machlokes of the Kiva Rabbi Yehuda. Which was a Tistayim, Rabbi Yeshua ben Rabbi Yehuda Amar Shirayim Ma'akli. So it would appear to be that Rabbi Yeshua is also of the opinion that the part of Shirayim ultimately again is Ma'akli. Why would we see this? Rabbi Yeshua says like this: the different Ha'omer Shirayim Ma'akli, according to you, says that Shirayim are Ma'akli, which means almost again that the pouring out of the leftover blood by the base of the Mizbeach is an indispensable part of Shabbanic service. Let's do this. Maybe Har Echad, Umastil, Betila, Nin. Ultimately, you're bringing another part and you begin again. What is that? If you look at Rashi again, Here's what I'm sure I'm is very interesting. Rashi says, "In government tells Kulon, Mishpat Hadar." So it's like this, right? You open up a Tapas King, you're carving it. And what happens? The Kohen did all of the blood applications, and then the rest of the blood spilled out. You cut the blood, it's up to the blood spilled. Maybe par acher, must still be a hell, to this Shirayim. It was pretty wild. He's going to say, so much of our case. It's in paper. The Kohen did all of the blood applications for the inner, right, for the power point of the fire paper. Then what happens? So what he left, which is described left of the blood. He dropped 3 times so the blood spills all over the place. So the Shimon really says, what should you do? Halacha l'meisa. You bring another tire and you check it and you collect the blood. This way you have Shirayim blood. You now pour out on the Mizbeach. That all of the blood applications have been done. But the Shimon really says, you need to check the other animals that's got Shirayim blood. Rashi's the yes, skills the halachas. So again, point of view of that control classes, what do you see from there? That if you're Shirayim is not active, right? Shirayim are not active. Because remember, again, at least it's supposed to be pretty dramatic here. You finished all of the blood applications on the inside. The only thing you haven't done, less only you haven't done, ultimately, again, is the actual pouring out of Shirayim. Therefore, the Shimon really says, Chef, another part in order to get blood to be able to pour out Shirayim on the base of the Mizbeach. It's wild. So you are very sure. One more time, the Gemara Omer Shirayim Ma'aklim, according to the opinion that says that Shirayim are Ma'aklim, if the Kohen poured the spilled, the leftover blood, after all the blood applications have been done on the interior basement, what does he do? Maybe par acher, he brings another par, shuts it, and must still between, and ultimately again does this. Now again, you don't actually have to repeat the service again. Like the idea is the service has been done, but the idea is now you use this new blood. So Shirayim up to Rabbi Yochanan Wesley, Haslar, is Rabbi Yochanan ultimate. And after the following star, but Rabbi Yochanan, Hana, like Nehemiah, to give out over Shirayim Ma'aklim. He also going to be again like Nehemiah holds, like the opinion that says that Shirayim are Ma'aklim, Ella to give out Omer, alone Lahani Hanoi. Rather again, it was ultimately again, there is this opinion that holds that Shirayim are Ma'aklim, but it's not necessarily subscribed to by the following Hanoi. Hani, to give out Omer, alone Lahani Hanoi. So the idea ultimately is also that what? There is this opinion, there is this opinion that Shirayim are Ma'aklim, but ultimately again, it is not held by this particular time. So therefore, both sides, it turns out that the Gemara says that there is a fundamental machlokes. Do we say Shirayim Ma'aklim or not? Right? So let's go back to everybody agrees with. What does everybody agree with? There's a mix of Shirayim. Everybody agrees with. What does the mix of Shirayim apply to? What does it apply to? Everything, right? Whether again, I think that all animal sacrifices, right? Leaving aside Kappas Ha'ol. So all animal sacrifices is a mitzvah of Shirayim. So again, it's offered up on stuff. The outside, there is a mitzvah to take residual blood and ultimately pour it out by the base of the Mizbeach. That is a bird offering. A bird offering is going to be different. Doesn't have classic Shirayim. What does a bird offering have? Mitzu. Right, so again, the spring wings up from the bird itself. They're going to have to do this ritual. Ultimately, they're going to squeeze the body of the bird again from the stamp, and the residual blood comes out. Halacha l'meisa is the mitzvah of Shirayim Ma'aklim or not? That's our machlokes. That's our machlokes. So clearly, again, we see opinions go both ways. But halacha l'meisa, I kind of told you this earlier in the shiur. But I'm not asking that Shirayim or not Ma'aklim. It is a mitzvah to do Shirayim. But if you didn't do it, either you didn't do it because that's the people we just mentioned. After you did all the blood applications, the rest of the blood, spilled on the floor. You don't have anything else. Or for that matter, when you just admitted doing it, the cover is not compromised. It is a mitzvah, but not an akif. So one should pull out shirayim on the western base of the mizbeach, but failure to do so does not compromise the effectiveness of the cover. Now, by a bird, right? The question is, by bird, does mitzvah, if you didn't squeeze out the residual blood, does that compromise the carbon? That's coming attractions. That we'll see in the session. We haven't gotten to that so yet. So shkoyach tremendous, very, very, very exciting tomorrow. We have two mishnayos. Two mishnayos, right? Two mishnayos. Yes, two mishnayos. In tomorrow's daf, it's going to be ridiculously amazing. Shkoyach, the journey continues. Great job. Shkoyach. All right, that's on Zoom. Let's take a start today on Zoom. We're getting free stuff. Oh, it's not the quick check. I think, by the way, we might be which is a tremendous success.
So that's what this is, but there's just two different
Let's have one tomorrow.
But we can play the game. Like, right, I want to get to a world-class grappler. If I don't engage and play their game, I can shut it down. The shop down. World famous shop down. So for Luke Rothschild, he can't shut down Colby's wrestling. You have to engage that wrestling. You go backwards, you're gonna get warnings. So you gotta engage. Yeah. I forgot. Okay.
I forgot about the world famous. All right, girls, good morning. What is close for Hashem? Different time after it. So we are yes, Hashem. Okay, so see back in the second part. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to pray. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Pesach Haba Rimini for the Stephen Parizin, Loving Steve, Father Albert Zim, William Steve Ben Hines, from the occasion of the 20th yard fight. Our week of learning sponsors, Kim and Jerry and Goldberger as a Swiss for easy and successful surgery for Aaron. So Aaron Yishaya Ben Rivka Baruch Hashem, happy support. Aaron did have very successful surgery. Baruch Hashem has a long recovery ahead of him. But Baruch Hashem will have many, many years of refuah, atzlach, and simcha me'ed esrim shanim tovos. Idea of learning sponsors, Shmoni Libanovitz, in the schools of the first name for Aaron Yishaya Ben Rivka Esther. Okay, it's Aaron Goldberger, beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg. And it's supposed to continue with help for Shulamis Susha and for continued for Shalima. That's only today sponsored by Tzipora Frager, but switch for Shalima for Yaakov Ben Aaron Malka Est. We hope that in the merit. In the merit of our Thomas all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families that are coming, all those who need a refuah, should have together with Kolos, all ladies from the nation should be zilted to continue the service levels for all of Klal Yisrael. Most of that, let us know there's a really interesting daf ahead of us today. We're going to close out what we call, our exegetical sugya, and then in Ner Hashem transition back into the kishkas, quite literally, the kishkas of Karbanos. So most of that, let us begin. Today's daf is now 51. We are picking up in Ner Hashem on the days 50 weeks. Double, record this, I have to put in my email, but it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines up from the bottom of the dot of 50B, last foot on the line. So we're going to ask a couple more exegetical questions. Ultimately, I guess something that was learned up by Kappa Loshe, but I just want to point out that Chevy Daniel, who is now Baruch Hashem, joining us on Zoom. And Eric Shokabra, the guy still sitting in a sofa, that's Chevy Daniel. He's an Eric Shokabra, so make sure you get to know him. So Chevy, like I understand, in general, we believe that Kava Chomer is zero Shabbos. Like, you can't just make this stuff up. Like, you can't just make this up. In other words, these have to be part of the soul. We have to be like the Torah about that. So what if you are like spending all of this time asking, can you learn this? Can you learn this? You can have a Torah report or you don't have a Torah report. So it's important to understand that sometimes it can mean that there is ambiguity or questions about what exactly being a solar is. We have questions about that, or sometimes there are conflicting transmissions of things. So we're thinking Gemara is trying to do is outline
His
principles.
parents are
Because, for
honest
example,
people.
let's say for
Their
argument's
ass
sake,
off.
somebody
They
comes
go
and says,
over
I heard from my
every
Rabbi
saying.
that, and
I
he
know how much you
espounds a limud,
sacrificed. I
and that
know
limud
you
is
were
based
I know what you went without.
on a kavachomer that is then used as a source for a
I was
hekesh,
trying not to cry.
for argument's sake.
And
If
so
we
he
know
paid
that
off
that
their house
principle
as
is
all
that
their
you
bills
can't do
slowly.
that,
So
that
he's
is not
saving up for
apologetically, that does not work, that's an indication that perhaps there is some type of flaw in that transmission. So when we say we're not using necessarily these principles, we're not using principles to invent new meaning, but we are using them ultimately again to be able to kind of measure things that come up in the base medrash. Does this statement fit within our established exegetical framework? If it does, okay, then we can analyze it. But in the event that for some reason it doesn't fit inside the established exegetical framework, that might be a good indication that someone got something mixed up or someone got something wrong along the transmission process. Good. So govern that glass out. So we'll say, so what happens if halacha myself? What happens if something is learned out, right? B is learned out from a kavachomer, right? B is learned out from a kavachomer from A. Not sure I'm out. If B then serves as a binyan out, is like our paradigm. Could it serve as a paradigm for C? I'm going to be like, let's analyze this. Very interesting thing, sir. Mama, didn't touch trade-off. So if you do any kind of, we're going to talk about this obviously much greater yet. But Malika will say again, if you have for Kabbalah, we don't have shkita by a bird, you have Malika. So what happens if you do Malika, the bird coin holds? The bird with the neck facing the coin takes its thumbnails and goes ahead and drives it into the back of the neck of the bird, flicks off the head. So if it turns out that the coin did Malika, and it turns out that the bird is a treifa, what is the halacha? What is the status? The Meir says, the Meir says it does not contaminate when you swallow it. Now, what is that talking about? Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. Kidin nevelas of tahar. So let's say, so the halacha is in general, if you were to eat a bird that did not have proper slaughter, right? Or for that matter, again, a bird that was slaughtered properly but turned out to be a treifa. Okay, so remember again, that's an avela. An avela transmits tumah. There is a unique halacha by a bird that the way you contract tumah from a bird nevela is when you swallow it, when you eat it. If you were to eat it and then swallow, the moment that it's based on in your throat is the moment that it transmits tumah. Why that is, we're not getting into right now. That's based on a libra. That's based on a drush on the Gemara. So what Rabbi is suggesting is as follows: that Allah l'maisa, if a bird had proper malika, right? Even though it turns out that the bird is a treifa, it can no longer be categorized as an avela. Why? Because by definition, an avela is an animal which died without proper shchita. Once you do shchita on an animal, even if you can't consume it, let's say because it's a treifa, shchita helps in that it removes it from the status of nevela. What's something there is chiddush? That malika has the same status as shchita. Malika shchita, and therefore again, even if in this case where the malika won't allow consumption of the bird because it's a treifa, malika will act as shchita, removing the nevela status from the animal, and because of that, the bird, will not transmit tumah if it is consumed by the kohen. So just finish up that Rashi. He says, "Mitan beisavliya kidin nevelas of tar, the in malika streifa." In malika streifa, but kachim and taharis midin is actually the next opinion. Vuat dinami lishok eta of full and streifa mitan Rabbi. So again, let's right there. Rabbi Yudo, Rabbi Yudo, mitan beisavliya. Rabbi Yudo says no. Rabbi Yudo says not true. Malika is not shchita. Malika is not shchita. Or ultimately, again, even if malika is shchita, ultimately, again, he holds that halacha l'maisa, malika or shchita does not take away the din from the veil if it turns out that the animal is a treifa. Okay, so we'll say it's an interesting machlokes. So the Kohen does malika, turns out that the animal is a treifa, but he ends up eating it. Does he become tummy as a result of the veil? Rabbi Meir, absolutely not, because malika works like shchita, and malika won't necessarily allow the animal to be edible, but will remove the veila. Rabbi Yehuda, no, the animal remains in the veila, even though shchita or malika has been done. Amr Meir. So Meir says, Kavachomer. I can prove this based on the Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Uma nevelas behema shenitma b'mako b'masa shchita semetaras. Meir says like this: when you take a regular nevela of an animal, like a regular nevela. So what's the halacha? In a regular nevela, when you go ahead and you do shchita on that, a regular nevela of an animal, which is a kind of mago b'mas, which means what? I will say, if you go ahead, see you have an animal that just died. If you go ahead and you touch that animal, that's called a nevela. You touch that animal, right? That's mago, or you carry the animal, that's masa. You become tame. You become tame. Right? So already an animal has a chumrah over a bird because an animal is metame b'mago, contact, masa, carrying. A bird is only metame how? The base sablio. When you saw it, say, by the way, these are the kinds of good facts. One of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is that on any general day, there's just some fantastically amazing information that you pick up. And the incredible part is just keep track of these little like nugget of information. You build up a tremendous repository of Talmudic knowledge, which is really incredible. Right? So Nevela transmits Tuma through Maga and Masa. Yet Nevelas Ha'olt only transmits Tuma through Beis Abliya. So therefore, again, Ramir says like this. When it comes to Nevelas Behema, which is in the time of Maga and Masa, yet if you do Shchita on that animal before it died, if you do Shchita on the animal, that removes it from Nevela and it no longer transmits Tuma. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, from the time of Maga and Masa, Shchita's Matar Shefasa Mitumas Nevela. Oh, Shemutan Maga and Masa, therefore, Amir says, certainly, again, a bird, which does not transmit Tuma through Maga and Masa, rather only through Beis Abliya, only through swallowing it. Eino din shetei shchitasa mitaharas. Trefasa mitumasa. It goes without saying, therefore, that again, shchita, or in this case again by bird, it's malika, should certainly remove its tuma status. Incredible. So the Gemara says, in Luchade Shkatsa Mataras, Trefasa mitumasa. Mamatzino b'shchita, shemakshasa me'achilasa. So the Gemara says, Mataras trefasa mitumasa. I'm sorry, let me go back. So there, end of nun. Therefore, again, Ramir says, Mamatzinu b'shchita. So you're going to say, so remember, there's two steps over here. First is the kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? So Ramir says like this. So if an animal, listen to this kavachomer, it's a good one. If a behema, which if it dies without shchita, is in a vela, and conveys tuma b'maga u'b'masa, and yet if you shecht it, it no longer conveys that tuma, then all the more so a bird. All the more so a bird which does not convey tuma b'maga u'b'masa. Rather, how does a bird convey tuma? How does a bird convey tuma? Only through Beis Abliya, through swallowing it. Certainly, shchita should prevent it from transmitting any tuma. That's the kal v'chomer. Now again, I will say, remember again, the kal is the bird, the chomer is animal. Both are talking about shchita. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Now comes the mamatzinu. Now, it's like this. Mamatzinu b'shchita, shemakshira sabachila. So I'll say now, watch this. So now, obviously, up until now, our conversation is about shchita. So what does shchita do? Shchita has the ability, number one, to ready something for consumption. In a general sense, right? Shemakshira sabachila. So, top of now, 51a, mitaheres shreifasa mitumasa. So that same shchita, which readies something for consumption, also removes the possibility of tumah. Af malika shemakshirasa ba'achila hitar trefasa mitumasa. So to again malika, which again I both say is essentially the same thing as shchita for a bird. So malika, which allows an animal to be consumed, ultimately again should also remove any type of tumah status. Let's see, what Amir just did. He made a kavachomer between bird and the vela, and then based on that made a mamatzinu. Ultimately, again, he made almost like a common denominator, right? And in that common denominator, he says essentially, what is shchita? Shchita is a process through which something is ready for consumption, and therefore, by definition, also removes tumah. So tumulika is a process which allows consumption, and therefore should also remove tumah. See, the Rabbi Yossi says, Daya kinevelas behima tahura. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Yossi says like this. Rabbi Yossi says, in reality, it should be no more than the Velas Behema Torah household. Sheshchitasa mitaharasa v'lo melikasa. So Rabbi Yossi kind of shuts down the evolution of the comparison, the common denominator. He says, at most, what you can get is that shchita of a bird should be like shchita of an animal. Right? I'll agree with you that just like shchita renders something fit for consumption, so too again, shchita could remove tumah, but you can't necessarily make the jump to malika. Right? Malika might just be a separate parsha. So Dayik and Avelas Nema Torah sheshchitasam itaharis v'lo milikasam. To which the Gemara says, v'lo hasam tehavihi mishchitas techulim ka'asyon. To which the Gemara says that's not necessarily a good raya. Ultimately, again, why avosai? Because at the end of the day, remember, shchita that you're talking about by behema, it's not shchita schulin. So again, avosai, this whole discussion that we're involved in is all about using multi-level exegetical methodology. Where? By kachim. By kachim. That's where this all is. So the truth is, the conversation you brought up beforehand is not really so relevant, because you're not, at least when you're talking about shchita, you're talking about shchita of chulin, not shchita of kachim. Okay, so the more kind of tables that. Next. Davar halamid bevinyanav, ma'u shilama behekish. Or b'gzir shava, or b'kav v'chor binyanav. So now the Gemara asks a more sweeping question. If something is learned out from a binyanav, right? So what's a binyanav? Binyanav is like a paradigm. So B is learned out from A by through the mechanism of binyanav paradigm. Can you then use B ultimately again as a source for a hekish comparison, like Zera Shava, a Kavachomer, or another binyanav? Is that possible? To which the Gemara says, Pashat Meha Chada. So let's at least answer one of these questions. He says, Mipnei ma amrulan b'dam kasher. Let's listen to this. Last thing you did. Mipnei ma amru lan b'dam kasher. So most times there's a concept of lina. What's lina? So lina is any sacrificial, in this case sacrificial blood, that has been left over in the azara after shkia, after nightfall, right? Remember, sacrificial service is supposed to happen by day. The only things that happen by night is the burning of sacrificial parts and limbs. So let's say you have sacrificial blood, you left it over. It was just left in the azara. So I will say, why do we say that ultimately, again, even if you left over blood, the blood will kasher? Now we'll say, now what does that mean? What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's actually pretty much right across. Also, what this means is as follows. Imagine the following scenario. You left blood in the azara, in the courtyard, past shkia, past nightfall. Not supposed to do that. So we'll say, so really, the blood is disqualified, right? Leaving something, lino literally means overnight. But if you leave something past this prescribed time, it's invalid. But let's say then you accidentally put the blood on the mizbeach. He applied it. So Rashi says over here, how do I know that if that happened? Shem Allah lo yiret. That ultimately, again, if it did go up, you don't take it down. Right? You leave it up. Somewhere it says, Shahari kasher be'imurin in manu imurin v'alu mizbeach nirod. How do I know? How do I know that even if blood, technically speaking, became disqualified through lina, but halacha l'maisa, if you put it on the mizbeach, you don't take it down. Somewhere it says, Shahari lan be'imurin sharing. Someone says, ultimately, again, we know that if you ended up doing this by sacrificial parts, if you left them overnight and did not put them on the mizbeach, ideally you should have put them on the mizbeach. But if you accidentally did put them on the mizbeach, halacha l'maisa, they remain kosher. So the Gemara says, "Lun de'imurin kosher." Shahari lun de'imurin kosher. Lun de'imurin kosher. Shahari lun de'vasa kosher. And I want to say, ultimately, again, how do I know that ultimately lina by imurin is kosher? Because same with the sacrificial meat. If you went ahead and you left it over, you left it back to the scratch time, when you put it on his back, you don't take it down. So it's like, when we say kosher, all of these circumstances is talking about the same case, which is something became disqualified. You should not have put it on his back, but you did. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, you don't take it down. That's what it says kosher. So let's say, so what do you see happening over here? You see, interestingly enough, that things are being learned out from being out from the hekish and then being applied to other being out of other hekishes. So similarly again, yotze. What happens if some so let's say, by the way, let's learn this most of us. No, I don't finish that. He says yotze. So let's say what happens if something like yotze is the psul if something sacrificial was taken outside of its permitted area. So see right here, yotze. All of the yotze kosher the baba. So let's say, see, interesting, I love the right, let's say there's something that's taken out and then brought back in and put it on the back. That's halacha. You leave it there, you don't take it down. Why? Because technically speaking, there is a form of yotze that is kosher. What's the one of yotze that's kosher? By a baba. Right? At a time where either communal or regular private cultures were used, so halacha l'maisa, there's no din of just keeping the covenant in a particular area. Wherever the covenant goes, you're allowed to go and offer it up. So since there's a concept of Yotze, that's concept there. But again, Allah Ta'ala, you put on the gap, you don't take it down. Tamei, we're not Tamei. Let's say, so again, let's say halacha l'maisa, you have Rashi points out over here, you have rings of an olah which became tamei. Rings of an olah which became tamei. Halacha l'maisa, you have to claim his be'ah. Let's say you did, you don't take it off, you leave it off. Why? Only with the hosher ba'avodas tzibur, why? Because once I since technically speaking, there is a way in which something that is coming to be offered up. How does that happen? Similar to the tzibur. If there's a thing of God, it's going to come tamei, ultimately the offer tamei is even in the ritual purpose. So since it's like a mechanism through which there's a reality in which something that is coming can be offered up. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you put it on his back, you don't take it down. Next, so let's say again, a person has sacrificial part. They'll offer up with a chutz which we also call table intent. Ultimately, you should have put it on his back, but if you put it there, you don't take it down. Just remember again, we said this before, that halacha l'maisa, interestingly enough, the only time something really becomes tegel with time is if the matri is done. Right? Remember in the Rothschild tegel, you don't become tegel until the actual matri itself is offered up. So to since the covenant itself doesn't become tegel until the sacrificial process is complete. If Allah putting tegel items on his be'ah, you don't take it down. If it actually is horrible, that's a little below. Okay, so therefore again, all these cases are you accidentally put up these invalid sacrificial parts on his be'ah, don't take it down. If you offered up a carbon and you did it with the intention to eat it out of its committed area, now give you should offer up on his back. If you did so, you don't have to take it down. Because it's compared to people. Sitting again about say, let's say, get a carbon and Kabbalah was done by an invalid coin. Our coin is unfit for service. And he gives Vika. Ultimately, again, I'm also saying, then they put the sacrificial parts on. How do I know that I still leave them up there? Because it's about the kind of people who, technically speaking, it might be possible for this avodah that they would be fit for a type of communal service. A good example of that would be Kohanim who are Tmeim, which may be unfit for service now, but in the case where the majority of the tzibur is Tamei, they would be fit for service. So the Gemara says, one second. If you've done in Davar Shalom B'Hachelo, you've done in Shabbat Shelo, Davar Shabbat Halacha L'Maisa, do you go ahead and really bring out something that is in an unfit state, from something that is in a fit state, like the Gemara said, like this case of the Kohanim were psulim, to which the Gemara says, Kana, Bizos, Torah, Sa'olah, Riba, something. So that's which the Gemara says, yes, because there are additional phrases like Zos, Torah, Sa'olah, which come to include all of these additional cases. So most says, interestingly enough, at least to this last question, the Gemara says that something's like not for a vineyard ab, can that go on and then teach me something to a hackish? Shabbat have a home running ab. Here's the guy seem to be yes. There's that's an example of all of these things ultimately again that are learned out one from the other, which is quite interesting. So I said, is it tremendous what the house for in his last result? So you know, I've been coming down here amongst all these cases. The vineyard ab, like in all of these cases, the vineyard ab, Shabbat, the vineyard ab is, these are all circumstances which should not have been offered up on this day, but once they go on, you leave them. Which is what I think often is just a tremendous result of all this stuff in itself. There are times in life where really we may be unfit to come to a structure itself. Perhaps again at the end of the day, just decisions I've made, things I've done wrong, really will be compromised. And the truth is, I'm not fit to go on this day. You know, so sometimes even if you're not fit, what do you do? Get on it anyway. Don't worry about whether or not you're sacrificially fit. Don't worry whether or not you're spiritually fit. Don't worry about whether or not the Baruch is going to accept you, not going to accept you, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just have to do what you got to do. You are in the right spot, not in the right spot. I'm loyal, I'm not loyal. Just get yourself on the path of sacrificial service. Just get yourself on the path of Avodas Hashem. Because the beautiful part is, once something that is possible is taught by the Mizbeach, what happens? We don't take it down. We spend so much time trying to figure out, are we good, are we not good, are we fit, are we not fit? It doesn't want me, does he love me, doesn't love me, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just do what you're supposed to do. Get yourself on the path of Avodas Hashem, and once you're there, there's only one direction, and that's forward. Incredible. Let's go back to it. So again, I want to point out, it definitely appears from the Gemara that we reject Rabbi Yochanan's statements. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan a couple of days ago. On the Testament days, Rabbi Yochanan was the opinion that said that in general, the Torah you can learn out something that is extrapolated from something else. He says, except by touching. Right? So Rabbi Yochanan's whole model was by touching. If B is learned out from A, so you come up with exegetical method, it can actually be used as a source for C. It would appear that the Gemara clearly rejects that, right? Because we just spent the last 2 days focusing on how we use the exegetical method, or what is the extent of use of exegetical methods to learn how to stop it by touching. So it would appear that the Gemara rejects that, although again, we're pausing over here in the studio, but they're not yet finished. Okay, let's go back to it. Says Gemara, posting the Mishnah. Shir Hadam. Let's remember again, this part of this was talking about the Chatas of the inner Chatas. Those are the Zikot inner Chatas. Hara Ben Yotzibah, Hafon Mashiach, Yom Kippur, Sirah Yom Kippur. These are inner katas. Now remember again, even with the inner katas, remember again, there's not stuff that happens to the inner katas. What happens? It depends on what kind of company it is. But Yom Kippur, you have blood applications inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim. You have blood applications outside the Kodesh HaKadoshim, in the Kodesh towards the curtain. You have blood applications on the inner Mizbeach. And then when you finish everything, what do you do with the remaining blood? Which you already done. You take it outside, and ultimately again pour it on the base of the Mizbeach. So you might time, what's the reason for this? Al Yisod Mizbach HaOlah Asher Pesach HaMon. So much is actually quite incredible. Because the Pasuk says, what do you do with the residual blood? You pour it out at the base of the Mizbeach HaOlah, that is at the entranceway of the Olamon. So one second. So here's what I want to point out to you. Right, so remember again, just you don't need one to explain how it is. Coming out, you did the inner katas. You're coming out, right? Now when you come out, the first thing you see is the Mizbeach. Interestingly enough, the first thing that you see over here really is the what we'll call the southwestern side, the southwestern side of the Mizbeach. Right, you see this side and you see this side. These are the two closest sides. And interestingly enough, I mentioned this before, the Mizbeach does not have the yisod. It does not have a base around all of it. It actually only has a base, if you know, you can picture on two sides. On two sides. I'm looking along here.
Surgeon or whoever it is, NASA,
thank you so much. Thank you.
I am white as shit.
All right, so let's say, so if you notice again, so when you go ahead and you come out, thank you. So when you come out, right, so again, forgot the scheme. That was another one, I hope you can see this, I don't know. Sorry.
Yes. If I chose to go down that path, I could maybe I won't be as good there, but I'll be pretty fucking good. Yes. So I never can do it.
Positive encouragement. What the hell, you know?
No, even with
right. So remember, when you do the Chatas Hakrini in here, so you come out. So you must know it's very interesting. So look at this Rothschild, and the Gemara says, the Rothschild, the Gemara is, I'm sorry, you should be stuck all over. What do you do with the Shira? Are you going to do the leftover blood? So that's why I pointed that down. I'll tell you, there's Kotamachai, Yishkov, you should be stuck all over. Asher Pesach or Moed. So it's interesting. So the Torah says, Kohen, spill out the blood, remnant blood, by the base of the Mizbeach, Pesach or Moed. Spill out the blood by the base of the Mizbeach, at the entrance of the Moed. I will say, there's only one Mizbeach HaOlah. There's only one Mizbeach, this Mizbeach over here, then again this, the other Mizbeach over here, that's not the Torah, that's for incense. There's no animal offering in there. So it's interesting, so Mizbeach HaOlah, that's this. Why does the Torah have to say that the Mizbach HaOlah is Pesach HaOlah? That's obvious. That's obvious. When you walk out of the Olamoi, when you're in the Mikdash, you're bumping right into the Mizbach. What you're going to do is that. So to teach you that where does the pouring of the remnant blood have to be? At the entranceway of the Olamoi. It has to be on the Mizbach HaOlah that you encounter at the entrance of the Olamoi, which is on this side over here. So this whole side is like this western side. This western side of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, that's where you're going to pour the remnant blood. Now, the truth is, technically speaking, even if you pour it on this northern side over here, it would also work. But this one might say, Asher Pesach, so pour on Mizbach HaOlah, Asher Pesach Olamoi. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, you do it on the side, ultimately on the Mizbeach that you encountered first upon exiting the Olamoi. So first of all, the Gemara makes another drasha. Why does it say you pour out the blood by the base of the Mizbeach of the Olah? To teach you that you have to listen of the Mizbeach of Olah, and not at the base of the Mizbeach of Olah. Not the base, ultimately, again, of the interior, also which was Torah. How are you sold Mizbeach HaOlah? Anyone you sold in the Klini Hatzma. Furthermore, again, the Gemara also teaches us that there's only a base for the external Mizbeach. There is no base for the internal Torah's incense Mizbeach. How Mizbeach is supposed to be a lot of justice in the same process. How are you sold Mizbeach HaOlah? It is sold of the Mizbeach HaOlah. Can you sold the Mizbeach HaOlah? Yes, this is another important detail. All of this is being extrapolated from the same pasuk. So what does it mean? You should pour the remnant blood right at the big piece of the Mizbeach HaOlah. So listen to this phrase. Can you sold the Mizbeach HaOlah? Which means any karma that is brought on this Mizbeach HaOlah has the same halacha. Take the shirayim, take the residual blood, and pour it out at the base. So one of these two sides. Anything that is brought on the Mizbeach HaOlah has this din of shirayim. Oh, in Allah, you make fresh on Allah, you sold, or maybe it's coming to teach me. Ultimately, again, look at Rashi says over here, this is actually about 6 times up in the bottom. Oh, ain't I was just a all she you sold. Oh, ain't she can stay not no sell, she never how you sold. Listen, I'm going to teach you something different. I'm going to teach you, remember again, there were blood applications, we're going to talk about this. I don't know if you can see it, but if you see this image over here, there's 4 little facts. This is 4 little squares. Those are supposed to represent the chronos, what we call the corners or the coins, which protruded on the top of the Mizbeach. I might have thought that maybe when the coin does blood applications, you only do blood applications on the horns that are opposite aside, ultimately again against the base. So maybe again, blood applications only happen on corners that is on one of the sides where there is the sort of base of the Mizbeach. Maybe the Shema says Kapahomer. He says Kapahomer. Not Shirayim, Shem, the Kapin, in the soul. So Cheryl said, which means pointing out of the residual blood, ultimately again, which don't affect Kapara. Like the Ring of Osai. What happens on the second level? What happens if you don't crop the residual blood at all? What comes on? Your carbon is fully blood. So the strike which don't affect Kapara, yet that be part of the base. Hiras Ola, Shemekapares, in addition to yourself, and perhaps in the actual blood applications themselves, which halakha lemaisa, again, which halakha lemaisa do affect kapara, maybe those require you. So again, I want to point out when the Gemara says that the blood application should require you, so to require the base. So remember again, the Gemara is not suggesting that you actually pour out the initial blood application and pour it on the base. What it means is on the corners opposite to the base. Maybe that's where you should do the blood applications. To which we might already keep up. Nashiraim Shem Mekapar and Bein Bar Mekapar to whom you sold. Hilas Ola Shem Mekapar is Bar Mekapar in this Kinisa. And we keep it further. He says furthermore, Shiraim, right? So Shiraim itself, right, to point out the residual blood, which does not affect the atonement, doesn't come for purposes of atonement, yet halakha lemaisa must be poured out on the base. So therefore, again, Kilasa, which means the initial blood applications that are mechaber, and ultimately come for Kapara, perhaps they should require application on the horn only opposite the side of the base. In Canaan, not Hamagomer are you sold in Mizbach HaOlah. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does the pasuk say to the base of the Mizbach HaOlah? Cain is sold in Mizbach HaOlah. So we teach you ultimately that any carbon ultimately that is brought on the exterior of Mizbach has to do with Shirai. This means this is very important. Yisod Mizbach HaOlah means anything brought on Mizbach HaOlah has a similar halacha, which is residual blood poured out along the base. So basically, Mizbach, on the Mar, Yisod Mizbach, below Yisod Mizbach HaPnimi. So again, about another drasha. And again, just going through the basis. Well, so just point out what happened over here. There's a lot of things that really happen. Remember, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halacha, the Mishnah was speaking about specifically Chatas Pnimi, inner Chatas. And the Mishnah it says that halacha l'maisa, that halacha l'maisa, you go ahead and you offer up Chatas Pnimi, you take the residual blood, like the leftover blood, and you go ahead and you pour it out by the base of the Mizbach. How do I know that? Because the pasuk says, "Yisod Mizbach HaOlah shePesach Oel Moed." You go ahead and you pour it out opposite the Mizbach that you hit when you come out of the Oel Moed. So that teaches me again that I pour out Shirayim on a side that I encounter when I come out of the Oel Moed. Incredible, that's here. So you might now took that pasuk and just used it to learn out a number of additional halachas as well. Now the Brisa is going to do. The Brisa is going to go through those halachas one by one. So let's go. It says, Amar, are you sold Mizbach? HaOlah below you sold Mizbach happening? So one of the halachas that taught me is it's only the outer Mizbach. Remember again, this Mizbach over here that has a base, right? But not this Mizbach, not the inner Mizbach. So the Gemara says, what do I see from here? The Gemara says, how many by the Rebbe say? What does that mean? How can you use that pasuk for a drasha? I need that pasuk ultimately again to teach you the halacha. Me'asher Pesach or Moed. That teaches me that again the blood application is done on the side ultimately again that you encounter when you come out of the Moed. Incredible. How you saw Mizbach HaOlah. The next one is the pasuk said that what else do I learn from the Mizbach? How you saw Mizbach HaOlah? How much days will I say, so cute, so cute, right? So sweet. So it's like good. This is one of those doctrines. This is one of those doctrines where if I couldn't finish the doc, I need to quit my job, right? This is like, good. We got this. So you might say, so what next structure? How you saw Mizbach HaOlah? Ultimately, again, some of these sort of Mizbach HaOlah, whatever, from this, can you sold Mizbach HaOlah. So we'll say, what does this teach me? It teaches me that halacha l'maisa again, quite literally, give a base to the Mizbach of the Olah, which is another way of saying, any carbon offered up on the exterior altar has a din of pouring out the shirayim on the base. That's what it means. So the Gemara says, the Ksad I thought to this was ultimately again, if you thought ultimately again the halacha l'maisa, that it's just as the pasuk is written, which means that the shirayim of the chatas of the nasi, that's the context, should be poured out on the soul. Honey, ultimately again, then why is the pasuk necessary? The shirayim ha-deroi pasuk. The shrine ultimately again on the outside. If you came on, it's just hush of shots. Then why is the pasuk necessary? That shirayim, everyone knows that shirayim is poured out on the outer mizbeach. So it's very interesting. The people came up. I'm at a thought, listen to this. The Atik Mefa. So both sides, this is very interesting. They say it's outside the Olympic inside. Remember again, both sides, even in our limited exposure to carbonos. Remember again, there's two different types of carbonos, right? There's what we call heterogeneous carbonos. Carbonos done primarily on the inside. If you're done on the inside, remember again, your primary blood applications are done where? They're done on the inner mizbeach. Versus carbonos done on the outside. In which case, again, the primary blood applications are done on this mizbeach. So the march is very interesting. I'm at a thought that maybe there's like a little bit of a reversal going on. Meanwhile, the halacha is like this, that if your primary service occurs inside, then pouring out the shirayim occurs outside. And if the primary service occurs outside, then pouring out the shirayim occurs inside. That's the Havana. The Gemara says, stop looking at what's happening on base 52a. I would have thought, Libroi Legavai, is the Gavai Libroi. So ultimately, again, stuff that is done on the outside should go inside. Stop. And items done on the inside should go outside. In other words, if your primary avoda is done inside, that's when you park the shirayim outside. And if your primary avoda is done outside, that's when you park the shirayim inside. That's what I thought. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second, how could that be? So here's one problem. The inner Mizbeach has no Yisod. As you're going to both say, we're going to get more into this, but remember, we're going to both say, it's not just the shot that it has a ledge, a base, but there's a drainage system over here also. That does not exist by this Mizbeach HaPnimi. So how would you have a Havamina that you're pouring out Shirayim by the inner Mizbeach? That doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, oh, Eino Elo, Mizbeach, so over here, you saw, or maybe you're going to both say, you just said before, that Allah, I said, no, watch the Luma. The limit is anything offered up on that exterior Mizbeach, ultimately again, has a din ultimately again of sun, but maybe some maybe halacha l'maisa, what it's saying is whenever you do blood applications have to be done on a corner, ultimately again, that is opposite the base. Maybe that's what's happening over here. To which the Gemara says, Miksid al Yisod ha'olah. Does the pasuk say do it by the base of the olah, which would seem to indicate that the blood applications themselves have to be done on corners that are opposite the base? It says Mizbeach ha'olah. It says Mizbeach Yisod ha'olah. Sorry, Yisod Mizbeach ha'olah. Because if the pasuk had just said Yisod ha'olah, Hava Amina Bizikipa Shayisod. It's very interesting about saying. Using the Gemara says what it is. If we would have said Yisod ha'olah, I would have thought that actually blood applications would go like on the face, like on the vertical, on the face of the ledge. Ultimately, again, the Hashim that said, "Are you certain Mizbeach ha'olah?" Now that it says, it's actually interesting that you shall place it at the base of Mizbeach ha'olah.
Guess what, dude?
It compares the base, ultimately again, to the Mizbeach. How so? So much agago, Yisod. Ultimately again, just like halacha l'maisa. Just like halacha l'maisa, when you do blood applications on the Mizbeach, it's done like on the top, on the gag of the Mizbeach. So again, when you go and you do blood applications on the Yisod, ultimately again, it's done on the top of the Yisod, the top of the base, the horizontal part, not the vertical. That's why you smell. Gag Yisod b'alikra. So why do I need a pasuk to teach me that you put the blood applications on the top part, right, or on the roof, so to speak, on the horizontal part of the Yisod? Have a homer. So ultimately, again, the sign of katos, which ultimately do not provide kapara. Yet halacha l'maisa, you place them on the top of the Yisod. So ultimately, then pilas onish in the kaparas, or the more so ultimately again. So the pilas ola, which is the ola which goes in the kapar, certainly again it should require the god of Yisod. All right, so stop with this. Stop with this for today. We're going to pick up. So remember again, what's the all the ones doing over here?
So epic if you posted them on a story like.
I'll pick up more of this tomorrow. The Gemara quoted the pasuk. The pasuk was necessary to teach us the halacha l'maisa. Blood applications done on the side of the Mizbeach that you encounter right when you leave the Oramoy. And now what we're doing is we're taking that same pasuk, making multiple drushes from it, and that's Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, everybody have a great day, everyone.
Looks like a right there cake. You know what I mean? I'm not so happy, but it's so funny because like so many people, their dream is to be in this credits thing.
Sure,
and Mark Harley's just there fucking jumping it up. So the cameraman has to be fucking homeless, dude. Or the producer in the booth, like switching cameras, like really be chill on the credits, dude. Who isn't homeless? I mean, there's probably less non-homeless than there are homeless in this room in California. Yeah. That's New York. It's just, when they look into California fraud, they're going to be like, where does all this homeless pretty goats go to the Reddit? It's getting fun on the Bobby Lee. Dude, shout out to Toxoplasmosis for that. The next one is posted by B. Hezzy. The redact really did repost the name drop. Yep. How you like them apples from Brendan Schaub? Did you see this? What was this? I watched the whole podcast. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck on Joe Rogan Experience.
All right, so I say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. So good to be up. We don't realize sometimes how much you miss something until you have it back. Okay, so anyway, so let's go back to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Festival, Stephen Karizim, loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zin, Bunim, Tzvi, Ben Chaim, Tiffany Rafa, communication of his 20th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors, Kitty and Jillian Goldberger, as a discourse for an easy and successful surgery for their son Aaron. Aaron Yeshaya, then beautiful Esther. Aaron is having surgery right now as we speak. He's working in America, and so America saying surgery should be successful, and so far should grant him a long life. So we have Yeshua, and Nechama. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today an anonymous sponsorship in the schools of the Sarah Stavos and the healthy mother and baby for Sarah Miriam Bas Shulamis Kano, and Dafyomi sponsorship Ayala and Sarah Steinberg in the schools of continued health for Shulamis Kano Bas Susha and for an ultimate and enduring Yeshua. And of course, we dedicate our running and special one of the snow for us to continue to Sarah and Zacha, and Slocha, Yeshua, and the Sarah Stavos, the Amisrael, and the Eretz Yisrael. Most of that for us to the last week today, we did not have a week that so today's daf is new. We are picking up in Yes Hashem on Memtes Amud days, and we literally left off last line on Memtes Amud days 49b. Last I suppose if you remember again, the Gemara yesterday went on an interesting not a tangent, but a side discussion. That side discussion is going to be the primary discussion for today's daf, which is remembering Moshe, what we established in yesterday's daf was we established that Allah myself an Ola has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north, the Katos has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north, and in Asham has Shvita and Kabbalah in the north. Now, interestingly enough, what else we saw was that the din of Safan, the din of north, was actually brought down in the context of Ola, and everything else is extrapolated from there. That then led the Gemara on an interesting discussion about when we learn something else from a drasha, can that item then serve as the source for another drasha? So this was very common because remember again we were doing this. We learned that for example Chatos from Ola, right? So Ola has to be shefted and Kabbalah in the north. So we learn as Chatos from that. And Chatos then serve as a source for something else. So this led actually to a pretty involved conversation where the Gemara was going to get multiple iterations of this question. That's what we're picking up with today. So last line, Memtes Amud is 49b. Doesn't have one in the Hekish. So let's say, for example, let's say you have something that's going out from the Hekish. I just need a comparison. So comparison. So can that item, can that item, that derived item, then serve as the source of a kalachomer? So just remember using our ABC, much as we saw in yesterday's daf. So let's say, for example, I learn out B from A with the Hekish. Now I can comparison. Can I then use B in a kalachomer with C? Right? Now what's the underlying question? The underlying question is, can something which is a derivative at any point serve as a source for another halacha? That's really the fundamental underlying question. You might just going to ask it in a whole million different ways, depending on the exegetical or derivative method that you are using. Right? So therefore, if I learn out the halacha of B from A by dint of a Hekish of a comparison, can B then be used with C as part of a kalachomer? That's the shayla. So the Gemara said, well, let's take a look at top of the 58. It's a time very slow. So the Shlomo actually like this. We talk about the come very slow. Never halam is the Hekish. Now she learned the being an ab. So kind of response from a different question. Says if someone's learned that from the Hekish, right? B learned out from A with the Hekish for the comparison. Then go ahead and serve as what we call a being an ab. Being an ab, let's say, is the precedent of the paradigm. That's probably the change. The paradigm can be then served as a paradigm ultimately again for C. I'm ready to so let's analyze this. When you told Safala Ba'asham, the PC Medinian Africatos, on one hand, you could have said like this, the Torah didn't have to write stuff, it didn't have to write anything about the book when it comes to Asham. And go ahead and learn out from the Medinian Africatos. Okay, so you want to remind us of Akatos. So the Torah didn't have to say Safan by Asham. Wasn't necessary. And I could have learned it out of a bringing out of a paradigm from Katos. What was the bringing out? Would have been Chatos, which ultimately again atones for the sin offering, requires Safon, so to every sin offering requires Safon, and that would have included Asham, and there would be no need for the Torah to write anything by Asham. So why did the Torah write the Safon obligation by Asham? Lav, remember, it must be to teach us Dava Halamed Behekish in Choser Umalamed B'Dinyah. It must be to teach us that something that is learned out via comparison ultimately can't serve as a source for a binyan out. As well as here, this is actually very interesting logic. Had the Torah not written anything by Asham, I would have said like this. Just like Chatos requires Safon, so Chatos is a paradigm. Paradigm, any sin offering requires Safon. What else is included in sin offerings? What else is included in sin offerings? Asham. Now let's say, now how did I learn out? Where did I know that Chatos is Chayiv in Safon? Where did I know that from? Where did I know that from? Ultimately, Hekish Ha'olah. So therefore, again, that would have effectively meant, that would have effectively been Chatos, which is learned out as from a Hekish in comparison to Olah that requires Safon. And now, Chatos comes to being of the paradigm ultimately for Asham. So had the Torah not written in words required by Asham, I could have learned it out from Chatos to Asham. So Chatos learned out from Olah to the Hekish, and then Chatos says the being of the paradigm to Asham. Now, the fact that the Torah did write the word obligation by Asham, why did the Torah do that? It must be to teach you Lamayla Pasakasve. So why? It was like fourth line down on 68. So why did the Torah write the word obligation ultimately begin by Asham? Remember, let's see, the teaching Dapa Halam the Hakish in Choser Umalam in the Binyan. The only reason that the Torah included the word obligation by Asham must be to teach me that halacha something that is learned out by Hakish cannot serve as a paradigm for something else. Okay, so that's the answer to the question. So I says, 1 second, hold on. We're talking teaching me to be an so I don't understand. This more says on a detail. So I understand. The truth is, why can't you just, why do you think you cut this at all? Why can't you ultimately just bring out Asham from a thing from a paradigm, ultimately again, of Olah, which the Gemara says, just say just like Olah requires Safon. So Asham requires Safon, nice and a law Asisha. Why is it that we don't learn out? Why is it that we don't bring out Asham from Olah? We shouldn't be each other ultimately, again, because there's a fear problem. What's the fear problem? What's the question on that? Olah can't serve as the paradigm ultimately again for Asham. Why? Because Olah is a separate and distinct carbon. What's unique about Olah? It's totally consumed on the Mizbeach. That stands in contradistinction ultimately again to Asham, which is not. I think Gemara says in 1 second. So why does it make it any better to learn out Asham from Chatos? Chatos not need to learn from. I could ask the fear from Chatos also. What's the fear from? Malachatos shekin mechayeves shekin mechateres afisos. Chatos is also supposed to be keeping this up. By the way, Chatos is unique. What makes Chatos unique? Chatos is mechater on kagetusos. If you do something, what's going to what is the Chatos mechater for? Any infraction which if done intentionally would be highly punished. If done unintentionally, you do a Chatos. We'll say that's a pretty powerful problem. So perhaps again, Chatos can serve as the paradigm for anything. To which the Gemara says you're right. Chata mechata lo asya. The truth is, as I say, I try to point out just what happened over here, just to follow the train of thought, because it's actually not complex. Just a lot of steps. We're asking an exegetical question. Right? What's our exegetical question? If B is learned out from A by means of a Hekish comparison, can B serve as the source of a Kavachomer for C? Right? That's what we're asking. You might say, well, we had a different question. Rabbi Rothschild said, yes, a little bit differently. If B is learned out from A by way of a Hekish, can B then serve as a binyan av, as a paradigm for C? Which is a little bit of a different question, but same basic idea that if B is derivative, can B serve as a source? So the Gemara says, Gemara answers, well, let's take a look at this case. Right? The Gemara says, let's learn out that there's an obligation of Asham ultimately again from Chatos. Just like Chatos is up, there's the obligation of Safon. Obligation of North, just like Chatos ultimately again has an obligation of North. also have an obligation of North as well. Through ultimately again opinion out. Now, where's Chakas itself learned out from? Chakas is learned out from Ola. So the Chakas learned out from Ola by means of the Hakish, and then Chakas also ultimately serves as opinion out for Asham. Now, the fact that the Torah goes out of its way to write a north obligation by Asham indicates to us that we don't want to use that mechanism. Right? Because otherwise the Torah could have omitted the northern statement by Asham and learned it out by means of this limud. The fact that the Torah goes out of its way to speak the north obligation by Asham indicates to us that we do not want to use Chatas as a binyan out, because Chatas is learned out from a Hekesh to Ola, which just essentially answers, well, maybe not. Maybe that's maybe the case. Chatas is just unique because the Chata ultimately again had a thesis. Ola is unique ultimately because it's totally just human. That's why the Torah had to go out of its way to write Safon on north obligation by Asham. Which the question, okay. So now let's say essentially what we have over here in front of us are three kavanos, ultimately again with the north obligation, three categories of kavanos. I've got Ola, Chatas, Asham. All of them have the same north obligation. So the Gemara says, Kavana Kavana Asma. Then one of these could have been directly derived from one of them. You can't derive Chatas from Ola, Asham from Ola, Asham from Chatas, or Asham from Ola. Right? So I can't, and Ola doesn't need to derive anything. Remember again, Ola is Ola right to explicitly doing that. So I can't derive one from one. But maybe, maybe instead of going ahead and having to learn out all three, so you just let them learn out two and learn out third ultimately again from the two that are dashing. So you know it's going to be so we need to actually do this. No, we feel that one Ola. So let the Torah not make any mention of Ola, except Ola, but northern obligation by Ola. The TC may Chatas for Asham. And I would say instead, once we know that Chatas and Asham have a north obligation, then I would say that Ola has itself on a north obligation as well. The answer is that's not going to work. Why not? Malvahana should be happen because Chatas and Asham are unique. Or I should say, what makes them unique above Ola? Then the Chatas. They have told us therefore they affect the atonement. So therefore, if we would have just learned out a Safon obligation by Chatas and Asham, I would have said atonement kavanos have a Safon obligation, but not that I know anything by Ola. Lo niflo that's one of the Chatas. The Tisimihara. So don't say anything about Chatas and learn out the northern obligation ultimately again of Chatas from Ola and Asham. Malahana Shikin Skara. It's not going to work. Ultimately again because Ola and Asham are male animals, whereas the Chatas can be male or female. Lo niflo Asham. The Tisimihara. Don't say anything about Asham and learn it out from the Chatas and the Ola. Malahana Shikin yes, then the Tzibur could be Yachid. Is there is the person that both Chatas and Ola. Ultimately again, there is a communal version of this Chatas, which Asham does not have. So that is what it is saying. So therefore, again, I won't say therefore the Gemara says it doesn't work. This whole thing ultimately again doesn't work. So therefore, I will say interestingly enough, it does sound like halacha l'maisa. You can go ahead and take something that is learned out from the Hekesh and go ahead and use it. Because the murder makes the Homer, that leads ultimately again for a big out. Okay, so that's category one. But listen, I just want to tell you the backdrop to this. The backdrop to this is a thing because of Yochanan, which we ended up yesterday's back. What did Yochanan say? But Yochanan said in general, the Chola Torah Kula, throughout the entire Torah, the maiden of Lamad Yulabe. In general, Yochanan says in Chola Torah Kula, you could use a derivative halacha as a source for something else. The only place you can't do this is touching. Now, our Gemara now is disagreeing with that a little bit, right? Our Gemara seems to be analyzing the possibility that halacha l'maisa you can use derivative to use a source. We're going to reconcile that in a little while. Next, it looks like I'm just going to point down. But let's go on like that. So next, Davalon V'Gera Shava, Malchi Lami B'Hekesh. Next question. What about saying I've learned that from the V'Gera Shava? Let's say B is learned out from A, is derived from A, through use of Xer Shalom. Okay? What's the halacha mashi and the hektish? And then D be used as a source for C with the hektish. This is embarrassing. Rabbi Papa says, the Zos Torah Zerach Hashmanim in our Torah. So the Pasuk says, the Zos Torah Zerach Hashmanim, this is the halacha Hashmanim, Asher Yaakov Hashem, Im al Pogod Kamidenu. So it says, after the Torah speaks about Shmanim, the Torah next pasuk speaks about Kevin Toga. The Magru, for Toga Shabbanim Hanaisa. So it says, interestingly enough, the halacha is actually pasuk in halacha that a Kevin Toga can be brought from nicer shini. They're not the nicer shini. If you have a nicer shini animal, ultimately again you can go ahead and bring a Kevin Toga from Rashi. It's a bit of fire. If you go across to the right and Rashi, maybe about 10 lines up. So actually, the Magru Toga, we kind of have this Shmanim, the Damin HaMaiser, in Peirush B'Shas Nidro, Amras Habi Nimal's nicer shini. So it's interesting enough, a Kevin Toga can be brought from a nicer shini. Fascinating halacha. Rashi points out that this only works if you do it at the time that you stipulate this. At the time that you make the neder to really come into it. So you need to actually find Shmanim the Hashini Meiser, because since we find that Shmanim can be brought from a nicer shini, and Shmanim says, and remember, so that's the idea, since Shmanim can be brought from nicer shini, and Kevin Toga is juxtaposed to Shmanim. Therefore, just like Shmanim can be brought from nicer shini, so too Kevin Toga can be brought from nicer shini as well. So she wants to hold up here. Shmanim is how do you know that a Kevin Shmanim can be brought from nicer shini? So it's going to point out what this thing that you don't remember. What's nicer shini will say? Nicer shini is on the produce. Right, so what do? I have produce from Hashem. I live in Tel Aviv. I don't want to take all of my produce with me sometimes. So what do? I give it on to money. I take the money to Yerushalayim. Now what it's telling me is, watch this. I can take my money, go to Yerushalayim, and I can use the money to buy a carbon Toga. Not only that, I can also use the money to buy a carbon Toga. Now, why did I just announce it like this? Since I could use money to buy carbon Shmanim, and carbon Toga is juxtaposed ultimately again to Shmanim, then just like you can use nicer shini for a Shmanim, you can use nicer shini money for a Toga. Beautiful. Christian wants to pause that. How do you know if you're allowed to use nicer shini money for Shmanim? Where did you get that from? You look through the nicer shini. It's Sham. Xer Shabbat. Ultimately, again, it says Sham in the context of Shmanim, and it says Sham in the context, ultimately, again, of nicer shini. So let's say you just see what happened over here. So you might just went ahead and learned out that Shmanim can be brought from nicer shini to Xer Shabbat. And then used Shmanim ultimately again as a hektish, as a comparison to carbon Toga. Right? Since Shmanim is juxtaposed to carbon Toga, just like Shmanim ultimately again can be brought from nicer shini, so can Toga from nicer shini. So incredible. So what is this an example of? This is an example ultimately again of a derivative halacha being used as a hektish for something else. So remember, Shmanim is learned out from a Xer Shabbat. Ultimately, again, the nicer shini, and then the juxtaposition of Shmanim to Toga tells me that just like Shmanim can be bought with nicer shini money, so Toga can be bought with nicer shini money. Incredible. So just an example of use of this exegetical method. How many magicians don't suggest that money I do that? Nicer, that's not a comparison, I'll tell you why. Nicer doesn't include the amo. Again, I will say, remember again, we're asking this question in the context of hardship. Right? All these exegetical questions are exegetical questions back to ask in the context of hardship. Nicer shini is cooling. Right? Whether it's a designation ultimately again on unconsecrated places. So that's helpful to our particular question. Right? Our question at hand ultimately again is the use of derivative halachas in Kachim law. But nicer shini is not really Kachim law. Nicer shini is much more considered to be cooling. To which the Gemara says, Amar Rama told us, and the Rami told us, to which he answered, remember, that's not true. As long as one of the derivatives in the equation is Karbanos and Kachin, then that satisfies the criteria of inquiry. Like what we're asking about say is, can a derivative halacha serve as a source halacha in the realm of Kachin? As long as one of the sides of the equation, right, either A or C, is dealing with Kachin, that satisfies the criteria for our inquiry and is on point. Okay, so everyone says, interesting, it's not a point that. So it sounds like what Gemara is saying is something, right, to C is learned out from A by dint of a zero shabbat. B can serve as the source of a hekesh with C, right? How do we know that? Because shlamim, you learn out that shlamim is able to be brought from Meiser Sheni through a zero shabbat with Meiser Sheni. So shlamim is the B, Meiser Sheni is the A, and then shlamim serves as the comparison by dint of the juxtaposition to Shlamim is learned out from Meiser Sheni, and then again from zero shabbat, and then Toga is juxtaposed to Shlamim. So there's a hekesh over there. So you see from here that Shlamim is learned out from zero shabbat, and then serves as a hekesh ultimately again is the carbon Toga. Incredible. Let's go back there. Never have a zero shabbat. I guess now you want to ask a different question. What if B is learned out from A through a zero shabbat? Could B then serve as the source for us of the zero shabbat with C? That's the Shaila. We learn this solas kodachas lamani yivuka sheba solas. The most is again parts of here. Says solas kodachas. Now we'll say now again, talking about this actually carbon soda is brought with 40 different loaves. 40 different types. So one of the loaves that's brought was called a scalded loaf. So it's made like a boiling water. So the Gemara says, this revuka, which is what we call this scalded loaf, is brought with sodas. And once again, what's sodas? Fine flour. Chalos minayin. How do I know that the loaf is called chalos, which is just another type of loaf that comes over? He's also brought with sodas. Chalos. Rafiki minayin. How do I know that we call the wafer loaf? Those are also brought with sodas. Also the common Golda. Minayin Kabaloma, matzos. Ultimately again the Gera Shabbat. So that's what you see over here. What you see over here is ultimately again a two-tiered Gera Shabbat. So again, B is being learned out from the Gera Shabbat, and B as part of the Gera Shabbat with C. So it sounds like even something learned out with the Gera Shabbat to serve as part of the Gera Shabbat with something else. I'm going to let you know. Unite the matzos, I don't know ultimately again that the Java of matzos is both on Kalos. Dilma, not that Hanukkah, maybe actually it's being linked out from the general covenant, and not from covenant Toga at all. Therefore, again, we'll say, Allah for myself, not a raya. So Allah Amarallah, like another said, Kanya, is actually very interesting. We learned that we'll say this is by the power of the Kohen Gadol. So we learned Kanya, the Kirbo, so the pasuk over here says as follows: the Kirbo Upirsho. So Kirbo said, now the Kirbo means it's kishkis. It's inside of the carbon. Upirsho. Pirsha means any waste that is inside of the animal. And again, let's remember, as a parable Kohen Gadol, it's very unique. What happens? Shita, Kabbalah, Shita, done inside of the Shita, but then the animal, the intact animal, is actually taken outside and burned outside of the base of the flesh. So the Torah says over here, the inside the kishkas of the animal, and any waste inside the animal remains inside of the animal, and you take it out to be burned. So it's another way of saying what? Another way of saying is you don't cut up the animal inside of the base of the flesh. We don't take it out. We check it, we get the blood, and then we take it out fully intact to be burned. Malami, Shemotzi Shavin. This teaches us that Allah you take the animal out complete, right, intact, outside of this Hamikdash, ultimately again to burn it. Yokoi Yisufenu Shavim, Shima Front, ultimately again that we burn it intact. Also, Rabbi said, now what does that mean? I might have thought that maybe there's no removal of sacrificial parts, like in that we burn the whole thing inside. Ne'emar Kan Losha Ukra, it says over here, it's head and it's inside. The Ne'emar Lahalon Losha Ukra, and it says by Ola. By an Ola Losha Ukra as well. Not Lahalon Ayudin Ukra, just like again by the Ola Abi. The sacrificial parts already. Afkan Ayudin Ukra. So here ultimately sacrificial parts from it as well. Imar Lahalon the half ship, Afkan the half ship. See my perfect, just like by the Ola. The animal is free, right? It's skinned. So over here by the Parkman Dodo, it should be skinned as well. Amaloma, which care about Ukra. Yet by the boss it says ultimately again, it's inside and its waist remains inside. My cover, this is where we go. We're going to talk about the Shem Shapir should be cared about conscious of it. We're saying that waist remains on the inside of the animal, so too again the kishkis remain on the inside of the animal as well. The time that Rabbi said, Rabbi says, it says over here, or and basar. So the Gemara says, on the days, the Ne'emar Lahalon, or and basar. And it says by the Parkman Mashal. So I says, now watch what we're doing is, right? Remember, all of this is once we learn out B from A, we now want to use B to go ahead and serve as a source of something else. So it says over here, by the Parkman Mashal, ultimately again, or and basar, the Ne'emar Lahalon. And it says by the Parkman Mashal, or and basar. So the Ne'emar Lahalon, or basar, okay. It says by the Parkman Mashal, flesh, skin, flesh, and waist. Now Lahalon Ayudin, just like ultimately again over there, we remove the sacrificial parts that's cutting up the animal. After Ayudin, so to over here, we ultimately again will go ahead and remove the sacrificial parts that's cutting up the animal. So what we just done, we just learned out secondary Shava from a first Shava. He was learned out from a partly. Ultimately again was learned out from Ola with Zero Shava, and then ultimately again Parkman Mashiach was ultimately learned out from another Zero Shava. So we learned out a Zero Shava from a Zero Shava. Incredible. So what's this therefore again? It sounds like ultimately again you're allowed to do this again. You just keep in the back of your mind all of these stands in conscious distinction ultimately between the Rabbi Yochanan that we saw before that when it comes to kachim, we do not learn how to live in halachas. Obviously, all of this is against the idea for them, which we'll have to discuss. But we'll say, at this point in the shir, you may be asking yourself, right? So what is going on over here, right? Just like Joseph said, I just want to point out why a sugi like this is incredibly important. In life, the process is just as important as the finish line. We often like to focus that as long as the job is complete, at the end of the day, who cares how you got there? And that is fundamentally false. The process is just as important, and dare I say, even more important than ultimately the completion or the actualization or the finish line of the task. Why? Because it is often the process, ultimately again, that builds us as people. It's the process that builds character, it's the process that builds stamina, and it's the process that builds resolve. On a very basic level. It's the process that determines everything. Imagine for a moment we're showing you love and you're giving them a gift. Right, whatever it is, a spouse, a sibling, a friend. Imagine for a moment to give this one. So many times, take the gift, and you go right to say, yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Don't knock yourself out. Very happy birthday. The gift could be the most exquisite gift in the world, most beautiful gift in the world. Right? But it's the process through which that gift has been given is flawed. The gift is rendered fundamentally meaningless. Now it's like, what makes Torah beautiful and meaningful? It's a willingness to toil, and a willingness to toil even when I don't necessarily know what's happening every moment, and even when I'm wondering to myself, why do I have to do this? You ever have a conversation with someone who you love very much, and perhaps it's a spouse, and you're wondering to yourself, why are we having this conversation? right? Maybe we've spoken about this 50 times already. We've had the same exact conversation over and over and over. And you're ready to say what? Right, no one's going to go on record saying this, right? I don't know. Very ready to say.
He's aging faster in Texas.
Yeah, yes, actually, I agree with you. Like we're not even on opposite sides. I said I agree. I said you're right. I said I'm sorry. Just give me a moment. I said
It's just different.
we did this already. Here's the one sign. Everyone knows relationship building 101. You need to do it as many times as it because that's part of the process of building a relationship. It's part of the process of building security. It's part of the process ultimately of building dialogue because it's not just like, hey, we need to stop this. Let's accomplish next. The process is so profoundly important because then at some point in time later on, having that same conversation 50 times builds that relationship muscle, builds the foundation. And at some point in time, when you're on that foundation, as something is really difficult and challenging, you have all of that built up of that foundation. It's shaping in Torah. Whether you recognize it or not, both sides, working through this. So yeah, and yes, I just want to point out, because I know what happens for all of us. And I'd be in the same boat if I did not do it this year. At a certain point in time, you're right, I'm out. And either I'm literally doing something else, I start learning something else, and focusing on something else, and I will get back in when there's something reasonably meaningful and helpful that's going to come my way. And let's say if you do that, just understand, you're missing out on some of the key parts of the relationship. This whole Gemara is about process. Process is often the driest part of relationships. Process is often the most unexciting part of relationships. Process is often the part that, are we done yet? Are we done yet? Can we please get to something else? But without it, we are fundamentally unprepared to build on that relationship going forward. That's what this is. This is literally process 101. Can you learn this? Can you learn this? It's not complicated. A little bit dry, but don't blame that on Chazal, you can blame that on me, right? A little bit dry, but so profoundly necessary, both for Gemara, our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and how we address the fundamental processes in all areas of our life. So with that, let's dig back in. Third line from the top of the number of days. Never learned to get a Shabbat, not showing the top of all that. So ultimately, you know what it says, listen to this. So if something is learned out from the Gzera Shabbat, right? So again, B is learned out from A with the Gzera Shabbat. Well, can B then serve as a Kalvachomer with C? So it's asking the same question in multiple different directions. So the Gemara says Kalvachomer. The Gemara says Kalvachomer. Of course you can. It's a Kalvachomer you can. We just say the Kalvachomer. Umar Hekid, She'elim Elami, the Hekish, even if you don't need Rabbi. Of course, one of the things we've established is this B is learned out from a Hekish with A, B can serve as a Hekish with C. Now that was learned out from one of the two pieces that was in yesterday. Either from Rabbi or from Rabbi. The line is a couple. Yeah, we'll say B learned out from the Hekish with A, B can serve as a couple with C. Now that we learned in yesterday. Oh, we just learned. We just learned very small. And we just learned. Sometimes very small. That's what we just saw before in Abu Dhabi. So the Gemara says Gzera Shabbat. This the Hekish with the Asapa. So the Gzera Shabbat can be learned from the Hekish. In other words, if B is learned from A with a Hekish, I'm sorry, with Gzera Shabbat, can then serve as a source of the Hekish. That's not Papa. You know, this starting with Papa Holder. Of course, it uses a Papa Holder. Interesting. So you might want to answer this up with the Papa Holder. That he's not from the Papa Holder. That if B is learned out from A, ultimately, again, with the Gzera Shabbat, ultimately, again, B can serve as a Kalvachomer with C. Incredible. So honey, so that makes sense if you subtract with your Rapapa. And the man below says Rapapa might go in the mark. But ultimately, again, if you don't subtract Rapapa, what is there to say? And like Kalvachomer, that the Gemara says is a Kalvachomer, so essentially, the Gemara is using a Kalvachomer to teach us ultimately again exegetical process. It's not Hekish, She'elim Elami, the Hekish. So we'll say Okay, so remember again, if something is learned out by dint of a hekesh, it cannot serve as the source of a hekesh for something else. So B is learned out from a comparison with A, so B can't serve as a primary comparison for C. So we must that's based on the sources that we saw yesterday. Is that Rabbi or Rabbi? Yet again, something learned out from a hekesh, Malami the Kavachomer, can serve as the source of a Kavachomer. And where did we learn that from? In the time of the Shor, as we just saw. Gzera Shava, Hamelamedes to Gzera Shava, Chaveza, so ultimately again Gzera Shava, which can be learned out from another Gzera Shava. Where did we see that from? Mr. Rabbi Hamabo says, alternate that, as you know, Rabbi Hamo, and Odin Shatan the Kavachomer, could certainly serve as the source for a Kavachomer. So the Gzera Shava, right, there's something enough from Gzera Shava, could serve as part of another Gzera Shava. And certainly something enough from Gzera Shava can ultimately be used as part of a Kavachomer. Better you might answer from a Kavachomer. Fascinating. Next, Rabbi Halalim the Gzera Shava. And I will say, by the way, I'll just point out, for us, obviously, these conversations don't have that much applicability. Why? Because we're not the ones making the drushes. But understand, for the Gemara, this is the bread and butter of Talmudic discourse. So here on the website, this is talking about the mechanics through which you can learn things out. So these principles, again, for us, like I said, we're not making the drushes. So for me, I'm just like, tell me what you do. This bottom line, like, tell me what you can learn. But for Chazal sitting in base marriage, trying to understand, well, if B is learned out from A, through a Kavachomer, can I use it for Haggish, because it's for Gzera Shava? This is it. This literally, again, I will say, this is where the magic happens. If you know what that feeling you're feeling, that's the magic happening, right? That is the magic happening. Right? So, because again, this is exactly how we answer this. Determines how pretty much like the rest of Shas is going to be structured. Incredible. Next, Federal Gzera Shava. Now she learns the out. There's an interesting enough. When someone's learning out from Gzera Shava, then it's sort of a paradigm. So B to learn out from A with the Gzera Shava can B then serve as a figuring out of paradigm. This is where it says, take it. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Next, don't learn a Kavachomer. Now she learns the Hekesh. If somebody's learned that from a Kavachomer, so B is learned that from A with a Kavachomer, so ultimately again, can B be used with C as a Hekesh. So you might from the Yochanan. We go real for them, but not make the Hekesh. Sometimes we go real for them, not Hekesh, we got Papa. He's going to see a face of Yochanan, Papa. But a Kavachomer, how long the Hekesh, the time they did be small. So what's the Kavachomer? They're learned that from the Hekesh. Ultimately, again, from the Yishmael. You must listen to this. So you must say, I'm sorry. Kavachomer, I learned the Hekesh, we turn the Yishmael. Ain't no din shit on the Hekesh. So how do you feel about this? Like, Papa. That was fine. Ultimately, again, disrespect is the Papa. And the less they do that, Papa, might be killing me, right? But if you don't respect that, Papa, I will say again, this is all just mentioning all of the shootas that we have seen the last 2 days. So what is there to say? Take it. Long as you guys are taking it. Okay, yeah.
Alrighty then, we
got the Kavachomer, smash on the Gzera Shava. If somebody gets learned that from the Kavachomer, so let's say B is learned that from A with the Kavachomer, can B then serve as the source or as part of the Gzera Shava with C, to which the Gemara says Kavachomer. Interesting. Yes, the answer is yes, based on a Kavachomer. I say the answer could be found based on a Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Umad Gzera Shava, She'ena Lamei with the Hekisha. So something that's from the Gzera Shava, but something is learned out from the Gzera Shava, it cannot be used as part of the Hekesh. Maybe Rabbi Yochanan. And let's meet Rabbi Yochanan. Yes, the learning to Gzera Shava, the Rabbi Chava. Yeah, the most say something learned out from the Gzera Shava can be used as the source of another Gzera Shava. That's Rabbi Chava. Therefore, Kavachomer, along with the Hekesh, therefore Kavachomer ultimately again.
That's crazy.
Kavachomer Rabbi Hekesh, meantime the Yishmael, they will get from the Gzera Shava. So it can serve as the source ultimately again for the Gzera Shava. So therefore, again, I will say, based on that, the Gemara says that something learned out from the Kavachomer ultimately again can be used as the source for the Gzera Shava. Fascinating. One more piece I will say. Must Rabbi Halalim. Don't the Kavachomer. Mal Shilami the Kavachomer. So let's say, interesting question. If B is going out from A with the Kavachomer, can B then serve as the source of the Kavachomer, part of the Kavachomer with C? Gemara says, Gemara answers, Kavachomer is the Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Uma Gizer Shava Shelo Neidu Behekish is a Yochanan. So the Gizer Shava, like something left in Gizer Shava, ultimately again cannot be used as a Hekish. That's a Yoch. But the line of Kavachomer yet can be used as a source of Kavachomer. Did the Amr, as he said, Kavachomer Halom in the Hekish. So ultimately, again, if a Kavachomer, something like that from a Kavachomer, ultimately, again, can use as part of the Hekish, meaning times that is small, as we saw times is small, Eino Tishinami the Kavachomer, ultimately, again, certainly can be used as a Kavachomer, we learned from a Kavachomer as well. The Zel, Kavachomer, ben Kavachomer. And what's interesting enough, this is what we call a Kavachomer, ben a Kavachomer. So you see from here that a double Kavachomer ultimately works. You must see, well, in reality, ben Benosha Kavachomer. In reality, the best is exactly what you just mentioned, actually a three-tier Kavachomer. Ella, Kavachomer, right, you might as it's the Kavachomer, I will say that again. You might ask me over here, something is learned out, there's more question. If something is learned out from a Kavachomer, he will then serve as a partner of the Kavachomer. B learned out from A with the Kavachomer. Can B then go ahead and ultimately serve as a Kavachomer with C? You might say that's a Kavachomer. Not Hekish, Sheno Lomet the Hekish. Here is Rabbi. If B learned out from A with the Hekish. With the Hekish, right? Ultimately, again, B cannot serve as a Hekish with C. That's one of the things we've already established. And that's based either on Rabbi or Rabina. Yet Malami the Kavachomer. Yet the E is derived from A with the Hekish. B can serve as a Kavachomer with C. We tell you that it's small. Kavachomer. Kavachomer. Alami the Hekish. So all the more system of Hekish. We tell you that it's small. Eino Din Shi Alami the Kavachomer. Ultimately, we're certainly going to go with the Kavachomer. There's Zel Kavachomer. That's Kavachomer. So we'll say, interesting enough, it turns out that Halacha L'Maisa, the Gemara says, I should say Halacha L'Maisa. Based on what the Gemara says over here, is that if B is learned out from a Kavachomer with A, then ultimately again, B can serve as a Kavachomer ultimately again with C. Next. Kavachomer, that's what I'm bringing out. What's the next question? If B is learned out from a Kavachomer ultimately again with A. So again, can that Kavachomer ultimately again then serve as a bringing out? What's it bringing out? A bringing out is a paradigm. That we used to translate as a paradigm. And it creates a paradigm, and if for anything else that kind of fits in that paradigmatic framework, we'll share this in our. Let's remember again. We started with this, and this is the beginning of today's class. Right? They wanted to suggest that maybe like Kratos, becomes like a paradigm for Sinach, right? And therefore Ashur will automatically be included in that paradigm as well. So the Gemara switches gears a little bit while we start this here. The Gemara says, if B is learned out from a Kavachomer, can B, if B is learned out by into the Kavachomer, can B then serve as a paradigm for C? Let's say the point in the and ultimately we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in the Hashem. We'll pick up with this. So I just want to point out, we're almost finished with this. We're almost finished with this. We have so tomorrow's done. We have one more little piece. It's just I know it feels like we've been through every single exegetical combination possibly known to man. There's actually two more left. We'll get to those tomorrow, Yes Hashem. We will then see the halacha l'maisa on this, and then Yes Hashem get back to the sugya. So it says shtoya.
No, well, if he were to, does he stand correct or double down? He doubles down. Yeah.
Really? No, let me see it, Doug. Hold up.
No! Why? Oh, he made it so much worse. He had another guy do it for you. Let me see it, Doug. It's so funny how fast he does it. Is that what Repair's called, or whatever his dad's? If he is just any other customer customer. He's so fun. He's a customer. Blimp. Yeah, Blimp. Yeah. He's so fun. He's a glimpse on the we went not redacted enough. I got more redacted. I was thinking, I was like, this is not the flip on the radar post. But I followed you. I was like, Travel seems confident. This one. Glimpse on the radar, huh? That's a good one. Let's see. Dude, I'm coming down. My dad was at my grandma's house. My aunt calls me. Your dad's here. Come on. Oh, fuck. Maybe he's dead or something. And the whole way down from Hollywood to Orange County, I'm not going to give him any shit. We're going to start over. We're going to fucking make this good. I'm not going to give him any shit. Baba kills the violence. Yeah, Baba kills the violence. Fuck that 240CX. He's still alive. No, he's dead. He has to say something. He's got to put something in. No, he's dead. He's gonna. Yeah, that's how he ruins stuff. But a little bit of this energy at the beginning, like, dude, puppy, what are you doing, bro? Is that the guy? Is Eddie Bravo the guy that told him that? The Dave Latinos? Oh, you're probably right. And then he acts like he's his best friend. My best friend told me that. Dude, I hope have you seen this next post? Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I saw it pop up, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. Shout out to old Barney, dude. One of our guys, he says he's been inspired by the boys. I didn't see that part. I just saw the title. Yeah, very good. Shout out to him. I would like a series of these, old Barney, if you're watching. You know what I mean? Old Barney, old boy, dude. You can go further and further with this. Yeah, bring it back to the old days of James where there were series and parks and things. Yeah. I think the Godzilla thing is still going on. I like that, but not social media. This is real. Let's see. Wait, storage unit Rabbi. In the great state of Texas, the treasures within. And that's good, dude. I think it's just enough. It's quick and sweet, very funny. So yeah, I think I keep going. I think here's what I envision, dude. Okay, obviously, great work. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for my dish to get remade. No, it's just as fun as yeah. If you want some pico de gallo or something like that, dude, what you should do, because I saw the comments to this. Yeah, it wasn't my original idea, but when I read the comments, it'd be so funny if they open up the storage unit and it's shopping. They're going, call the lady, call the lady. That'd be so funny. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Shout out to you, Sir O'Barney. Let's see here. What do we got next? We have a post from the Unusual 4460. Me and Joe talk every day and twice on Sundays. He knows I can't podcast today because Denver and Bronco have baseball. Oh, so it's Bradley with Joe. So Rogies didn't want he didn't want shop anywhere near Bradley Cooper. Yeah. You can't have next to somebody that important to me. It's crazy how they invite Brian and Joanna. That's so weird. Wow. I guess you're trying to throw out that podcast. Bradley Cooper will do anything to show us the comedy movie. Have you seen it? No, I refuse to watch it. Until the comic tells me, like, oh, go see it. You know? Yeah, no comics have been told me to go see. Is this thing on? Yeah, I haven't heard much about it yet, but I kind of want to see it. The traffic trade. I already watched it twice. And it was great. It's also very big boy centric. Yeah, big boy inspired. Yeah. There's a lot of talk on our Discord about the Shaw podcast. What is it, the JoJo podcast? Oh, yeah. They want us to get chairs and recreate your studio in my apartment. That's kind of funny. I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess I missed that. But yeah, no, I mean, look, don't tempt me with a good time. Don't tell me to fuck my way out of a room. I'll fucking buy all that shit and put it right here. That'd be so funny if we do the same weekly release the first episode. number already. When's that going to be? I mean, if we're prepared, it could be any day. Yeah, it's we should get a countdown clock for when JoJo comes out. Yeah, there's some sick little renditions of like the neon signs that says like JoJo Tweeties or something like this. Yeah, send us a JoJo sign and put it up. Oh no, they made it for good targets. Oh, I'm not making this up. This already. Yeah. People want us to create JoJo's set. You gotta get a or an address you can send it to. Well, leave comments. Let us know if you want to get those chairs, and then Brendan will have a field day. Let's see here. Oh shit. Let's see here. This is supposed to be appropriate. 30. Them clown shoes be. Sorry, I'm still getting over it.
What's the bridge?
Look at that paint. Is that like Joe Rogan in the third eye? Or is that another guy? I mean, I would be disturbed if you imagine you're like home with somebody in another apartment, and then one day they're like, oh, I mean, if you want to go over, you can see it or whatever. Yeah, you walk in, that's the first thing you see. Regardless of like Joe Rogan's person or anything, yeah, just that on the wall kind of be like, oh, our celebration. Would you? Are you saying just that painting itself? Or yeah, no, it's not even the person out going over there. It's just this painting is jarring. I don't think it's very good. Let's see the shoes. I guess because they're big. When I first saw this post, I'm like, that's not that bad. Yeah, they don't really look that crazy, but I think what they're saying is these don't know that they promise mommy thing where they're too big. Yeah, like he wears bigger shoes. That's so pathetic. I saw there's a picture of because he's wearing dress pants, and they're like up to here, so you can see that he wears shoes that are 2 or 3 sizes too big. Anyways, look at this. Look how short they are. I was taking the picture. Why are they doing them this dirty? If that is supposed to be Rogan, it comes like Billy Zane. Oh, that guy. Or that guy, Ronnie and Joe Rogan. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, it's probably Rogan. Yeah, it's probably the same guy. He's an artist. Alrighty, an artist I want to this is posted by Selected Tom. Streaming on TikTok to 20 people. Oh my god. There's a time way back when I did a live on this channel about Eric Griffin's streams when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And he was not too pleased. Wait, you did a commentary on him talking about Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Oh, okay. He was pissed off. Yeah. Spicy. Yeah, he got very spicy. And he's not very good at the game. I'm surprised that Eric is a gamer. I wouldn't have thought of that as like a thing that he does. He's a grifter. So, yeah. You gotta try. And that's like when you're trying out stuff and you're him. I would be like, damn, you want me to? All right. I guess so. He's with Brian Callen playing video games. They're calling him all sorts of names. Are you kidding? Like Kaizen type streams, Brendan Schaub being Kaizen. Are you kidding me? This is what we need in our lives. Brendan would be more fun to watch with video games because obviously we get frustrated, he'd lose and cheat. He'd like, oh, it's a glitch in the game. I'm not winning. He'd lick his shoe. Yeah, he'd do weird stuff like that. Like, he'd do all the same things that he does in his normal podcast, but he'd be playing Crash Bandicoot. It'd be funny to watch Brendan like with the old games, you had to like blow on the crash fix and stuff, fix the games. He's like, is this PS5? He's like, Super Nintendo. Yeah, I want to see him stream. Me too. This is posted by Crotchberry Juice. Stinky Pete for a person. That's a horrible choice and everything about it. He's trying to look caveman-ish or something. He just is, yeah. The mustache is a choice. I guess Schultz inspired. It's a rough look.
that I'm hiding for
Prison.
the violation cards.
That's why I wear my crap tags on hat. I don't seem clear. This is your first day in prison and you're choosing which gang to be in. But not, you're looking at this guy and you go, oh, should I be in his gang? If I don't join. Yeah, you look at the prison, you go, oh my God, I know it's this bad. These guys in here look fucked up. You ask him, you go, how long have you been in prison? Thinking he's going to say 7 to 10, maybe longer, and he goes 2 months. You're like, oh my God.
That makes sense.
Please, let me out. Oh no, I'm going to get fucked up. I don't want to look like that. He does look like a cop. Or that too, yeah. He looks like a cop that puts you in jail for too long. The cop that shoots John Bernthal back. Drug money. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Pete Time posted this one. Yeah, I don't know why they keep giving him shit. No, this isn't real, is it? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I got real scared today. You always gotta ask.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
I think it's probably. Oh wait, but that's not. Oh, that's an actress that Harvey Beer in that comedian, I think. Okay, no, it could be because someone's playing his wife.
That would itself
Okay, keep talking. I don't think that neither of those two people deserve a shot. Really, I don't think. I mean, he's not funny. She's not funny. Oh my God, it's real. Yeah, it's an actress thing. Oh my God, it's real. I wonder what Freebird's about. There's no way. Why? I don't know why Netflix does this kind of stuff. They maybe have to. They're being forced to by some evil hand or Joe Rogan, the podcast kings. Joe Rogan's gonna get burned shut. All right, well, hopefully this doesn't get douche. We're gonna watch this. If it skips here, it'll be on the Patreon version. We need to watch this.
This whole shirtless thing, where does it come from? All I'm asking is, why is it not going full screen? This whole shirtless thing, where does it come from? All I'm asking is,
That comedy club is called Nut House.
Yeah,
I did. I'm so jealous.
and I have above that serves as a container.
Yeah, it's funny that he's doing the same thing. TV show that he does on stage.
What if you don't subscribe to that model of music?
He kind of looks like a turkey or something. It's like one of those two chickens.
About does everyone hold of the major
It's like
when there's a bulk connector?
it's
That
just
brings
going
us
up
to this
there.
whole side conversation.
Blackbird is at the lowest on this superstar. There's no way this does go right. I don't think so. Maybe Netflix executives have so much money they're doing this just to laugh at birds. Having a good time. Oh yeah. Oh, that scene's hilarious. They're all cooked out. Dude. He looks like a rotisserie chicken. Oh, he's up in the air again.
Ultimately, again, the bug is coming from
All I'm asking
is first subject, coming up on the if I commit to something illegal, and also very uncomfortable, but I want to know how to say it, giving that I want to
I feel violated. You crossed a line with your big, fat mouth. Headmaster's office. Suspension. You. The pig requires a little lipstick. Who the fuck's saying that?
Shut the fuck up, Isla.
You're most money made. Intentionally, what it takes to be great.
And the other thing is, no, it's in trouble is in what's over that.
For Rabbi.
It's so funny. I grew up in a trailer in Texas. This is why it's so funny. Oh, the irony. Whatever you prefer.
I want to say, we don't see the maintenance
So
of
boring.
and rather we're going to
Just so
say
boring.
that Tachton
It's like if you put
we're going to learn how that which is seen below from that which is seen above.
Euphoria. Yeah, that's funny.
What is that?
Bert Kreischer, Euphoria. The kids are okay because he's done all the drugs. There's no more drugs for them to take. You're like, I would get high, but Bert didn't already. I guess we'll go slow. Looks like Bert's gonna live. Yeah, real last because she takes one look at Bert without a shirt on and thinks I gotta get my liquor. That's where you turn out to be. That's funny to me because I stand by this. The machine was not bad. I enjoyed the machine. Wiggles and Joe. Sorry. Social media. This is it. That hurts your feelings. Oh, yeah. This I guess that is
Wrong direction.
Let's make all my kind of business.
They did not go and wait for
This is who I am now. I hate how show it's so hacky. It's doing the same thing that other shows do. Deep breath, reminds me of stupid trailer. But anyways, way too inside. Sorry. That was bad. Oh, so I guess it is real, dude. It's real. It's sad. Wow. I thought for sure this was a Photoshop when I saw it really quick. A funny term comes out. It's like, look, I told you liberals are ruining America. Okay, Bird has a show, another show on Netflix. I didn't do that. Okay. If they let Paramount or whatever it is buy Netflix, you wouldn't see this. Okay, that's Nancy Pelosi. Cookie, Jeffrey is not those people. Why we love this town. Spicy. The next one's posted by Big Battle 9416. Mrs. Schlum needs to work on her social media Photoshop skills. Why is this Photoshop? No, I mean, that's what the idea is. I guess it's fake. She's photoshopping herself at the gym, maybe. I don't know how you can tell that, but just the idea of someone doing that thing. Cool gym. Coolest gym I've ever been to. Got to visit my first form fam in St. Louis today. They paid her $20 to do this. To Photoshop, so she spent 3 hours photoshopping her into this thing for $20. Good for you, man. Good job. That ninja on the left, when she catches you in the vlog, looking for Addie's baddies. Let's see what that's saying, because it's going to be just yeah,
There's one Torah for every Hashem. And just like someone comes here as his word, two shkalim, has the word two shkalim, so too again, what's the problem?
it's so ridiculous.
Two shkalim as well. Tina, man, is like Torahs. So we'll say, that's fine.
Yeah, see, it's
Russia.
yeah.
So if you don't do that Russia, man, the rest they Torahs. So it's the of the Russia.
Dana White's mom posted this week. Papa's circle really is the key to success.
Ultimately, I get
I don't know if you know what this is. One of our guys, Mark Harley, in an ASAP Rocky video. Oh, wow. He's blown up. Yeah. It is probably the best thing that ever happened to him. The shop first. He didn't know it at the time, and no one ever does it. It's hard. It hurts, to leave something like that. But then, once the dust settles, and you can see the forest of the trees. Let's see what else we got here. Why does Papa continue to call out Brock Lesnar's daughter despite an attorney holding 833? Do it again. Show her daughter. I don't know if he did it again. Maybe we'll film it as a post on here. Wake up, babe. Joe Rogan just debuted at You Fake Laugh. Oh no. Let's see.
We're having a conversation about being in the present moment. When you did record that.
Yeah. That sounds like a guy that built a baby from a baby. Attorney only 833 post this.
When you did record that.
You just gotta do that when you're talking to Wendy because she's so funny. Force yourself to just do something. I wish I could do that every time we talk. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Matt 180X BGL talking to squirrels in the Mercury Insurance commercial. Wow, he's just killing it. He's everywhere, man. He's a hardworking guy. I think it's so funny. For a commercial actor, he's doing amazing. And he's perfect for it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to shake my head. He's the right guy to do it. But it's so funny that he comes from the mountains. Yeah, well, he was wasting his time in that shit. And now he's out there doing this guy who's built for to be a goofy dude in commercials. Yeah, you know that Bobby uses that term. Oh, yeah, he's like, you see, he launched Mark's career. Like he does everybody. Yeah, he started Mark's career. He's probably talking about it to this day without mentioning all the bad stuff. Yeah, he's like, if you want to intern here, this guy, he's already, he's at Rothschild. He does that for all these people that hate him. Yeah. They meet those the new interns meet Matt Leckert, Mark Harley, and they go, oh, so you start just like me. I started in shop. Like, you gotta get out of there. Get out of there now. I did think it was weird. He kept making me like pick up his plastic solo cups.
Where do you know that? Not us. Has to be checked.
Let's see. Are you Saudi Arabia? This is posted by Peter990ER. Wannabe white nationalist gets questioned about his race.
Pretty easy. Pretty easy.
Shop.
We established
I think we discussed it.
and then Saudi Arabia.
If you grew into
Says you want to
no, it's a real photo. You do actually have that. Get your ancestry test. That's my beer. I'll rock with those. Oh, dude. Oh, that's great. It's awesome.
What it says,
Fucking Saudi
from that shop.
I like that. Thank you for the job.
That the Rothschild coin gamma pathos means what? What is this happening?
Black Chin, Arab shop.
Therefore, the Shekhinah has to be done with
This is like the multiverse. Yeah, this is very important.
Kabbalah also has to be done with
We need Asian talent stabbed.
Pakistani
beanie guy.
How do I know
Yesterday, dude.
that
The Schwab's property tax loan are $89,000 a year.
has
It's
to
going to
be
be a problem with how the
standing
career
in
is
the
on its final legs.
Now watch this.
Let's look at it because it's interesting. I do struggle with like real posts like this and there's reality to it, but it's definitely interesting.
It looks like, as we're going to see it,
Oh my god, HOA fees, dude. That's the one thing I love about California is the HOA thing is kind of non-existent. And I've never had to do that, obviously, but yeah, when I knew like a rich person that had their condo. Damn, that's a lot of taxes. I don't even know what that means, honestly. Does that mean that you have to pay $88,000 a year? Oh my god.
Well, I'm not saying savage now.
Let's see here. Congrats to the little chop bet. Hope she keeps improving. Baba had to smugly flex on the doctor, though, and a new shop isn't just dropped posted by toxoplasmosis.
As opposed to the point of scanning
This is
his Darrow and just extending
And
his
she's
hand
going to therapy.
inward,
Still not walking. I'm like, mother, what are we going to do?
I'm gonna
come back.
good luck.
I was chilling on the ground. She's
Low.
like, fuck it. Boom. And then, oh, that's just, I was crying while she was like, let me tell you. Dude, she went around 10 times from the living room. She just goes, Billy Watts. She still has had the orthopedics on. She's on today. But she's fucking cooking, buddy. Holy crap. That's beautiful. I text the doctor and I went, 2 years, huh? Oh, man. That's a liability there. No way, but we're going to figure out how to meet it. I'm proud of you. Oh, buddy.
Number one,
See, buddy.
Tito,
2026,
Ebola,
slow down.
and
You got it.
geographic aid for himself, but it all be done with something. Actually, from the midst of the scenario is you have to be on the
Yeah,
back.
this brings it
La
down.
actividad,
Downhill
also,
from
you
here.
know,
Give me one downhill from here. What a say.
like Rabanos, when you learn
What
something,
a
I understand
fucking,
that
oh,
this thing
buddy.
is Tila. So look at Tila,
His brain
Shita,
just doesn't
Kabbalah,
work.
geographic orientation.
Is he tired? You know, only downhill from here. That's perfect.
But rather, again,
2026, only downhill from there. You're going to be on the goal line. My wife made like a goal board for 2026. Number one is getting
how do I know that it's not accurate?
What an amazing
It's not that the color is not the one. Where it says,
Everything sucks after that. Yeah.
there's another one.
Oh, only downhill from here. That's so good. That's where the whole beginning of it. Yeah. Is that, what was the title of that? Oh, yeah, I think about that. Congrats to the little trumpet. I hope she keeps improving. Baba had to smugly flex on the doctor, though. And the new shop is just dropped. For me, I love the new shop. This is only downhill from here when something good happens. That's just so good. I mean, flexing on the doctor is also an asshole. What did he say? He's like, I texted the doctor, I said, 2 years, huh? Video of him walking. Yeah, fuck you, doctor. You don't know shit. Weird. Let's see, the doctor's probably just crazy as that podcast. This one's posted by Ken Puller of Chips. Papa has longed for the 70s since just a kid. The decline of American spin takes the Why does Papa do this? He's trying to rug it in. But then somebody puts it in over obviously the original post was still redacted. I don't understand it because these are the Dolphins super bad. What he say? I think what happening in this, I could be wrong because it's changed, but I think the original post was, I'm assuming that's Tom Landry. I'm gonna go out there and shop. Maybe be wrong. The Cowboys coach, and then the other guy is the dude that just got fired. I bet from Miami, who dresses more casual. The change person, but yeah, that looks like that's what it should do. But no, they put the other shop in the stupid cowboy hat over the Miami guy. Honestly, this looks like something shop would wear. Oh yeah, definitely. That's the point. He dresses like this. So what the Miami coach looks like he's wearing Dinosaurs Monday, and Shop wears Dinosaurs Monday. Shop doesn't dress like a blazer and a tie. And I can't wait till that ever starts. Oh yeah, that would be great. Tom Landry, Shop. Tom. I said Tom. I don't even know if that was his name. Wiggles and Joe. Let's see what's going on. Oh, beautiful exit. One posted this one. I would murder. That sells the improv $5 tickets. Right to laugh till it hurts. Catch the I mean, that's not really a good way of advertising it, dude. I don't want to be hurt at a comedy show. Not with Alan. What does it mean hurt? Hurt how? It's definitely not Colin saying this because they probably posting it, but if I was Colin, I'd be like, can you not say I'm gonna hurt? I mean, how many times are you reading this too? Get your tickets only $5.
I have on one hand a classic that is Shakas and Sakatas, Shakas and Sakatas, the Lokomo, which was the opinion of. It's a principle statement that every single Katas has to be offered up in the north. I will say, I have another possibility. The Katas of the Nasir, the Nasir has to be offered up in the north. I will say that the Katas of the Nasir clearly said that it's not done to be pure as well. It's not done that way. It's not to be Cuba. Now watch this. Ashkenaz
Let's change the phrase when hell freezes over to when shop tells the truth. Let's see what this is. This is the small video all time.
by the chatos of the Nasi. So I know that other has to be
Fantastic.
not just the mitzvah, look at the not just the
Somebody else made this.
even with yes, other that if you don't do this, the problem will be possible. Shara chatos, almost like the other chatos, actually from the mitzvah, the akid mitzvah. I will say, now, by other practices, I know that the tefillah, it should be offered up. I know that. But I don't know that. I don't know that. Watch this.
I actually been listening to that song nonstop. Not the line one, but Too Close by Jack. It's a great song. Oh my god, you know what it's about? Getting a boner. It's just about getting a boner, dude. Yeah. What happened to music where we can't just sing about getting a boner anymore?
Well, see, I hate to say this, but I'll say when I was a kid, I had no idea. And then as I got older, I was like, oh, wow, so this is about getting a boner. Yeah. Great song.
So the girl's like, I feel it poking me. So
I listened to that as a kid, and I was like, I didn't even think about it.
yeah. Well, I feel a poke coming through, and he's like, oh, yeah. He's all like, you know what's going to happen, girl. She's just like, I feel a boner, and he's like, you know what's going to happen. Because you know, the song just repeats itself.
We should do that. You should add the shot.
Hello, oh, so
I can't do that. I mean, I've been trying.
Oh, really?
Like, that's why I've been listening to it nonstop. But I tried one R&B song, and it was very hard.
That's true. The R&B stuff is difficult.
If you want to try it, or if you want to listen to it, it's on the Patreon. It's Hey Mr. DJ. But I had a rough time doing that, and I gave up halfway because I couldn't hit a note. Tiger Thick is calling. Unique update on lawsuit. Court of a Beatles beat posted by Lolo the Rogan. This is definitely 8 minutes long, so we definitely will not watch the whole thing.
Very good talk. I think he's sued for that came out. So whenever the Gringo Poppy came out, he goes, you lost, and now he's in jail. Now you have to remember that last month in December, Brendan Schaub got copyright takedown.
Convince yourself of this It's funny because Thick Boy Productions is still real, I guess.
so good stuff. So listen, what do you think about
Now this was
what do you ask me about you?
because we had a lawsuit. I won, and now we're in the appeals process of that lawsuit.
And it's
You're not allowed to continue to do copyright takedown.
when the pasuk says,
Ongoing
"Someone has said,
litigation.
Allah
And before
So you go ahead
anyone
and
says,
put his hand on the head of the chatas. This is the chatas of the nose. And then what happens? The shachat is so the chatas. The makom
example
you will check it also in the north, essentially. They will say, also is what? Also is what? So it's
I have no problem
limiting
with it,
statement.
but
It says,
if Shop was
this
like, hey,
is shefted in
if
the
he showed
north,
up here like
but
Ben
something,
Affleck,
but
then that
something
would
else
be,
is not. Now, what's the
what's the
something
one? Oh
else?
yeah, Ben
But
Affleck in
we
the
just
town. He's like,
established that
we gotta go somewhere.
every
If you
other
ask any
chatas
questions,
is shefted.
just get in the car or
So
whatever.
we'll say,
And it was
there
just
a
go get
chatas
everything.
that is not shefted in the north. To which the Gemara says, funny, you should ask.
Yeah, there's something I don't like about Unique. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Even though he's not obsessive with that saying.
Yes. We'll say the reason
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to the guy and be like, you're
what's
great,
that?
you're doing this.
That's
It's like,
ultimately
it's just
again.
like, and also, he's not really demanding, like,
What's this?
that I like
So
him
that's the
more.
parsha.
It's a very low effort quality videos, you know. I have like 5 lights, a green screen, 3 cameras, you know what I mean? This guy's just recording stuff on his phone and recording on the same microphone. So, you know, it's probably a little bit of like envy that I wish I could do that little low effort tech, videos on YouTube and be unique, you know? But then you have to be,
Well, is he one of our guys? Because
unfortunately, yes, he is one of our guys.
well, I'll raise you this. Because every meet, I am on a conference call with Podcast Grinch, Elephant Graveyard, Too Lazy to Try, and American Redhead. And we talk about, you're obviously,
I'm not there. you're there, and we talk about the state of comedy and YouTube and all of the very important things. And so one day, American Great Actors like, should we have unique on this call? And everyone was like, so. All right, that was a bit that I tried. Very well. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was on the phone with those guys. And then if they ask me if unique should be on the call, I'm like, yeah, what if you guys want to do? You guys know exactly what to do. You guys get the coolest internet, like the most, he should be on the call. Yeah, shop. I would be like, shop. They're my Joe Rogan. Too lazy to try my Joe Rogan because then I'll be like, oh, dude, that one time you made a video about Steve, that was so good, dude. I watched it 5 times. No, but yeah, let's call unique right now, please. I want to be the Brendan Schaub that just kills the vibe. So you die. Yeah, let's see.
I'm Brendan Schaub, we're the same exact style of videos, the same links, and from Patreon. So, don't forget to but there's a reason I was so I had that before, and 4 days before the summer came in that shop, I tried to do something. Another one, God, this lawyer has divorced. So,
yeah, it's just, we're 40 seconds further. Let's see, let's give one more try. Because it sounds like he's going to get something interesting, but then we just keep talking. Yeah.
That, now, Shop has banned me from his Patreon. Shop has answered my channel.
That's what you know you're fucking doing.
But this is all because that Nixon and Brown, I mean, the copyright thing down. This was the the contact limit was Nixon. The guy that you got on and they really tried, but they had this guy out. So Shop obviously tried to get around this lawsuit and take down my channel by claiming this guy's now the owner of the fire again. I'll have a chance. Brendan Schaub was already getting different twice. So we're going to copyright take down my videos while we're in litigation over copyright. And should he have put his name on it? Or is he trying to go around YouTube system? It's a commander into jail. We're doing that false copyright, especially since you have a lawsuit against you saying that it was fair use and you're trying to serve now about that lawsuit to continue to copyright take down. It's ridiculous.
Thanks.
It was just thinking worse. They'll tell me anything about that. We're going to work out. He I got heads up. Everyone's lawyer did the thing, but the reason why I got heads up because the ghost lawyer had the thing now. What is wrong with that? So a child loses, he's going to try and kick this up to the court. What's wrong with that? It's about average. Ghost lawyer, what's being done now is jobs thinking, oh, they're setting up something for when they lose. They're going to bring up their doing now. I don't know. Small town bird lawyers should know what they say. But the fact that they're
it's kind of funny that it's on the end. Yeah, everyone has decided they're going to fuck this guy. Something I never just talking about. He's Joe. He's like, why is podcast are you just in too late to check in with this shit?
why is it always why do I need to special people? Shops. This virus is fine, but this is the virus that they always come down there. So I'm like a shop and the other owner shit out. You have no use shop. I'll make a video, they want to eat out of your shop.
Because that is require you to learn how to see a show, which was a carbide from iPhone, and that's being shown. What about that perhaps the hosting sub of being shown? So what about the idea that maybe
is unnecessary pursuant to Fed R.
Interesting that, like, the Supreme Court, I guess, in California, I guess, I don't know, but, like, that they would hear something with Brendan Schaub, federal judge, or not, I don't know, Supreme Court.
What else do you do? Permanent. I understand she has to be in the Lord. And the Lord has to be in the Lord. This is showcase yourself. Maybe the parents be all the also. Really showcase yourself. Doesn't have to be. Let's just showcase very long night. I let him stand somewhere outside of the north. Actually, no shopping with Sabo. Inside, I'm out with Sabo. She runs to Omi Bigaro, eats so Sabo. The Yoshi doesn't Sabo Mishko. It looks like the word showing back as follows. Maybe that word of soul, by the context, that's how the animal itself has to
Oh, yeah, because he worked so hard.
And I love the nice stuff. I love the nice stuff.
What if the judge shows up and the judge is eating carne asada? That'd be fun.
I love also the stuff.
Tipping is
Not
not
true. That's not true.
It's just talking about
I love also the stuff on the lead what's it, the lead
it's the lawyers too. It's like
animal.
how can you stop removing Jenks? Because we're not going to look at Jenks. We don't need to look at Jenks to do this.
Livestock.
You hear right in here. Where they go? Fucking object. We can't watch Reddit here. Why not? Your Honor, we need to be able to see the Reddit clips. All right, that's sustained. You can't handle the clips. I'm out of order. This whole podcast studio's out of order. Look at all, someone's pissing in the sink. This has been remanded to this Calabasas.
Why did you make a fire play the website? Right, and that's not a regular street that has to be done by a poet. But I would have left it certain it has to be shot in the north. I'm going to go my Osto. Give it one second.
Alright, this was supposed to be a waste of life.
Livestock, meaning
The title is
Buckler,
Obama really
soul,
embracing the Texas lifestyle.
but
Trump supporter gets smoked so badly they went silent. So that does look a lot like it's crazy how many people look like shut up. You wouldn't think they would because he hasn't really been more views than Chelsea goes silently looking like shut up. What are we doing here, Brian? Post my super duper unicorn pie. No, don't tell me Brian. Let's talk about how fucking built this guy is.
This guy kicked my friend with his shirt off looking like that. I don't think I pulled the trigger because frankly, this guy is a work of art. I think I'd probably end up gasping and clutching my chest. And then I'd probably ask to feel his muscles because, I'm so 14 in a lot of ways and probably a little gay. The complication would arise, I think, if my wife saw you, she'd probably say something like, wow. And then I'd be like, seriously? Wow? Kids are born, you're going to say, wow. And she'd be like, don't act like you didn't say that in your mind as well. And then I'd be like, yeah, you're right. I'd probably have to admit defeat. We might get no spat for a while. At the end of the day, you win in this equation. And I'll be honest, if my wife looked at me and she was like, look, I got to go over there, I'd be like, I get it. I mean, I sound like I can take my shirt off and be like, you'd rather have that guy and not this 58-year-old long white comedian with a golf physique. You know? But having said that,
I like when you feel like you're bobbing and there's no one there. You got a little bit of that vibe with the golf white or golf physique. It's just like, obviously, this is something that it's not something that, yeah, 72 or something. Sure, but he's also, it's the same thing he's been doing for all 75 years. Right, he's trying to like hybrid by doing content that people make now. Let me just be gay. And like I'm online or doing these, I'm in my car videos, talking to the cameras. And like, yeah, it's a clever, I guess. And I'm trying to think, like, I don't even call him clever by saying that he's a gay man, right? But he thinks it's clever. This is the way he's doing it. Brain is wired. Yeah, he's like, I gotta start making videos about Tesla because that's what people do now. They do like direct to camera, talking for a minute and a half, just like, stream of consciousness. This is my ADHD active wife. camera roll.
But what about
Let's just scroll in. His comment was obviously like a bunch of small guys that look sexy as hell. And he's like, oh. He's like, all right, I got an idea. He just records for 20 minutes. He's like, okay, maybe I need to shorten it down a little bit. I went too long. Okay, now you gave me an idea. Okay, so I do this. And it's just me reacting to guys. But every video I go, all right, I'm going to fuck this guy. No matter if they have their hot with big muscles or like a little nerd fat or real neck. Oh man, I don't know if I would fuck that guy. Instead of the video exam, I would love this like a guy that's always I could fuck all over.
I think my wife would come back to me because you would end up saying something like this. I'll admit to that he's a useless fucking man. He's as simple as that. A man's body is dead now, or what? Fucking hell will survive. Don't think it's a fucking man, brother. Eats your blood. You see, this is where you get a little over your skis. No, it's not your brain. And an unfit man is actually a lot of times very useful. Let's think about some of the unfit men of history, like Albert Einstein, or William Shakespeare, or Isaac Newton, or
Shakespeare was fit as hell, dude. Was he? Yeah. Oh, you think you could be fucking fat and lazy and wreck your gentleman in the room? Yeah, get the fucking good luck. Right? Okay. You're gonna be physically fit to run with, Puck and the fairies in Midsummer Street. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah. Walk riding King Lear while weighing 220 pounds? No.
I am light as shit. Yeah.
I think Shakespeare was fit. You know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Galileo, or Copernicus, or the Buddha, Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi. None of these people were known for their fitness. I don't even think any of them had abs. You know what I mean? And for that matter, I don't think Jesus was even that cut.
All right, girls, like good morning, or good evening. Against the first Baruch Hashem.
You can't be perfect.
I know, it's great. I know it.
All right?
Good
Maybe not
energy.
mentally, but physically.
Baruch
So
Hashem,
let's
it's great
give
for
it
us
up.
to be able to begin another week that came together. First of all, the Hashchana of the week. I got the opportunity also to give a special thank you to David Schwartz for always taking care of our coffee every single morning.
Like, sometimes you have a bunch of maybe fatter dudes. Maybe,
To Shalom Rosenblum, who is the supplier of our coffee, Baruch Hashem, each and every day. And tremendous caffeinated tea that we have over here. Baruch Hashem. So, I'm sorry?
Situation, you take him out to the woods, you hook him up.
Nobody has to tea. It's true. We had those tea. Okay, good. So thank you to the Kappa Baruch Hashem. Just thank you to Moshe for always taking care of all of our technical issues and allowing our online cover to join us each and every day. Baruch Hashem. All right, with that, let's begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Heshvan, Tova, Stephen Parisi, Loving Mary, Steve's father, Albert, Kazin, Wooden Steve, and Heinz Zubolova on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Our day of learning sponsors, Alexander and Valentina, based in creation of the yard site of Valentina's brother, Aaron Davidovich, Aaron Ben Yitzchak. Our film sponsorships are today, anonymous sponsorship in the Swiss. Sarah Stavos and the Healthy Mother and Baby for Sarah Miriam Bas Shulamis Hano, as well as that film sponsorship by Yana Sarah Steinberg and the Swiss of the Continued Health for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha and for the ultimate refuah Shalom. All of the Neshama Savin Ali, the families in the Kama, all those who need refuah should have one together with Kol Yisrael. Hashem shower down bracha, Shech, and Yisrael Thomas from Chag Yisrael this week and for many weeks to come. So with that, let us in a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Really exciting. Today's daf is Memches 49. We are picking up on Memches Amud Beis. Thank you for giving share yesterday. I know we got a little bit further towards the bottom of the daf. We're actually just going to back up a little bit, 6 lines up from the bottom on Memches 48b, middle of the line, Ashkechan. It is the fourth to the last word on the line. So again, I will say, on Friday, we have the great stuff to begin with the parak of Eisu Lakoman. And by the time, this is the guarantee, by the time you finish this parak, you're not going to be proficient in all areas of carbonics. Like proficiency in any subject, there are easier days, there are more difficult days, there are more enjoyable days, there are more taxing days. One thing is clear, if we stay the path, if we remain committed, if we open our hearts, open our minds, open our neshamas, recognize that every single word is, as the Gemara told us, meaning the Messianic error will come out from this parak ridiculously enriched. So with that, let's go. Ashkekon, Shita Ba'olah, Mitzvah. Kabbalah, Nami, Mitzvah, Ashkekon. So the Gemara says as follows. At the end of the day, we have to remember again, we've been going through this, we've only done one Mishnah so far in Ezra Makoma. So the Gemara says, here's what we found so far. That there's an obligation to go ahead and check the Olah in the north. You must remember again, I'm not doing the other stuff, but remember again, this is north. This is north. Like this side of the Mizrach. Now, by the way, I didn't point this out on Friday, but I'll just mention it now. What exactly north is going to be subject of somewhat machloket, right? Because on one, what does north include? Is north just literally again this strip opposite from Is it this strip opposite from the or does it extend back this way as well? Like all the way like up to the wall, up to the dividing wall of the other between the Azara and the Kodesh. So again, we'll talk about that in a little bit. That's going to have a lot of ramifications because, you know, for example, who is permitted to shut the carbon? Who's permitted? Anybody, even yourself. Well, interestingly enough, Yisrael, it was seen that Yisrael is not really allowed to come over there. So we're going to discuss exactly the mechanics of all this. But again, for right now, we're just going to call it north. So what we know is it means, obviously, here. The shaila is, does it mean here? Does it mean here? So that's going to, again, remain to be seen. But again, let's just go with north right now. So Ashkefan, here's what we know. Shchita ba'olah the mitzvah, Kabbalah nami the mitzvah Ashkefan. So here's what I know. The mitzvah is to shech the olah in the north of the Mizbeach. I also know Kabbalah. The section of the blood is also done in the north. Shchita the Kabbalah la'akiv minora. How do I know that it's not simply a mitzvah to remember, the Lashon of mitzvah means this is something good to do, but if you didn't do it, it's fine. So I know that there's a mitzvah to shech the olah in the north and to do Kabbalah, the section of the blood in the north. How do I know that it's not just a mitzvah, but in fact it's obligatory? And by the way, obligatory to the point that what? That if you didn't do it, then what? The covenant is invalid. I don't know that it's not just something nice, but it's actually obligatory to the point that if you don't do it, the effectiveness of the covenant is undermined. I'm going to write about Abba. We came a lot about Shiva. Kavachomer. It's a Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Here we go. Uma Chatos Habba Miklah Olah Ma'akeves. So that's very interesting. The Chatos now, I don't know if you mentioned this on Friday or if I mentioned it in yesterday's Shia. But the concept of north, the concept of Safon, that of carbon has been shifted in the north, that is actually stated in the context of Olah. That's where it's stated. So everything else is learned out from Olah. So you must watch this. So Ma'achatos, Habba Miklah Olah, Ma'akeves. So Achatos, as a Chatos, also has an obligation of Shita and Kabbalah in the north. Where is Chatos learned out from? Chatos is learned out from Olah. So Chatos, which is learned out from Olah, is Ma'akev, yet we know by Chatos, if you go to Shita and Kabbalah in the north, ultimately the covenant is invalid. Olah, Shabbat, Chatos, Miklah, Hena Dim Shema'akeres. So let's see, you hear the logic over here? If Chatos, which is learned out from Olah, has to be Shita and Kabbalah in the north, and if you don't do so, the covenant is ineffective. Then the more so, Olah, which is the source for the halacha, Shita and Kabbalah in the north is Ma'akev. Solid. Here's the Gemara says, no, maybe not. Malachatos, Shipin Nechater Sachad Pieces. So listen, you always pose this question between maybe Chatos is different. Now, I would Chatos is different because Chatos is pretty powerful. But what makes it powerful? But it's Nechater and Chad Pieces. Like remember, you look like when you do the cover Chatos, a cover Chatos is blood for any interaction which done intentionally would be Tzayif Cholis. And then if you did it unintentionally, you did the cover Chatos. So cover Chatos is different. Even though you like it's derived from Olah, but it is a very powerful cover in that it's the cover of the Cholis during entire interactions. Maybe that makes it different. What makes it different? Therefore, the Gemara doesn't have a source. I'm going to be done. So that's it. You need to understand. You must ask me a simple question. I know that by Allah, Kabbalah has to be done in there. Mitzvah. I believe it should be done. How do I know that it's not just a mitzvah, but rather what? It's ma'atir. It is an indispensable part of the Kabbalah concept that if you omit it, the Kabbalah is undone. How do I know that? So it kept one going out from Shabbos. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to be honest. What's Kasher Rabbi Rabbi? Who's listening to Kasher Rabbi Rabbi? Yes, it's in Dynasty. Give it Matsino, Chaka, coming in Africa. So I want to say, here's the problem. So the Gemara just wanted to say, we're learning out essentially Kabbalah of Ola from Chatos. And essentially, if Chatos is learned from Ola, and by Chatos we know the halacha is that you must have Shkita and Kabbalah in the north, then all the more so Ola, which is the source, is going to require Shkita and Kabbalah in the north. So we'll say, what was bothering about the Rabbi? The Rabbi, then you might say, well, no, because maybe Chatos is more common because Chatos is Mechaper and Chatos pieces. So say that, what was bothering about the Rabbi is, how could it be that the Chafal is more common than the Ikar? Which is another way of saying, how could it be that the derivative is more common than the source? Right? Remember, what's the source? What's the source? Ola. The derivative, Chatos. So how could it be that Chatos is more common than Ola? In other words, if you're going to tell me that Chatos, you must have Shita, you must have Kabbalah in the north, and Allah has come of becoming require that for Ola as well. So yeah, I will say, the Gemara says not so partial. Not so partial. So Rabbi is talking about this. How could it be Hassel, Homer, and Africa? That's the second derivative again. In this case, the derivative should be any more Homer than the source. We'll say, by the way, I'll just tell you, there's a tremendous amount of hospital in that statement as well. Life is all about the terminal. What is the Ikar and what is the Tafel? What are the important things in life? And what are there are important things, and then there are unimportant things, and then there are things of secondary importance. And life is all about triaging these things. Because what often happens in life, we get so caught up in things that either are unimportant or less important. And as a result, we don't end up giving our attention to the really important things in life. And if you go through an entire lifetime of things like this, there are things I will say, there are things that in life, when you're supposed to attention to something, it has to be important, and it has to be important now. There are things that are important, but they're not important now. There are things that are unimportant and never important at all. And life is all about cherishing these things. Because almost like life is short, and it is so easy to get your attention hijacked by all the wrong things. So the Gemara says, how could it be Kurmatzinu, Tafel Hamamit Na'ika? How could it be that something of secondary importance is ultimately treated with greater intention or greater importance than the truly important things in life? Triage your life. Identify what's important. Spend the time focused on the things that are important and don't allow yourself to get hijacked with tough or unimportant things in life. How many of you somebody Rabbi? Maybe my Rabbi below is that sometimes the tafel can be more common than the ikar. Really, so this is so interesting. So again, what's important about the Rabbi is how could it be that the tafel, in this case the tafel is the katas, is more common than the ikar, which in this case is the ola. Which another way of saying, how could it be that the derivative is going to be more common than the source? To which the Gemara says, but I'll show you in case you think that's true. Watch this. This is so interesting. 49A, that's $1. Very nice, since it's Meiser Sheni. What's the talk of Meiser Sheni? Who eats Meiser Sheni? Owner. Where do you eat it? In Shaddai Mirakodesh. Shaddai Mirakodesh. It's yours to eat, protect, and use. Now, what happens if Allah Ma'isa Baruch Hashem? You are blessed with an incredible bounty, and you can't transport all of your produce to Yerushalayim. So what do? You can redeem the produce onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, and then you have to spend it on food. So watch this. Bahari Meiser, Bahari Nifta, listen to this. So Meiser change produce itself to be redeemed. So I have a bushel of grain. I don't want to transport a book to the grain to Yerushalayim, so instead I'm going to redeem it for money. I'm going to bring the money, the coinage, ultimately again to Yerushalayim. Yet, the Givli Lakuach, the Kesef Meiser in Onifka. So listen to this. Yet, if I went ahead, let's say I went to Yerushalayim, and now I bought for myself,
But I'm worried about that. If he's gonna try and he seems like a kind of guy that might try and kill me.
Yeah, right. It's a little classier, right? Like a cake of pressed figs. You know, I don't know, but I'm very Talmudic, right? I bought for myself a cake of pressed figs. So now what happened? Now that becomes coming. However, it became coming. You can't redeem that. You know, it says, you like what the guess of Meister, England is that. So what's interesting? So Meister Shane produce itself, so Meister Shane itself can be redeemed. Yet what? Food purchased with Meister Shane money can't be redeemed. So what is this an example of? The derivative is more common than the source. Right, so here the source, like Meister Shane produce itself can be redeemed. Yet something bought with Meister Shane money cannot be redeemed. So what's going on over here? This time, here we go. How much cost the cash at Meister Shane with the budget? So the right says, the Mishnah says as follows. Then I bought Meister Shane money to Yerushalayim. I bought food with it. And then it became Tameh. So Tanakama says, you bought that. It's the regime that you go on the cover. And you just must be buried. You must be buried. So it says, what is it? It's for the derivative, i.e. produce purchased with Meister Shane money, is treated more ultimately again than the source that Meister Shane itself. Who's the one that you know? Awesome. No, I'm not to do something with Nicholas to donate. It's different than what's said. This is not a function of the derivative being more higher than the source. In order for exemption to work, what has to happen is the kedusha has to be transferable. So when you have the source, Meister Shane, that kedusha is transferable. Already, again, when you're transferring Meister Shane's sanctity onto money, and then using that money to buy other food, that is derivative sanctity. So derivative sanctity is not going to be strong enough to be transferred onto something else. So it's not a shot that the derivative is more color. It's a function of the way kedusha works. Derivative kedusha cannot be transferred. Only original kedusha can be transferred. So interesting. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Hi, Tzmura. What about Tzmura? Sorry, Tzmura. What about Tzmura? What's Tzmura? Tzmura means I designate an animal ultimately as a carbon, and then I decide to swap it out for something different. So what's the halacha? Is a penalty. So it says, "V'haya u'Tzmura so kodesh l'Hashem." Both animals ultimately become consecrated. So that's Tzmura. You know, kosher lo cheli abanim. It's very interesting. So that's very interesting. If you try to consecrate a bamboo, I go over to an animal. I go to a sheep. And the sheep, I don't know, the sheep is missing a leg. So what's the halacha? And I say, Harei su ola. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? It doesn't work, right? Why not? Because you can't, because a bamboo cannot be consecrated ultimately again as a carbon. Yet, the evil is easy kaifa. So this is very interesting. Yet, it looks like if you go ahead, and you do that thing with Smith, watch this. Let's say I consecrated sheep as an ola, regular sheep, good. Then I come across another sheep missing a leg. I feel bad for it. I say, you know what? You should be the ola. Right? You be the ola. So that's the halacha. So I say, I'm swapping out the original sheep for the missing leg, the amputee sheep. So what's the halacha? The amputee sheep becomes a tzmura. So what's that? Now that's pretty shocking. Why? Because halacha l'maisa again, if I try to consecrate that sheep from the beginning, then halacha l'maisa again, it wouldn't work. Yet when I make the amputee sheep a tzmura for the original sheep, it does work. So what does this sound like? It sounds like the case of the derivative being more common than the source. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, Tzmura, because kachim, Asya, the kachim mikvah fulin kasi. So this is fascinating. This is fascinating. But I'm going to tell you the difference. The difference is the way you make an animal initially has nish. So what is that animal? What is the status of that animal before its consecration? What is its status? It's human. So in order for Kodesh to be found on human, the animal must be a certain way, meaning it can't be without more. Because otherwise, the Hekdesh, the Kodesh designation doesn't best. What's Tumula? Tumula is you are already, you're playing around with something that is already Kodesh. Once something is already Kodesh, the ability then for that status to develop on other things becomes easier. You hear this distinction? In order to go ahead and lift something up from human to Kodesh, that's a much heavier lift. Therefore, the designation can only apply if the animal is fully fit and intact. Once the animal is Kodesh already, it is much easier for that Kedusha to spread to other things, even if technically they themselves are not fit. So therefore, again, if I have my sheep and I sheep, it's already Kodesh, and then I go over to the sheep and I say, you're going to be the oldest again, since I'm only dealing with something that is Kodesh, it is easier for that status to spread to something else, as opposed to be something human into something Kodesh. Incredible. So it's not the shot that the derivative is more covered than the source. It's just a different functionality of the concept package. The Moshe, by the way, is also tremendous. Moshe, if you think about this in just a moment. So what's the hardest thing in life? What's the hardest thing in life? The hardest thing in life is getting yourself from human to hektish. That's the biggest gift. But becoming going from someone who is fundamentally mundane, ultimately again to someone who is holy. That's the hardest lift in life. And once I'm able to do that, and I'm able to say that I live in the realm of Kedusha, then even again, if not everything is perfect, like this is missing a leg, this is missing a this is missing a that, the Kedusha status is spread. Once I'm able to make the lift from truly, I'm able to make the lift for myself from truly to Kodesh. I don't need to be perfect. I just need to get myself into the realm of being covered, of being holy. Because once holiness has been created, it's able to develop even a kind of override with the perfect service. Such an incredible thing. You know, so I got the heart, I didn't know it comes to the heart, and the heart, sorry, the heart, ain't no time. Seems like when you start to see what's happening in the show. This Kanabesa itself does not require smicha, does not require the circumambulation, does not require weaving of the chest and the thigh. Yet, the most of the day, telling smicha when you start to smicha's hazeh. What's the Mosar? Remember again, classic it. It's designated the Kanabesa. And then what happened? I lost my carbon. So what did I do? I designated another one. I offered up the replacement, and then after I offered up the replacement, what did I find? My original color base up. So now the halacha is that color base up is offered up, or that original cover is offered up, and when it's offered up with smicha, nisakim, and chazir b'shol. What is that an example of? But apparently the derivative is even more common than the source. Because now again, my original color base up did not need any of these things. Now this I don't need all these. This is no, that's not the raya. That's different because you can remember a Pesach during the rest of the year is called what? Hashlamim. And Spanish only requires smicha, right? Smicha, and chazir b'shol. But it's not really allowed. So this is kind of where the Gemara stops, right? So remember again, let's go back for a second because we kind of got into a little bit of a tangent. What was our original question? Here's what we know. Based on all of our place on during Asian Coma, what I know is as follows. I know that an Ola requires Shvita and Kabbalah in the north. Right? What don't I know? Now I know that's the mitzvah. But Ula came along and what was Ula looking for? Ula ultimately again, we learned about it. The Ola, not only we're looking to understand ultimately again, is Ma'atir. He's a Ma'atir. So the Gemara wanted to say, yeah, you can learn from Chatos. So then this kind of sent us into a little bit of a tangent because the Gemara said, obviously, if by Chatos, it requires something, it requires work by Shita and Kabbalah, and Chatos is a derivative, ultimately again, of Ola. So the derivative can't be any more common than the source. So that opened up this whole discussion. The Gemara is trying to show different examples of where the derivative was more covered than the source, But ultimately, again, it turns out that each of those things really has your own explanations. Now, can you circle me back? He bites Emo. So once it's now coming full circle, maybe, remember, we're still looking for the same source. What are we looking for? How do I know that Ola requires Shita and Kabbalah in the north? And not just as a mitzvah, not just as something I do that I should do, but it's ma'akid. If you don't have it, the Kabbalah isn't validated. How do I know that? How do I know that? You might say, you might say, Omicron, Ha'olah, is Hamachai. That's what the pasuk is, Ha'olah. Now that Ha'olah, ultimately again is, let's say, by the way, in the canning section of the if you want, listen, if you want that, I mean, beautiful, by the way. It's just like such a, this is going to go into our marketing, right? This is what that feeling does to you. Now, it comes from the Gemara, right? So, but if you want, remember, there's an additional people here. So, what says as follows? Place it, the possibility is as follows. I'm not going to pass it says, Ha'olah. The Ola. So what's that? So the Ola, the Gemara understands, will come to head, which means the Ola has to be offered up in a particular way. Interesting. So that's another, that's that definitive article, that's the idea, right? Which comes in, this is not some, but again, whatever we're talking about is definitive. Therefore, again, we're looking at from the Arab, has to be in South. And the Gemara says, fine. So it's interestingly enough, that seems to be the end of the discussion. Right? Interesting. That's just Ha'olah must be done in a particular way. What's the way that Olah must be done? Shita, Kabbalah, in the middle. Done. Next, Asham Minawan, Dubai Safin. How do I know that Asham also requires Shita in the north? It says, Bamakoma Shayishrit Lasa Olah, Yishrit Lasa Asham. Beautiful. You do not. Pasuk says, it's great. You will say, you know what's incredible? What's incredible about learning Gemara? You learn how much is actually written in the Chumash that you just never pay attention to, right? You must just say, hey, guys, it's a pasuk. It's a pasuk. Right? Okay, good. Wherever you shech the Ola, that's ultimately, again, where you should shech the Asham. Therefore, once you've established that Ola says that Shita is done in the north, so the Asham is done in the north. Ashkefan Shita, Kabbalah, Minaman. So now I know that Asham gets Shita in the north. How do I know that by Kabbalah? It also has to be done in the north. Versus the Es, the Mo, Yisrach. Because the pasuk says, and you shall literally sprinkle or throw its blood. So from here we see that Kabbalah is also done in the north. People double, Nami B'Tzafan. Ultimately, again, Kabbalah is also done in the north. That's what I'm like. Why not ask them to be followed? Mekaba Atzmo Minalan. So let's say, so how do I know? Interesting enough, so now by Ashma I know, Shita has to be done in the north, Kabbalah has to be done in the north. How do I know that the person doing the Kabbalah also has to be standing in the north? So it's actually an interesting connection here. Like, in other words, maybe the person, the Kohen, could be standing anywhere as long as he actually does the act of Kabbalah in the north. How do I know that the Makabal, the Kohen doing the Kabbalah, he himself had to be standing in the north as well? You know what? Damo, the S Damo. Okay, so what says, so Damo teaches me ultimately that Kabbalah itself has to be done in the north, and the S Damo teaches me that the Kabbalah, the one ultimately again doing the Kabbalah, has to be standing in the north as well. It's incredible. Ashket on the mitzvah. So all of this tells me that by Asham, so I need Shita, Kabbalah, and the person doing the Kabbalah, everything has to be in the north. That's the mitzvah. How do I know that it's not just the mitzvah, but la'akib, How do I know that Allah for the myself, that this is an indispensable necessity? And if I'm missing it, the effectiveness of the covenant is undermined. Firstly, myself, there's another passage. What does the passage say? The shachar as akedas. The pasuk says again, the shachar as akedas ben koma sheyishkat as achatas. Yes, Allah. So I will say there's a repetitive pasuk. The shachar as akedas. I will say, if you look at Rashi says it over here. This is about 12 lines up at the bottom. The shachar as akedas, Rashi says. But Asham and Sola. I will say this is talking by a different Asham. The Asham of the Sola. This is Shana HaKasav Allah La'akis. So I will say that is a repetitive pasuk, a repetitive phrase mentioned by the Asham and Sola. So the repetition tells me that what? That not only is Shita B'Tzafon, Kabbalah itself is the mitzvah, but it's la'akid. You must have it. The repetition teaches me that it is an indispensable part of the Kabbalic process. Incredible, incredible. So repetition by Hashem Mitzvah teaches me again that by all Hashamos, you must have Shvita and Kabbalah in the rough. This is not absolutely incredible. It's not just what's happening over here. We're getting into the kishkas, the mechanics. Now we're up to Hashem, going into Hashem Mitzvah. Listen to this. You know, so it's like behind. Now, one second. Is that Hashem Mitzvah? Is that why it's there? It's there to be repetitive and tell me that both Shvita and Kabbalah has to be done in the North La'akid? Is that what it's teaching me? One second. How about in the Here we go. It's going to teach you another rule. What's the rule? Actually, an interesting exegetical rule. Something that was included in a general rule. The Yasha Lovus, the Davra Chodesh, and then it was singled out for some type of unique halacha. You cannot return it to the general framework until the Torah itself actually and explicitly returns it to the general framework. And let's say, let me see that case out. I'm going to give you an example. This case out. The Shachat as HaKares, the Makamar Yishchat as HaKares. The Esa'olah, the Makamar Kodesh, the Chatas HaHashem. So let's say, so you actually quote this passage, this is by Hashem Mitzvah. Now what does the passage say? The Shachat as HaKares, you will shut the sheep. The Makamar Yishchat as HaKares, that's on the same place. You shut the Chatas and Olah, in Makamar Kodesh, in a holy place, to the Chatas HaHashem. Because ultimately, again, the Hashem itself is like a Chatas. Now let's say, what does that mean? She'in Tamalomar, Chatas HaHashem. So the Torah did not mean to say that the Hashem is going to be treated like a Chatas. Not Tamalomar, Chatas HaHashem. Why did the Torah say Chatas HaHashem? Listen to this. The Ishiyatza Hashem Mitzvah, Lidon B'Davar HaChodesh. So let's say, on one hand, an Hashem Mitzvah is in the Hashem form. Yet an Hashem Mitzvah is dramatically, fundamentally, and holistically different. Why? Because in Hashem Mitzvah you do something with it that you don't do with any other covenant. And what is that? Interestingly enough, you take some of the Hashem Mitzvah, what do? You apply it to, let's say, on the right big toe, the right earlobe, and the right thumb of the Mitzvah. For the person to ask. There's a lot say, I would have thought, yup, I might have thought that since this unique Hashem has blood applications, literally again on the Mitzvah himself, I would have thought that perhaps that tells you that there are no blood applications on the Mitzvah in this particular carbon. Therefore, the pasuk says, no, Hashem is like a chatos. Not chatos to unamatim dam v'nei dam like the chatos requires blood applications and sacrifices to Mizbeach. Hashem Mitzvah Tom Matam dam v'nei dam Mizbeach. So too, the Hashem Mitzvah requires blood applications and sacrificial parts on the Mizbeach. It's incredible. So watch this, what happens over there. Let's take a step back for just a second. We're talking about party. You might ask me now, how do I know that Hashem ultimately again has to be done in the North? Like, how do I know that she's done in the North? That's how all things are. Okay, so you might call it stupid. You might say, fine, I know that that's the mitzvah, ideally. How do I know that it's really chuba, that it's an indispensable reality, that it's ma'aku? How do I know that? I'm going to stop translating ma'aku, if you know what I mean, all right? Ma'aku means indispensable part of the buying process, which if omitted, fundamentally undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. A very long definition for one word. Right, but again, that's ma'aku. So I don't know that it's ma'aku. You're not supposed to pass it ultimately again from the shachat es hakeves b'makom asher yishchat. So remember again, ultimately, ultimately, you know, of course, the Pasuk about Hashem Mitzvah. The Shachat Esakeres. The Gemara says it's redundant. It's redundant. So because it's redundant, it teaches you that the meat for the north is not. Where it says, hold on. It's not redundant. It's not redundant. That's actually necessary for a whole other teaching. What is it necessary for? It's like this. These ones we want to pass on Hashem of Mitzvah. An Hashem Mitzvah is fundamentally different. Why? Because it is blood applications on a person. You don't find any other covenant like that. Right? It's blood applications literally against what there are, like the other covenant. Nazi also has this, right? But for myself, there's no other part of this. I might have thought that since the Hashem Mitzvah has blood applications on a person, there's no blood applications or sacrificial parts on things they have. Therefore, what does the Pasuk do? The Shachat Esakeres, the Mokumash, the Yishchat Esakeres, the almost on a bonus, teach me that part, that even though Hashem Mitzvah was removed from the general framework of Hashem, the Zohar goes at it perfect back. So the Pasuk is not rebellious. The Pasuk is not rebellious. The Pasuk is fundamentally necessary to teach me a separate halacha. Like so, so by the way, if that's the case, then what? Then the problem is we're back to square one with Hashem. How do I know that halacha of myself? I don't know that halacha of myself. Ultimately, again, the need for suffering by Hashem is ma'afi. Has to be used for something else. To which the Gemara says you're right. But in turn, Mitzvah Bahai, follow Mitzvah Bahai. The Gemara says just let it write it over here by Hashem Mitzvah, and don't write it by a general Hashem. And I would like to once I say again, then I would have said, if halacha l'maisa again, it's true by Hashem Mitzvah, then obviously again it's true by regular Hashem as well. So Hani thought Yisraelan Yatzali Jamadavar Chadash. First thing I watch this. Now the Gemara is we're gonna get like a little bit technical, like exegetically technical. So the Gemara says Yisraelan Yatzali Jamadavar Chadash. That was something generally again introduces a novel ruling. Even to the Gamma Niflalo. That is the item then that is removed from the general framework. How about other days? How about Kalolo Gamma Miye? Like the general framework, like the items included in the general framework, it still learns out concepts from the novel idea. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, "Shapir, how is Sirlan? The low two government alone, Klalo government mine, highly defeated to it. But if Halak Lama is to say, that ultimately, again, not only to the novel idea, not learn out derivative ideas from the general framework, but the general framework cannot learn out ideas from the novel idea, then ultimately again the Pasuk has not teaches halacha, which the Gemara is giving that hadre a hadre. Remember again, what happened over here? So remember, something that we actually heard over here. We have a general concept of Hashem. Then the Torah introduces us to the concept of Hashem and Torah, which is unique. Why is it unique? What applications on a person? Right? It's unique. Then what does the Torah do? The Torah goes advocate the same Hashem, and saying that this Hashem is just like every other Hashem. So what does the Torah do? The Torah takes Hashem and Torah and restores it back into the general framework of Hashem. Beautiful. Once that happens, then all is good, and now we have the ability to learn our concepts from each other. I'm going to learn what Rabbi 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 what do we say? Kia Andre Kra, Legabe Matan Daman maybe so we totally restore Hashem itself back into the normative framework of Hashem. What is it restored for? What applications? Blood applications. Say that halacha l'maisa, it requires blood applications ultimately again by Kohanim. Havashita, remote by food, and by suffering. Maybe when it restores Hashem back into the framework, again, also maybe it only restores the framework for things that require Kohanim. For example, like blood application. But for Shita, that does not require a Kohen, maybe halacha l'maisa, Hashem is not restored. Maybe Hashem doesn't require Shita anymore. In Cain, in the Makkah, he gets Then we just say that Hashem is like a chatos. My chatos for Hashem. What does it mean when it says chatos for Hashem? The shar Hashamos. Ultimately, again, Hashem is so low. Ultimately, again, should be like regular Hashamos. And just like the regular Hashem, ultimately requires what? Shkita and Kabbalah in the north. So too, Hashem is so low requires Shkita and Kabbalah in the north. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, Lama Milach. So just a little bit now. We just kind of a little bit hung up on Hashem and Torah. Lama
He's like,
Lakshmi
you know, I'm still
Lakatos.
very Chinese motorcycle
Lama
driver. You
Lakshmi
are on a
Laola.
podcast
I will say,
right
but
being
why do
grifting
you need to
and not
compare
putting
Hashem
the
and
legwork
Sola?
in, you know? So
Both
he
the
put something
Katos
over
and
the
the
beta
Ola,
that
right? The
China's
Pasuk prepares
making
both of them. Why do you? I'm like,
sticker over that.
I tell you, I need both of
China's
them.
making to
Eat
that effect,
Akshi
but I'm
Lakatos,
sure
Lo
we'll get
Akshi
into it
Laola. If the
because
Torah would
I
have
think I saw
compared
this on James
Katas
before. I'm
Hashem,
following him on Instagram.
Hashem and Sola. Hashem and Sola.
So
To a
that's like
Katas
the
and Akshi
devil's
Ola.
red
Hava
thing
Mina.
anyway. We're like,
Katas Yerechalam. I would say like
and it
this.
says made
Where
in
is
China.
Katas turned out from? Right? Again, I will say, at least when it comes to the Halachos of Safar of North. Where is Katas turned out from? Ola. The Gemara says, and therefore I would say, watch this. It must be very important. I would have said, Dava Halamis the Hekish. The most I watch this. If the Torah would have just said that ultimately again the Ashram Mitzvah is like the Katas. Where is Katas learned out from? Katas learned from Ola. In that case, what's happening over here? Katas, which is learned out from Ola. Now I'm going to go ahead and learn out Ashram Mitzvah from Katas. That was to solidify a particular principle, which is the subject of this week, which is Davar Amame Be'ekesh, Hosman Be'ekesh. It's something that itself is learned out from the comparison to something, can it then be the source of a comparison to something else? So to illustrate this, if Chatas is learned out from Ola, can Chatas then serve as the source for Asham Mitzvah? So if the Pasuk would have just written the Chatas, I would have said the answer to that question is yes, because Chatas is serving as the source for Asham Mitzvah that it requires Yod. Well, Chatas is then the Ola, and therefore again, Chatas is not serving as the source for Asham Mitzvah. That teaches me that something that is learned out from a Hekesh, from a comparison, can then serve as the source for another comparison. And as we're going to see, not everyone agrees with that principle. And therefore, again, what does the Torah do? The Torah puts in there Ola. Ola also, so therefore, again, I'm not learning out Asham and Torah from Chatos, but I'm going to learn out Asham and Torah from Ola. I'm going to so that's the case. And just like the Pasuk say that Asham and Torah is like Ola, and then don't bring in Chatos at all. I mean, I would have said like this. I would have said, if you would have just said it, I would have said, I would have said, I would have said once again, that perhaps based on this we could say, there's something we're not going to comparison to serve as a source for the comparison. Ultimately, again, then I would say compare it ultimately again to Chatos. Ultimately, again, it's better to learn out, Hashem and Sola from the source, which is Ola, and not learn out from the derivative from the Hakish, which is Chatos. Therefore, again, the Torah goes ahead and compares the both the Chatos and the Ola to teach me what the mean are. Therefore, ultimately, again, the Torah comes along and tells me, and in Ola, to teach me that we don't necessarily say that something itself that's learned out from the Hakish can be the source for another Hakish. Okay. Rabbi says, Rabbi says, ultimately, again, you're not here. Now, but the Hoffa over here is going to be at the point in this moment, hard coin double. Hard to coin double. So we might say, B'tziv, Kasher Yuram, Mizera Hashon. So let's say the first in its entirety is Kasher Yuram, Mizera Hashon. The Kima Kain on Mizbah HaOla. So the first is literally translated as you will like to lift up like a separate. As you will lift up a separate from Shar Zevach Hashon. Just like the sacrificial parts is used are lifted up from the Shar Zevach Hashon. The Kitiva Ma'akoyam Mizbah HaOla. And also again when we burn on Mizbah on his back. So this is the PowerPoint double. The PowerPoint double. The Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, we might look this up. Now it's interesting enough what's happening over here. The Torah is comparing the power of the Kohen Gadol ultimately again to, remember what I said, what's the Kohen Gadol? It's power Helam David of Sibar, and it's power Kohen Gadol. This is what the Kohen Gadol offers an erroneous ruling. Ultimately, again, the ruling is acted upon, he brings this new carbon. So the Gemara is interestingly enough, the Torah equates the power Kohen Gadol with the Shlamim. So why? The Gemara is Ilio Saras HaKavit, which the Akvaris. So if you tell me about say that's what. But ultimately, again, that the diaphragm, the liver, and the kidneys have to be offered up on the Mizbeach, the Gufei Ksir. That's explicitly written in the Pasuk. That's explicitly, the Gemara says, Amar Mishum Boy, Agmure Yosar Sakavedu Shtei Akvayos, Mikar Helam Davar Shal Tzibor, the Seire Avodas Kochavet. Because the Gemara says, this is actually very different reason. Mishum Boy, Agmure Yosar Sakavedu Shtei Akvayos, Mikar Helam Davar Shal Tzibor. The Gemara says, we know why this like this, because we actually want to be able to learn out the obligation to offer up the diaphragm, the liver, and the kidneys. And to learn out from Siri Avodas Kochavet, where it's not explicitly said, when we part from Mashiach to the government, and we're going to learn everything out from part from Mashiach. So this is interestingly enough, we're going to learn out from part from Mashiach, from Barakar by Mashiach, where it said explicitly that you have to offer up these sacrificial parts. I'm going to learn out ultimately again from there to Par Halam Davanasi. And from there to Siri Avodas Kochavet, Yahaki Itztim Kasher Yuram. Therefore, I need the phrase Kasher Yuram. In a Havi Keman because of the buffet. Once I have that phrase, ultimately again, it's as if the obligation was written explicitly. So lo in a Havi Zavar Halom Behakish, closer in the Rami. And if I will say, because that phrase is there, it's not like I'm taking something that itself is learned from it by comparison and ultimately using it as the source of the comparison for something else. Okay? So look at the baby because the Lord especially told us right before I know you had this at all. You sit with your face, just look at that in the actual process itself for the Akish, and I didn't even have this. I would have said, God bless you, God, I love it to have this. Culture around the Haddish, that generally something that is learned out through a comparison can serve as the source for another comparison. If you came not to yourself, you say, ultimately, again, as Laura says, since he came up, Nakshi Akushe, Nikamik Kasei Gufe, person bring it in the actual source itself. With the Akish Akushe, Raki Kasei, since it's going to be used as the source of the Hakish, therefore the Torah, right? In that context, Bakshi, remember, Dava Halami the Hakish, ain't closing on the Hakish, which will ultimately something that is the source, ultimately of the Hakish, can serve as the source for something else. So let's zoom out a little just a moment. So let's remember what we have, right? So what have we accomplished? What we've accomplished is, number one, we've solidified by Ola, right? Ola speaks of itself on, Kabbalah of itself on, not just the mitzvah, but Ma'akli. Next, Asham, speaks of itself on, Kabbalah of itself on, Ma'akli. Right, so now we've knocked off Ola and Asham. Both require Shita and Kabbalah in the north, and ultimately not just required with a mitzvah, but it's Ma'akli. If you don't have it, the covenant is fundamentally invalid. So dabbled a little bit in Asham Mitzvah. Right? Asham Mitzvah is one of these unique cases where on one hand it was part of the framework of Asham, but then it was removed. Why was it removed? Why was it removed? Because it's unique. What makes it unique? What makes it unique? What applications on people or on non-people? On the Torah. Yeah, what does the Torah do? The Torah then puts it right back, ultimately again, in the context of Asham, by comparing it to a Katas and an Ola. Right, puts it back, this is the category of Asham.
I guess, but like Tim County probably lives in one of the storage.
Just like I don't as much as you have blood applications on a person, you also still require blood applications ultimately again on the Mizbeach as well. So it's taken out, then it was put back in. This then launched into a whole other discussion because interestingly enough, the Torah relates the Asham and Torah both to the Katas and to the Asham. So we're trying to understand why. This then went ahead and opened the door to the following conversation. Davar Halamed Behekish, Chozer Umoramed Behekish. If something itself is learned out, so I'll give you an example. B, right? B, item B, right? Topic B is learned that halachas are derived from a comparison to A. B then served as the source as the source to allow C to learn out halachos from B, right? So that's another way of saying, davar halamed b'hakish, something learned out b'hakish, kodul not b'hakish. So now you see, by the way, that's not focus. That's not focus. And that kind of was just blown open in this last discussion over this. Let's go back to Rabbi. For a few more minutes, let's go a little bit back to this. And there it says, davar halamed b'hakish, in kodul not b'hakish. The Gemara now says, the truth is, in reality, the halacha is, or the definitive statement of those we said this here as well, davar halamed b'hakish, something learned out by comparison to something else. So again, B is learned out by comparing it to A. So now, then you can't learn out anything about C from B. Which I must have anyway, what's the logic in that? What's the logic in that? Because B itself is not a source item. B
Okay, so this is the
can't be a source item because whatever we know about B is derived from a different source item from A. So B itself is not a source item, but B is learned out by comparison with A. How could B be a source for C? So the Gemara makes sense. Therefore, davar halamed b'hakish, ain't no chodul not b'hakish. Therefore, something learned out by comparison cannot be the source to learn out something else. So where do we know this from? Image the Rabbi, image the Rabbi. Either we learn out from Rabbi, and I've also actually points out in the first one over here. Image the Rabbi, the kasher yuram, the place of kasher yuram. Image the Rabbi, the asher mitzvah. Okay, so either from one of those two other sources which we learned, the Gemara says. Image the Rabbi, davar halamed b'hakish, mal sheyilamed b'gzera shava. Oh, interesting. Okay, so now let's take it for granted that we're going to paskin davar halamed b'hakish. Eino chose umalamed b'hakish. Something learned out from a comparison cannot serve as the source of the comparison. But what about, let's say again on the side, I learned out B from A through a hakish. Can B engage in Gzera Shava, which ultimately again, C. Now let's remember again, how do you make a Gzera Shava? How do you make Gzera Shava? Similar word or phrase in two contexts. So I understand that B can't serve as a hekesh for C, but can serve as part of a Gzera Shava for C. So Tashma, but so we want to raise this question, very interesting Tashma. But you know, son, Ben Avtum was older. This is very interesting. Now in the few come to the garden, she told her, I don't know both sides. That Saras erupts on an entire bed, which means you have an entire article of clothing that is covered by Saras. How do I know that ultimately, again, that article of clothing is tar? Tar. How do I know this? So the Gemara says, Rashi points out there is a second line in Rashi with people, and Parcha Saras Kefala Beged. Literally, again, this Rashi is often on the entire Beged. How do I know that if you have some pizza on a Beged, there's a Beged is tar? Ne'emar Karachas B'Gabachas B'Dodim. How is Russian of Karachas and Gabachas, that Russian type clothing? This one line, Karachas B'Gabachas B'Dodim. Second one line, the first one is. And it says Karachas and Gabachas by a person. Ma'alahalon Karach B'Kulotar. So mostly just a by person. What happens if a person is going to be covered in saras? What happens? What's halacha? They're tar. One of these unique peculiar halachas by saras. Like you have a spot of saras, you can become covered. But you're covered head to toe by saras, ultimately again you're tar. So just like it says karachas and gabachas by a person, right? And a person covered head to toe by saras, ultimately is tar. Akan, so too by a beged. We also have the same lashon of karachas and gabachas. If the beged is fully covered by saras, tar. Every must watch this about say. How do you know by a person if he's covered head to toe, ultimately again by saras? And Allah nice again is tar. To sit made of show the ad ladlov. As the pasuk says ultimately again, from his head to his toe, right? The pasuk is the parok kifra hazaras ba'ar the kifta hazaras as well. All right, there you go. Made of show the ad ladlov. Torah says if he's covered. When he's like his feet, like his tar, this is very well said. The Iskish, Rosh Lulaga. And from there, ultimately again, the head of the Mitzvah to the foot of the Mitzvah. Malahalon, Kulo Hafas Lavan, Malahalon, Hafas Malahalon, Kulo Hafas Lavan, Para the Kulo Tar. Just like over there, right? If the whole thing turns white, saras erupts everywhere. Ultimately, it's tar. Akan, so to come, also refers to the scalp. So to by the scalp, kulo hafaf lavan, para kulo tahar. So I say, it's incredible. What is that? What did we just see over there? That's a heck. That's a hackish followed by a Gzeir Shava. A hackish followed by a Gzeir Shava. From Rabbi Yochanan, in general, I want to say, so first of all, let's need to answer our question. Even if you hold Davar Halamed Behakish, Eino Kozo Malamed Behakish, there's something ultimately again learned out from a Hakish, cannot serve as a source Hakish for something else. Apparently, you hold that Davar Halamed Behakish, Kozo Malamed Gzeir Shava. Right, something out from a Hakish, ultimately again it can be the source of a Gzeir Shava. Where did you learn that out from? From Saras. That's incredible. Incredible, just about Saras. Samar says, by the way, hold up, I'm going to be open on. But that was, I think, actually the guy who wrote. He says, in general, I will say it's not true. In general, in the Torah, you can always learn out something, even if it's learned out from another exegetical thing, which is one way of saying, just because B is learned out by a Hekesh from A, doesn't mean B can't be the source of a Hekesh for C. I will say this is very important. Right, to zoom back in now for those of you who are on vacation, right? So on my side, this is now like tune in, right? So listen, because now this is now principle, right? This is now principle. You know, because in reality, just because something's been learned from a Hekesh, it serves as a source. That's John Kala Torah Kula. Even if B, which means the ABC model, just because B has been learned out by a Hekesh from A, B could still serve as part of a Hekesh for C. And just again, you're making Gzeir Shava between B and C. All of that works. All of that works. The only place, interestingly enough, where it won't work is this Minat Fascinating. The only place where this does not work ultimately again is by Shabbat, by Kachim. She'ein done in Lamad. I touched on most is the exception. I touched in Halacha Lamaisa. I touched in the only place where if something is learned out, if something is a derivative, it cannot serve as the source for something else. So in touching in Kabbalah, sacrificial law, ultimately again, if you're learning out B from A, so ultimately again, and then B cannot be the source for C. Neither through a Hekesh, nor even through a Gzeir Shava. It's not going to work. Why? Because the most very simple reason. It's a little bit backwards, but it's going to tell you why. Lo Yomar Safona Ba'asham, the piece of Gzeir Shava, the Kachik Hadashim, the Kados. Because at the end of the day, when we told we're not need to say Tzafan, we're not need to create a work requirement by Hashem. And I said, I've learned it out from a Gzeir Shava, Kachik Hadashim, the Kados. So it's worth Lav Lameirov, it's Davar Halamed Behakish, in Kozmanan, the Gzeir Shava. And everyone said, based on this father, you have to say by Kachim, even you have to say that even someone else from a Hekesh, not only can I serve as another Hekesh for other items, but even can't serve as a source for Gzeir Shava. The Dilma, we shouldn't be to the Mikra, maybe it's different because we'll say at the end of the day that Gzeir Shava, I think we have a problem. Why? Now the Chatos, Shikin, the Chatas, Akabi pieces. No, because when the Gzeir Shava will work, why? Because you can ask the Pirkah, because at the end of the day that Chatos is Mechaper on heavy pieces. Maybe that makes it more cover, which the Gemara says, no, Kachik Kadosh means Gzeir Shava. There's another pasuk. So because there's an open pasuk, ultimately again, the Gzeir Shava is free and clear. So I will say, what do you see from it? What's the bottom line for this Gemara? Interestingly enough, we went through this exhaustive exercise about Davar Halamed Behakish, Kozo Malad Behakish, right? If B is learned out from A, could B then serve as a source for C? And I would say that question is on two levels. Could B, if B was learned out from a Hekesh, so could B serve as a Hekesh for C, or could B serve as part of a Gzeir Shava with C? So the Jesus about the answer to that was no, yes, my focus. Bottom line, the Gemara says, the answer is yes. Yes, if B is learned out from A, right? Let's do B can serve as a Hekesh for C, or as a Gzeir Shava for C. It's not a problem. There's only one area where we say that if something is a derivative law, it cannot serve as a source for something else, which is Kachim. And I will say, where did you learn that from? The simple amount of repetition that keeps happening again by kachim. The fact that the Torah says something and reinforces it, says it, that indicates to us that in the realm of sacrificial law, we say davar halami behakesh, something that not from a hakesh cannot serve as the source of hakesh for something else. And by defense, it can't even serve as part of a gzera shava for something else as well. But that's a din by kachim, not a din by anything else. So most high, shkoya. What a daf! What a daf! What a day! Beginning of a great week together. All right,
anyways, so I get my address out.
That is good, but I want to put it
scumbags.
tomorrow.
Lying in Texas.
All right, both will
In fact, when you come to my house, I'll leave the door open, let you put a knife to my wife's throat and see what happens to you. I hope you try and kill. I hope you kill my cat. I hope you kill my son. Guess what? I'm gonna fucking apple grip you. All right, let's see this. What do we got here? Should we all do a hot chip for time's sake? Posted by Flaky Parsnip, 1797. Best comedy special. Martin Maron panicked. Serious postmortem. Me and Morgan. People think. Hearing modern media. Brett Goldstein, the second best.
It's like good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our sponsors for the month of Patreon. Stephen Zaritzin, and loving memory of Steve's father, Albert, between William C. Ben Heinz for rough on vacation of his 20th yahrzeit. A week of learning sponsors, friends of Yitzi and Yankee Staffing, in memory of their mother, highest family for Rafa, and Shama having Aliyah and the family in Kona. Gafumi sponsorship for today, an anonymous sponsorship in the schools, and Sarah Troubles. Archie Mother and Baby for Sarah, Miriam, Abbas, Shulanis, and the Dafuni sponsorship, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued help for Shulanis, Hannah, Bas, Susha, and for ultimate for Shalina together with Chol Chole Yisrael. Because mostly we dedicate our learning. This was all of our brothers and sisters about Israel, safety and security. Sarah Trouble to Israel, to Eretz Yisrael, and how about just Rafa for our people for many, many generations to come. But with that, let us begin with a really, really exciting day ahead of us. Hashem, really exciting day. So today's daf is Mem Zion 47. 47. We are picking up and here's Hashem on Mem Vav on the days 46b. And we left off, I believe, actually, yes, at the first wide line. So remember again, the Mishnah on the Vava is actually switched gears a little bit. And whereas up until now we have been focusing on negative, ultimately again, the type of time that undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. This Mishnah switched gears now and spoke about the positive impact that one is supposed to have when offering up a carbon. In fact, 6 different positive things that one is supposed to include when offering up a carbon. So we left off first by line Nicholah. Remember again, it's supposed to be Nicholah. And Nicholah literally means pleasing. What does this mean? So the Gemara is saying, Hanakas Ruach. Ultimately, again, when a person offers up a carbon, one should do so in order to give Nachas Ruach, to give Nachas Ruach Kadosh Baruch Hu, which everyone says is such a beautiful and incredible idea that represents a paradigmatic mindset when it comes to our Avodas Hashem in general. Why is it that we serve the Ribono Shel Olam? So remember again, already at Tigris, in the other says, Al Tika Avodim, V'Misham Shnes Harav Amanas V'Chama Pras. Do not be like servants who serve the master for the sake of receiving reward. Rabbi says, be like servants who serve the master, not for the sake of receiving reward. So at the end of the day, why do I serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What is the impetus? So Tigris understands that the impetus for Avodas Hashem ultimately is like an Eved. Why does this Eved serve the master? Because the Eved is the Eved and the master is the master. There's a sense of purpose. There's a sense of duty. There's a sense of responsibility. Obligation. Here the Gemara ends in Torah. It's one more thing we call is not HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You know what's really beautiful if you think about it deep down? What does every single child want to know? Deep down, every single child want to know 1 through 7 creation, which is right? That my parent is proud of me. it's not, of course, I want to be loved, and I want to, at the end of the day, I want to know that my parent is proud. I want to know that I'm giving nachos ultimately again to my parent. And it's so beautiful about this idea. The Gemara says, is what we call ultimately again, is to give nachos to our ultimately again, to give nachos to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it really does. When I start off with Baruch as a Torah, I do this, I'm giving nachos to the Ribono Shalom, so in carbonics. One of the carbonics you have to give is I'm giving nachos. For example, La Hashem, what does it mean, La Hashem? The Shem Misha Amar Bahaya Ha'olam. Ultimately, again, I'm doing it for the sake of the one who said the world should come into being. And at the end of the day, what is your Kavanah? What is that Kodesh Baruch Hu? At the end of the day, the Ribono has so many different aspects to his identity. But what's the core identity of the Ribono Shalom? A creator. And the Kaddish Kutilo B'Toyom Tadim Na'aseh B'Reitzis. And Ribono Shalom is not just a historical creator, but he's a contemporary creator. So I want to give nachos to that Kodesh Baruch Hu. And what aspect of Baruch Hu? The Ribono Shalom creates and recreates every day, because that's the God. If you think about this in an amazing way, the God or the iteration, not iteration, but almost like the concept of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that I connect to most is that Ribono Shalom has a creative identity. Because in every single day, in every single moment, there are realities being created in my life. Who is creating those realities? The Ribono Shalom. If you not ask Hashem, what Hashem? And when we said aloud, the world will come into being. So incredible. I'm going to read them out. So we'll say, so those are all the Kabbalists. Those are all the Kabbalists. I'm going to read them out. Kabbalists and Shakdurishim, Olam, Sula. It's an interesting thing over here. If you check to the Chathos, for the sake of an Olam, ultimately, again, the karma is possible. I will say that. Now, actually, remember again, that statement actually goes back all the way to the beginning of the Masech, right? The first Mishnah Masech has Tzlachim. And normally, again, if you offer up Kabbalah, Shalom, Lishman, ultimately the Kabbalah is effective. But there's certain exceptions to that, namely Chathos. Okay. But here's the path. L'shem Chulim Shiva. But if you offer up a chatos for the sake of Chulim, ultimately again it's chatos. So we'll say this is a fascinating statement in the name of God. If you offer up a chatos for the sake of Allah, ultimately again it's not going to be good. But if you offered up a chatos for the sake of Chulim, just checking for Chulim, ultimately again it is going to be fine. You must what's the shot? I'm going to rush and I come to that. What's that shocking? Because the Pasuk says, "Lo yichalelu as kadshe b'nei Yisrael." And the Pasuk says, "You shall not profane kadshe b'nei Yisrael." What's I learned from that? Kadshim mechalelim kadshim, then chulim mechalelim kadshim. Only that which is kodesh can be mechalel kodesh, but that which is full cannot be mechalel kodesh. So in other words, having in mind that a chatos should be an olah, that's problematic. Why? Because that's touching, undermining touching. Like that reminds me of one carbon. And having in mind that the chatos should be cooling, ultimately again that's cooling, undermining touching, and cooling or a mundane mindset cannot undermine touching. Again, he's really basing it just on this one. The only way to profane touching is through touching. But if you profane touching through cooling, that's not going to work. Fascinating. So massive Rabbi is Rabbi Zikash. I'm going to say, Achmi Shalom Hayabalibo, the Shem Achami Kale, the Kasha shoots my baby. Comes on Rabbi, and he says as follows. He brings the Kasha from our Mishnah. What does our Mishnah say? Let's remember again, we're actually going to spend a little bit of time on this morning. Our Mishnah said that although there are 6 things for which you should have Kavanah, at the end of the day, if you do not have any Kavanah, if you have any specific Kavanah, I think Halacha is still effective. Why? Because it's a tonight base. Right? Essentially, what these things did, like I said, is situational Kavanah. That as long as you don't have anti-Kavanah, like negative Kavanah, undermining Kavanah, Stam mindset, the default settings of Kavanah service is that you have the right mindset. So what can you infer from there? The Gemara says, "Time out, Shelo Hayabalibo 12." Now the reason it works is because we're talking about a case where the offerer, like the Kohen, has no Kavanah. Hayabalibo l'shem chulin. What do you see from there? If you had in mind for chulin, invalidated. In other words, the Mishnah works under the premise that you're right. As long as you have quote unquote zero mindset, you're good to go. Because Chazal will say, we're going to talk more about this, that Chazal created what's called a framework of situational Kabbalah. That we assume that if you're doing the right things, in the right way, in the right place, at the right time, you have the right mindset. But it sounds like any undermining, any inappropriate mindset, even for fooling, will render the covenant ineffective. As the story said, when Rabbi said this, maybe Vilma, Rothschild, kosher, and Maratza. Maybe in the case where a person had no mindset, the covenant is good, and ultimately Maratza also means it works to serve the purpose of the owners. Right? Ultimately, again, it works for the purpose of the owners. Maratza means it's accepted on behalf of the owners. On the other hand, but if you had in mind for the sake of fooling, kosher ve'ino maratza, ultimately again the covenant is kosher, but it does not work to take care of the obligations of the owners. Maybe that's the distinction. Okay. So I'm not going to we'll see the halacha when I speak down in just a little bit. So we're doing it's a further distinction. He says like this. If you went ahead and you checked the chatas, you shouldn't see it. Now, what does this mean? In this case over here, Rashi points out that halacha myself, I know the covenant is a chatas. But when I checked it, they had in mind for fooling. So the Rothschild says, ultimately, that works. That's going to work, right? Ultimately, because his logic is, like we said before, because a fooling designation does not undermine a kodesh designation. On the other hand, mishum fooling sula. Very interesting. If you check it, mishum sula. What does mishum fooling mean? When checking a carbon, I thought it was fooling. It turns out that it was a chatas. But I thought it was from Moshe. You see the distinction in two cases? In case number one, I know it's a chatos. I just have in mind when checking a chatos was shem chulin. Why? I don't know why. That's just what I did. That's what I did. So the halacha is that carbon is kosher. It's effective. Why? Because a chulin designation cannot undermine a carbonic designation. But if I'm about to check the carbon and I get confused, and I thought that it's not a chatas, I thought it's fooling, then ultimately what? Then ultimately, so the carbon is ineffective. Now, why is the carbon ineffective? Take a look at Rashi. Mishum fooling, last line in Rashi. Kasaber shehem fooling, sula da'inu misasek b'dvar machirim, ve'eno asek l'tachi. So there's a constant halacha called misasek. Misasek means that halacha you engage in an action which produces a particular result, but you did not go ahead and have in mind with that result. Right? So in general, you find this all the time, like there's no full Shabbos. You're doing something, I didn't have in mind to go ahead and perform a malacha, but a malacha resulted. Let's call this asking. I'm involved in something else, and then a secondary result occurs. So the market is as follows. If I'm checking an animal, and I think that animal is fooling, literally again, I'm positive that it's fooling, and I checked it, so that's not called shlikat kavanas, because I'm involved in a fundamentally different act. In a case like that, the cover is going to be ineffective. So let's say, so this is one more time the distinction. I know there's a chatas, but whatever reason, I checked it, I had in mind for fooling, I know what I'm doing, I had in mind for fooling, cover is effective. Why? Because the designation for fooling cannot align carbonic designation. On the other hand, if we're checking the carbon and literally thinking fooling, I get confused, that's called misasek. And ultimately, that's misasek protection. Being involved in sacrificial service when thinking you're doing something else, by definition, renders the service ineffective. So if I think I'm just checking, standing out, that's really what I think, that can't be called carbonic service because I'm actually mentally occupied in something else. Example, the imagination moment I'm here, top of them, I was at 47 days. Behind this also because it's possible. How do I know that this safe by carbonic is possible? And again, I must say, remember, the term is safe is I am engaged in an act that I think is one thing, but it produces a different result. That's what's called misconception. So in this case over here, I think I'm checking fooling. It turns out that I ended up checking chatas. Granted, it's the same act of shkita, but my situational awareness and my intent are fundamentally different. That's called an assassin. That's called an assassin. When the Gemara says, how do I know this assassin by question? It's called the Shneimar, the Shakat, as Ben HaBakar with Fnei Hashem. The Pasuk says, you shall shach the Ben HaBakar before I finish talking. First of all, the Rashi, the Rashi the Kashim, Shovi Kashim, the Lord the Kavana, Alakim is answering to the Dvarim Acheret. As I'm occupied with something else, in this case, there's something else to check me too. So I'm involved with it, and it turns out that I ended up checking the Chatas. How do I know that that is not a fact? The Shneimar, the Shafat has been a Bakar with the Hashem. Ultimately, again, you will check the Bakar. Before I finish talking, what does that mean? I take a Shkita, the Shin Ben Bakar. The Shkita must be explicitly again for carbonic purposes. Now, both sides. So you understand what's happening over here, and this is really quite fascinating. There is room for error in terms of carbonic designation. In other words, if I'm checking a carbon and I have in mind for the wrong carbon, depending on what it is, that carbon could still be effective. There's room for that. As long as I have designation for carbonic purposes. The moment ultimately again, and same idea, that if I know that it's a carbon, but I choose to have in mind what's moving, that could also be effective. But the moment I think I'm checking cooling, right? And literally I think I'm checking cooling, it's not a carbon anymore. That's no longer a carbon. That's called mistasing, and at least for carbonic purposes, some level of intentional carbon for carbonic purposes is absolutely necessary. Incredible. So he wants to Amalei, so he said that we already know. So he wants to obviously, I know that when checking a carbon, you have that intentional kavana for the carbon. Fair enough. How do I know that if you didn't have that, the carbon is ineffective? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Amalei so then is Bafur. You got them. So what does it mean that so then? According to your will, you shall offer it up. The Gemara says you got them. You got to send with your intent. With your intent. Meaning, in other words, halacha l'maisa, it requires specific intent, ultimately again for the carbon. Incredible. Says the Gemara, she'in hamachshava holefes ela achara oved. So remember again, the Gemara then said that halacha l'maisa, because machshava goes after the one who is offering it. Remember again. So this is very interesting. At the end of the day, who establishes intent when it comes to carbonos? Who does that? It's the Kohen doing the avodah, not the owner. Right? I bring your carbon for the Beis Hamikdash. At a certain point, I hand that over to the Kohen. All of these discussions about intent, who is responsible for the intent? It's the Kohen. Right? So which is very interesting. So therefore, again, all of this is all carbons. Lies on the Kohen who's going ahead and offering it. Now, granted, by shkita, I can do shkita, ultimately have my intent there, but in general, intent is determined by the one who is offering up the carbon. Says the Gemara, here we go. Must this is Loki Icano. I'm not sure that they're not the beautiful Icano. However, Rabbi said, Shamashi Shabayim Mitfagin. I heard that an owner can make the carbon pickle. And what's that now? That's incredible. I can only actually just a moment. Shamashi Shabayim Mitfagin. Third line down to the top of Nashi. Avodas HaKohen, in Kiva HaKohen B'Shtika, the Yeshua Bailim Aleh. This is wild. So ultimately, the Rothschild says as follows: I heard that the owner of the carbon could actually make the carbon table. Meaning what? That if the Kohen is doing his avodah, and let's say the Kohen has no specific intent, and the owner has in mind, remember, what's machshava, what's pegel? What's mano? Like I had this mind, but outside of the permitted time. So again, I heard that makes the carbon table. That's wild. Like, so I'm the owner. I'm standing. That's right. I'm standing over here. Hello. Right. Which is obvious. Thank you. Right. It's a donation from that to this beautiful place. I'm standing over here. This is over the gratuity, by the way. It's actually unnecessary for sure. Right. But again, I'm standing over here. Like Kohen's over here. We'll do that in just a moment. So the nice again. In other words, I could go ahead and make the carbon table. I can make the carbon table. So obviously that does not reflect the view in our Mishnah. So but Allah, for my time, there was a Yossi. Was a Yossi Latin, can I only connect the Kandigo, the Arshwa, the Hikri, I'm not sure. He was in the Pasuk says, they could have not been ultimately again. Who's the Makrid? The Makrid is the owner. So you see that the Torah itself vests the owner with power, which means that even though the owner is not doing the avodah, they're not saying people to make the kegel. Rabbi, the Rothschild, the Rothschild, Shimon, the Rothschild, who is here rules? Zen the fashion is that only Hadi Makshava. Wow. So let's see right here. So Rabbi says all of these opinions, the Rothschild, you'll see the Shimon, the Rothschild, all of them agree that you can have one person doing the avodah and another person having an undermining Makshava, which is another way of saying that the owner can make the carbon piggle. Like even though the coin is doing this thing. Now it's interesting. There's about that the way Rashi sets this up is this idea that the owner can make the carbon piggle is if the coin does not have specific intent. Right? The coin ultimately again just has general intent. So it's actually called style. So because the coin might not be having specific intent, which by the way is fine, right? So you don't need the coin to have specific intent. Why not? Why not? That's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says that there's a clear in Chazal instituted that you don't need specific intent as long as you don't have undermining intent. You're good to go. So it sounds, according to these opinions, in these situations where the coin has stam intent, and the owner has undermining intent, that the owner can actually make the cover table. So Gemara says all these opinions agree with that. Where do you see this? And also they all express this in different ways. Now, this is more fluffy. The Lazar of Yossi, Hadama, right? The Lazar of Yossi says as follows. The Lazar of Yossi, that's what we just said before. That's what we just said before. Look, Gemara says, the Lazar this on left side, but the Lazar this on, Hashofim, all these are probably Shvitas of Shira. Well, this is very interesting. So this is, let's say, I shot an animal on behalf of, not as you think it means that I'm shocking for idolatry. It's not what it means. I shot on behalf of an idolater. So my Gentile friend asks me to check his animal on his behalf. I say, no problem. Now, we'll say, what's the halacha? Shvitas of Shira. Ultimately, the animal's question. Now, we'll say, now, what's the concern over here? The concern is that my Gentile friend, my Gentile neighbor, he has in mind for his avodah. Basically, if he has in mind for his avodah, I don't care what he's thinking. At the end of the day, I'm checking the animal, which he does Shiva. Rabbi Eliezer himself. Rabbi Eliezer says, it's not good. Why? Because Zemachashu is there over. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Eliezer holds that the intent of the owner absolutely defines the identity of the item. See, now, I'm doing it for the kosher at the end of the day, the owner, the Ovid Avodah has my first Avodah in the first possible. The Shur Elazar says this now, while Amr Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, kosher in kosher latznius was very interesting. This is Hilchot Shabbos. This is Hilchot Shabbos. What's halacha by Hilchot Shabbos? So kosher in kosher latznius, they matznius kamo, kosher children. Let me tell you this outside. In Hilchot Shabbos is an offer called Hotzah. Hotzah means you can't transport an item from one domain to another, right? Good. Now, in order to be in violation of that, you have to transport something of substance. The item has to be a double question, something important. What's defined? Now, in general, so importance is defined objectively, right? So what's the definition of importance? It's something that is question enough that a person would store it away. Right? So in other words, I'll give you a good example of this. Like if I go ahead and I take a bean, and I transport that from the Shushan to Shia. Am I liable for that on Shabbos? No. Why? Because that's an insignificant unit. There's significance for one being. So Gemara says they're very interesting. What happens if halacha? So Ruvain decided, this was a being that he inherited from his great grandmother. Like it's in the family for generations. So now it's like he stores it away. So then this is a special being. So the Gemara says, this is what this is. Kosher latznius, anything generally that people would not store because it's not important. They're in matznius kamo, and people don't generally store this type of item. So Ruvain decided that for him this is important. This was the outer bubble being like
piss off Luke, maybe. This
This was like, people have like a sourdough starter. This was like their children starter. This was the bean that made the magic happen, right? And for generations, this bean has been in the mishpacha. This is her children starter, right? And therefore, for Reuben, this is crushed. So Reuben stores it away. And what happens now? Shimon comes along. Shimon takes that bean. Then not stealing it. But Shimon takes that bean and he transports it from the Shus HaYochid to the Shus HaRabim on Shabbos. What's the halacha? Gemara says, Shimon is liable for himself. Shimon is liable for transporting an item. Why? Well, that's incredible. Why is Shimon liable? He transported an objectively insignificant item. Why? Because Ruben's mindset endowed it with importance. So again, it's also that's a little bit of a different application, but same concept. That one person's mindset or intent ultimately again can have an impact on the reality of another individual. So Ruben is describing that this being is chashuv is enough ultimately again to make it a double chashuv, something important enough that Shimon should be liable for himself. Incredible. So those are all. So therefore, again, the point of it is the common denominator amongst all these different opinions is that halacha mentioned they all agree that the mindset of one person has an impact ultimately again on the mindset of the other. And it gives essentially three different illustrations of this. Number one is our case, our Gemara, where again, if the owner has a machshava sfigel, ultimately even though the coin has no machshava, the cover can come take off. That's number one. Number two, I'm checking the animal on behalf of my Gentile neighbor. My Gentile Akum neighbor has in mind ultimately again for a Zara. But I don't have any intent. Allah said it's going to be ultimately again the animal is going to be us. And number three, Reuben has in mind the people which is destroy his grandmother's starter bean, like it's objectively not chashuv. But again, now Shimon comes along and transports it from one day to another on Shabbos. Shimon is liable. Why? Because this Reuben has endowed it with chashuvos, therefore Shimon is going to be liable. So three different illustrations of the same concept. That one person's mindset ultimately again could have an impact on another individual. Now the Gemara says, Karvayu is the Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yossi. So both of the other opinions, both of those Rabbi Yossi, why? Because at the end of the day, right, if this concept, that one person's mindset could have an impact on someone else, if it applies to Bachutz. Now, remember again, the cases of Bachutz outside of the Beis HaMikdash are the case for two examples of idolatry and Shabbos. So if this concept is true Bachutz outside of the Beis HaMikdash, then what? Then all the more so it is true inside the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, incredible. Right, the Elazar Yossi less able to Karvayu. Right, the Elazar Yossi doesn't necessarily subscribe to the other two opinions. Why? Maybe he holds this concept only applies in the Beis HaMikdash. So only the Beis HaMikdash ultimately again that the mindset of one person can have an impact ultimately again on other people. But perhaps outside of the Beis HaMikdash, those are the cases of Avodah Zarah and Shabbos. Perhaps he does not subscribe to this idea. Okay, but Shimon ben Elazar is the brother Elazar. Eliezer, sorry, and Shimon ben Elazar holds like the glow agrees with Rabbi Eliezer. Hashta is Shabbos Aminon. Because if you see this concept of Hazim Local Shabbos, Avodah Zarah device for Shabbos is very common. It's going to apply on Shabbos, certainly will apply to idolatry. Rabbi Elazar, let's look at the Shimon Elazar. Rabbi Eliezer doesn't necessarily subscribe to the Shimon Elazar. Some of the Avodah Zarah need the Amrit came within. Because maybe only holds that this concept holds true by idolatry. Because Avodah Zarah, as interesting as it sounds, may share certain commonalities with temple service. So they both represent religious service. However, about Shabbos, Melechas Machshavas on the Torah. But by Shabbos is different. Shabbos requires Melechas Machshavas, which requires ultimately greater level of intentionality on behalf of the perpetrator. And that's perhaps there should be no liability in this case. I will say, so bottom line with the Gemara says is, it's not staying with the Gemara Sarah. The Gemara just wanted to put on our halakhic, on our Talmudic radar, the following idea: that although the Mishnah makes a statement, and what's the Mishnah statement? He who does the avodah is the one whose mindset matters, and no one else's mindset matters. Which means, from the Mishnah's perspective, the mindset of the owner when the Kohen is doing the sacrificial service means nothing. All he must come along to say is, by the way, hold on, not everyone agrees with that. There is a school of thought that says that the mindset of the owner, or for that matter, the mindset of the other, does have an impact on me. And again, the Gemara brings 3 examples of that. One from our Gemara, one from Table, one by Abu Zara, and one by Rothschild Shabbos. The Gemara just points out then that, by the way, not everybody will necessarily agree with everybody else's case. But for our purposes, that actually doesn't matter. All we need to see is that a school of thought actually goes in and sees something. Someone says, how do we pass in? So I want to show you an interesting Rabbi. The Rabbi says, Rabbi says, ideally, you have to have in mind the 6 things. What are the 6 things? The Shem HaZevah, for the particular type of carbon you're offering. Next, the Shem HaZoveah, for the owner. Shazara by Hashem Baruch Hu, that the carbon is being offered for Hashem. Shiatir L'Ishim, it's being offered up for the fires. Sha'akeras L'Reach Tova, it's being done in order to create a pleasing aroma. V'Shareach Nachas Ruach L'Pnei Hashem. And ultimately, this pleasing aroma is for who? To give nachas to Hashem. All of this, those are the six things that one should have in mind when offering up the carbon. There he goes on. Ultimately again, and if you shecht it, ultimately again, stam. Stam. No specific intent. Ultimately again, the carbon is kosher. And we'll say that's understood. Why? Because essentially it's what's called the Torah. Chazal instituted, as long as you don't have underlying intent, ultimately again, we take it as if you have specific intent. I will say, by the way, there are other examples in halacha like this, where we see that you have halacha assumes that you have situational intent. I'll give you an example of this. It's actually very important. You know, the halacha is you're supposed to have kavanah by the first line of Shema. You should have kavanah by all of Shema. I guess I should have kavanah by all of davening, right? But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Calm down, right, guys? So the Mesa, but at least by the first line of Shema, Shema Yisrael Shema Hashem Echad, I'm supposed to have explicit intent, literally again, that Hashem is the one and only God, and I accept him upon myself. I've just had that specific idea in mind. To the point, by the way, that if you don't have it in mind, the halacha is you're not Yosei Shema. Which brings down, I don't remember who quotes, but it brings down the halacha of as long as situationally you're doing the right thing, we assume that kavanah is there. Right? So in other words, if you're checking your email, then you're not Yosei. Because then obviously I'm not, right? But assuming that I'm sitting there, there's a sitter, right? My hand is over my eyes, I'm davening, then you assume situationally you're doing the right thing, and therefore I don't know as Yosei. So you see, so this is what's happening over here. Chazal said, we don't even need you to make explicit intent. As long as you don't have underlying intent, I work for myself, we're good to go. So we'll say, so ideally, have in mind all of these 6 things, but maybe as long as one did not have underlying negative intent, ultimately again, one is going to be Yosei. So we'll say, also tells us, we also pass like the Mishnah, namely, that the machshava of the owner does not have an invalidating intent on the carbon. So if the point being the avodah and the owner has in mind for Tegel, obviously not, because the owner shouldn't have that in mind. But Lamaisa does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. However, I will say, as much as halacha l'maisa, what someone else's thinks doesn't have an impact on me, like if I'm the coach. Right? Doesn't have an impact on me. For hashkafa l'maisa, we have to say the same as well. This goes both ways. What someone else thinks about me shouldn't have an impact on me either. We do spend a lot of time focusing on what other people think about us, and the truth is you can't control what other people think about you. So also have to remember what other people think or don't think about me Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. Obviously, I have to do the right thing, but at the end of the day, I can't control what other people think. We spend so much time trying to impress other people, trying to rally other people, trying to. And at the end of the day, so much of life is just about do the right thing. Follow the Ratzon Hashem. Do know that in your heart that you are truly fulfilling the Ratzon Hashem. Other people like it, don't like it. That's not under your control. And the good news is, what other people think at the end of the day does not affect your destiny, does not affect ultimately the trajectory of your actions, and does not impact your ability to be successful in life. True halachah l'maisa, true hashkafa l'maisa, hadjin Allah, based shana. Abosai, mazel tov. And now we have done. So exactly, I can tell you, I've been dreaming about this day. I've never been dreaming about this day. There's a great reason why I have to give a very special. I came home yesterday, and they had a package waiting for me in my house. So one of our share listeners, Gina Lieber, from Eretz Yisrael and Edison, New Jersey. Edison, New Jersey, had a package in my house, and Baruch Hashem. So she sent me a beautiful note that I mentioned that I wanted the master of the Makonan Mikdash for Yom Kippur. So she was in Eretz Yisrael. She couldn't get the master. It's out of print. It's out of print. Yeah, thank you. But she did send me this beautiful sefer called Torah HaKavanos, which is anything and everything you need to know about Kavanos. I'm very excited in here at Hashem. Some light reading over the weekend. Right? And also, really what's great, I'm going to keep this over here, just two laminated images over here, which we'll just keep up. In Eretz Hashem, just again, these are the same images that I sent out on the chat, actually, but one is in Hebrew, one is in English. So you can actually, I'll keep them up here, you can see it. And I will say, this is literally, again, what David been dreaming about, to come to Ezel Makoman. And the reason why Ezel Makoman is going to be so powerful on two levels is as follows. First of all, we all say Karbanos in the morning. We all say Karbanos in the morning, right? And saying Karbanos is, even if you don't have time, like during davening, it's good to do it after davening for the simple reason, when the Shama parents Fasim. Halacha is in the act for the ability to offer up Karbanos. So saying the Karbanos gives us an opportunity as if we are offering it. One of the major pieces we say is this parak. We say this parak of Mishnah is the whole parak, every single morning. It's Ezel Makoman. This parak is the key to understanding all of Kabbalah. This is going to go through every type of carbon, where it's done, how it's done, and in Eretz Hashem. The great part is that this is where we're going to live for the next little while. You remember how we had 2 days ago? 8% of the sheep. So if someone asks you, what's your address? Where do you live? I live in the basement of Rush. I live. That's where my neshama is. That's where my head is. That's where my gemara is. That's where my morning is. And I both say, what a schos. What a schos. To be able to live inside the base hamikdash. The gemara said, when you learn these sugyas, it's the southern shita. We're living in the messianic era. With that, let's go. Ezel Makoman says, what is so exciting? What is the proper place? And I will say, by the way, you might be thinking to yourself, what is this guy talking about? Exciting, right? What is David Schwartz putting in his coffee? Right? And so, let's say, again, if you want to feel it, you'll feel it. If you want it, and if you open your neshama and just close out everything else, right? Hyper-focused. Put your eyes in it, put your mind in it. I say, Ribono Shel Olam, I want to be as excited about this Gemara as the Kohen Gadol was in the avoda of your people. If that's what you want, I promise you, money back guarantee, you will feel it. If you don't want it, and we're just going to trudge along and just whatever, then of course it's going to be tedious, and you're going to look how many pages do we have left. They're both right. And by the way, don't look how many pages we have left, right? Because it's pretty much the rest of the cycle, right? This is it. This is where we live. So let's say, so again, make it new parak, Erev Shabbos, make a choice right now. Do you want to be on fire, inspired, and meshuggah for this? If you want it, here is the choice. I'm opting in. I'm making a choice. I want to be on fire about Kabbalah, on fire about Kosher, on fire about this Mikdash. I want to live with you in the Kodesh HaKadosh. If you want it, It is yours. But you gotta decide right now. Yeah. Right now. I'm not gonna take a show of hands. Right? Let's say right now. Right now. New parent, new opportunity, opt-in. What is the proper place of Kabbalas? What is the proper place of Kabbalas? So let's say, this is it. So here we go. Kachek Hadashim. So Kachek Hadashim. So let's say, so remember, one of the things we're going to do now is we're going to talk about Kabbalas categorically, and then we're going to talk about Kabbalas specifically. So Kachek Hadashim. What a Kachek Hadashim actually says, Kulam Bechlau Chatal Zdash. Kulam Bechlau. Pretty much Kachek Hadashim, let's say, is one of the biggest categories of Kabbalas. That's included in there. Chatas, Asham, Ola, so remember, Chatos and Asham are sin offerings, which we'll discuss specifically. Ola is a carbon from the consumer. Mizbeach, Shalmei, Sibor, different types of communal offerings. Ultimately, again, these are all in Kachek Hadashim. Kachek Hadashim, Shchitas Mitzachot, are shefted in the north. I will say, again, Dr. Ivan pointed this out to me yesterday, right? So, but in this picture, so the directions are not as you would think, right? South is up, north is down. I know Dr. Ivan suggested that I turn it over, right? Which makes a lot of sense, except, I'm going to be honest, my orientation of this picture is like this. So just I'm going to work on it to make it a little bit more. So again, remember, we've got south, north, east, west. This is orienting. When you go to the coastal Arab, right? When you go to the western wall, that's this. That's this. I mean, it's not actually this. It's a little bit further out because it's not a wall, the base. I mean, it's a retaining wall. But on the same, we go to the coastal, we are opposite the Kodesh HaKadoshim, right? That's when you go into the tunnels. If you ever go into that shoot in the tunnels, the coast to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, that's along this side. That's like called Kosel Ma'arav, the western wall. So again, remember, generally people are coming in. Why is it doing that?
Yeah, that's
I don't know. It's flashing now. I don't know what that is. Okay. Yeah. It's all right. So listen. So nice again. So remember. So.
Say what you want about him.
So now remember, when we speak about like this Shivas and Tzapon, where's the Tzapon? Tzapon is going to be here. Is that I'm pressing it too many times? So how do I work?
No one's done more for the sport of boxing.
So remember, here's the Mizbeach. Here's the Mizbeach. Tzapon, north is going to be over here. So remember, Shchita for the Kabbalos ultimately again occurs in this area over here. Now we're exactly in the north because remember, north essentially extends from here all the way until the beginning of the Heichal. But Kachek Hadashim is Shchita somewhere in this particular area. Okay, so you might know first. So Kachek Hadashim is Tzapon. How is Hashem Kippurim? Shchita's Mitzapon. Similarly again, the Paran is Yom Kippur. Let's say you've seen it. We spoke about it many times. What's Tzar? What's the Paran of Yom Kippur? Those Yom Kippur offerings. Those remember, what do we call that? Chatos, inner chatos. And again, those are also Shtifas on the Tzapon. They are shefted in the north. What we call the north, it's called the north of the Mizbeach. This is where they are shefted. The Kibbutz of the Mishar Tzapon. Similarly again, Kabbalah, we receive their blood also in the north of the Mizbeach. The Gavan Ta'on Hazaya, Abin Abadin, Yala Parokas, Mizbeach Hazar. And again, I will say, because it's a Chatos Pnimi, because it's a Chatos, as much as Shchita occurs over here in the north, then the blood is brought in. There are blood applications on a couple of different places. Being Habadin, between the poles of the Aron, right? Ala Parokas, outside over here was called the Heichal. Opposite the curtain or onto the curtain, and ultimately on the golden altar, which is over here, in Mizbeach HaKitonis. So these are the inner Chatos offerings of the Kippur. Matanam Akas Mi'anakel, so you've seen a lot of this information already. Remember again, for the first Pnimi, you can't miss any of the blood applications. Thank you. For the Chatos Pnimi, thank you. For the Chatos Pnimi, for the inner Chatos, ultimately again, you cannot miss any blood applications. As opposed to a Chatos Hachitzo, the outer Chatos, Halot L'Maisa again, all you need is one blood application, the rest you should do what you don't need it. For the Chatos Pnimi, ultimately again, you need all of the blood applications. And if you miss any one of them, the Chatos is compromised. Furthermore, Shiari Hadam, Hayishotay Ayisol Ma'aran Mizbeach HaKitzo. What do you do with the leftover blood? Leftover blood of a Chatos Pnimi in the Chatos, it is poured out on the Yisod and Ma'aravi Shal Mizbeach HaKitz. So this is very important. Remember we're speaking about this Yisod? If you see on this image, I don't know if you can see it from here. This is the Mizbeach. If you notice over here on the northern side and on the western side, there is like an extra base. There's an extra base. The Shirayim, the leftover blood of an inner chatos, was taken to this western base and was poured out to the drains over there. We're going to talk about it. It was poured out along the drain on the western base. On the western base. Good, the Gemara says. Good. Alright, so good. And if you didn't pour out the remnants on the western base, ultimately again the carbon is still affected. Parim hanesrafim. We see in hanesrafim. Now let's figure out what are parim and seir hanesrafim. So we've seen this already before. Parim hanesrafim is par elam davar min hatzibor. That's if the Sanhedrin rules erroneously. Ultimately, again, in Klav Yisrael follows that ruling, or par kohen Mashiach, which is the kohen makes an erroneous ruling. And again, that ruling is followed. So remember, again, I want to point out something very important. These kabbalas are going to be offered up in the Beis HaMikdash. They are burned outside of the Beis HaMikdash. They're actually burned outside of Yerushalayim. That's what they are burned out of the Torah. We're going to discuss this in greater depth. So again, they're slaughtered here, we're going to discuss, but they are burned outside of the Beis HaMikdash. So watch this. And seir hanesrafim. So remember again, the seir hanesrafim ultimately again is the seir avodah zarah. That's the Klav Yisrael offers up avodah zarah. So that's the halacha. So parim hanesrafim, seir hanesrafim. Shlitas mitzvah. So once again, they are shechted in the north. Same area over here, north of the Mizbeach. Okay, the Kibbutz of Shas Mitzvah, and the reception of their blood is also done in the north, this area. The Gamun Paran Hazai ala Halopes Vamizbach Hazah. So we're going to both sides. These Paran Hanesrafim, Har He'elam Davar Min HaTzibor, Har Kohen Mashiach, Seir Avodah Zarah. These are all communal factions. Shefted in the north, the blood is then brought into the Beis HaMikdash, and the blood ultimately again is sprinkled. The blood is sprinkled toward, not on, but towards the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadosh over here. The Gemara says, furthermore, on the golden altar, which is here. On the base, ultimately, the Gemara says, we've seen over and over. When it comes to any katos community, any internal katos, you need all of the blood application. And failure to do any of the blood applications ultimately undermines the carbon. Shiyari Hadam, what do you do with the leftover blood? What do you do with the leftover blood? Once again, you come to the western side of the Mizbeach. You come to the Yisod, which was that extra ledge over here. You see I'm highlighting it over here. There's a drain over there, and Halachah said that's where you would pour out the remnant blood. But if you fail to do so, if you didn't do that, if you didn't pour out the remnant blood by the western base of the outer altar, ultimately, again, it's okay. It's okay. You should do it, but if you didn't do it, it doesn't undermine the effectiveness of the the most is very important. Parim hanesrafim and seir hanesrafim. So par helam davar min hatzibor, par kohen Mashiach, seir avodah zarah. After again, shchita in the north. Bring the blood in to blood application on the curtain, to blood application on the golden Mizbeach. Go back out, pour the remnant blood on the western ridge, on the western base of the Mizbeach. Now, what do you do with the animal carcass? What do you do with the body? Let them take it out of the Beis HaMikdash. We'll see exactly which way you're going out. And you're going out somewhere outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Where? There's a place called the Beis HaDeshet, which means literally, again, the place of ash. The carbon and the carcass of the animal is then burned outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Incredible. The Gemara says, Elu the Elu instead of Beis HaDeshet. Incredible. It looks like fantastic. Fantastic. And now, by the way, with this beautiful image, you also get to begin to see the flow, right? How everything works, right? She calls it cell phone, so on and so forth. That's good. Again, I'm also like, don't worry, there's a lot more information we're going to put. Really very excited. Says the Gemara, the Nisni Nami, the Kilo, I don't understand. The first statement of the Mishnah was Koche Gadoshin, which again, I want to say, we say is this large category of Kabbalas, Dados, Asham, Ola, Sham, and Tzibor, are shefted in the north. Right? Shkitasim is shefted in the north. If you notice, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah didn't say anything about reception of blood. By other Kabbalahs, it talks about the Shvita and Kibul Gama, and where you're receiving the blood. Why doesn't it mention anything about reception of the blood in the north as well by Kachek Adashim? Which the Gemara says so again. This Binami, the Kibul Gama Kushat Kitzach. I mean, why doesn't the Mishnah say that by Kachek Adashim they receive the blood? Kabbalah is also done in the north. And it's Kibul Gama Asham Mitzvah, the Kibul Gama Biyad. So they said this is fascinating. Because there is an exception of Kachek Adashim, get into this, where the reception of the blood is not done in a cleave, but rather is done by hand. Not for the squeamish of Kohen. So again, so Lamaisa, after Shvita, the Kohen is not receiving the blood in the cleave, he's receiving the blood in his hand. That's the Asham of the Matzorah. Now remember again, the Asham of the Matzorah, that blood is then being dabbed, right? The Kohen's, the pito, the earlobe, the tongue, all the different area applications. Therefore, Shai, look at the one these are. Is that true? That the blood of the Ashma of the Matzorah is not received in the cleave? Rakatani, but we learned. Rakatani, Lord, come on, Asham, Nazar, Sham, Matzorah. Shvitas, and itself, and we can't remember the Shai itself. That's not true. We're going to see that this is the Mishnah. The Mishnah says the Asham of a Nazir, the Asham of the Matzorah, they are shefted in the north. Again, on both sides. Now we know our north means back, right? The Kibul Gama, the Kushar Sapa. And again, the Mishnah says, you receive their blood in a utensil in the north as well. So what do you see from here? The blood of the Asham of the Matzorah is received in a utensil. So Rav says, indicating the kind of thought that the blood of the Asham Matzorah was not received in the cleave, received by him, and therefore that's from the Mishnah. Even though Sagilate, I really couldn't have the time right, but then he realized he was mistaken, and then in fact he needed the cleave, and therefore he included it in a subsequent Mishnah. Yisanya, let's say I get ready for this. Yisanya, the Raka, the Pasuk says the Kohen will take the blood of the Asham Matzorah. You might have put it with the utensil. Now, the Pasuk not a sin of the Asham Kohen. Just like the blood application itself is done with the hand of the Kohen, so the receiving of the blood is done by hand as well. You might have thought that even the blood applied to the Mizbeach ultimately again should be the same. In other words, by hand and not with a cleave. Not chatos to unikli, not asham to unikli. Just like a chatos requires the cleave, so too asham requires the cleave. So we have a very big problem. What's the problem? We have conflicting messages. Is the blood of the Asham of the Matzorah received in a clean, or like a kusharis, or is it received in the hand of the Kohen? Now, the Gemara makes it sound like the answer is yes, but how could it be both? Very simply, watch this. Min says, Ata Omer, get ready for this. Asham Matzorah Shnei Kohanim Mekablan Es Damo. It turns out that Asham Matzorah has a unique, peculiar feature that no other covenant has. Two Kohanim do Kabbalah. Two Kohanim receive the blood. Listen to this. One receives it in his hands, and one receives it in the cleave. Zeshakid with the cleave, the one who goes ahead and receives it in a utensil, Balo eats on his back. He goes ahead, he brings the blood to the Mizbeach and does the blood applications like that. So the blood applications on the Mizbeach to the Asham Matzorah are done with blood received in a cleave, received in a kusharis. The Kohen will receive the blood by hand, Balo eats on Matzorah. He goes to the Matzorah and he does the blood applications on the Matzorah itself. So unique, peculiar feature ultimately again by Asham Matzorah. Two Kohanim doing Kabbalah, one by hand and one by cleave. The one who receives in the cleave does the applications on his back. The one who does by hand ultimately does the applications on the Matzorah himself. More about the Asham Matzorah, Me'at Hashem in the subsequent Mishnah. But now we understand ultimately again why the Mishnah ultimately left out that piece of information. Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov on finishing the Torah. Mazel Tov on beginning Ezu L'Komon. Mazel Tov on having the special for Yitzhak and Mashiach. Mazel Tov on allowing ourselves to become on fire about Kavanas and Avodas Hashem and Halavai. Should be a source for us and for all of Klal Yisrael. It's got
This one's called Dicey.
That Jake Paul Anthony Joshua fight, huh?
We'll talk
All
about
right, Kavanas and Big Shabbos everywhere.
To say, man,
Kavanas, Big Shabbos.
haven't seen the reaction online. Some.
Has he seen the reaction online? Yeah, dude. Come on, he tested watch.
I will fuck you.
Fuck up. In what fucking sense? This is after he has who's Chin, and then he goes, oh, the guy looks like this. Wiggles and Jones. Thumbs up, yeah? Joe. Empty Joshua didn't throw a single straight right hand for 6 rounds. Can't get off the ring. I didn't watch that. I'm trying to make sense, but I was really interested. It's tough to pin a guy down when he's on his bike and Jake was moving so much. It's pretty cool. It was weird, right? Something's up. Even the knockdown, where they called it.
First of all, say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. Thanks. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Festival, Stephen Kelly Zinn and Rabbi Nomius, his father Albert Zinn, born in Stephen, kind support Rabbi on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Our weekend learning sponsors, friends of Yitzi and Yankee Staten, in memory of their mother, highest Staten support Rabbi, and Neshama Havanariya. Doing sponsorships for today. Anonymous sponsorship from the source of the Sarah Troubles and a healthy mother and baby for Sarah Miriam Das Shulamis Hannah. As well as a documentary sponsorship, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the source of the continued health for Shulamis Hannah Bash Swishaw, and for an ultimate for Shaleva together with both colleagues. Hope that American all colleagues will have a good during the floor. All of the families in their session will have an accommodation Shamas and Aliyah, and how ready to be Zokamet, so for continued the Soros Novos for all of the bodies throughout. We'd like to also let us begin. Today's back is Member 46. We have to give up American Atman Hammer Base 45D. Active the Gemara. We actually got a few lines into the Gemara, so let's just sit up. Turn up on it. Turn up on it. Sorry, Yochol Hayavim Shemtuma Ella Al Gavashim Shemati. And then all the others supposed to say further again, the Mishnah actually pointed out that even items that are not subject to Hegel. Ultimately, again, you are chayiv because of nosar, because of tummy, and because of chutz. They should be chutz. There are exceptions to this exception of blood. The Gemara says as follows: I would have thought that at the end of the day, tumah should essentially be treated like Hegel. In what sense? Just like something is only subject to Hegel if it has a matir, right? Whether it's a matir of fight consumed by a person, matir comes there. So do something should only be subject to tumah if it has a matir as well. That's what I would have thought. Now, why would I have thought? Why would I have thought that? I could have made a comment over. Here we go. Matir should be the achos. So when it comes to Hegel, Hegel should be the what is that in the sense? The halach is like this. Rashi points out, should be kviya, chatoso kavua la'ani ula'ashir, kisva osira. There is one set carbon for Hegel. For example, as opposed to other factors we're talking about where there's a carbon already yorate, right? Depending on your read, so you pour depending on the carbon you're going to bring. When it comes to Hegel, it's a fixed carbon. Everyone brings the same thing. Number one. Hegel only requires one awareness. In other words, again, at some point in time, obviously you have to be aware of what it is that you did. But whenever that awareness occurs, ultimately again there's liability. But there is no case of Hegel that's mutter, right? In other words, there's no, let's say, for example, as we're contrasting with Tumah, for example, communal Hegel is not going to be mutter. Ultimately, again, all of these cases, someone says, what you see over here is that Hegel has all of these unique features, yet, yet, right, with all of these details, one is not something is not subject to Hegel, of course, unless it has a matir. So I would have thought, Tumah, Shiva Oladiole, so Tumah ultimately again, which has an Oladiole, which means the halachas of Tumah. I will say, remember again, just when we speak about Tumah, two cases of Tumah. What Masechta does this go back to? What this goes back to? Opening Mishnah Maseches Shavuos, right? Shtayim Shemim Arba, right? Remember again, so we saw with Tumah, okay, Shavuos, even Shavuos looks good, right? In the middle of Zvachim. It almost looks good in the middle of Zvachim, right? So the nice, so remember we had in the case of Tumah, there are two cases of Tumah. Either a person is tahar and consumes tamei kodesh items, or a person is tamei and consumes star culture. That's when we speak about tumah. It's either one of those cases. So when it comes to tumah, ultimately again, tumah is subject to all of the yored. So again, the carbon you bring depends on your financial standing. Furthermore, again, finally for tumah, there has to be what's called yediyah b'tchili, yediyah b'sof. An awareness before the act and awareness after the act. Furthermore, there's a case of tumah that's permitted, so to speak. When is tumah permitted? But sibor. Like halacha when 50% of Klal is coming, so the laws of tumah are fundamentally suspended. Right? So all these things, the inner din, sheno chayev ella al davar sheishon ater mela adam mela v'yas. I would have thought. And certainly, again, by tumah, you should only be chayiv in a case where there is a matir. Talmud Lomar, asher heim makdishim li. Therefore, the pasuk is the rest of that pasuk, by the way. And Gabriel Aaron Zalbaros, the Yinazi, the Kachi B'nei Yisrael, only Chalu Hashem Kachi asher heim makdishim li. So the pasuk for the Yinazi, this is the pasuk telling Aaron and his sons, remove yourself from karbanos when you are in a state of tumah. How does the Torah frame it? Asher heim makdishim li. What does that include? Ultimately, again, that includes ultimately all mukdashim, all kodesh items, whether they have a matir, don't have a matir, ultimately are subject to the laws of tumah. So although again, the havamina, right? I could have made a kavachober. Ultimately, again, from pigel. And therefore, we would have said just as pigel requires a matir in order to be subject to pigel, so too tumah requires a matir. Kamash malon, the pasuk itself is marba. It includes everything. Anything that ultimately again is kodesh is going to be included within the strictures of tumah. Incredible. Yochel. So this is very interesting. So I would have thought, therefore, again, the halachos of tumah should set in immediately. Now, what is it? If you know the Rashi, Yochel Miyad, this is the second wide line in Rashi. Yochel Miyad, Mishahok Tishu, Mishayit Alav Miyad in Achol Tumah. It's very interesting. I might have thought that halacha myself, the prohibitions of tumah set in as soon as the animal is consecrated. So let's say even before all of the avodah has been done, as soon as the animal is consecrated, halacha again, it should be subject to tumah. So the Gemara says, Yachol Talmud Lomar, Nikra, the prophet says it shall be offered, which indicates to us what? You actually Talmud Lomar Sheyikra, Mikol Tarachem, the Lord and the five shals. That's what this means. The nation of Geashi Chayiv. And what's interesting enough, the pasuk says as follows: "And we're letting the door say, and call each asher yikra, because Hashem kadoshim." So the pasuk is lashon of anyone who will come close to the kachim. So the prohibition ultimately again is coming close, and if you do b'nitva, say you'll get kares. So the Lord said, "So the Lord said, I don't understand." You're going to get kares for coming close, and the kashkas again, we're coming close means is what? He's touching. So you're going to get kares for touching karbanos in the state of tumah. Seems a bit severe. So now the each one gets you chayiv, and we're not coming out of yikra. About what does the possibility of yikra? Sorry. The hochshah basar mikari pakasa v'daber. So once we're talking about a situation, when do the halachos of tumah set in? At the point that the sacrificial meat is ready to be offered up. At the point that the covenant is fit to actually be offered up on the Mizbeach, ultimately again, that's when the laws of tumah set in. When is that? Hot Ketzad, Yesh lo matir nishif lo matirin, Ein lo matir nishif neshmatri. So if I say that depends. This is so interesting. When does a carbon become fit to be offered? It depends. If it has a matir, as soon as the matir has been done. If it doesn't have a matir, then at what point does it become ready to be offered up? The moment that it was put into a klisharis, a service utensil. And I've also said, this is actually a really interesting fact. Right? It may not sound as interesting as I'm making it, but that's a problem with you, not a problem with me. Right? So again, I was like, I just want to understand something. So what's fascinating is a cover becomes fit to be offered in one of two ways. It's either the matir is offered, which is what would be classically, that's what we'll offer with pigel, or it's put into a klisharis. Once it's put into a service utensil, ultimately, again, then it is ready to be offered up, which is such a fascinating Musar Haskell. But if a person ultimately, again, wants to, so to speak, go on the Mizbeach, a person really wants a sense of closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is some type of preparatory act that needs to be done. We see, like, for example, like in Chassidus, the concept of going to the mikveh every day is like a big thing. What's the shot, right? You don't have someone tara. So what's the shot of going to? Because we're going to a mikveh, I'm not suggesting this is what we should do, but I'm suggesting that when I saw that going to a mikveh represents a preparatory act. It's something that I'm doing in order to put myself in the right space. So you take an animal, you're not just to consecrate it, that's fine. That's fine. It has consecration. But it's not sick. You open up as a cover because something else is done. In order to experience dramatic growth in life, there has to be that event. There has to be that thing that puts you in that space. And without that thing, that matir, that isharish, that mikvah, that thing, then ultimately you're not going to self-actualize. And we know this from our own lives. If you think about moments of great aliyah, like great accomplishment, great growth that you have, generally, you don't just like stumble right into it. There's usually a preparatory act that happens. I put myself in a mindset, in a space, I do something, and that readies me then for that incredibly self-actualizing act. Tremendous. I do not like this. No seminar. So now, okay, I got it. So now I understand, guys, tomorrow, apply even to things that are not subject to Pigel. How do I know that the same is true with no star? Rashi says, no seminar. So again, so now I know even items that are not subject to Pigel will be subject to tomorrow. How do I know that even items that are not subject to Pigel are subject to no star? Remember again, what's no star? No star is the prohibition of reading of a sacrificial task. It's permitted time. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, and again, I can also make a bigel, right? And I can say, like Avon, says Avon by Pigel, it says Avon by no, so I can say just like Pigel, as long as Pigel has a matir, so something is subject to no star. If it has a matir, which the Gemara says, Mistapra, Mituma Havimelech, Shekin Gazal. She does those symbols. So ultimately, again, I could say it makes more sense to learn out tomorrow. It makes more sense to learn out no sun from tomorrow because no sun will share the following three qualities. Guess out. And what is that? What is guess? I mean, not just between Gazal Simon. No sun and tomorrow. So first of all, both no sun and tomorrow represent an inherent invalidation the actual entity itself, like the covenant itself, in and of itself becomes prohibited, or as to say, becomes damaged, so to speak. You know, it says, Pigel muscle, as opposed to Pigel, they're not to be inherently changes in the item itself, but rather, again, it's a flawed mindset. No so speak as Adam and Yasu and Bixu. So both Moshe and Tomorrow's Rita is not what affects the invalidation. The Pigel's Vita Hadam Zawasa, the Pigel's Vita does. Right? No star becoming Nema and Hilo. So that Lamed of Mosavado of Gezel is just enough, is Hilo. It's the Lamed of Hilo. Okay, in any event, what the Gemara is making is that it makes more sense to learn out no star from Tumah because no star will share these three qualities of Gezel. Adrabah, the Pigel have a no, it's just the opposite. Learn out Moshe from Pigel and say, what does that mean? And say, just like Pigel requires a matir in order to become prohibited, so too no star only applies to items that have a matir. Shekain, no star fits tar is man cut. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, I can learn out because remember, both Pigel and Tumah share all of these following qualities. They're both subject to no star. Ultimately, again, sits, which means that sits refers to tar. So if you take a look at Rashi goes through all of these. Rashi goes through all of these things over here. Rashi says, if you put the sits, if you take a look at 4 lines up on the bottom, no star of Pigel opens from the Cholam the Torah. Again, what's not even go through all of the similarities. Point over here is the Gemara says, the honey decision. Furthermore, again, when you look at the similarities, ultimately, again, between Tumah And the similarities between Nosar and Pigel, it's even more than the similarities between Nosar and Tumah. As such, maybe I should learn out Nosar from Pigel. I say just like Pigel requires a matir, so to Nosar requires a matir, which the Gemara says, Emma, need the Tani lady. Now that also we learn how from lady. What a lady say? The Tani lady, Minayin Shot, but Sulzman, Hakosim, Medaber. How do I know that the Pasuk is even talking about Sulzman? The pasuk of Vayinazvi, right, which is the pasuk that tells Kohanim to go ahead and stay away when they are coming. How do I know that? So the Gemara says, "Talamol avaloyi talamol as contributing Israel." Top of Medvav 46a, Vishnei Kilu v'Nakasav Medana. The Torah is talking about two forms of profanation. I don't know if that's a word, but I like it. But two words of profanation, profaning. So the Gemara says, "Echad psul nosar ve'echad psul tumah." Ultimately, again, one is a psul of nosar, and one is a psul, ultimately, again, of tumah. And therefore, the pasuk mentions them together, and therefore the fact that the pasuk mentions them together allows us ultimately to learn the halachos of nosar from tumah, and not the halachos of nosar from pigel. So therefore, I will say, we have so far as follows. Although pigel, Allah says we've established multiple times, requires, you're only subject to pigel if you have a matir that is a unique halacha by pigel, doesn't apply so far to tumah. So in other words, all cultures are subject to tumah, whether they have a matir or not. If it has a matir, then it's the matir that makes it subject to tumah. If it doesn't have a matir, then ultimately, as soon as it's been consecrated in the Rishonis, it is ultimately again subject to tumah. Nosar is going out from tumah. Yerushalayim from tumah. Just like tumah doesn't need a matir, so you can be subject to nosar. You also don't need a matir. Beautiful. Let's go right there. Chutz min adam. That wasn't interestingly enough. The only exception to this is dam. That was like dam is something that is not subject to pigel or nosar. This is incredible. The Gemara says, okay, why is that? So we'll say, I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? So remember, blood itself, in general, blood itself is mentioned multiple times throughout the Torah. It's not allowed to eat it. So yet, fascinating enough, what we begin to see is when it comes to sacrificial blood already we established is not subject to pigel. Why not? Not subject to pigel. Why not? Because remember, it's the matir, right? It has no matir. It has no matir. And now what the Mishnah is telling you is that halacha l'maisa, it's also not subject to nosar, also not subject to tumah. Okay, so the one says, we're in this one. Look at us this moment. The dam is in Chayavah Mishum Nosar. It's been struggling both the dam and the nosar in the Chayid. The Chayim the Tumah Aguf and the Chayim Shtayim. Because I said, how do I know? Now remember, Rashi says that if I consume blood that's nosar, I'm not chayiv twice. But if I consume blood that's not chayiv twice, what's twice? Because obviously you're not allowed to eat blood. Right? So there's a general prohibition on eating blood. So, but yet interestingly enough, how do I know that blood is not subject to tumah and blood is not subject to nosar? So interesting. So you might as well Vani Nasati Lakai. That's what the Pasuk says, I have given it to you. Now the rest of the Pasuk is Tinefesh Habasa Vidani. Vani Nasati Lakai Al HaMizbeach V'chata Nashasek. So this is fascinating. So Hashem says, because the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I've given it to you on the Mizbeach to atone. So the Gemara says, listen to this. This is fascinating. Vani Nasati immersed twice in the foot. Vani Nasati Lachem. I'm giving you the blood. Shalachani Hay. The blood is yours. The blood is yours. So now I'm supposed to say, not for consumption purposes, but to ultimately again remove it from the other what we'll call sacrificial structures. And therefore again, it will not be subject to nosar and will not be subject to tumah. So fascinating. Maybe small time, so let's say maybe small time, the Pasuk says, I've given you the blood ultimately again for atonement and not for mitzvah. In other words, it's not subject to mitzvah. This is one of these gemaras where everyone agrees. They just bring out different sugya. The Pasuk says,
That must be weird to just.
Oh, says that right? Rothschild says, "Kineka Shabbos Midam Midam Tu." What does it mean? All the kapara to the after kapara. Blood has the same status before atonement as it does after atonement. What does this mean? Not after kapara in bo me'ilah, just like after atonement, there is no me'ilah. Which I will say, by the way, remember, it's actually very interesting. In general, we're going to talk about this. Me'ilah, which is what? Me'ilah is mundane usage of consecrated items, only applies up until the point that the item has use for atonement. Once it's served its function, usually it's not subsequently subject to me'ilah. So not after kapara in me'ilah, just like after atonement, the blood is not subject to me'ilah. After kapara in me'ilah. So to the atonement, it's also not subject to me'ilah. So you might say, 1 second. Meanwhile, the after kapara should make kapara. I could turn that argument around and say that the blood should be treated after atonement, like it is before atonement. Minus makeup are used for me'ilah, just like before atonement. The blood is subject to me'ilah because it has not yet served its sacrificial purpose. So to after atonement, it's also subject to me'ilah. Of course, that is wild. What it is? No, says no. This is a fascinating statement. The Gemara says there's no such thing. I let me say it in positive. Once an item has served its purpose, there's no me'ilah. There's no me'ilah. Me'ilah is only a status, only a prohibition that is in effect up until the item has served its designated sacrificial purpose. Once it served its purpose, it's no longer subject to me'ilah. Which is such a fascinating idea. Why? So what was that truth? This is great. Right? Shumas Hadashim. What about Shumas Hadashim? So let's say, what's Shumas Hadashim? Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi, Shumas Hadashim, Rashi. It's about, I'd say about 12 lines up in the 12 lines there. Right? Shumas Hadashim. The Chol Yom is clear. The Chol Yom, hold to the Nacht. The Tarmas Hadashim. Every morning, and this was especially was the first Akbar in the day of the Mikdash. The first thing that was done every single morning. Remember again. When it comes to making a Mikdash in the morning, what was waiting for him on top of the Mizbeach? A pile of ash. Because remember again, over the course of the night, they were offering any kabbanos, but they were burning a burning purity, right? They were burning the lilies and stuff. So therefore, he comes to work in the morning, comes to his Mikdash in the morning, and he sees a pile of ash. What does he do? He goes up, so what does he do? He goes up to the pile of ash, and he takes a shovelful, right, of ash. He brings that down. But those saying, in his Rothschild shell Kedesh, and he puts it by the northern part of the ramp. No, again. Ramp, therefore, which Mizbeach are we referring to? Outer Mizbeach, like northern parts of the ramp. Okay, the Gemara says, we could say the summer, Master Shem Gimizah, so the Shem Gimizah come on, Asana. So let's say that, this is incredible. We're going to talk about this. Right? Again, it was a very exciting program. I was going to say it tomorrow. But tomorrow, we actually begin the parak of Ezra Makobo, which means very important, which means a couple of things. Number one, the board, right? The reason is the board is coming back. Number two, the laser pointer. Right? You know what you got about it? It's here. That's right. By the way, look at, I'm pretty sure this brings down drones. I'm pretty sure that this is like, these movies in Ukraine. Yeah, right? That's like the nicest. He's like powerful laser pointer. Anyway, just like, by the way, that's where we're going to go through all of the covenants. We're going to go through everything. So now, one of the five things we're going to see, remember, so to bring out, to do to put it by the ramp of the Mizbeach, and halach l'maisa, if you would leave it there, it would be left there. There was a miracle that occurred that the ash actually got absorbed into the ground. We're going to talk about this. So listen, the Gemara says, now, the fact that it was left there, right now, remember, if it's true that after sacrificial item serves its purpose, it's no longer subject to me'ilah, then after the coin puts that ash on the floor, what should you do with it? Anything, right? I don't throw it out or whatever. Do whatever you want. But the fact that it has to be left there, right, and absorbed into the ground indicates to us that an item is subject to me'ilah even after it's served its sacrificial purpose. So my bike on that shit.
yeah.
The Gemara says no. You should have Shmuel said that shit. Big day Kuna Shneik Sibra Bike. This is so exciting. You're right. You're right.
Oh my
But
God.
please understand, Shmuel said that shit is an exception and not the rule. And in fact, there's another exception. What's the other exception? Big day Kuna, Kohanic clothing. What does that refer to? Take a look at Rashi. Next Rashi, Big day Kuna. This is so interesting. Rashi says, "Our bought the budget the coin double nichnas by the night of the Maybe Yom Kippur." They will say the four unique white garments that the coin double wore on Yom Kippur to enter into the holy of holies, Kodesh HaKadoshim. So what's the halacha? She'asar mishtamish b'hem old. She'asar mishtamish b'old. It says, "Upashat is big yabat." Binicham Shah, the Dashion, the Lamed Shetim in Gniza. Now, another example of this word is the Dikkin of Yom Kippur. So the Kohen clothing of Yom Kippur, after the Kohen did his avodah, they cannot be used anymore. So the Gemara says, it's because the Shnei Psulim Abar Yaakov, when something is mentioned once in the Torah, it creates a paradigmatic rule. When something is mentioned twice, what that tells you ultimately again is the rule is still true, and these happen to be two examples. So therefore the Gemara suggests as follows. The rule is true, which is once something has been used for a sacrificial purpose, it's no longer subject to Mi'ilah. There are two exceptions to that rule. One of the two exceptions to the rule, Shumas Hadashan, the ash, and the Kohanic clothing of Yom Kippur. Those are items where even once you use them for their designated use, they are still subject to Mi'ilah. But again, the fact that the rule is stated twice indicates that that's not the paradigm. Those are the exceptions, not the rule. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "Honey, so now let's look right to the Rabbanan and say that when the pasuk says about the big day Kuna, about the Kohen clothing, Binicham Shah, you leave them there, indicates to us that they must be stored away, meaning they can't be used because they will be subject to Mi'ilah. And the person who knows who says no. Binicham Shah means that's covered. Binicham Shah means you can't use the big day Kuna of 1 year for the avodah of another year. But that big day Kuna can be used by regular Kohen throughout the year. Fascinating. Some might be killing me, right? What is there to say? So probably if you think about it, it's such an incredible idea. If you go to society, you can't wear the same clothing. You can't wear the same clothing ultimately again from when you feel it. Right? Every Yom Kippur, you gotta wear another set of clothing. If I'm wearing the same clothing from last Yom Kippur, there's something so profoundly wrong, just out of the gate. Every Yom Kippur has to have its own big day. So the Gemara says, what is there to say? Oh, because the Gemara says, everyone is agreeing that Shumas Hadashim is a unique outlier. Because you have to put the ash there, and even though once you place the ash on the northern side, on the north of the red, ultimately again, the avodah is done, it is still subject to, the east of the red. It is still subject ultimately again to Mi'ilah, so that's one case. And then the other case is Egla Arufa. Listen again, Egla Arufa, we know Halakha Lamais again is the decapitated cat. You find someone murdered in between two cities, they measure the closest city, the elders of the city come out, decapitated cat, wash their hands. The Egla Arufa, I will say, even after the decapitation occurs, the Egla Arufa is Asr Da'anah, which is another example of something that has served. Now, this is not a sacrificial purpose, but again, we'll call it has served its religious purpose, yet is still subject to Mi'ilah. So let's say, so therefore again, Shumas Hadashim, let's take Sarah Ban Kafan. The first thing Sarah Ban Kafan, and therefore, whenever you have two examples of the same rule, that shows you that it's not a paradigm. It's not a paradigm. And therefore, local lines again, these are two exceptions where even after the particular purpose has been served, it is still subject to Mi'ilah. But in general, that's not the rule. In general, the rule is once something has served its designated purpose, it is no longer subject to Mi'ilah. So this is fine according to the opinion that says that whenever you find two examples of the same rule, it's two examples in order to show you don't create a rule, don't create a paradigm. But according to the opinion that says Melandin, what is there to say? So which the Gemara says, ultimately, again, there are two who can say it. What are the two who Arufa, Mahasam Ksir Nisamo. Ultimately, in the Egla Rupa says Ha-Rupa, which means it maintains its identity ultimately again as a Rupa, and it only applies here, not to any other case. And ultimately again, by Shema Sadashan, this Samo, that is not for the halacha of the Shema Sadashan, but doesn't apply anywhere else. So I will say, so bottom line, the Gemara ultimately comes to the conclusion that halacha Leisa, we uphold that principle, that once something has been used ultimately for its intended purpose, it is no longer subject to Nehila, and interestingly enough, there are exceptions to that rule. Shema Sadashan is an exception to that rule. Egla Arupa is an exception to that rule. At least according to one opinion, Big Big Kahuna is an exception to that rule. And let's say there's another interesting exception to that rule, which is, if you think about this at this moment, is human being, a person. Right? So let's say, so when a person is alive, a person has kedusha. But the halacha is, even once a person dies, you have to treat the body with tzedakah. Whereas you might have said a person died, ultimately, again, the life is served their purpose in life, therefore the body has no more kedusha. Even enough, halacha Leisa, a person is so holy. A person is so holy, almost like that Shema Sadashan. Like in halacha Leisa, even after the person has served their purpose in this world, ultimately the body still retains some level of sanctity. That's why there's such a concept of kavod hameis. You have to treat even a lifeless body with the tremendous that has. Okay, then plus a down lama. So let's say, why do I need to read with psukim? Ultimately, again, by dam, by blood. So we might go, okay, I'll tell you why. Number one, we did in the say, and I must say, by the way, just to point out, how did we get into this whole discussion? Because again, the Torah, one of the reason was that how do we know that blood ultimately is not subject to? We know that blood is not subject to kigel because it doesn't have a matir, right? It is a matir. And now we know also that blood is not subject to Torah or to no sub. Why is that? So we do it says ultimately again because blood is lachem. Blood is yours, like blood before kapara is the same thing as blood after kapara. And just like blood after kapara ultimately again is yours, lachem, so too blood before kapara. Now, how do I know that blood after kapara is no problem? Because once the blood is used for its designated sacrificial purpose, it's no longer subject to, right? And that kind of morphs into this discussion. And that rule is upheld. Once an item ultimately again is used for its designated purpose, it's no longer subject to me. I will say that rule is always true, except when it's not. And I will say, and this is a very important distortion also. Like, we have truths, but it's also important to understand that even the things that we hold to be true sometimes with few exceptions, those truths also sometimes have to be accommodated. Have to be molded a little bit to difficult circumstances. Obviously, certain truths are unyielding. Other times, again, every rule also has its exceptions. So again, why do we seeking for blood? So when we're making ultimately, again, one person teach me that blood is not subject to me, one teacher is not subject to no son, and not subject to tumor. About people who are I will say that I don't need a person to teach me that blood is not subject to pickle. Now, why not? So the Gemara says, this is not a learned. This not Rothschild from out here in the argument in his Beah. I often love Mishum pickle. Ultimately, again, because anything that has a matir is subject to pickle. The Dam Buffet matir, someone say, okay, we've seen this so many different times. In order to one prove it, everyone agrees with, which is, in order for something to be subject to pickle, it must have a matir. Blood, as much as blood is the matir, blood doesn't have a secondary matir, therefore no pickle. Incredible. Here's what's very interesting. If you look at Rashi and the Zach. Shalosh Pisos, Amano Second, Vanessa Shatofa Basa, Vanessa Siga Bakal, Sumas Hata. So what's interesting enough? 3 times there's a prohibition stated about pursuing shlamim or related to shlamim in a state of tumah. Why is it that tumah is mentioned 3 times? Why is that? You must on the base. Achos Likral, Yachos Likrat. So it says, so one ultimately again. One is what we call the cloud. So the Gemara says, One is the crowd. One ultimately refers to all items of Kedusha, not just Shlomin. Like that all items of Kedusha ultimately are subject to Tumah. Achas the crowd. When it's talking about the general prohibition of Tumah when it comes to Shlomin, the Achas for Dvarim She'ein Me'achalin. This is very interesting. And one says that the laws of Tumah apply even to things that are not normally consumed. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's in the short lines, in the short lines, about 3 lines, in 4 lines, 4 lines. The Rabbi Mechalim mentioned, if you go 18, Levona,
Social media, this is it, right?
in Alcohol Mehem, Tumah Sazil, Chayi, Tirabana, the must be very interesting. Now, the Gemara says, why does the Torah state the prohibition of Tumah by Shlomin 3 times? The answer is very important. Number one is the general prohibition of consuming carbonos in a state of Tumah. That's number one. Number two, to give a specific prohibition for Shlomin. And number three, to tell you that even items that are not normally edible, if you eat that in a state of Tumah, you are liable. So, for example, if you were to take concentrated sacrificial wood and eat it, or eat the Torah,
I had the exact same conversation last night.
ultimately in a state of Tumah, you are liable. You're liable. And that is unique because, again, in general, the halacha is if you eat inedible things, you're generally not subject to the designated prohibition. But again, by Bakamas, the according to Bishimon, the Bishimon disagrees with that. The Bishimon holds that in general, the halacha for tumah consumption is that you're only liable for items that are fit for consumption. But if you eat an item that is not fit for consumption, you are not liable for consuming it in a state of tumah. Last year, what does he do with the third tumah, right? With the third mention of tumah, because the kind of common uses it ultimately, remember, one for general touches, one for shlomin, and one for edible items. But for the Bishimon says that there is not more liability for the consumption of inedible items. What does he do with the third? Which the Gemara says last year, katas hakinis. Very interesting. He says it comes to include an inner katas. To teach you that the inner katas wasn't on the game. We're experts on this. What's our inner katas? I have a better than Tzibor, I call Mashiach, and Yom Kippur, the Seder of Yom Kippur. So if you were to eat those items in a state of tumah, there would be liability. So the Gemara says, now why would I think otherwise? So how that coming out? I would have thought, all about the Shemin, Kol Shein on this Be'ach HaChitzon, Yisham Echav on the Shebigol, Yisham Tumah, not in the Lechai. And let's remember again, I'm going to get to this in just a little bit. But Yisham said the following. Yisham said, now remember, both sides. The halacha of Shebigol is ultimately mentioned in the context of Shem. Based on that, the Yisham, let me see this. This was 2 Mishnahs ago. Sorry, not the last one. 2 Mishnahs ago. But Yishim said that halacha l'maisa, 2 Mishnahs ago. But halacha l'maisa again, only something that is like shlomin, i.e., offered up on the outer mizbeach, is subject to tumah. I would have thought that same halacha applies to tumah. But therefore, again, tumah is also mentioned in the context of shlomin, and therefore only the item offered up on the exterior mizbeach, ultimately again is subject to pigol, which the Gemara says, is subject to tumah, kamash more even items that are offered up on the interior of the Beis HaMikdash are also going to be subject to tumah. Incredible. So it's just an interesting kind of fact to take a long review of all of this. The halacha once again, 3 kisos mentioned about shlomin. Why? So machlokas. First, the beginning Tanakama says, one to teach you general colors ultimately by tumah, by karbanos, by kachim. One to teach you specific halacha by shlomin, and third to teach you about colors, even for consuming inedible items in a state of tumah. Rabbi Shimon, who holds that there's no liability for consuming inedible items, will ultimately use that to teach you that halachos of tumah apply to even items offered up inside of the incredible. Let's go back there. So in looking at Rabbi Shimon, Mechayet Eshegat Olacho, so remember again, so Rabbi Shimon actually in our Mishnah, it's interesting, our Mishnah did not have that use of really just means said, like Amar. So again, okay, so that word is not in our Mishnah. But our Mishnah says, Rabbi Shimon Mechayet, the Davar Shegat Olacho. Rabbi Shimon, you will just mention before, Rabbi Shimon knows that in general, again, on both sides, there is only going to be liability for edible items. However, again, 18 Levona Kitoras, 8 Hayavan Alam Rishon Kimo. When it comes ultimately again to 1 Levona frankincense Kitoras, if you eat it in a state of tumah, you are not liable. That's very shitty. Very shitty. Says, let's analyze. It's not. Rabbi Yochanan, Shlakish, Rabbi Loza, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina. I guess let's watch this. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan, Shlakish, Rabbi Loza, and Rabbi Chanina. All right, so let's say, so again, these are 4 people mentioned. There's 2 pairs, right? So again, there's Rabbi Yochanan, Shlakish, that's 1 pair. So Rabbi Yossi, that's another pair. 1 person from each pair, right? Chad Amar Machlokas to Tumah Basar. Sorry, Chad Amar Machlokas to Tumah Basar. So one said to Machlokas Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. It's only in the case of Tumas Basar, where the sacrificial meat itself is Tamar. But Tumas Aguf, you can have Paul Kinalo. But ultimately, again, if you're talking about Tumas Aguf, right, when the person ultimately, again, is Tamar, the person is Tamar, then what the Tumas Basar means the item is Tamar. That's what Machlokas is. Doesn't apply even to inedible items. However, again, when it comes to Tumas Aguf, if the person is Tamar, everyone agrees that you don't get malchus for consuming inedible items. The Chazamar, one group said, the Chazamar, Kimachlokas the Zu, Kach Machlokas the Zu. The other thing says, no, Halach Malay said, just like there's Machlokas by Tumas Aguf, or Rash said by Tumas Basar, there's also Machlokas by Tumas Aguf. So the said, my time, what's the reason for this? Gavan, the Karina Day, the Basar Shayila Bachotame, since ultimately again we could apply the pasuk that the Basar Shayila Bachotame, Karina Day, the Tumas Sa'alad, ultimately we'll apply the Tumas Sa'alad as well. The Tagumi Masnafi, so this is not Tagumi's version. The Kahana Masnafi, the Kahana had a different version. Kavne Haji, the Kavne Haji. Again, everybody agrees also there are 2 pairs of Rabbanim, 1 from each pair siding with each other. Right? The Gemara says, Aseifa. The Gemara says, Aseifa, Kat Amachol is Tumas Aguf. One said ultimately the Machlokas is when the individual is coming. About the Tumas Basar, I call it Lokas. But when it's Tumas Basar, everyone agrees it is Malchus. The Kat Amachol Machlokas is Zu, Kat Machlokas is Zu. And the other thing he said, no, there's Machlokas in both cases. Some of Rabbi, the Stabak Mador and Machlokas is Zu, Kat Machlokas is Zu. It makes more sense to say the opinion that says that Machlokas is in both cases. Nighttime, or what's the reason? Even the Lokarina, the Tumasala, but the Nifasa, since you can't apply the Tumasala, the Tumasala in the Saris, Lokarina Day, Basar Asher, Yiga, Bachotame Lo Yochal. If you can't apply ultimately again, the Tumasala, you can't apply the second box. Like, I have a mar. The boss of the Rabbi seats in the Levona. But the boss said, the Mar said that the boss comes to include even inedible items through the words of the post of the Alma. It means that they can become embarrassed. But after that, there's going to be liability. Okay, so I just want to close out this sugya with a very important Rambam. So the Rambam says as follows. So the Rambam writes, this is in Halachos Psulim HaMukdashim, Parak Ches Halacha Chafdalid. So the obviously a couple of things says over here. So what do we do with this inedible parts? Because this is actually very interesting. Is there tumah liability? Is there tumah liability for consumption of inedible consecrated items, or even sacrificial items? Right? This is sacrificial. The one is sacrificial. So the Torah says there's no liability ultimately again for inedible items. Actually, I take that back. The Tanakama is not mechalik between edible and inedible, but the Shimon is mechalik between edible and inedible. So what's halacha? So the Rambam passing here is between halavona, v'achutores, v'aitzim, ein chayavin aleim koles. When it comes to an edible item, so again, lavona, the frankincense, ketores, incense, aitzim, wood, all of these items. If you're not chayiv koles, pigol, no side, tumas aguf. So whether again they became pigol, not again on side, these items can become pigol. They can become pigol. I mean, not really, not ketores and not nosa because they don't have a matir, right? But the mice again, well, you're not high because of pigol, you're not high because of nosa, not high because of tumas aguf. So therefore, again, if a person were to be tamei and consume any of these items, ultimately again, there is no liability. So ultimately, says that we asking right for the Shimon and Mishnah. Beautiful. But we'll say great Mishnah. Now we're fundamentally pivoting. Fundamentally dividend. That's what life is all about, the power of the dividend. The opportunity we've always been focusing on things that undermine the effectiveness of Kabbalah. Now we're going to talk about positive intentions. Here we go. The same Shisha Devarim Advarim HaZevach Mizbach. When offering up a carbon, one should have the following 6 things in mind. What should you have in mind? Number 1, the same Zevach. When offering up a shechting or carbon, you should have explicit intent for what type of carbon are you offering. Unless you don't just remember the think of bracha. But when the kids are putting down, the kids are laying down that when you make a bracha, at the time you say Baruch Hashem, you should know what the suffix of that bracha is going to be. I heard some because he's holding a cup of liquid. You know, I'm going to drink this for sure. I don't quite know what's in it. I said, Baruch Hashem, oh, but you can't do that. I know you should know from the outset what it is that you are doing. The same thing by a car, but even before you share it, at the time of Shkita, show explicitly what the Shema Zebah. Right next. So the Shishna and the Zebah. Mizbah. Ultimately again.
There's not a whole lot of positives.
Who is being offered for? Right, who is being offered for? Ultimately again. So you want to say, sorry, so the Shisha Devarim HaZevach Mizbah. Number 1, the Shem Zebah. For the particular kind of carbon. Number 2, the Shem Zobeach. For the person who is being offered for. Remember again. Often a Kohen is doing this. So the Kohen should have in mind for the owner, L'Shem Hashem, right? L'Shem. L'Shem Hashem. Ultimately for the sake of Hashem. We'll define what all these things mean. Next, L'Shem Ishim, for the sake of the fires of the Mizbeach. L'Shem Reach. Ultimately again for the sake of creating an aroma. L'Shem Nichoach, for the sake of it being pleasing to Hashem. V'achatos v'asham L'Shem Chet. And chatos and asham ultimately again should be offered up for the purpose of rectifying sin, or for the purpose of the particular sin that is trying to be remedied. He says, this is incredible. Rabbi Yossi says, even if you didn't have intention for any of these things, your carbon is still kosher. Why? Shavu T'nai Bezdin. Ultimately, again, because essentially it's a stipulation of Bezdin. Now, what's the stipulation of Bezdin? Take a quick look at actually just a moment. Sheshachat Stam. That was that even someone who did not have this intention. Ultimately, I will say now which intention? Specific intention for any of these items. If let's say a person didn't have specific intention. Now again, obviously, I will say no non-specific intention means no negative intention, right? Because again, negative intentions can undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. But assuming a person just had standas, I don't have specific intention for anything, just blank slate. So the halacha, the carbon is kosher. Why? Listen to this. Shoot, tonight, let's go look at actually. Sheish Chatstam. Let's get into this. Chazal actually mandated that when you check the carbon, when you check the carbon, don't have anything in mind. Just have standas. Standas. Why? Let's get into the carbon. History David the Lolema Lishmo, Soma Asi Lolema Shalom Lishmo. So look, this is wild. This is wild. Chazal essentially said to the Kohen, just have general das. Don't have specific intent when you offer up the carbon. Right? Why? Because since the carbon is kosher with non-specific intent, there are exceptions to this rule. Right? But since the carbon generally is kosher with non-specific intent, therefore, better to offer it up with non-specific intent. Why? Because if you have the wrong intent, that actually undermines the carbon. So therefore, again, it's fascinating. Better to have non-specific intent. Das, therefore, according to everyone, the carbon is kosher. To run the risk of having the wrong intent and undermine the carbon. Why? The Gemara says, because at the end of the day, remember again, who is the one ultimately who determines the intent of the carbon? Remember, it's not the owner. Who is it? It is the Kohen who is offering it. Since it is the Kohen Mamash, again, who controls everything, this is incredible, Rothschild. The Mishnah says, we would prefer you to have non-specific das, therefore you don't run the risk of undermining the effectiveness of the carbon. This seems mind-blowing. This seems absolutely mind-blowing because usually what the halacha is saying over here is we would rather institutionalize almost like a bidiyavad level level. This way we know that everyone is getting it right across the board, as opposed to telling you to do the Hakila and ultimately run the risk of compromising the carbon. It's incredible. More about that. I'll read the number out. Ola, when the pasuk says Ola, says Gemara, the Shem Ola. It means ultimately the carbon should be offered up for the sake of an Ola. Lafuki the Shem Shvarim below. We didn't see that Allah Ola, if you offer up an Ola for the sake of a Shvarim, that is ineffective. So Ola teaches me the carbon ultimately again should be offered up for its own designated purpose. So it's like the Gemara is just going ahead and really reconstructing this concept. Next, Ishin for the fire. What is that? Ishin, a carbon should be offered up for the sake of the fires. Lafuki Kibaba below. As opposed to putting the carbon on the gas for the sake of roasting it. In other words, when the coin puts the carbon on the gas, it should be done for the sake of putting it on the fires, as opposed to roasting the meat. Didn't carbon right after the scent, the same way after the carbon should be put on the gas for the sake of generating scent. Lafuki burns the turn the hell on blood, as opposed to exclude, you can't roast the meat first and then put it on the gas. Why? Because if you roast it first and then put it on the gas, what happens? It doesn't release the sun. Everyone's like, this is very exciting tomorrow. We're going to stop and do it for today. So again, if you're teaching us tomorrow, and that's Hashem Mishal Tov Musaf, as we finish the fact, the King is in the Gomer, probably going to be the best day ever, and it's Erev Shabbos. Okay. I know no one's been able to sleep tonight, but try. Get in a couple of minutes, God, let's stop at everything. Everyone's doing a great day anyway. You can feel these. I know it. Control yourself.
Why does he say it like that? Why does he do that? 24-hour Ringo Papa Coke ever. Like, you get advice from, like, Rogan and bigger dogs there, like, just ignore all of it, and there's that aspect of it. You don't want to, like, read all the comments nonstop. But, like, with the Reddit group we have now, it's like, you know, Nick Simmons, he's like, man, I think you guys should, like, shine some light on it some. Like, it's this elephant in the room. Like, it's not a bad thing. There's actually some really funny stuff.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin to give my thanks to all of our sponsors for this morning. Our Commodore sponsor for the month of Festival. Stephen Kelly, Xavier, Rabbi, Steve's father, Albert, Jim, Boone, Steve, and Frank, from Rabbi, and we do service 20th yard site. Our legal learning sponsors, friends of Mitzi and Young Stanton, in memory of their mother, Tyler Stanton, from Rabbi, and Shana Havanawi. That's the only sponsorships for today. Anonymous sponsorship from the source of the Sarah Troubles and a healthy mother and baby for Sarah Miriam Bas Shalom's Hannah. As well as the Dachshund sponsorship, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the source of the continued help for Shulama's Hannah Bash Susha, and for ultimate food today together with Cold Forties. Hope that American Life was all families will have a people during the tour. All of the families in the nation will have an encounter in the Shamas and Aliyah, how that is the Joker and so for the team, the Sarah Troubles for all of families. We got to also let us begin. Today's topic in above 46, we are picking up the notes from Atman Hamid, days 45B. We actually got a few lines from tomorrow, but let's just pick up at Tanabana. Yokolo Yusayam Shantula Ella Abdalashim Shemaki. And they're all doing is that, supposed to say further again, the Mishnah actually pointed out that even items that are not subject to pigment, ultimately, again, you are chayiv because of nosar, because of tamei, and because of chutz. Like stupid chutz. There are exceptions to this exception of blood. So the Gemara says as follows: I would have thought that at the end of the day, tumah should essentially be treated like pigel. In what sense? Just like something is only subject to pigel if it has a makir, right? Whether it's a makir as right consumed by a person, makir becomes bad. So too, something should only be subject to tumah if it has a makir as well. That's what I would have thought. Now, why would I have thought that? I said there's another point. There we go. The Rothschild, so the Atlas So when it comes to Kegel, what is that mean about it? So the halacha is like this. Rashi points out, should be Kegel, Chataso Kavua La'ani Ula'ashir, Kisva Osira. There's one set carbon for Kegel. For example, as opposed to other factors we'll talk about where there's a carbon over the yield rate, right? Depending on your ratio, determining the kind of carbon you bring. When it comes to Kegel, it's a fixed carbon. Everyone brings the same thing. Number one, Obediya Atlas. Kegel only requires one awareness. In other words, again, at some point in time, obviously you have to be aware of what it is that you did. But whenever that awareness occurs, ultimately again, there's liability. Well, there is no piece of Kegel that's mutter. Right? In other words, there's no, let's say, for example, contrasting with Tumah, for example, communal Kegel is not going to be mutter. Ultimately, again, in all of these cases, someone says, what you see over here is that Kegel has all of these unique features. Yet, in Hayav Ramah, Ella, Adler Shishma Matirin, Bela Adler Bela Mizbeah. Yeah, despite with all of these details, one is not something that's not something to Kegel, of course, unless it has a map here. This is like a matter, so I would have thought, Tumah, Shiva Omer Yore, so Tumah ultimately again, which has an Omer Yore, which means Halakas of Tumah. I've also remember again, just when we speak about Tumah, two cases of Tumah. What Masechta does this go back to? Right? This goes back to opening Mishnah Masechtas Shavuos, right? Shayim Shemim Arba, right? Remember again, so we saw with Tumah, even Shavuos looks good, right? In the middle of Zlachim. Right? So the nice, right. So remember, we had the piece of Tumah, the two pieces of Tumah. Either a person is tahar and consumes tamei kodesh items, or a person is tamei and consumes tahar kodesh items. That's when we see that Tumah, it's either one of those cases. So when it comes to Tumah, ultimately again, Tumah is subject to all of the yore, so again, the carbon you bring depends on your financial standing. Who stayed this? Furthermore, again, I would be for Tumah. Lastly, is what you did, the chili you did is so. An awareness before you act and awareness after you act. You will put some mitzvah law. Furthermore, there's a case of Tumah that's permitted, so to speak. When is Tumah permitted? The tzibur. Like halacha when 50% of the Klal Yisrael is coming, so the laws of Tumah are fundamentally suspended. Right? So all these cases, the Eno did. Sheno Chayev Ella Al Deva Shishol Atem Ela Adam Ela Lukas. I would have thought, and certainly again by Tumah, you should only be Chayev in a case where there is a matir. Therefore, the pasuk of the rest of that pasuk, by the way, so the pasuk of the Nazir, this is the pasuk telling Aaron and his sons, remove yourself from karbanos when you are in a state of tumah. How does the Torah frame it? Asher heim makdishim li. What does that include? Ultimately, again, that includes ultimately all production, all kodesh items, whether they have a matir, don't have a matir, ultimately are subject to the laws of Tumah. So although again, the Havamina, right, I could have made a Tavachoga, ultimately again from Kegel, and therefore would have said just as Kegel requires a matir in order to be subject to Kegel, so too Tumah requires a matir. Kamash Malon, the pasuk itself is marba. It includes everything. Anything that ultimately again is kodesh is going to be included within the strictures of Tumah. Incredible. Yochel. So this is very interesting. So I would have thought, therefore, again, the halachos of Tumah should set in immediately. Now, what is it? If you look at Rashi, Yochel Miyad, this is the second wide line in Rashi. Yochel Miyad, Mishahok B'shur, Mischayiv Halav Miyad in Achla B'Tumah. It's very interesting. I might have thought that halacha myself, the prohibitions of Tumah set in as soon as the animal is constituted. So let's say even before all of the avodah has been done, as soon as the animal is constituted, halacha again it should be subject to Tumah. So the Gemara says, Yaakov Miyad, Talmud Lomar, Yikra, the pasuk says it shall be offered, which indicates the aswat. You look at Rashi, Talmud Lomar, Yikra, Nikolta, and the Baraz and the Paishash. We'll see this in just a moment. Yesh Nogea Shukai. That was interesting enough. The Pasuk says as follows. And more like Madoshe. And Kovish Asher Yikrav because Hamalach Hadashim. So the Pasuk is lashon on anyone who will come close to the country. So the prohibition ultimately again is coming close. And if you do, you get Marcel, you get curries. So what else is saying? These also put out tumor. So what else is I don't understand. You didn't get curries for coming close, and the pashtus again, what coming close means is what? He's touching. So you're gonna get curries for touching carbonas in the state of tumor. Seems a bit severe. So if you usually get your curry, I'm not talking about yikrav. But what does the passage mean when it says yikrav? Sorry, the Rothschild Basra Vikari Pakasa Nagada. So once we're talking about a situation when did the halachas of Tumah say at the point that the sacrificial meat is ready to be offered up. So at the point that the covenant is fit to actually be offered up on the day, ultimately again that's when the laws of Tumah say. When is that? Hot Ketzad. Yesh lo matir nishit lo matir. Ein lo matir nishit yesh matir. Therefore, said that's the thing. This is so interesting. When does a covenant become fit to be offered? It depends. If it has a matir, as soon as the matir has been done. If it doesn't have a matir, then at what point does it become ready to be offered up? The moment that it was put into a service utensil. And I will say, this is actually a really interesting fact. It may not sound as interesting as I'm making it, but that's a problem with you, not a problem with me. Right? So again, I was like, so I just want to understand something. So what's fascinating is a covenant becomes fit to be offered in one of two ways. Either the matir is offered, which is going to be practical, that's when we'll offer the big or it's put into a service. Once it's put into a service utensil, ultimately again, then it is ready to be offered up, which is such a fascinating Mr. Haskell. But if a person ultimately again wants to, so to speak, draw is there. A person really wants a sense of closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There is some type of preparatory act that needs to be done. This is like, for example, like in Chassidus, the concept of going to a mikveh every day.
Have you seen the
It's like a big thing. What's the shot? Like, you don't have too much time up. So what's the shot they're going to do? Because we're going to the mikveh, I'm not suggesting that this is what we should do, but I'm suggesting that for myself, that going to the mikveh represents a preparatory act. It's something that I'm doing in order to put myself in the right space. So you take an animal, you're not supposed to be consecrated, that's fine. It has consecration. But it's not fit to be offered up as a covenant until something else is done. In order to experience dramatic growth in life, there has to be that event. There has to be that thing that puts you in that space. And without that thing, that matir, that isharis, that mikvah, that then ultimately you're not going to self-actualize. Right? You know this from our own lives. If you think about moments of great aliyah, like great accomplishments, great growth that you've had, generally you don't just like stumble right into it. There's usually a preparatory act that happens. I put myself in a mindset, in a space, I do something, and that readies me then for that incredibly self-actualizing act. Tremendous. I know it's like this. No similar. So now, okay, I got it. So now I understand that tumah, the halachos of tumah, apply even to things that are not subject to bigel. How do I know if the same is true with no son? Rashi says, no son in Allah. If Hayim Allah Ab al Davar Shein Lamatir to Victoria Mason, Varim Shein Hayav Olam B'Shem Bigel, B'Shem Nosa. So again, just remember again. So now I know even items that are not subject to bigel will be subject to tumah. How do I know that even items that are not subject to bigel are subject to nosa? Remember again, what's nosa? Nosa is a prohibition of reading over sacrificial matter past its permitted time. So the Gemara says, Asi Hilu Hilu Tumah. Dear Shabbos. Kill from tomorrow. So he wants to belay oven mikvos. Again, I can also make a Jerry Shabbos bagel. Right? And I can say just like oven says oven by bagel, it says oven by no. And I can say just like bagel, as long as bagel has a matir. So do something like subject to no sir. If it has a matir, which the Gemara says Mustafra, Yitzama Habibi, Shikin Gasol.
the freaking boat was
Shaking
working.
those little so ultimately, again, I could say that it makes more sense to learn out Tumah. I'm sorry, it makes more sense to learn out no such from Tumah because no certain will share the following three qualities. Gezel. And what is Rashi? What is Gezel? And Rashi says Shekin Gazel saying no separate Tumah Sulako. So first of all, both no certain Tumah represent an inherent invalidation in the actual entity itself, like in the covenant itself, in and of itself becomes prohibited. Or I should say, becomes damaged, so to speak. Gemara says, "Pigo puzzle, pigo mashal shava." As opposed to pigo, where nothing inherently changes in the item itself, but rather again it's a flawed mindset. No certain tumah is rikas hadan niviyas and adiksulon. So both no certain tumah is rika is not what affects the invalidation. Pigo rikas hadan kalasa, but pigo's rika does. Right? No sar the tumah neman has pigo. So that ladder that was another gezel, interestingly enough, is filled. It's the ladder of filled. Okay, in any event, what the Gemara is making is that it makes more sense to learn out no stuff from Tumah because no certain Tumah share these three qualities of Gezel. Adarabah, if you don't have a minute, no, is it just the opposite? Learn out no stuff from Pigel and say, well, let's remember what does that mean? And say, just like Pigel requires a mafia in order to become prohibited, so too no stuff only applies to items that have a mafia. Shekain. No such fits tar is man type. Ultimately, again, Yimar says, I can learn that because remember, both Pigel and Tumah share all of these following qualities. They're both subject to no sub. Ultimately, again, sits, which means that sits returns from tahar. So if you actually take a look at Rashi goes through all of these things over here. Rashi says, Shakim Hutter sits. If you take a look at 4 lines up on the bottom, no sub of people over to the Columbus. You almost never go through all of the similarities. Point over here is the Gemara says, the honey nutrition. Furthermore, again, when you look at the similarities, ultimately, again, between Tumah and between Nosar and Pigel, it's even more than the similarities between Nosar and Tumah. As such, maybe I should learn out Nosar from Pigel and say just like Pigel requires a mashir, so Nosar requires a mashir, which the Gemara says, Ella, Mikutani lady. Rather than we learn out from lady. What did lady say? The Tani lady, Inayin Shah, the Sulsman, Hakosam, Medaber. How do I know that the pasuk is even talking about Sulsman? The pasuk of Bayinasu, right, which is the pasuk that tells Kohanim to go ahead and stay away when they are coming. How do I know that? So the Gemara says, as prohibited in Israel. Top of Member 46a, the Shnei Kivu Menachosem Medaber. The Torah is talking about two forms of profanation. I don't know if that's a word, but I like it. But two words of profanation, profaning. So you might say, Achad Psul Nosar, Achad Psul Tumah. Ultimately, again, one is a Psul of Nosar, and one is a Psul, ultimately, again, of Tumah. And therefore, you're going to say, see if the Pasuk mentions them together, and therefore the Pasuk mentions them together allows us ultimately to learn halachos of Nosar from Tumah, and not the halachos of Nosar from Pigel. So therefore, I will say, what we have so far is as follows. Although Pigel, Allah says we've established multiple times, requires, you're only subject to Pigel if you have a matir that is a unique halacha by Pigel. That applies so far to Tumah. So all countries are subject to Tumah, whether they have a matir or not. If it has a matir, then it's the matir that makes it subject to Tumah. If it doesn't have a matir, then ultimately, as soon as it's been consecrated in its Rishones, it is ultimately again subject to Tumah. No sar is going out for Tumah. Yerushalayim from Tumah. Just like Tumah doesn't need a matir, so too to be subject to no, so you also don't need a matir. Beautiful. Let's go right there. Chutz min Adam. Now listen, interestingly enough, the only exception to this is dam. That I will say dam is something that is not subject to Pigel or Nosar, which is incredible. So now it says, okay, why is that? So I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? So remember, blood itself is mentioned multiple times throughout the Torah. You're not allowed to eat it. But yet, fascinatingly enough, what we begin to see is when it comes to sacrificial blood already we established is not subject to Pigel. Why not? Not subject to Pigel, why not? Because remember, it's the matir, right? It has no matir. It is not, it has no matir. And now what it's telling me is that halacha l'maisa, it's also not subject to no sar, also not subject to tumah. Okay, so the one is going to hang me. Where is my this one? If you like this one, going to hang me. The dam in chayavon mishum no sar, in shalom from the dam in no sar in your chayiv. Steiner apples, and the king is also the tumah agul and the chayiv steiner. So how do I know? Now remember, Rashi says that if I consume blood, that's no sar, I'm not chayiv twice. And if I consume blood, that's not chayiv twice. What's twice? Because obviously you're not allowed to eat blood. Right? So there's a general prohibition on eating blood. So, but yet, interestingly enough, how do I know that blood is not subject to tumah and blood is not subject to no sar? So interesting. Fascinating. Pasuk says, I have given it to you. Now that's the pasuk. It's Nefesh Habasar B'Dami. Bani Nasatit Lochem Al HaMizbeach L'Chata Nafshosecha. So this is fascinating. So Hashem says, because the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I've given it to you. I've given it to you on the Mizbeach to atone. So the Gemara says, listen to this. This is fascinating. The Gemara splicing the phrase. Bani Nasatit Lochem. I've given you the blood. Shalachani, the blood is yours. The blood is yours. So we're not for consumption purposes, not for consumption purposes, but to ultimately again remove it from the other what we'll call sacrificial strictures. And therefore, again, it will not be subject to Rosar, and it will not be subject to Tumah. So fascinating. Where is Shlomo? So what's the very short of time? The pasuk says, to atone, I've given you the blood ultimately again for atonement and not for the evil. In other words, it's not subject to evil either. The real Shlomo says, this is one of these Gemaras where everyone agrees. They're just bringing out the
every step of the way from morning combat in 2026. My father was so one day, January 5th, 2026.
Blood has the same status before atonement as it does after atonement. What does this mean? Not after kapara in me'ilah, just like after atonement, there is no me'ilah, which I said, by the way, remember, this is actually very interesting. In general, we're going to talk about this. Me'ilah, which is what? Me'ilah is mundane usage of consecrated items. Only applies up until the point that the item has used for atonement. Once it served its function, usually it's not subsequently subject to me'ilah. So not after kapara in me'ilah, just like after atonement, the blood is not subject to me'ilah. After kapara in me'ilah. So to before atonement, it's also not subject to me'ilah. So we must 1 second. I could turn that argument around and say that the blood should be treated after atonement, like it is before atonement. Just like before atonement, the blood is subject to me'ilah because it has not yet served its sacrificial purpose. So to after atonement, it's also subject to me'ilah. We're saying, why? What it is? Versus no. This is a fascinating statement. Let's say the Gemara says there's no such thing. I am saying positive. Once an item has served its purpose, there's no me'ilah. There's no me'ilah. Me'ilah is only a status, only a condition that is in effect up until the item has served its designated sacrificial purpose. Once it served its purpose, it's no longer subject to me'ilah, which is such a fascinating idea. What? As long as that truth is great, right? Shumas Hadashim. What about Shumas Hadashim? Let's say, what's Shumas Hadashim? Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi, Shumas Hadashim, Rashi. It's about, I'd say about 12 lines up in the 12 lines get wide. Shumas Hadashim, but Chol Yom is this. The Chol Yom, Chol to the Master. The Karmas Hadashim, every morning, and this was a Shumas Hadashim was the first avodah in the day of the The first thing that was done every single morning. Remember again, Chol Yom comes to me in the morning. What was waiting for him on top of the Mizbeach? A pile of ash. Because remember, again, over the course of the night, we're not taking any kavanos, but they were burning the garden garden, right? They were burning the wings and fat. So therefore, he comes to work in the morning, comes to his work in the morning, and he sees a pile of ash. What does he do? He goes up, both of them out, right? So what does he do? He goes up to the pile of ash, and he takes a shovelful, right, of ash. He brings that down. He brings that down. The nose saying the Mizracho shall Kedesh, and he puts it by the northern part of the ramp. Now remember again, ramp, therefore, which Mizbeach are you referring to? Outer Mizbeach, right? Northern part of the ramp. Okay, the Gemara says, "Keep it safe." The summer, Mash Misham Genizas, and the Shamdim of the Common Alma Asana. And we'll say, "Now, this is incredible." And we're going to talk about this. Let's talk about this. Right? Again, it was a very exciting. I can't hold on. I was going to say it for tomorrow, but tomorrow we actually begin the parak of Ezra Makoma, which is very important. Which means a couple of things. Number one, the board. Right? The Bezal Mikdash board is coming back. Number two, the laser pointer. Thank you, Moshe David, is here. That's right. By the way, look at, I'm pretty sure this brings down drones. I'm pretty sure that this is like, they're using this in Ukraine. Now, right? But nice, this is one powerful laser pointer. And so let's say, and by the way, that's when we're going to go through all of the kabbalas. We're going to go through everything. So now, one of the fascinating things we're going to see is, remember, so they bring out the Short Fellowship, 45, the ramp up the Mizbeach, and Halacha L'maisa, we would leave it there. It would be left there. There was a miracle that occurred that the ash actually got absorbed into the ground. We're going to talk about this. So listen, the Gemara says, now, the fact that it was left there, right now, remember, if it's true that after a sacrificial item serves its purpose, it's no longer subject to the Elah, then after the coin puts that ash on the floor, what should you do with it? Anything, right? I don't know, throw it out or whatever. So do whatever you want. But the fact that it has to be left there, right, and absorbed into the ground indicates to us that an item is subject to Me'ilah even after it served its sacrificial purpose. No. This is so exciting. You're right. But please understand, Shuman Sagashim is an exception and not the rule. And in fact, there's another exception. What's the other exception? Big Day Tuna, Bahana clothing. What does that refer to? Take a look at Rashi. Next Rashi, Big Day Tuna. This is so interesting. Rashi says, Arba Begadim Shekoin Gadol Nichnas From the Knife of the Yom Kippurim. I will say, before you need white garments that the Kohen Gadol wore on Yom Kippur to enter into the Holy of Holies, Kodesh HaKodeshim. So what's the halacha? Sha'asa Mishtamish Ba'am Od. Sha'asa Mishtamish Ba'od, you say, Upashat is Big Day Abad Genicham Sham. They got Shunan, the Lamed Shetu in Indonesia. And I will say, another example of this word, the Big Day Tuna of Yom Kippur. So the Kohen clothing of Yom Kippur, after the Kohen did his Avodah, they cannot be used anymore. So the Gemara says, there's a concept, when something is mentioned once in the Torah, it creates a paradigmatic rule. When something is mentioned twice, what that tells you ultimately again is the rule is still true. And these happen to be two examples. So therefore the Gemara suggests as follows. The rule is true, which is once something has been used for a sacrificial purpose, it's no longer subject to the law. There's an exception to that rule. What are the exceptions to the rule? Shumas Hadashim, the ash, and the Kohanic clothing of Yom Kippur. Those are items where even once you use them for their designated use, they are still subject to Me'ilah. But again, the fact that the rule is stated twice indicates that that's not the paradigm. Those are the exceptions, not the rule. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Honey, for Rabbi and Amar, we come Shabbalan to bring in Indonesia." So I would say, "Honey, for Rabbi and say that when the pastor says about the big deal, the Gemara told him, in Sham, you will leave them there, indicates to us that they must be stored away. Meaning, they can't be used because they will be subject to Me'ilah. Only Rabbi Joseph the Amar, Mutara say the Kohen Hagel, and according to the Joseph says no. In Sham means as follows. The Rothschild is damaged for the Yom Kippur Haka. When it comes to means, you can't use the big Day of 1 year for the Avodah of another year. But that big Day can be used by regular color throughout the year. Fascinating. Some might be telling me, right? What is there to say? By the way, if you think about it, it's such an incredible idea. He goes and says, you can't wear the same clothing.
He goes to, what's his name?
You can't wear the same clothing ultimately again from one year to the next. Right? Every Yom Kippur, you gotta wear another set of clothing. If I'm wearing the same clothing from last Yom Kippur, there's something so profoundly wrong, just out of its gate. Every Yom Kippur has to have its own big movement. So the Gemara says, what does it say? Oh, the Gemara says, everyone is agreeing that Shuma Sadash is a unique outlier. Because you have to put the ash there, and even though once you place the ash on the northern side, or on the north of the web, ultimately, again, you have all the result, it is so subject to, I'm sorry, the east of the web, it is so subject, ultimately, again, to Ne'ilah. So that's one case. And then the other case is Egla Arufa. Looking at Egla Arufa, you know, halacha l'maisa, getting the decapitated cat. You find someone murdered in between two cities, they enter the closest city, okay, the city for them, decapitated cat, wash their hands. The Egla Arufa goes that even after the decapitation occurs, the Egla Arufa is also dying now. Which is another example of something that is still now, this is not a sacrificial purpose. But again, we call it has served this religious purpose, yet is still subject to Ne'ilah. It's subject to Ne'ilah. So it looks like, so therefore again, too much of that looks like so about Gaffa. The first thing about Gaffa, and therefore whenever you have two examples of the same rule, that shows you that it's not a paradox. It's not a paradox. And therefore, I welcome the nice again, these are the exceptions where even after the particular purpose has been served, it is still subject to the law. But in general, that's not the rule. In general, the rule is once something has served its designated purpose, it is no longer subject to the law. So how do you put on in Milan? So this is fine from here, that says next to Rabbi in the London, that wherever you find two examples of the same rule, it's two examples where to show you don't read the rule, don't read the paradigm. Aruma Damu London, might come in, right? But according to the opinion that says Melandin, what is there to say? To which the Gemara says, ultimately, again, there are two, ultimately, there are two meetings, whatever two meetings. Harufa, the Hassan said this Sambo. Ultimately, the Eglarufa says Harufa, which means it maintains its identity, ultimately, again, as a Rufa, and it only applies here, not to any other case. And ultimately, again, by Shema Sadashan, this Sambo, that is after the Halacha, the Shema Sadashan, but doesn't apply anywhere else. So I will say, so bottom line, the Gemara ultimately comes to the conclusion that halacha l'maisa, indeed, we uphold that principle, that once something has been used ultimately for its intended purpose, it is no longer subject to Megillah, but interesting enough, there are exceptions to that rule. Shuma Sadashin is an exception to that rule. Egla Arufa is an exception to that rule. According to one opinion, Big is an exception to that rule. So we'll say there's another interesting exception to that rule, which is, if you think about this woman, is being a person. Right, so we'll say, so when a person is alive, a person has to do something. But the halacha is, even once a person dies, you have to keep the body in that heart. Or you might have said a person dies, ultimately, again, their life is served their purpose in life, therefore the body has no more kedusha. There isn't enough halacha l'maisa. A person is so holy, almost like that Shema Sadasha. Like the halacha l'maisa, even after the person has served their purpose in this world, ultimately the body still retains some level of sanctity. That's why there's such a concept of kavod hameis. You have to treat even a lifeless body to turn this out. Okay, then plus the plank is down lamo. So I said, why don't you do it in sukkim? Ultimately, again, by blood. So we might know, I'll tell you why. Number one, so now let's say, calculate, everything get into this whole discussion, because again, we know that one of the removing was that how do you know that blood ultimately is not subject to? We know that blood is not subject to people because it doesn't have a mafia, right? It is the mafia. And now we know that blood is not subject to Torah or to no self. Why is that? So the Gemara says ultimately again because blood is not there. Blood is yours, like blood before kapara is the same as blood after kapara. And just like blood after kapara ultimately again is yours, lockdown. So too blood before kapara. Now I don't know that blood after kapara is no problem because once the blood is used for its designated sacrificial purpose, it's no longer subject to right? And that kind of works into this discussion. And that rule is upheld. Once an item ultimately again is used for its designated purpose is no longer subject to me. And I will say that rule is always true, except when it's not. And I will say, and this is a very important piece of life also, right? We have truths, but it's also important to understand that even the things that we want to be true, sometimes, with few exceptions, but those truths also sometimes have to be accommodated. It has to be molded a little bit to difficult circumstances. Obviously, certain truths that are unwieldy. Other times, again, every rule also has its exceptions. Okay, anyway, why do you speak of blood? So you want to look at it, ultimately, again, one part teaching you that blood is not subject to law. One, the teaching is not subject to no sex, and not subject to tumah. About people don't talk about. But I don't need a concept to teach me that blood is not subject to people. Nah, why not? So the Gemara said, this is not because we learned. There's no questions for not seeing the argument with the I love Mishum People. Also, again, because anything that has a matthew is subject to people. Because now you say matthew, the most likely we've seen it so many different times. In order to one thing that everyone agrees with, which is, in order for something to be subject to people, it must have a matthew. Blood, as much as blood is the matthew, blood doesn't have a secondary matthew, therefore no people. Incredible. I'm going to be open on sorts of pieces Bishlam Lama. Here's what's very interesting. Look at Rashi, and Dash. Shalosh pieces, I'm going to hand it over second. Nefesh Shetoch HaBasar, and Nefesh Tzidok called Tumas Adam. So they say, interestingly enough, 3 times the prohibition stated about consuming shlamim or relating to shlamim in a state of tumah. Why is it that tumah is mentioned 3 times? Why is that? On the base, Achos is well, Yachos is Zach. So as I say, what ultimately again, one is what we call the cloud. Everybody says, one is the cloud, one ultimately refers to all items of Kedusha, not just shlamim. Like the all items of Kedusha ultimately are going to subject to tumah. Achos the cloud. One is talking about the general prohibition of tumah when it comes to shlamim. The Achos is one shame on the Achos. It's very interesting. And one says that the laws of tumah apply even to things that are not normally consumed. Now what is that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the short lines, about 3 lines, 4 lines, 4 lines. So the Rashi, all come to hand the tumah, so go, Chayi, to have one of the messages. So that's very interesting. Now the Gemara says, why does the Torah state the prohibition of tumah by shlamim 3 times? The answer is very important. Number 1, what is the teacher's general prohibition of consuming carbonos in a state of tumah? That's number 1. Number 2, to give a specific prohibition for shlamim. And number 3, to tell you that even items that are not normally edible, if you eat them in a state of tumah, you are liable. So for example, if you were to take consecrated sacrificial wood and eat it, or eat ketorex, or eat levada, right? Ultimately in a state of tumah, you are liable. Most that is unique because again, in general, the halacha is if you eat inedible things, it's generally not subject to the designated prohibition. But again, by Bakaban Shmidi. And we also heard the Shim Dabar, Zarshina, Chayav no Mishim Tumah, the Prince of Bishim, the Bishim disagrees with that, the Bishim holds that in general. The halacha for tumah consumption means that you're only liable for items that are fit for consumption. But if you eat an item that is not fit for consumption, you are not liable for consuming it in a state of tumah. Last night. What does he do with the third tumah, right? With the third mention of tumah? Because the Tanakhama uses it ultimately, remember, 1 for general cushion, 1 for shlamim, and 1 for inedible items. What's going to be in the sense that there is not tumah liability for the consumption of inedible items. What does he do with the third? Which reminds the last chatas hafinis, right? He says it comes to include an inner chatas. To teach you that the inner chatas, what's my again? We're experts on this. What's our inner chatas? I have them done. The next year, I call him the Shia, the Paradigm Shipper, the CEO of Yom Kippur. So if you were to eat those items in a state of tumah, there would be liability. So the Gemara says, now why would I think otherwise? So I would have thought, all about the Mishanim, Kol She'er, HaMizrach HaFitzon, Kishlam Echad, and Mishum Tigger, Mishum Tumah, Namino L'Chayim. Because let's remember again, and we're going to get to this in just a little bit. Rabbi Shimon said the following. Rabbi Shimon said, now remember, both sides, the halacha is ultimately mentioned in the context of Shlomo. Based on that, Rabbi Shimon, we're going to see this. This was sorry, not the last, not Tunis translation. Rabbi Shimon said that halacha l'maisa, not Tunis translation, but halacha l'maisa again, only something that is like Shlomo, i.e. offered up on the outer mizbeach is subject to pigul. I'm going to spot that same halacha applies to tumah. But therefore, again, tumah is also mentioned in the context of Shlomo, and therefore only an item offered up on the exterior mizbeach ultimately, again, is subject to pigul, which is subject to tumah. Kamash malon, the items that are offered up on the interior of the Beit HaMikdash are also going to be subject to tumah. Incredible. So what's this? It's an interesting kind of fact to take along with you all of this. The halacha once again, three krisos mentioned by Shlomo. Why? The machlokas. First, the beginning Tanakama says, one to teach you general colors ultimately by tumah, by karbanos, by kachim. One to teach you specific halacha by Shlomo. And third, to teach you about deep colors, even for consuming inedible items in the state of tumah. Rabbi Shimon, to all that there's no liability for consuming inedible items, will ultimately use that third tumah to teach you that halachos of tumah apply even to items offered up inside of the Beit HaMikdash. Incredible. Let's go back there. So Numi Rabbi Shimon Mechayev Eshedako Lacho. So remember again. So Rabbi Shimon actually on Mishnah. It's interesting. Our Mishnah did not have that use of Numi. Numi just means said. Like, come on. So again, in our case, that word is not in our Mishnah. There. The Mishnah says Rabbi Shimon Mechayev Eshedako Lacho. Rabbi Shimon, as we just mentioned before, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, again, on one side, there's only going to be liability for edible items. However, again, Eitzim, Levona, Kitoras, Ein Chayavan Alam Shemtima. When it comes ultimately again to one, Levona, frankincense, Kitoras, if you eat it in a state of tumah, you are not liable. That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, let's analyze. Itmar, Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chayim. Okay, those are the last ones. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Lazar, and Rabbi Yossi. Alright, so again, these are 4 people mentioned. We have 2 pairs, right? So again, there's Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish, that's one pair. But there's Rabbi Yossi, that's another pair. One person from each pair, right? Chad Aram Machlokas, B'Tumah Basar. So, Chad Aram Machlokas, B'Tumah Basar. So one says the Machlokas Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon is only in the case of Tumas Basar, where the sacrificial meat itself is covered. But Tumas Haguf, different half Imaloka. But ultimately, again, if we're talking about Tumas Haguf, right, where the person ultimately again is Tamei, the person is Tamei, the other say Tumas Basar is the item is Tamei. That's what Machlokas is. Does it apply to inedible items? However, again, when it comes to Tumas Haguf, if the person is Tamei, everyone agrees that you don't get malchus for consuming inedible items. The Chagama, one group said, the Chagama, Timachlokas Bezu, Kach Machlokas Bezu. The other thing says, no, Halacha says just like there's Machlokas like Tumas Haguf, or I said that Tumas Basar, there's no Machlokas like Tumas Haguf. Tumas is nighttime, or what's the reason for this? Vikarina Beida, Basar Sheila Bachotane, since ultimately again we could apply the process that the Basar Sheila Bachotane, Vikarina Bay, the Tumas Salah, ultimately the Lakavis Masalah as well. The Tavini Masniaki, so this is not Tavini's version. The Kahana Masniaki, the Kahana had a different version. Kadne Hajud, the Kadne Hajud. Again, everyone agrees also there are 2 pairs of Rabbanim, one from each pair siding with each other. Right? Gemara says, Aseifa.
I've been lifting weights since I was 6 years old.
One said, okay, these are my whole cases when you do it coming. How about the Tumas Basar? I call it Lokas. But when it's Tumas Basar, everyone agrees that it's Malchus. The Chat Amakim Machlokas Bezu, Kach Machlokas Bezu. And the other thing is that no, there's Machlokas in both cases. Amarabah. Chat Amakim Machlokas Bezu, Kach Machlokas Bezu. Makes more sense to say, according to the opinion that says that Machlokas is in both cases. nighttime or what's the reason? Since you can't apply the Tumasala, the Tumasabah, in this case, if you can't apply ultimately again the Tumasala, you can't apply the sacrifice. Like I, but the boss said, the man said that the Habasa comes to include even inedible items, through steamers and the post for the Alma. It means that they can become invalid, but not so that there's going to be liability. Okay, so listen, I just want to close out this sugya, which is a very important Rambam. So the Rambam says as follows. So the Rambam writes, this is in Halachos Psulim HaMufgashim, Parak Yefes Halacha Chav Dalet. So there's a couple of these things that we are. So what do we do about this inedible parts? Because this is actually very interesting. Is there tumor liability? Is there tumor liability for consumption of inedible consecrated items? So even sacrificial, right? This is sacrificial. The one is sacrificial. So the Tanakh says is there's no liability ultimately again for inedible items. Actually, I take that back. The Tanakh is not mechalik between edible and inedible. Rabbi Shimon is mechalik between edible and inedible. So what's halacha? The Rambam passes here is between halachona, v'aketores, v'isim, ein hayavin aleim kares. When it comes to edible items, so again, the bona, the frankincense, ketores, incense, itzim, wood. All of these items, if you're not chayiv kares, pigol, nosal, kumasazol. So whether again they became pigol, not again mosai, these items can become pigol. They can become pigol. I mean, not really, not ketores and not nosal because they don't have a mafia, right? But for mice, again, well, you're not chayiv because of pigol, not chayiv because of nosal, not chayiv because of kumasazol. So therefore, again, if a person were to become and consume any of these items, ultimately, again, there is no liability. So ultimately, says the Rambam, we asking like Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah. Beautiful. They both say, great Mishnah. Now, we're fundamentally pivoting. That's what life is all about, the power of the pivot. Up until now, we've always been focusing on things that undermine the effectiveness of Kabbalah. Now we're going to talk about positive intentions. Here we go. We're saying, Shisha Zvarim Advarim HaZerach Nizbach. When offering up a carbon, one should have the following 6 things in mind. What should you have in mind? Number 1, the same zerach. When offering up a shechting of carbon, you should have explicit intent for what type of carbon are you offering. And once you know this is reminiscent of making a bracha. Like the kids are brings down, the kids are made down that when you make a bracha, at the time you say Baruch Hashem, you should know what the suffix of that bracha is going to be, right? Or like some of the persons told me a cup of liquid. You know, I'm going to drink this for sure. I don't quite know what's in it. I said, Baruch Hashem, oh, but right now you can't do that. Right now you should know the answer what it is that you are doing. So same thing by carbon, even before you share, right? At the time of Shkita, show explicitly what's the Shema Zebach. Right, next. So the Shisha is the Hayzebach. Mizbach. Ultimately again, who is being offered for? Right, who is being offered for? Ultimately again, so you answer, the Shisha Hayzebach. Sorry, the Shisha is Bar Mazerach Mizbach. Number 1, the Shem Zerach, the particular kind of cover. Number 2, the Shem Zoveach, the person who is being offered for. Because remember again, often a Kohen is doing this. So the Kohen should have in mind for the owner, the Shem Hashem, right? The Shem. The Shem Hashem. Ultimately, for the sake of Hashem, we'll define what all these things mean. Next, the Shem Yishin, for the sake of the fires of the Mizbeach. The Shem Reach. Ultimately, again, for the sake of creating an aroma. The Shem Yichoah, for the sake of it being pleasing to Hashem. The Achatas Va'asham, the Shem Chet. And Achatas and Asham, ultimately, again, should be offered up for the purpose of rectifying sin, or for the purpose of the particular sin that is trying to be remedied. Or what Rabbi Yossi says, this is incredible. Rabbi Yossi says, even if you didn't have intention for any of these things, your carbon is still kosher. Why? Shehu T'nai Bezdin. Ultimately, again, because essentially, it's a stipulation of Bezdin. Now, what's the stipulation of Bezdin? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, even someone who did not have this intention, ultimately also now with intention, specific intention for any of these items. And let's say a person didn't have specific intention. Now again, obviously I will say, non-specific intention means no negative intention, right? Because again, negative intentions can undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. But assuming a person just had stam das, I don't have specific intention for anything, just one slave. So the halacha is the carbon is kosher. Why? Let's do this. Shoot, driving things. Look at actually, sheesh katstam. Let's get into this. Chazal actually mandated that when you check the carbon, when you check the carbon, don't have anything in mind. Just have stam das. Stam das. Why? Let's get remember the comment. Hisnu beidu velo lema b'shmo, filma asi l'mema shelo b'shmo. So this is wild. This is wild. Chazal essentially said to the Kohen, just have general dust. Don't have specific intent when you offer up the carbon. Right? Why? Because since the carbon is kosher with non-specific intent, that are exceptions to this rule, right? But since the carbon generally is kosher with non-specific intent, therefore, better to offer it up with non-specific intent. Why? Because if you have the wrong intent, that actually undermines the carbon. So therefore, again, it's fascinating. Better to have non-specific intent. Stam das. Therefore, according to everyone, the carbon is kosher, than to run the risk of having the wrong intent and undermine the carbon. Why? The Gemara says, because at the end of it, remember again, who is the one ultimately who determines the das, right? The intent of the carbon. Remember, it's not the owner. Who is it? It is the Kohen who is offering that. Since it is the Kohen Mamish again who controls everything, this is incredible. Like the Mishnah says, we would prefer you to have non-specific das, therefore you don't run the risk of undermining the effectiveness of the carbon. This to me is mind-blowing. This is absolutely mind-blowing because usually what the halacha is saying over here is we would rather institutionalize almost like a bid'iyavad level. This way we know that everyone is getting it right across the board, as opposed to telling you to do the hakila and ultimately run the risk of compromising the carbon. It's incredible. More about that. I'll really do that. Ola, when the pasuk says Ola, says Zimar, L'shem Ola, it means ultimately the carbon should be offered up in the sake of an Ola. Ra'tuki L'shem Shtarim D'lo, to teach you that Allah if you offer up an Ola for the sake of a Shtarim, that is ineffective. So Ola teaches me the carbon ultimately again should be offered up for its own designated purpose. So it's like the Gemara is just going ahead and really deconstructing this process. Next, Ishin. For the fire, what is that? A carbon should be offered up for the sake of the fire. As opposed to putting the carbon on his back for the sake of roasting it. In other words, when the Kohen puts the carbon on his back, it should be done for the sake of putting it on the fire, as opposed to roasting the meat. Right, react for the scent. The same react, the carbon should be put on his back for the sake of generating scent. As opposed to exclude, you can't roast the meat first and then put it on his back. Why? Because if you roast it first and then put it on his back, what happens? It doesn't really be everyone's like, this is very exciting Gemara, I'm going to stop over here for today. So again, if you keep this Gemara tomorrow, and then Hashem Yisrael on the top, if you finish the back, you keep changing with one more, probably going to be the best day ever, and it's Erev Shabbos. Okay, I know no one's going to sleep tonight, but try, get in a couple of minutes, stop, I want to stop it right today. Everyone's going to have a great day every day. You can feel excited. You know, I know. Control yourselves.
Tony Montana or something like this. Arnold Schwarzenegger. And then, Mark Bird fits right in that. Yeah, I love his podcast too. Him and Dax Shepard. And incidentally, oh man, I don't like this era of Papa, dude. It's just not for me. Disagree and everything. Don't wear yellow ever again, dude. That's soon. Yeah. Well, that's it for this week. Yeah, man. Join the Patreon if you want early access to these episodes. Other than that, have a great week.
Good morning, boss. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches, and pains. Sleep Enough. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, you can upgrade to a queen mattress and adjustable base for just $499.99. With great sleep you deserve. Visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Anonymous is supposed to be some of those snowballs.
Listen, I know some
And
bull.
the healthy mother and baby for Sarah and Miriam Bas Shalamas. Nano, as well as Ayala's and Steinberg and Sisbar, who do the good stable. The Shalamas and the Bas Shop support ultimately with the show. Look at America, how we go up. All seven officials give a total Israel. All the some seven families in the Hamas. If you look at that, some two continue to show us photos for all our times. Once the cash medal to continue back with men 845, we are picking up on the medallion on the days about 20 lines up from the bottom. Kind of every extra owner, right? There's a two dots. We get the first line down to the two dots, which we need in there. Kind of. The larger owner, we're going to show you what it says as follows. Kind of, the Lord will show you things. If you go to Dava Anas and the footstool, so at first, the Lord makes a little bit of a dramatic statement, which will then go into further designing the Gemara. So pick up the Dava Anas and the footstool. If you go ahead and you have a meditation intention, it's something that is done outside. Then we discuss what that means. People ultimately again, the item becomes bigger. The Dava Anas is in, looking up, and we have not covered people saying that it's done on the inside. Ultimately, it does not become a table. So the Gemara is inside. Ultimately, again, what does it mean? How exactly does this actualize? How you only what was the person was standing outside, and outside in this context ultimately means in the Azara, or outside of the Kodesh, outside of the Kodesh, and in the Azara, in the courtyard of the Beit HaMikdash. Va'amar, instead, having shortly Bahazos Nidamo, the person is standing in the Azara, and he says, I hereby have in mind to go ahead and check, right, or check the carbon, and to sprinkle its blood in the maha, and sprinkle its blood. Now, interestingly enough, actually pointed out that here, sprinkle its blood on the inner mizbeach, and remind you to do that tomorrow. That's the foot man, so just understand. He's standing ultimately again outside in the Azara, and he has in mind to do something with his mano inside. Inside, standing in the Azara, has in mind to sprinkle the blood on the inner mizbeach tomorrow. In what kind of what we go, ultimately again, he has not created people. Why? They're not shovelable plates. The Rabbi answered the between what we got. Why? Because he's standing outside and he has a shovel ultimately to do something on the inside. So that's what the Gemara says, but not create people. Similarly, university, how you only begin, especially between the standing inside, in the Kodesh. Va'ama, having Masha Aminasa, actually in ruling the Yishbok Shiraim Malacha, and he's doing that over on the inside of the mission. And he has in mind to go ahead and see the family sacrificial blood, or to go ahead and pour out remnant blood, right, to the leftover blood, by the base of the bear tomorrow. So again, he's standing inside of the base of the bush, and has in mind to do something outside of the base of the bush tomorrow. That's what he mentioned. And what halacha? Ultimately, again, he has not created people. Why? Shemakshava between the davar hana'aseh. Ultimately, again, because he has machshava between, he has machshava ultimately again on the inside. Standing on the inside, it's something that is going to be done on the outside. Which is really the fact that being the down side of the water, and you know the rule said to you. That if halacha l'maaseh, you are standing on the outside, and you have a machshava able to do something on the inside, it's not legal. Standing on the inside, have a machshava to do something mano on the outside, that is not legal. In other words, even before we get to the punchline, it seems to be what Rabbi Rothschild is saying is in order to create pigol, you have to be situated, you have to be standing, and you have to have in mind that you have over in the same place. What's this mano in the same place? So the Gemara says, however,
oh yeah, we don't want sleep on that, dude.
So the Gemara says,
I only been here for tater tots, though, dude. Tater tots equals early
so the Gemara says, on the other hand,
No, they're not, though. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard.
לא בגלל שהוא השגר, אבל היו עומד בחוץ, ואמר הרי שוקל בשפוך שיריים למחר, או להקטיר אמורים למחר, פיגל. But for example, let's say again the Kohen is standing on the outside, and he has in mind to go ahead. Standing on the outside, and he has in mind, he says, I'm shechting now with the intention to go ahead and pour out the shirayim, or to sacrifice the sacrificial parts outside of the prescribed time. So therefore, the machshava of the thought, as well as the actual action are occurring, or the intent to the action are occurring in the same place. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, why? Because he's having the machshava to do something ultimately again outside, and he's situated on the outside. So says therefore that creates pickles. So just a fascinating idea that ultimately again that the machshava has to take place in the same area where the ultimate pickle action is intending to take place as well. So therefore again, if you're standing on the outside in the azara, and you have in mind to go ahead and burn the sacrificial part, or pour out the remnant blood, that's pigel. But if you have the machshavas pigel in a different geographic location where ultimately the maisa pigel is going to occur, then that does not create pigel. Fascinating. Amar is also, which by the way, essentially what Gemara is saying like this, is that your intention and your actions ultimately again have to occur in the same area. Which is a fascinating look at Haskell as well, which is a lot of times there's a disconnect between what we think and what we do. We have the most beautiful intentions, the most beautiful goals, dreams, aspirations, shifas. There's only one problem, is that they don't materialize. I have this head and this heart full of all the wonderful things I want to accomplish and do, but they don't find expression in the way that I live and what I do and how I act. Sometimes we espouse beliefs. I believe in this, I believe in that. Wonderful, but it doesn't find expression in terms of how I behave and how I act. And you know what I'm saying over here? This isn't a negative, this is pigel. But in order for pigel to be effective, ultimately the machshava, the thought, and the action must occur in the same domain. And what is true for pigel is also true for life success. Your thoughts and your actions must occur in the same domain. It is not enough in life to walk around with the right intentions, goals, dreams, and aspirations. They're only meaningful ultimately if you bring them to fruition. Incredible. What's the pasuk that supports this idea? So the Gemara says, Kashay Yulan Yishar Zeva Hashlamim. So the pasuk says that will be literally again, that will be separated out from the Shar Zeva Hashlamim. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, what are we learning out from the Shlamim? The person is coming to go ahead and create the Parkoin Mashiach, which we learned about extensively back in Harias, with the Shlamim. Also, Mashar Zeva Hashlamim, Achim Masov Machshavosov Amidech Achison, just like the Shlamim, ultimately can be required both the actions as well as intentionality on the Mizbeach Achis, on the outer Mizbeach. Parkoin Mashiach, Achim Machshavosov, the Ma'asov Amidech Achison. So to the Parkoin Mashiach, ultimately again until its Machshavas and its actions are on the outer Mizbeach. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, so that is our first nugget of information for today. The statement of the name of Rabbi Yosef, namely a very important qualification in pigel. In order for something to become pigel, ultimately, again, when the Kohen is having the machshavas pigel, he must be geographically situated in the same area where the actual pigel action is going to unfold. So again, simple case. Kohen says when doing Zvika, I have in mind to go ahead and pour the remnant blood out the Shirayim in 2 days from now. That's a nice pigel. So remember, where does the pouring out of the remnant blood of Shirayim happen? by the base of the Mizbeach, right outside. So as long as he's situated outside, when he has that machshava, that's pigul. But if for some reason he's inside, and he has his not inside, being inside of the base of the Mikdash proper, inside of the Mikdash, and he has in mind to do this machshava's pigul, ultimately again, that is not going to create a pigul scenario. Okay, so that's the principle of the Lazar is espousing. So once I'm not going to I'm going to put the last 3 lines, then down on the base. Halacha, Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Yosef. So I'm not going to stand for the name of Rabbi Barabua. The halacha follows Rabbi Lazar, right? The name of Yosef Levi. The halacha makes again in order to create pigul, the machshava, the pigul intention, as well as the pigul action, must be unfolding in the same geographic area. Shabbat says this is a fascinating thing. Amar Rabba, half of them hey. So Rabba says, so this is great. So Rabba says, like, really? Like, not who cares, but why is this relevant now? Why are you telling me the halacha follows Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Yossi? This is not going to matter until Mashiach comes. So are you espousing halacha l'maisa for the sake of the Messianic era? So take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, so Rashi knows 45a. Focus on Mashiach. Or a couple of the halacha, Hatzu halacha l'maisa for Mashiach, to see one of these the actual so this is quite fascinating and quite ironic that this is being stated in the middle of Maseches Shvatim, right? We spent 45 days on the halachos of Karbanos, right? Again, obviously not yet relevant. So what's bothering the Gemara? Or I should say, what's bothering Rabbi? So there's a difference between, learning concepts versus establishing halacha l'maisa. So what Rabbi is intrigued by in all of this is the statement of halacha l'maisa. So Rabbi says, why? Like, in other words, why are you establishing halacha l'maisa? So now, hilchos mashiach. We don't need this now. This will become relevant. In other words, analysis of the relevant topics, that I need now. Right, that I need. But establishment of halacha l'maisa for the Messianic era, why is that necessary at this point? So again, let's say that first of all, just think about this for just a moment and how beautiful this is. Even before we walk through this. So what we just saw unfold in front of us is the establishment of halacha l'maisa for the Messianic era. So Rabbi is questioning the need for it, right? Why does the Gemara need to include that? So how beautiful is that? Right? It's just like a few minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning, and already look what we just have. We just stumbled upon a beautiful piece of halacha that has been established for the Messianic era. If you look at that lashon of Rashi, the Gemara just established for us a piece of halacha for the Messianic era. Kishiyibana based Hamikdash. When the base Hamikdash is rebuilt, we now know something we have to do. Now, true, Rabbi says, the Achshav, no chutzufallah, but I don't need it right now. So Rabbi asks just almost like, not stylistically, but like just like procedurally. Why is this included here as definitive halacha when definitive halacha need not be decided until the Messianic era? Amar Abaye, so this is great. Abaye elami ata kol shchitas kachin lo lisni. So Abaye says, whoa. If that's the case, where have you been all in the second spot? Like, all in the second spot, you've been dealing with all halachas that are only relevant when Mashiach comes. So maybe we shouldn't talk about any type of shchita. Let's talk about karbanos in general. To which the Gemara says, and by all of this is also the Mashiach. I will say, which, by the way, just gives you also a new appreciation, ultimately, again, of what it is that we're doing. Because you're definitely engaging a little in the seconds, slogging, and we think to ourselves, like, what am I doing? Right? Again, we're going through so much information, such a limited amount of time. In general, that's the challenge of that role. Allah has come as a come when it comes to karbanos. like the attention, the ability to understand is so sometimes feels so limited. But let's say just understand that when you have this supposed to learn the Sechas Svachim, you're living in the Messianic era. You're living in the Moshe Mashiach. And let's say somebody said to you, you can live in the Moshe Mashiach for 55 minutes a day, but you're going to have no idea what's going on. Would you take it? Would you take it? Like, imagine for a moment they say you can live in the Moshe Mashiach for 55 minutes a day, but you're not going to understand the language that the people that around you are talking. Would you take it? Or would you take it? I don't need to understand, just put me back. So just understand that when you learn these Mesechus and when you learn these Inyanim, we have the supposed to live in the Messianic era, every single word, every single moment. And aim Zichus Gidola himself. To live in the Moshe Mashiach, even if just for a little bit, an hour, is the greatest privilege in the world. So Rabbi said back to Rabbi, all of this is Mitzvah the Mashiach. So maybe don't mention it at all. Allah, so if I give a word, Allah, Drosh the Kabbalah Star, Hachanan Drosh the Kabbalah Star. So maybe the answer just is, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you do things because it's the right thing to do. I sometimes you do things because it's a beautiful thing to do. See, right? I don't need the second Zvachim now, even though I get about saying, not a day goes by in the second Zvachim, as we don't learn a beautiful Mr. Haskell that changes our contemporary lives. But right, maybe right now, the halacha that's being espoused over here is not necessary for my day-to-day life, right? At the end of the day, there's nothing here halacha l'maisa that I can apply. Drosh the Kabbalah Star. Learn it. Why? Because he learns Torah, and the good news is you understand it. You don't understand it. Relevant, not relevant, applicable, not applicable. You get schar. It's like, oh, take it. Go with it. Take it. So the Gemara says, 1 second. The Gemara says, how many times you know He says, no. What I meant to say, ultimately again, is why do I need this halacha right now? If again the practice of it is not yet needed. Mishnah, we know, the other version of this was that he said this halacha is applicable, but only applicable ultimately again for the Messianic era. You can actually. I want to halacha kamina. I think how much this halacha is heard the mikras and but listening the shtais and approaches halachas havayda. If you should tell me, it's just a kabbal and our complete kibuach halach. Eine andere halachas halacha l'meisa yaksharei l'nohei. So there was the other version of this ultimately again was Rabbi, a definitive statement. Right now, we don't need this for the establishment of halacha. But ultimately, again, halacha l'meisa, we will need it for the Messianic era. So also, it's the bottom line. The Gemara goes ahead and adopts the position of Rabbi Elazar, near Yosef Levi, in order to go ahead and create pigul, the machshavas pigul, the thought of pigul, and actually the pigul action must occur in the same domain. That is the halacha l'meisa. It's Rothschild the Mashiach. Yeah, Rothschild the Mashiach. So also therefore the Gemara gives us two incredibly important tools for how to navigate ultimately again through Mesechus Zvachim. Number one, Rothschild the Mashiach. So just appreciate the fact that halacha l'meisa, when we learn these sugyas, ultimately again we are going to live at least for a little while in the Messianic era. And what we wouldn't get to be in Messianic, we got it. You open up Mesechus Zvachim. You're living in the Moshe Mashiach. That's number one. Number two, Drosh the Kabbalah Star. Drosh the Kabbalah Star means two things. Number one, sometimes a Jew just does things because a Jew just has to do things. Because Rabbi gave us in the second Shlokim, he said learn it. He said learn it. We are good soldiers, so we're learning it. What I understand, what I don't understand, what I take, what I don't take, that's secondary. Drosh the Kabbalah Star means that it doesn't just mean do it and receive reward. It means do it because ultimately, again, as the Baruch Hu said, this is my sacred obligation. And sometimes the most beautiful, sacred, and holy part of being a Jew is doing things because ultimately they are the loves or are the will of my Creator. Incredible. Mishnah. So here we go. Very interesting signal here. The karbanos of an apple. So as this one again, a non-Jew is permitted to bring karbanos. He based filo yikari lekola on him. Beis Hamikdash was the central point of service for all the nations. So now a non-Jew is permitted to go ahead and bring a carbon. If a non-Jew brings a carbon, in Chayil Rishon Pigel. Ultimately, again, I will say, now this is interesting. Whenever you say Lashon in Chayil Rishon Pigel, it doesn't mean that carbon can't become pigel. In other words, the carbon of an atom can become pigel. It's just if you consume it, there's no key of kares. No key of kares. So ultimately, there's no liability. So it's no liability for pigel. So the Gemara says, "In pigel, no sar tame." So it's not subject to the halachos, to the penalties of pigel, no sar or tuma. In other words, if you eat it in a state of tuma. So again, if you chef the carbon of an apple outside of the base of mikdash, you are caught from liability. Divrei Rabbi Shimon. These are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Okay, so Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi on the other hand says, ultimately, again, no, the halacha is essentially the carbon of an akum is treated just like the carbon of a yid, and therefore there is liability in all of the acts mentioned earlier. A fascinating matter. Said the Tanabaran, Kachi of the Gohavim, the carbonos of an akum, no nanning, below more than ultimately, again, you can't get handoff, but if you did get handoff, there's not Me'ilah. There's not Me'ilah, which I will say is another way of saying that really they're not subject to Me'ilah. In other words, ideally you should not get handoff, but if you did get handoff, ultimately again there's no Me'ilah liability. You must be no savatame. And there's no liability for the carbon of an akum regarding pigol, no sarantuma. The ain osing tmura. Furthermore, they don't make it tmura. Listen, what's tmura? Tmura is if you have an animal designated as a carbon, and you choose to swap that out for another animal, whether the second animal is better or worse, the same, whatever it is, there's a penalty. What's the penalty? Yahu tmura, so-called dishvasha. Both animals become consecrated. They may be in the sucking. Ultimately, you can't bring the sucking. Now, what does this mean? Rashi points out that in the being the sucking, it's an atzman below Zebach Yisrael. We saw actually in the previous sugya that you could bring the sucking on their own. Like you could bring a lot, even though when we talk about, we think about the sucking are usually attached to a carbon. It doesn't have to be that way. Rather, halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, for a Jew can bring the sucking on their own. But apparently the Gemara says an akum cannot. They may be in the sucking. About carbonon, totally inside the Rebbe. But if an akum is bringing a carbon, then carbon may require, depending on the type, may require the sucking. So you can't bring the sucking on their own. But if it's the type of carbon that we normally want for the sucking, then he brings the sucking. Good. That's what he should. And Rabbi Yossi, I will say, by the way, seen Rabbi Shimon as the Mishnah, which indicates to us that a lot of the details that apply to a Jew's carbon do not apply to an akum's carbon. Rabbi Yossi says, no, I need a kulon mahachmir. Rabbi Yossi says the truth is, I really think we should be machmir, which essentially means we should really treat the carbon of an akum just like the carbon of a Jew. Ultimately, again, why? Because by carbonos, it says Lashem. In other words, what Rabbi Yossi is really looking at is, it's not as much a detail and who is bringing it, rather what? Who is it being brought to or brought for? It's being brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it's being brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why would the details be any different? Therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi says, in reality, I think we should be much more on these details, even for the carbon brought by an akum. Shneimar Hashem. Remember, when is that? So, for Kachem is there. So when is this? So ultimately, again, by Kachem is there. However, again, which means carbonos offered up on the Mizbeach. Aval the Kachem bedekabayis, but ultimately, again, when it comes to Kachem bedekabayis, now, what does Kachem bedekabayis mean? So bedekabayis usually means items that don't have physical sanctity, but rather have monetary sanctity. Again, when it comes to items that have monetary sanctity, ultimately, again, they are subject to Megillah. Now, Rashi points out over here, more than both, will they come on the fire shine. Later on, we'll see exactly what this means. Okay, so now, what the Gemara quoted over here was in Brisa. Now, what we're going to do is dissect this price. Here we go. Ve'in chayavin alein mishum. Sorry. Shlo nani v'lo mo'ale. So it says, remember again, first we're going to the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon is the one who says that the carbon of an akum is really different than the carbon of a Jew. And one of the ways that he said is that ultimately, again, lo nanin v'lo mo'ale. You shouldn't get hanov. But if you did, ultimately it is not subject to Ne'ilah. Okay, so let's analyze. So lo nanin midrabanan. Ultimately, again, you really can't get hanov midrabanan. And therefore, again, and therefore, because this is rabbinic, ultimately, again, if you did get hanov, you are not in violation of Ne'ilah. Now, where do we get this from? The Ne'ilah, chat mitshuma. I'm not saying in reality what this means is to make Gzera Shava a chait, it's really chait. Right? To make Gzera Shava a chait from Truma. To the Truma, and I will say so again, so the use of chait by Ne'ilah and chait by Truma. What does this teach me? That the Truma ksiv, B'nei Yisrael all big Kohavim. And what does Truma apply to? The law does Truma apply to a Jew, don't apply to an Akum. So therefore, again, because Truma only applies to a Jew, not an Akum, make Gzera Shava of chait from Truma to Ne'ilah. I say just like Truma only applies to a Jew, so to Ne'ilah only applies to a Jew. Therefore, when it comes to the carbon of an akum, midrabanan we say you should not get hanaf. But midrabanan it's mutter. Midrabanan there is no Ne'ilah by the carbon of an akum. Midrabanan we say you should not get hanaf. But if you did so, ultimately again you do not violate Ne'ilah. Incredible. That's good. That's number one. Next. According to Shimon, there is no liability by a carbon of an akum for pigol, nosar, and tamei. My time off. Why is that? So number one, the asi pigol avon nosar. So first of all, because it's Gzera Shava from pigol to nosar, avon, right? The asi nosar chilu mituma, and there's a Gzera Shava of chilu from nosar to tuma. ובתומה כסיב בני ישראל לא עובד חבר. By tuma, we'll say, it goes out to say bnei Yisrael to tell me that the halachos of tuma only apply to Jews, don't apply to non-Jews. So essentially, we'll say what we're doing over here is we're making Gzera Shava working backwards from tuma to nosar, right? From tuma to nosar, and ultimately again from nosar to pigol. And therefore, again, kind of, it's like, you know, if A equals B, B equals C, A equals C, right? So therefore we say that therefore there's no pigol, there's no nosar, because there's no tuma, ultimately again by an akum. Incredible. Next, there is no tmura. So again, by the carbon of an akum, there's no tmura. My time, what's the reason? There is tmura l'mais behema. So ultimately, again, because tmura is compared to meiser behema, or meiser behema is ish l'meiser dagan, and meiser behema is compared to meiser from literally from grain. Or the meiser dagan ksiv b'nei Yisrael v'lo oltei kohavim. By Meiser Dagan, it says Bnei Yisrael, which Meiser Dagan, again, Meiser from grain only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to non-Jews, and essentially we apply that all the way back. But to which the Gemara is evaluating all of these things. If you never had Lamed Behekesh, Chosum Lamed Behekesh, it's actually very interesting, because essentially what we're doing over here is we're creating a comparison, like we're learning something out from the comparison, and then learning something out from that learned item. Right? So, for example, over here, just to give this example, the Gemara says, right, we're saying that Meiser Dagan, right, grain Meiser, says Bnei Yisrael. Then we're learning out Meiser Behema, ultimately again from Meiser Dagan, because it's compared. And then we're comparing Tmura to Meiser Behema. But then the Gemara says, do you make these multiple derivations like that? So if he davar halamed behekesh, chozor, just something itself that is learned out through a comparison, ultimately then serve as the source to learn out something else, to which the Gemara says, Meiser Dagan Churubeh. Don't worry about it, because grain meiser, right, produce meiser, is drabon. What is that? Is not kodesh. Now, what does that mean? So Rashi points out over here that some only have a problem of davar halamed behekesh chosum lamed behekesh only by kodesh. not by fluids. Okay, so this one, that works well according to the opinion that says that we go after the source item. But according to the opinion that says that we go after the derivation, not after the source item, what is there to say? Because remember again, the source, the source will be Meiser Dagan. The derivation ultimately is Meiser Behema, which is called that Allah Meiser Behema Chova She'en Kavua Lazman. By the way, let's say it's like this: the Meiser Behema itself is an obligation that doesn't have a set time. The Chova She'en Lazman Kavua, and any obligation that doesn't have a set time, Yisrael Meisu Ovdir Kohavim Lo Meisu. Any carbon that is obligatory but doesn't have a set time, or any mitzvah that is obligatory doesn't have a set time, a Jew is obligated and Akum is not. So essentially, again, what the Gemara is saying is like this: by my Behema, I already know that an Akum is existed. I don't need to learn out Meiser Behema from Meiser Dagan. Therefore, there's no problem of deriving something and then deriving something else from that derivative. Rather, what happens over here is as follows. Working backwards, Meiser Dagan doesn't only say Bnei Yisrael, only to Jews. Then I can compare Meiser Behema to Meiser Dagan, even though I already know that a non-Jew is not subject to Meiser Behema, and I can compare Tmula ultimately again to Meiser Behema. But it's not learning, it's not deriving something from something else that was derived from an original item, because Meiser Behema is already learned out from a separate source. Okay, incredible. I will say, bottom line, that according to Rishimon, Akum doesn't make Tamura. So we're just going through the list of things Rabbi Shimon says don't apply to the carbon of an Akum. Next, Rein Levine is talking. So remember again, next Rabbi Shimon's list is that an Akum can't bring the Sefel, which again we understand to mean an Akum does not bring self-thought, we'll call like just independent Sefel. If he's bringing a carbon, he could bring the Sefel with the carbon, but he can't bring the Sefel on Tanraban on Ezra. The Pasuk says Ezra. Ezra means a resident, which refers to a Jew. Ezra may bring the Sefel, only Gocham may bring the Sefel. Yashik Mir, and a Jew could bring the Sefel by themselves, but an Akum cannot. Yoho, Lotahei to Allah self to himself. I might have thought that means that an Akum can't even bring a second with this carbon. Therefore, the Pasuk says like this. Ultimately, again, that ultimately you go ahead and you bring. Now, when you are bringing a carbon, the carbon is brought in its normative framework, in its normative way. And since for a carbon, the normative way is with Nisakim, therefore even an Akum will bring with Nisakim. Incredible. Rabbi Yossi says, Roa ani v'kula mahachmir. Rabbi Yossi says, so that was all Rabbi Shimon. Right? And Rabbi Shimon is found in all the ways in which the carbon of an Akum is different than the carbon of a Jew. Rabbi Yossi says, Roa ani v'kula mahachmir. Rabbi Yossi says, I really think the carbon of an Akum is really just like the carbon of a Jew. So imagine when is that so? The question is there. So my time, what is Rabbi Yossi's logic? My time. So the Gemara says, now, interestingly enough, the Gemara is really focused on Rabbi Yossi's last thing. And his last thing ultimately was that when do we say that there's no Me'ila? There's no Me'ila by touching his Be'ach. But by touching the Kadai is physical things that there is Me'ila. Says Gemara. So what's the shot? My timer, Sigmar says, what's the logic? So I was going back, because ultimately, again, when you look in Zir Shabbat, from Megillah to Truma, so ultimately, again, it's comparable to Truma. What's unique about Truma? The Kaddish Kedushas Adov. Truma has physical sanctity. About Kedushas Berek Habayim is Kedushas Damim Lo. So what's this? Remember, going back, Rabbi Yossi uses Rabbi Shimon's own limit. Rabbi Shimon says Zir Shabbat, of ultimately, again, from the Megillah to Truma. Now remember again, Rabbi Shimon used it to say that just like a Jew is only Truma is only shaykh to a Jew, so Megillah is only shaykh to a Jew. Rabbi Yossi uses it a little bit differently, and he says just like Truma has kedusha, actual has physical sanctity, has rights. So again, Megillah only applies to items that have Megillah doesn't apply to Maybe will only apply to items ultimately again that have to do shasdam. Incredible. So again, give me the truth, the kedusha about kedushas bedek habayis, the kedushas done in low. So once it's turned up on, dan shenitma bezak to the shogeg. So what do you do in this case? Say if you have dam, if you have blood that became tummy, and you accidentally did the blood application. So we'll say this is actually reminiscent. We had this a little bit. We remember we referenced this subject before already. That if you have things that are not really fit to go on in this bath, but you did it anyway, what happens? Here we go. So the Gemara says, you have done that became tamei, therefore should not have been applied to the mizbeach, but it was. You did it b'shogeg. What's the halacha? Ultimately, it works. It works on the days. The mazid lo works. If you did it the mazid, you did it intentionally, it does not work.
Christianity is real because people are nice.
That wasn't the shot. If you think we could actually tap actually on the days, the mazid lo works. Kinasa de rabbanon. It's knas. It's knas. But the rabbis penalized you. The Rothschild Rabbi came into Bezdin, Master Lakadayim, or Rabbi Kudanaj, or Rothschild Lahati Basar Lahiga, about Bible Miskatrin. Actually, that's very interesting right there. So let's say, so watch this case. Right, Cohen checked it, and for whatever reason, the blood became unfit. So obviously, it should not be applied to his death. If Cohen did apply to his death, if he did it accidentally, good. Kosher, good to go. I'm not saying that, but you have kosher means the carbon is affected and the meat is fit for consumption. If she applied it to mazid, the mazid means she knows he should not apply this blood, but he did it anyway. The Gemara says low hortza. Now, low hortza literally means the carbon is not accepted. Rashi points out over here what that means is the meat cannot be consumed. The carbon is affected. Why? Because if the carbon is affected biblically, the rabbis can't come along and say, you can't require you to bring another carbon. They can't do that. What they can say is, you can't eat the meat. That they can say. So ultimately, in low hortza means the carbon is affected, i.e. the owners need not bring another carbon, but Allah we cannot be consumed. When is that so? This is incredible. When is this so? So when by an individual about the tzibor, when it comes to a tzibor, they will show you bring the mazid towards some. So we'll say, when is this so that we make this distinction between mazid and shogeg? That's ultimately by an individual carbon, but by a communal carbon, whether you did it with shogeg or the mazid, or by a communal carbon, if the blood should not have been applied, but you can't give it, whether you did it with the mazid or the shogeg, ultimately again, it works. It works. And we'll say, what a powerful, powerful statement. When it comes to the tzibor, there is a power that the collective has that the individual does not. Like when you are part of the tzibor, this in general is reflective of a greater yesod. That when you are part of the tzibor, so sometimes again, mistakes, transgressions are more easily overlooked in the context of the collective than they are under the microscope of the individual. As an individual, right, I have all of my faults and I have all of my pluses and all of my minuses, right? Again, that's the reality when everyone operates. When I'm part of the tzibor, ultimately I have the ability to really partake in the collective success, the collective merit of Klal Yisrael. That collective merit always outweighs any type of collective transgression, any type of collective negative. They will say, this is why everything is why you daven in the plural, right? This is why you do everything ultimately again and better than zero. This is the power of, but why is it that, like, sometimes one of the things that we struggle with most when it comes to davening, everybody's had this experience where, like, you have to daven on your own for some reason. You're like, wow, that was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. And then I come to this reality where how come davening on my own is sometimes more uplifting than davening with me? That might be true for a variety of reasons. And what's the answer? It doesn't matter. The obligation of a Jew is to daven with a minion. But Judaism is not kumbaya. Right? Judaism is not about what makes you feel good. Judaism is not about what inspires you or what lifts you up. Judaism is about execution of the Ratzon HaBoreh. And Judaism is about understanding that there are certain things that work in a more powerful way, even if you don't feel it as a community. So when I daven with a meaning, when I speak of the tzibur, I am tapping in to the power of collective merits. That is a powerful, one of the most powerful things in the world, even if you don't feel it. Right? There are things that happen even if you don't feel it. So when I daven with the meaning, even though again, maybe I didn't daven with kavanah, but maybe I just zipped through everything. Maybe the only way I even remember that I daven is because the tefillin marks on my arm. Right? But there's been absolutely no residual impact of this. The fact that I daven in the context of the collective allows me to tap into the merits of the collective, independent of what I feel or not. That's the power of being part of community. That's the power of being part of community. And I say, this is why you see this in general. People say so many times, and this is so important, so many times in general, when you look at your own experience, you could always have an amplified personal experience when you just surround yourself by a small group of people who are just like you, right? Who want the same things that you want, who want that. And then again, it's great because we're all like-minded, and that's fine, that's beautiful, but it's myopic because you're missing out on what it means to be part of the collective. And what it means to be part of the collective, ultimately, again, is sometimes you give up something of your collective, of your personal experience, because you realize that there's a power of embedding yourself in something bigger than yourself. And again, it's hard, because I'd rather have my personal experience that is amplified by just a self-selection group. And also, I mentioned this before, I always had this conversation with my children when they were growing up. And they'd be in Israel. And we go Friday night, Shabbos night to the Kosel. Especially my boys were often comment, it's hard to have kavanah. Because, pretty much, you're not sure, am I at the Kosel or, at a Rangers game, I'm getting body checked, I'm all these different things. And, wouldn't it be so much better? And right. But sometimes, life is not about your personal kavanah. Life is not about what gives you the greatest experience. Life is about how do I embed myself in the experience of the collective? How am I part of the crowd? How am I part of my people? And yes, very often what that means is I'm going to give up a little bit of my kavanah. Because davening with a little less kavanah, a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, but being part of the collective, that's the issue. That's the issue. We often miss because we make it a lot about what I want and what I need, which again is also okay sometimes to be a little bit selfish in your lookiness. Just understand that sometimes you have to be careful. There's this balance between, on one hand, being a little bit selfish in your lookiness and getting what you want, but giving up the opportunity to be part of the crowd. So the Gemara says that halakha l'maisa, if the tzibur, when the tzibur applies the blood, whether they go ahead and they do it for shogig or amazing, ultimately it works. So we're all kohabim, and the shogig being amazing local itself. But by akum, ultimately again, the blood shouldn't have been applied. Whether it was done the shogig or amazing, ultimately it does not work. Kiman, who's looking at this with like, look Rabbi Yossi, why? Rabbi Yossi, because Rabbi Yossi in general was machmir, right? Rabbi Yossi felt that in general the carbon of an akum ultimately again was just like the carbon of a Jew. It was subject to all the same strictures. Even Rabbi Yossi, shining us in the Amakra Lahem. The pasuk says for them, Lahem, or Lola Obdei Kohabim. Ultimately, again, this halakha applies ultimately to Jews and not to Obdei Kohabim. I'm going to put it on this. In the Asher Him Makrive. When the pasuk says that they offer, are you going to tell me that that means Hakanan is Haim, Lola Obdei Kohabim? Ultimately, again, someone says that's Tumah. That's Tumah. So would you say that the halachos of Tumah only apply to Jews and not to non-Jews by Karbanos? Now, also, remember again, Rabbi Yossi holds that Tumah applies to Karbanos of non-Jews as well. Amr Rashi, Amr Pra, the Rothschild Lahem, but all people call them Lav B'nei Hartzon. Right, and again, the pasuk says, the pasuk says, now this is about the power of the tzitz to go ahead and atone ultimately again for Tumah items, and again, Lashon Hartzon to be accepted. And ultimately, again, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's a higher level of acceptance by Jews than there are ultimately again by Obdei Kohabim. Therefore, everyone will agree that the tzitz only has the ability to rectify Tumah ultimately again by a Jew and not by a non-Jew. The bottom line I will say is that halakha l'maisa, we end off with this this machlokes from Shem Rabbi Yossi. I'll just point out the Rambam paskins like Rabbi Yossi, which essentially means that we treat the karbonos of an akum just like the karbonos of a Jew, which means that at the end of the day, the karbonos of an akum will be subject to pigul, nosar, and tameh. Incredible. Let's go a little bit back. It says the Mishnah. Dvarim shein chayav l'mayim mishum pigul, chaver mishum nosar, mishum tameh, chutz mi'adam. So listen to this. So in general, any items that are not subject to pigul. Now we'll say, now what are the items that are not subject to pigul? This goes back to our previous discussion. Remember again, in order to be subject to pigul, what has to happen? What do you need? What do you need? Right? An item that does either that does not have a matir or that is the matir itself is not subject to pigul. So now the Mishnah says, even items that are not subject to pigul, ultimately, even items that are not subject to pigul, ultimately are subject to nosar and are subject to tumah. Okay, the Gemara says, chutz min adam, with the exception of blood, right? Some blood which we'll discuss.
That's the narrative.
Chutz min adam. Ultimately, and that dam apparently is not going to be subject to nosar and not going to be subject to tumah. The Shimon says ultimately again there is liability. There is liability ultimately again for these items of anything that is normally consumed. But ultimately again, eating wood, lavona frankincense, ketoris incense, one is not chayiv ultimately again because of tumah on these items. These are items that cannot be consumed. Now they say, now how exactly to understand that last statement in your section? Because remember, the Shimon says essentially, you're chayiv for pigul, nosar, tumah. Well, yeah, for anything that could be consumed, right? Ultimately, again, then the Mishnah says, but eating lavona ketores, you're not chayiv mishum tumah. How you have to reconcile those two statements? We'll soon do that. Good. Turn up on us. Yocholo you chayav mishum tumah, ela adar shishlo makirin. They are the name of this gap. That most is very interesting. So remember again, as we said by pigul, the halacha by pigul is you're only subject to pigul if you have a matir. I might have thought that the same halacha should apply by tumah. And maybe an andrus, right? Something is only subject to the halachos of tumah if what? If it has a matir, whether that is a matir through human consumption or a matir through mizbeach consumption, I would have thought that. But then it's a good, you can even make a kavachomer, or matir should be kviya, or be a dia achos. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yom Hashem with this Kal V'chomer tomorrow. And we'll have short up tomorrow, so we're good. We're a little bit on a tangent today. Respect, everyone. Wonderful day.
Now remember, other books make must you forget his original lawsuit.
Last line.
He's putting on a clinic right now. He's the Babe Ruth of this, of saying things wrong.
So Rashi says that.
Yeah, I mentioned it.
There's a blimp on the radar. Cross your eyes, dot your T's. Never heard of it.
I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
Yeah, he's Will Chamberlain putting up 100 right now, dude. Oh, yeah.
What's up, fam? If you enjoyed the Patreon, this would be a good reason. Jin and me just shot a little over you.
Shot all over you. What does that mean? Come shots. Let's see.
Over you.
All right, so I said good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning shake the thing. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Perry Zinn, the loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, William C. Van Haynes, to go to Rafa on the occasion of his 20th birthday. We can learn sponsors, the friends of Gitsi and the Staffing, remember our mother, Papa Staff, Kaya Staffing, to go to Rafa. They're going to Shana have a Leo, and the family have a special day to our living. All of those who are here, result in us trying to have one together with cold call and sharp and cross the street and continue to shout the first goal. Rock us, show us in the comments and show them upon all the problems. So, what we got, let us do a lot to do today. Today's got the $1,044. We are picking up on the Gimel of the days.
Lee is one of my closest friends.
43B. It's okay, let's just actually take out from the start. That's 13, 13 lines up from the bottom. 4, 6, 8, well, yeah, 13 lines up from the bottom on the Rabbi. So again, middle of the line. This is actually kind of just in the middle of a sentence, but again, Rabbi begins a full thought, so let's just begin there. I'm a Rabbi. Any pasuk that the Ritzim Parabini did not explain, the Kol Machmisa the Mefarshim Rabbi or any Brisa that Rabbi didn't explain, Lo Mefarshim, ultimately again has not been explained well. So first of all, what a comment. We have the same, the only person who really knows how to explain the pasuk is the Ritzim Parabini, and the only person who knows how to explain the Brisa is Rabbi. So how can we Ritzim Parabini? Because what Rabbi Sabbath say? Remember again, the context of this year was the pasuk of V'hanefesh asher tokah b'asam v'zebach hashlamim asher l'Hashem v'tumaso alav. If a person will eat from kosher, v'tumaso alav. Remember, you had my focus of v'tumaso alav. What does that refer to? Is that thing that the person is coming, or ultimately again that the meat is coming? We had that my focus. So again, in this context, that's why this is being brought up. So therefore, Lisa Bardini says, and we read this essay, and it's going to run through this first just a bit. Because all of us, that's what we gave up. The same Rothschild gave up. Rothschild is up at the end, so the two of us are up at the since the person opens up, Rothschild, a feminine Rothschild, and a feminine Rothschild, and it has Zohar in the middle, a masculine in the middle. It must be referring ultimately again to Tumas Agov. So remember again, that's here for us because remember we saw 4 different opinions all pointing in the same direction that the pasuk is referring to Tumas Agov. The pasuk is referring ultimately against a person who is Tameh, who consumes sacrificial or kodesh meat, not the actual sacrificial meat that is okay, fine. So that's the example of a pasuk that the Yitzhak Ba'adini Darsh Masnisa was an example of a brisa that was interpreted by Rabbi. Masnisa Gisanyo in Ne'amu Kalos, Ne'amu Chamulos, in Ne'amu Chamulos, Lama Ne'amu Kalos. Okay, so we'll see what this is referring to in just a moment, or literally translated. If the Torah goes out of its way to mention the more lenient items, then why need to mention the more stringent items? And if you mention the more stringent items, why mention the lenient items? Now, what exactly is this referring to? If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is about 10 lines up in the body. And Kalos, Ne'in Akivas Kachim, the Tumas Haguf, Shmi B'Taras Konim, the Kohen Parish, the Azil, Makas Mekamulos. So the context here is actually talking about the situation of a person who eats kachim when ritually impure. So I Tumas Haguf, I am tempted and I eat kachim. Now we don't know what kalos or hamulos are referring to. We'll have to see that in just a little bit. So first, the Bible looks here. In Nama kalos or hamulos, if the Torah just said the kalos and not the hamulos, and you see Omer, ala kalos kula ala hamulos benisa. I would have said, and again, about that. Right now, we have no idea what kalos and hamulos mean. So we'll just go with it for a little bit now and fill in the blanks a little bit later. If we would have just said the kalos and hamulos, the more lenient ones, the more stringent ones, and you see Omer ala kalos kula, and the more lenient ones, there's ala hamulos benisa, and the more summer ones, ultimately, again, there's a death penalty. Okay? The kachim and hamulos, therefore, the Torah says hamulos to teach you that even for hamulos, ultimately, again, it's quote unquote only Allah and not a few of Nisa. Again, if this doesn't make sense, it's not because you're missing something. It's because we have no idea what kalos and hamulos are referring to. We never hamulos are not kalos. And ultimately, a great way to say hamulos and not kalos. You see Omer, ala hamulos yichayiv, ala kalos yipater. I would refer on the hamulos yichayiv and on the kalos yipater. Ne'emar kalos. Therefore, no simply is kalos to say that kalos are also punishable by Allah. Okay, my kalos and my hamulos. What are you talking about? What is kalos and hamulos? You don't know. Kalos meiser, hamulos truma. Oh, okay. Rabbi says, so now this gives me a little more sense. So remember, we're talking about a person who is consuming kodesh items in a state of Tumas, state of ritual impurity. So maybe what Kalos and Chamulos refer to are consecrated items. So Kalos refers to items of lesser sanctity. Chamulos refers to items of greater sanctity. So the Gemara says, my Kalos and my Chamulos, even a Kalos, Meiser, Chamulos, Truma. So maybe Kalos is like Meiser, right? And Chamulos is Truma. Then again, I will say, and what is the Torah telling me? The Torah is telling me that whether you eat Kalos or Chamulos in a state of ritual impurity, you are subject to a law. Right? It is also. Is that what it's saying? And you see Omer, the Nisa. So I would have thought then that Truma, right? If you eat Truma in a state of ritual impurity, you're getting a Nisa. See, one second. Hashtag Nisa. You are Chai. If you go ahead and you eat, Truma in a state of Truma, ultimately again, you are Chai Nisa. So, she alone now, I used to over the Nisa, dial of a miracle in your sleep. Let's say, right back to that Kalos, you would have said that Nisa. Ultimately, that couldn't be why you learn something out from A, you learn out B from A. So the scope of teaching is always limited by the parameters of A. Hello, Kalos Tumas Sheretz, Chamulos Tumas Yeis. Rather, Kalos must refer to Shmosai, so that the word switches gears. Kalos and Chamulos doesn't refer to consecrated items. What does Kalos and Chamulos refer to? Different levels of Tuma. Right? So we're switching. So rather, what does Kalos mean? Kalos means a relatively, we'll call it low form of Tuma. For example, Tumas Sheretz, person touches a dead rodent. Chamulos refers to Tumas Yeis. Ritual impurity from contact with the corpse. So the word says to the mind. Now that's fine, but what type of item are you consuming? Right? So again, now what the Gemara is telling you is that whether or not you have a high form of Tuma or a lower form of Tuma, ultimately there's a prohibition to go and consume consecrated items. But the child is now, what do you consume? What are you consuming? Overnight. Even Truma, if we're talking about Truma, Nisa. So let's remember again, consumption of Truma in the state of ritual impurity, no matter what church level of ritual impurity is talking about Nisa, assume the cast in the Chamulos Balav, Habamisi. Furthermore, the Raisa said that even Chamulos are Balav, but that's not true. Truma consumption in the state of Truma, no matter what the state of Truma is talking about Nisa, which was scriptural disease. And if we're talking about again a person who's coming to consumes mice, top of them, $44A, in Namu Chamulos, and you see Omar Chamulos to Nisa. If they want to buy said before, and I state the Chamulos, I would have said the Chamulos of the Nisa. Oh, Naha, Tumas Sheretz Kasya. Isn't being learned out from Tumas Sheretz. It's Dayo Lobamina Genius Kingdom. And again, also, you just said before, Dayo means whenever you learn out D from A, so again, the scope of D is limited by the parameters of A. So therefore, again, if we're learning out from Tumas Sheretz, that means it's limited by the parameters of Sheretz, which is subject to a lot of Tanisa. Whereas Ziri, so Ziri says like this. From the zero, listen, remember again, why we do this? Because Rabbi came along and said that any brisa that is not explained by Rav Ziri, ultimately you can't understand it. So here we have quite an enigmatic brisa, and meanwhile again, who's about to save the day? Ziri. This has nothing to do with our topic at hand. It's only been brought up because you can remember, Lava said any pasuk that's not interpreted by a Risa Rabbi, you're not going to understand. Have you needed that pasuk? Is that pasuk taught us about the idea that is that should remember again, the pasuk in Vayikra is talking about Tumas Haguf and not Tumas Hakarban. And then he also made a corollary statement, which is any bright stuff not interpreted by Rabbi Ziri, no one knows what it's talking about. None of you might bring any example of that's why this is here. Rabbi Ziri, so Ziri comes along and he says like this. Guys, here's what it means. Kalos, Tumas Sheretz, Chamulos, Tumas Yeis. Similarity, when the Brisa talks about Kalos and Chamulos, it's talking about Tuma, at least in the Shema. So I'm a Memdal 44A, 4 lines down from the top. So it's usually like this. Kalos means relatively lower level of Tuma, i.e. Tumas Sheretz. Chamulos is Tumas Yeis. Good. Well, this is what you need to say. This is fascinating. Ne'emar, Tumas Sheretz, Ne'emar Meiser, Uchuma lo Ne'emar.
I've heard friends of shop be like, oh, I
Right, I'm sorry, Uchuma. So let's say, for example, had the Torah just taught me that law is that if you're coming to Mount Sheretz, and then you would have told me that if you're coming to Mount Sheretz and you consume Meiser and Shuma, so lo Ne'emar Tumas Meis. And there is no mention of Tumas Meis at all. So what we're going to be telling you is that Allah Meisa, if you have too much sheretz and you consume shuma or mais, you get it's punished by Allah. You see, Omer, halos ala halos bala, la ala hamut benisa. How does it talk like this? If it's cow al cow, or for example, cow al cow, tumas sheretz on mais. Like too much sheretz consuming mice. That would be an example of a lower form of tumah. Ultimately, again, for a lower form of consecrated item, I would have said ultimately again, that's punishable by Allah. Balachamulos benisa. And ultimately again, if you have kalos al kamulos, which is, for example, let's say a lower form of tumah, ultimately again, a higher form of consecration of tumah, then we need some. With the kalos al kamulos benisa, this I will say, the Rothschild is very interesting. I will say, what is kalos al kamulos? So the first word refers to the level of tumah. The second term ultimately again refers to the consecrated item. So kalos al kamulos means lowest form of tumah, which is tumas sheretz, on higher form of kedusha, which means shuma. So I would have said again, maybe kalos al kamulos means some. So based on this again, so therefore I would have thought initially that kalos al kalos, tumas sheretz, on meiser, ultimately punishable by Allah. And if I extrapolate from that, then ultimately again, kalos al kamulos is the nisa. Then ultimately again, tumas sheretz by shuma would be chayiv nisa. If that's the case, kamulos nami al kalos the nisa. I would have thought therefore also what? Therefore Allah will kamulos on kalos. That's an example of kamulos al kalos. Tumas meis on meiser. Tumas meis on meiser, which is again will come from the tumah. So a lot of other consecrated items are also in meiser. The kartna and not from those. Therefore, so they got to be so ultimately again to go ahead and tell me the words also. And therefore, I will say Allah is teaching me that if there's tumas meis. Ultimately, again, we eat meiser only malchus. So I was like, the one piece to remember, like I said, this is only being brought down in a totally adjacent topic, not a primary topic at all. Just a couple of interesting facts that do come out of it. So first of all, tumah consumption in the state of tumah is always going to be chayiv nisa. Like that's a possibility. Like if you eat tumah in the state of tumah, and again, it seems to be irrelevant of the state of tumah. Tumah is talking about biblical tumah, not rabbinic tumah. One will be chayiv nisa. But interestingly enough, what does come out from this is that halacha l'maisa, anytime you have kalos and chamulos, well, I should say chamulos and kalos. So, for example, even tumas meis, who consumes essentially anything but shuma, will only be punishable ultimately by Allah. Fascinating idea. Okay, good, let's go back there. Back to our regularly scheduled program. So the Gemara says as follows. Once it's coaching Shomatirin, in the Adam in the Mizbeach Hayav on the Shom Pickle. Let's remember again, it's quote from Mishnah. So remember, back to Pickle. All roads lead back to Pickle. Okay, so remember again, so the Maisa, what Mishnah said is a rule. When does something become Pickle? Something becomes Pickle if it has a mafia. It has to have a committer, right? And the finish of the Mishnah was that the committer itself doesn't become Pickle. Which we're getting to. So anything that has a mafia, whether that mafia is La'adam or the Mizbeach, meaning what? Whether the mafia is the consumption of something by a person, or ultimately the consumption by a Mizbeach, ultimately then the object is subject to Pickle. So there we go. Rabbanan, all in your lady, I would say to be funny. The thing that Rabbi said, now, we're going to talk about that today. Remember, interestingly enough, the concept of Pickle is learned out where, or is mentioned where, in the context of Shlomo. Shlomo, that's where the concept of Pickle is brought down. Maybe Pickle, since it's brought down by Shlomo, only applies by Shlomo. Maybe that's how I hope. So you want to say, so, it's probably, Not Shlamim, you find in there from the thing on the Echad. So it's like Shlamim, if you eat for 2 days and 1 night, so the Gemara says, Kol Me'achar B'Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad. So to maybe pickle only applies to anything that is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Maybe that's putting it over here. As opposed to saying that if something has a permitter, ultimately it's subject to Shlamim. Just halacha is Jewish, just like Shlamim, 2 days and 1 night. So to halacha, when I say any item consumed 2 days and 1 night, it's subject to Shlamim. Because it's not coming on and another thing is something that is consumed for 1 day and 1 night is also subject to payment. Okay, so again, now what is Mibasar says from his flesh, which tells me that anything whose remnants are consumed, subject to payment. That's fine. But all the things here and that on the night, how do I know that has no, so to speak, residual that is consumed, right? Because all those fully consumed in his bear. How do I know that that's subject to payment? The pasuk says Zebach, which really comes to include any carbon. How do I know that ultimately again, even ufos, burnt offerings, knuckles, new offerings, to the point that even again, the lug of oil from the Torah, we'll go more in depth today as well. Remember, for the Torah, there's an oil application, right? A blood application on him, an oil application. How do I know that the law of the finger even apply to that lug of oil? Ultimately, because the pasuk says that the consecrated indicates to us any sacrificial consecrated item is going to be subject to payment. But us in no sign. And ultimately, once I've learned out, then we'll tomorrow. With your Shabbat tomorrow, Rasi Pigos, Avon Nunosan. And ultimately, I get Pigos that learn that from Exercise of Avon from no sign. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say, what's the bottom line? Bottom line is everything is included in the That's bottom line, right? Everything is included. So the says, well, I don't understand. When Akash so called the Rabbis called Davar, Lama Nama Shlamim Me'ata. So I understand. If at the end of the day everything is included, so then why is it that the Torah specifically lists people in the context of Shlam? In other words, it's clear that everything is, when I say everything doesn't mean everything. Let's understand. A lot of, right, everything about that is including people. Why do they stick to that story? To which the Gemara says, one of the thoughts, and very interesting, not showing you something, sheish like Matthew, being the Adam, being the Mizbeach, just like Shlomo years ago, saying that Shlomo has a Matthew, like what's the Matthew ultimately again as Shlomo? That's the blood application. Like also remember again, Shlomo also happens to have a consumption part. So just like Shlomo has a matir, whether that's a matir, right, that is consumed by man, or a matir that is consumed by the Mizbeach, ultimately, therefore, anything else that has a matir, whether that's a matir because it's consumed by the Mizbeach or consumed by man, is subject to people. So therefore, it's fascinating. So therefore, halacha l'maaseh, it turns out that the Torah goes out of its way to discuss the concept of pigul, ultimately in the context of shlamim, to teach me this one yesod. Just like shlamim has a matir, so too, again, pigul requires a matir. That's it. Beautiful. Says the Gemara. And now we just made it a little more. So now this is what the Gemara quotes. I already said this thing. The Gemara's quoting a Brisa now, but the Brisa sound almost exactly like our Mishnah. All the comments. For example, just some examples of matir, of primitives. For example, by an Ola, when you sprinkle the blood, you usually go, that allows the meat to be offered up on his back, and the hide becomes very critical on him. Ola Saos, which is a bird Ola. Gama matir is showing his back, so again, the application of the blood. And let's remember, I didn't mention this yesterday, and we're going to talk about this. By bird offerings, there's no shita, because you do malika, and there's no kabbalah. There's no receiving of the blood in the utensil. Instead, usually what happens is, after you do malika, the blood is pretty much just like squeezed from the bird onto the mizbeach. So again, by birth, the blood is the matir. And what is it? What is it matir? What does it permit? It permits the offering of the flesh onto the mizbeach. Kartas, however, birth kartas, dama matir, b'sar kohanim. Now, kartas, interesting enough, is consumed by the kohanim. And again, as soon as there's a blood application, you can eat. Harman and suffering, Messiah and suffering. By again, Harman and suffering. So remember, this refers to kartas community. Right? So Harman and suffering is Har Helam Davin Tzibor, Har Kohen Mashiach, Har Rabbi Kippur. Seer and Har Suffering is the seer for communal level of Israel, and the seer for Yom Kippur. So these items which are practiced community, Damam Matis, and Morin and Mitzvah. Blood application ultimately allows the sacrificial part to be offered up. That's it. So what was the point of this? Quote from the right side, which we're not going to just kind of pull apart, but we can analyze. Just examples of matir primitives. Let's go. So the Gemara says, we won't see Anias comments, but let's say there are exclude other things. Well, I exclude comments. Ravona, Kitoles, these just these from the Mishnah, but it's a Raisa. Comments, right? Say, now why doesn't comments become pigol? Why doesn't comments become pigol? Because the comments itself is the matir and doesn't have another matir. Remember again, this is the great anomaly, the great cosmic mystery of pigol, which is keeping you all up at night, right? Which is interesting enough, a covenant can become pigol by offering up the comments with a chutz mizmano mindset, yet the comments itself does not become pigol. For the simple reason because it's a technicality. Because in order to become pigol, you need a matir. The comments is the matir and doesn't have another matir, therefore can't become pigol. And that's coming on the same thing with the Ravona, which is the matir of one of the matirs, ultimately a kamincha. Kitoras, which is fully consumed ultimately, and there is no matir. Minchas kohanim, it's if a kohen offers up a mincha, then mincha is fully burned on his back, there is no kohen, therefore there is no matir. Minchas kohen mashiach, that's the minchas chavitim, which is the daily offering twice daily of the kohen gadol. It's also fully consumed in his back. What's the first white line? Minchas nisachim, which is ultimately a mincha, like the mincha that accompanies the sakin. Radan, and blood, like the blood itself is there. So these are all examples of items that do not have a matir, and therefore halakha l'maisa cannot become pigol. Incredible. The Rishon says, "Mashlam yifagin sheish ba'al mizbeach hitzon." So it says wild. The Rishon says, as we saw from the Mishnah, the Rishon says that no, remember, pigol is better in the context of shlomim. And why is that? Because shlomim is unique. What makes shlomim unique? Not shlomim yifagin sheish ba'al mizbeach hitzon. So what's unique about shlomim? Number one, shlomim is offered up on the outer mizbeach, right on the outer mizbeach. And wow. So Shimon says that halakha l'maisa, no, the only things that can become pigol is that which is like shlomim. In what sense? Just like ultimately shlomim is offered up on the outer altar, so too only an item offered up on the outer altar, the mizbeach can become shlomim. Anything not offered up on the outer altar can become pigol. Let's see what does this come to exclude. Harman and Srachim, Sirman and Srachim, Horosh She'inam Mizbeach HaKitzon Shlomim, Ein Chayav and Allah Mishum pigol. And therefore I will say, fascinating enough according to Rabbi Shimon, anything offered up to the side of the Mikdash cannot become pigol. Technicality, fascinating.
Now you really fucked up. You almost forgot. Okay.
Can't see the shlomim in my reading. So what's the example? So now, it turns out that shlomim is really the paradigm. Like shlomim is the paradigm. Anything that is like shlomim can become pigol. Not like shlomim can't become pigol. Therefore, halakha l'maisa, just like shlomim is offered up on the mizbeach hachitzon, iron mizbeach can become pigol. So anything else offered up on the iron mizbeach can become pigol. Good. So the Gemara says, what else is comparable to shlomim? So the Gemara says, bachar. So bachar is a good example of this. Why? What's unique about bachar? Because like shlomim, which can be consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so to bachar can be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So the Gemara says, deny. How do you learn that out? How do you learn that out? You learn it out seeing. So let's say, so again, now, I understand, and this is actually very interesting. I understand that shlomim is serving as a paradigm for ultimately, it's serving as a paradigm for items that can become pigol. what exegetical method are you using to extrapolate? That's right, you exegetical and extrapolate in the same sentence. That's like essentially some chapter in the Bible. Yeah, so very good. So the question is, how exactly are you extrapolating? Like, what's your exegetical method that you're running it out from? I'll tell you why. It says, even if I'll give it melody, I'm never seeing it. Because it kind of defines like it's like a common so if it's a common so you can live from, you can ask the Shaila, man shtarim shekei to smicha in something with the Nefas Hazar Yishon. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says the Shlomo is unique. Why? Because Shlomo requires smicha, like in Sakim libations, and Nefas Hazar Yishon, which is the waving of the chest and the belly. In other words, Shlomo has all of these sacrificial rites and procedures, and Chachar does not. Ella, in He'achel Ye'achel. Rather, again, it must be He'achol Ye'achel. Sorry. So rather, it must be doing it from the double option of He'achol Ye'achel. It's like a replay. And the truth is, we're going to see Gemara is actually trying to darshan it as a cloudy fashion kabal. Trying to say cloudy is sneaky doesn't it? The problem is, it's too clever, it's too general words next to each other. So the Gemara says, and again, if you want to make a cloudy fashion kabal, you need a fashion mill. Teach yourself. On the Rabbi, on the Marava, Kavakum Shatamot, Shnei Kvalos. Whenever you see two cloths that are close to one another, hatel prat b'meyan, you do them b'klam prat. Ultimately, again, you can put the prat in between them and darshan it ultimately again as a klam prat. Okay, so we'll say. So essentially, the Gemara is saying over here, again, is halacha l'meisa, Shlomim is really going to serve as the paradigm. And whatever is like Shlomim, ultimately is going to go ahead and be subject to the halachos of Pegel. Now, interestingly enough, the Shaita that told us fundamental understanding, I tell you, Shimon is how far do you take that comparison? And Shimon obviously takes it very far. Very far. Right? So it goes down and says, literally like Shlomo, just like Shlomo goes in the Adam's Be'ah, so the only item subject to it. Subject to Pegel are items offered up on the Adam's Be'ah. Again, Tanakama doesn't take it that far, but seems ultimately again clearing out from the reason that anything which is consumed like Shlomo, ultimately again is going to be included ultimately in the halachos of Pegel. Now the truth is, even that is a little bit restrictive. Because then it's a sell of only items that are consumed for 2 days or 1 day that are stolen are subject to Pegel. We don't really pass that way. We pass the rule of our Mishnah, which is the deterrent for whether or not you are subject to Pegel is, do you have a matir? If you have a matir, ultimately again, you are subject to Pegel. If you don't have a matir, ultimately again, not subject to Pegel. So I'll just mention something interesting and take a little bit of literary license over here. That's the phrase, this phrase, and it struck me very much last night. Obviously, Psalm over here is written with a chaf, which means a general, or an inclusive term. But the truth is, using a little bit of a literary license, obviously, just messaging. Cloud, if you replace it with cloud with a kof. That sometimes in life, sometimes in life, we find ourselves overwhelmed by just negative or tragic circumstances, which is a reality that we very much relate to, especially again within our community. We find sometimes again that tragic circumstances one after the other. And sometimes like, the tidal of tragedy can make the world feel so dark, so overwhelming. And you have those moments where you feel like the sky is falling. And I think many of us felt that for the last little while. The overwhelming loss of Rabbi Hill's Zechron Livracha, Shlomo Aryeh Yitzchak's Zechron Livracha, and overwhelming tragedies of epic proportions. And sometimes you feel that the sky is falling. Like you have these shnei klavos, asmuchim zeh laseh. These two terrible circumstances, one after the other. And Chazal tell us, what do you do in those moments? Hatel prat b'meyan. Sometimes the most important thing to do is in the midst of tragedy, especially repetitive tragedy, is to insert a prat in between. Meaning, look for the good. Look for the good. Because even in the darkest of circumstances, there's so much good. There's so much beauty. There's so much bracha. When we suffer tragedy, tragedy often eclipses everything else that is going on around us. So understand what we so, especially overwhelming tragedy. When sometimes when you take a step back, you have a little bit of almost like the panoramic view in life. You're able to see that all of the pain and all of the heartbreak and all of the sadness, there's still so much bracha. There's so much good. There's so much beauty. So when you have kamakom sha'ata motzi shnei klamos, again interpreting it with a plus instead of the kaf. When you find your enemy tragedy, your ability is to keep proper perspective and to always see the chesed of Hashem. And how do you do that? Hata prat benes. Put the prat. Put the specific good. Look for the good. Look for the beauty. Look for the bracha. Even in the midst of the sea of darkness. You know what's like that. Haman. So it says, remember again, amazing enough, the Gemara says, actually, look Shemesh Shalasora. Until you go ahead and, actually, you want to say, wow, you're going to include in Pegor, literally everything, even the look of oil for the Mitzvah. We're going to include everything ultimately in the laws of Pegor. So the Gemara says, Haman, who's a being in this reflect. So the Mary, this annual, look, Shemesh Shalasora, Hayam should pickle the Ren there. And there it says, that even the look of oil, which again, what's the number here, is used for the applications, ultimately, again, for the Mitzvah. Even that is subject to pickle, these are words of here. Ema Seifa, so how I'm looking at the end of the Bryce. So what is the end of the Bryce? Motion, the main question is something, not done. I will exclude ultimately the main question is something and done. So remember again, those are excluded from the Torah. So done is excluded from Pigel. Done is excluded from Pigel. Why? Because done itself is the matir, it doesn't have another matir. Minchas Nesachim also is fully consumed on his behalf, and therefore no matir. So I will say, Asam Rabbanon, that goes back to the Rabbanon, not really the Sanyo. Niski, the aim of Chayal Mishum Pigel. Then they should down on Zerach, matir, and the cards are in there. So this is very interesting. So I now hold like this. The libations, the Nesachim that accompany an animal sacrifice, that the Meir says are subject to Pigel. Why? Let me posits, they have a matir. What's the matir? It's the blood of the carbon. The blood of the carbon is the matir for the satan, and like accompanying libations, and therefore ultimately again they are subject to paygo. So the Chachamim sits right there. What are you talking about? Here's the problem. So what's the problem? You don't have to bring your Nesachim the same day as your carbon. Like you can bring it literally again. This is literally 10 days later. I don't know. I don't remember how long it is. I don't remember if 10 is an actual number or ultimately it's a hyperbolic. But the point over here is you don't have to bring it the same day. The fact that you don't have to bring it the same day indicates to us that what? They're really not so late. They're not so late. And therefore, again, the blood of the carbon should not be considered to be the mark of the Nesachim. Therefore, it should be such a big old. On the low, they say, on the low, it's like, ultimately, it's not how you put it on the say, on the hand. I agree when I say that the gun acts as the master ultimately again of being Nesachim, what is that referring to? Ultimately, again, I'm referring to when the Nesachim are brought at the same day as the carbon. The same time as the carbon. I'm going to go safe. Haman, music in this is reflect. Maybe you got to look Shem Sola. Maslosa, Shalom. So ultimately, it's Rabbi holds that ultimately the Lord Shalom, the Lord, Maslosa, Shalom. The applications ultimately again permit you Maslosa of Shalom, Maslosa Nefadime. In fact, that the applications ultimately again allows for the earth to be permitted. Therefore, again, that's the matir, and therefore it could become pigul. We sign it because we learned, look, Shemishal Tzorah, more than what she's wrote. She's Adam. Right? Ultimately, the look Shemishal Tzorah, it is subject to Ne'ilah up until the point of Zrika. Mizrach Adam, the words the blood has been sprinkled, no morning below morning. Ideally, you should not get mundane benefits from it, but if you did so, ultimately it is not subject to Ne'ilah. Rabbi says, morning at She'itim Matzmosef.
watch
Rabbi
Flagrant.
says we can
Yeah.
make Mehillah
Yeah.
ultimately until the
I guess we
application.
see what the chat.
Shavin Sha'asr Ba'achiva Achilitin Matan Shava Umatan
Can you imagine
Bahoros.
someone
And
talking
everyone
ironically
agrees
like
that
this
you
in real
cannot
life?
go on and can't because when the rest of the oil goes to the Bahamas.
Devil's
Everyone
Assistant,
agrees that the rest of the oil cannot be consumed until ultimately again the 7 applications and the applications of the thumbs. Right, thumbs. Amu Kamid, that's the Minnesota. Amu Kamid Rabbi Yirmiyah, Amar Gavra Rabbat Rabbi Yosef Lema Kiyadosa. Is someone great like Rabbi Yosef actually makes this statement? So I say Amar Beis, Hare Look בפני עצמו, ולכו עומר מסלוס השעולי, ולא מפגרים עלי. So the look itself ultimately again, everyone agrees that it's the application that permitted, and yet again it does not become clear. Look at actually just a moment before we go on. How come בפני עצמו? So, how about בפני עצמו? מסורה שהביא השם העליון. Except Minnesota brought this Asham today. This is at the conclusion of this Salas purification process. So he brings ultimately again this Asham today, and his root Shem and 10 days later, he will call it Alma, Matnos of Shining and Bakila, like everyone agrees, the halacha and myself, that the applications are what permit the oil for consumption. The whole of the Kiddush should be Kishinizrak Kama Asham, La Shira and Dideku. And also, obviously, the wood is being brought. The wood is being brought after the carbon. That Pashtus means that it's not going to be sharis at the time of the Zika of the Asham. And if that's the case, it's not related to the carbon. He goes on, he says, Dama Asham, Sagash, Lakshi, Lain, Kidei. And obviously, it's not like the Luk Shaman is not even in a Kusharis. And with the Zika of the Asham, in Halacha on myself, it's not considered to be quote unquote Shirayim. When it's a below Shari, right? I feel awful, love me, but it's not going to give that whole. Even though we should say, okay, the Shari, I need to Anarchy, Boy in the Asham, Nani, Apagab, Rabbi Maslosa, Shari, right? Lord, with the gun, may shame the Taga, Eladam, or comments, Shirav, to show the excuse me as well. So, one suggests like this. So, let's read that here. Or you look up with the Atzmo. If you bring the link Shem by itself, meaning, Mitzora offered up his Asham, and then at some later date, he offers up his link Shem. It is brought up in the Chuvin Anumat Yosef Sholai, but not before you know it. It's the applications, whenever they occur, ultimately again after the oil, and don't make it pickle. The Sanya, look Shem Mitzora, Chayab and Avav Mishum pickle. Right, the look of oil of the Mitzora, Chay because the pickle, Mikvei, Shadam, Makilo, the Bahoros, Kidei. So ultimately again, it is the blood application of the Asham that allows the oil application on the thumbs of the Mitzora. These are very rare. And yet, I mean, they're very rare. There's a reason about it. Says, what are you talking about? How come maybe Hashem and Hashem, but maybe so comes back at me, but I don't understand. The look Hashem intends these brought without, sorry, I said the Hashem, the look Hashem can be brought long after the Hashem. The fact that it can be, I will say, Rashi will define this for us. See, if the Shemin, I understand what you want to say, that the Shemin is in a Kusharis at the time that Zika is done for the Asham, and ultimately again, that the root is connected to the Asham. And therefore the dam is the Makir, and therefore the Shemin could become Tegel. But the fact that the Shemin oil doesn't even have to be in a Kusharis at the time that the carbon is offered, doesn't that indicate that, of course, they're connected, because everything is part of the same ritual process. But you can't say that the dam of the Asham is the master of the Luk Shemin, because the Luk Shemin could be sitting in its regular jar and even be shy at the time that the Asham is offered. So how can you say that the dam of the Asham is the master for the Shemin? Which the Gemara says, he says, Valo, other maybe Asham, first I bring his Asham now, and Lord, we can't let us and bring his Luk Shemin 10 days from now. The Gemara says, you're right, calm down, I'm a hand. I need one, I love it, but in my Asham. This is I agree with you. When I say that the blood of the Asham is a matter for the Rig Shemin, when do I say that? When the Shemin is brought with the Asham. That's what I'm saying it. But in Akinami, if the Shemin is not brought with the Asham, yes, I agree with you.
what pisses us off.
It's not connected.
It
Then
is
ultimately, again, the
designed to
dam is
make
not
me
the
angry.
matir for the look shaman.
This is
And then the pashtos, the shaman should really become pickle. To which the Gemara says, the sami mikan nisachim. And ultimately, again, remove nisachim, ultimately, again, from the list. Rabbi, we all know this. Rabbi is more done for me. The Tana look haba in the Hashem, but who I did in the Nisachim haba in Isaac. Rabbi said, don't remove it, rather reinterpret it and say it in the following. The same way that when we talk about the Lug Shenem of the Mitzvot, the coming table, what is that talking about? That's a case of where the Lug Shenem is brought with the Asham. Because it seems to everyone agrees that if the Lug Shenem is brought with the Asham, then the dam of the Asham is the matter for the Shenem, and therefore ultimately the Shenem becomes table. So too, the Sachim are the same way. Libations brought together with the carbon, together, they will be together. Ultimately, the dam of the carbon will be the market for the Nisachim, and therefore the Nisachim will be subject to payment. Incredible. Was the Hadakana, the Nisachim Abban Mekiatzma, then the Vice also says by the way, so it's almost two cases, right? So it's fascinating. Just touches that out on the story. Sometimes the Nisachim, right, and Nisachim is a libation, sometimes the Nisachim can become payable, sometimes they don't become payable. Sometimes the Lug Shenem of the Mitzvah can become payable, sometimes it doesn't become payable. What's what? Very simple. When the Nisachim and the Lug Shenem, right, are brought with their respective karbanos, then the dam of their respective karbanos is their matir, they become payable. When they're brought separately and independently of their respective karbanos, ultimately the dam is not the matir, and then they don't become payable. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, look how body ma'asham, right? So again, first category is the look of Shemin that comes with this asham, which does become payable because the dam is the matir, but doing the safin, same thing by the safin. The safin that comes with the respective karbanos, ultimately the dam is the matir, they become payable. Then at the harder time, then it also mentions the safin abban b'fnei but who have been look how bad b'fnei. Then it creates a second category, again, of the Lug Shemen or the Nisachim that come independently of their carbon, and halacha l'maisa do not become payable. So that's so fascinating, and again, a tremendous takeaway. So somebody asks you on your way out, could the Lug Shemen of the Mitzvah become payable, or can the Nisachim become payable? What's the answer? It depends. It depends, right? What is this depend on? Was it brought with the carbon or not? If it was brought with the carbon, then the dam of the carbon becomes the matir. Once it has a matir, it is subject to payment. If it was brought independently, because remember again, another interesting fact over here is that Nisachim and Shemen can be brought after the carbon. Can brought after the carbon. Halacha, when I say that's the case, they're not really, they're connected, but not really connected to the carbon. The dam is not the matir. If there's no matir, ultimately, again, there is no payment. Incredible. Incredible. Another like that. So like the Armin says, remember the next thing the Raisa said, but by Chatas holes, the blood application, which again, remember we said, is not really, but rather again, is a squeezing of the blood of the bird onto the mizbeach. That ultimately again permits the meat, permits the consumption to the Bahamas. So now I mean, the way to know this, the tiny lady, called Kabbalah, the Rabbos, this process is Zeria Lakamikono Shakabashim, Minaish, called Korbanon, Lachom, Hasam, Lachokat, Hasam, Lachol, Asher, she will be Polish Kalashim. This person is talking about everything that belongs to the Kohanim. All the different sacrifices that belong to the Kohanim. The process says, called Korbanon, all of the sacrifices, the Rabbos look Shaman Shamasola. This comes to include the look Shaman, right? After you do the applications on the Mitzvah, the rest of the oil belongs to the Kohanim. So the Gemara says, so that's, you would have thought, Min Ha'ish, you would have cut when you would have cut some fire, right? What is from the fire? Maybe it's only stuff that was on the fire that becomes the property of the Kohanim. Therefore, again, the Gemara says that I love most of the issues, and the oil obviously is not the residual from the fire. Kamash Maman, Halacha Ursa, Korbanon comes to include everything. Anything that's sacrificial in nature, ultimately, again, the Kohanim get. The Chol Mincha Sam, and again, I'm going to continue. So, what does the Chol Mincha Sam mean? The Rabbos Minchas Omer, that ultimately, again, the Kohanim get the mincha that accompanies the covered omer. The covered omer is the barley offering. It comes on the second day of Pesach. Minchas HaKnos, ultimately, the Minchas Knos is the mincha of the Sota. Mincha of the Sota, that goes to the Kohanim as well. So that, I would have thought, well, someone said too far behind. I would have thought like this. Generally, again, if it gets to something, those who achieve atonement through the item, Minchas HaOmer Lahatir Asya. Now again, remember again, the Minchas HaOmer doesn't come to be Mechatas. What does the Minchas HaOmer come for? It comes to permit. It comes to permit the consumption of Kadosh when you drink. So I'm going to put Minchas Kunos, Yedar Avon Kasya, and the Minchas of the Minchas of the Sota process is to determine her guilt or her innocence. I would have thought that these are items that the Kohanim don't get. Kamash Malon, Kamash Malon get these items. You better let us continue. For the whole Kakasam, like the little bit against the ones that we call out the Rabbi's Kakasal, it's some sorts of between Kakasal that the Kohen gets to eat the Kakasal. With the Sadas, I would have thought, I want to remember again, what's unique about the fact that the Kohen gets to eat Kakasal? What's unique about this? There's no shripa. There's no shripa, there's no shripa. So I would have thought that's called an aveva. An animal who dies, an animal is killed without proper shripa, that's called an aveva. Ultimately, the Kohen can't eat that. Kamash Malon, yes, he can. It's incredible. The Rabbi's Asham Nazir, the Asham Mitzvah. This comes to include the Asham of the Nazir, Asham they are consumed by the Kohanim. So I would have thought the Akshir Kasu, since they come to rectify the state, they come to restore the Nazir and the Mitzvah to his previously held state. Maybe Kohanim don't get that. That Kamash Malon that they do. Asham Mitzvah, Asham Mitzvah is explicit. So Asham Mitzvah is explicit, but positively, the Rabbi's Asham Nazir, Asham Mitzvah. Rather again, the Torah is going to do Asham Nazir, Asham Mitzvah. Just like Asham Mitzvah can be consumed by the Kohen, so too Asham Nazir is consumed by the Kohen as well. Incredible. Asher Yashivu, like that. What does that refer to? Zeg Gezel Hager. So what's this fascinating? What's Gezel Hager? Gezel Hager, we'll say, is the situation. Let's say I stole from a convert. I stole from a convert. And now what happens? What happens? Again, there's a mitzvah, the age of his There's a mitzvah to return a stolen object. So let's say now the ger died, and he left behind no living relatives, halachas relatives. So what happens with Gezel Hager? He goes to Kohanim. So ultimately, again, I share with you that means Gezel Hager goes to Kohanim. L'chol, shel koyeh, it belongs to you, to the Kohen. Even the Kaddish Boaz Haisha. And again, even to use it for Kiddushin. So what does this mean? Sometimes when the Gemara wants to demonstrate that something really belongs to you, the way they demonstrate that is you can even use it for Kiddushin. Why? Because again, also at Kiddushin, the item has to be yours. Halachically to be yours. So Gezel Hager, in this case, belongs to the Kohen to the point that he can even use it for Kaddish. I will say, no, we'll stop over here today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem at these two dots. And we'll say, great job. Hashem. Great Gemara, Shkrach, Master, a lot of sugis. So we continue the Meretz Hashem tomorrow.
Well, you have a lot of. Yeah.
Okay, we'll Zoom. Have a great day. Shkoya.
Anyone he doesn't, if he disagrees with you, then you're a cutter. And he's gonna. I will snap his fucking neck. That's what happens. Housing market has been made. Will Akash and Justice League divorce before 2027? I just want to point that out. Okay?
2027? Oh, we have like a long way.
Yeah. We're trying to rebrand you right now, Justice. Okay, I gotta wait. Can we get some other definitions out of the way? Yeah, let's get some other definitions. Yeah. Allegedly.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thing. Our Kamiko's sponsors for the month of Heshvan, Stephen Darizin. Loving them with Steve, Father Albertson, Zoom, sees the Ryan Zucker Reha. On the occasion of his 20th yard cycle, these are learning sponsors, friends of Yitzi and Yankee Staten, in memory of their mother, Chaya Stakin Shikon Rabbi, may her neshama have an aliyah and the family from the mother. Daniel, the message, I'm excited to be back in person for a few days to learn with the Holy Chevra. There is no Chevra like our Chevra, belated in honor and belated Mazel Tov, in honor of Dr. Schwartz and the Mark of Sima Torah. Mazel Tov. They have only sponsors, Judy and Eddie Ben Zed, in memory of Judy's father, Nolan Nachman, Moshe David Ben Shavel. So the Rothschild Yertzeit is on the 5th of March, touched on the outside of America by Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Sabin Ali and their families on the Torah, all the team in Refuah. Shab went together, called home and Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shir Yertzeit allowed. The rest of our brethren who brought home for Kuras Yisrael, she was safety and security for our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael and in Eretz Yisrael, Mizoka. Beautiful B'Sel Tavos for all of Ad Yisrael. First with that, let us begin today's daf is Mem Gimel. A really exciting daf ahead of us today. We actually made inroads into the Mishnah yesterday, but let's just begin from the beginning of the Mishnah again. On Mem Beis and Beis 42b, last two lines. The following items, ultimately again, they are not chayu. If you consume them, you will not be chayu because of pigel. Now again, I will say. What that means is, just to clarify, the way we spoke about this again yesterday, is the following items, even if they are part of a karma, which is pigel, they themselves can never, we'll call it for lack of a better term, contract pigel. Right? They cannot be rendered pigel. Now remember again, what's the rule, what's the concept that the Mishnah is espousing? The only way to become pigel is how? Is ultimately again, if you yourself have a matir. If you have a matir, in other words, an item has to have an independent matir, some other permitter, ultimately in order to become a pigel. If the item in question does not have a matir, then by definition it can't become pigel. What's the chiddush? Even though again, that very item is part of a karma, which has been rendered pigel, along the lines of the object itself has not become pigel. So let's go through. You know what it says? Komets, since number one, komets, which is again, remember again, that's the three fingerfuls of the carbon mincha that is burnt on the mizbeach. So remember, the komets itself is the matir, but the komets again cannot become pigel. So even if the rest of the mincha. So for example, a carbon mincha can become pigel, but Allah Kalamaisa, if one were to consume the komets, one would not be kari for consumption of pigel. Torres, which again is the burning of incense. Remember, because by Torres, ultimately again, there is no matter. Like the Torres itself, I should say, the Torres in itself is the very matter. Halakona, remember, the Bona is part of the matter of the carbon mincha. With the carbon mincha, you give the mitzvah, and you also bring levona. Top of Mem Gimel, 43. Mishnah says minchas kohani. Minchas kohani is the Kohen decides to bring a carbon mincha. What's the halacha? That mincha is totally consumed in his bath. Again, this is an important distinction. Halacha l'maisa, if I, in Yisrael, bring a carbon mincha, so what's the halacha? The komets gets offered up on his bath, and the rest of the mincha goes to the Kohen. If a Kohen brings a carbon mincha, halacha is it is totally consumed on his bath. So once again, there's no matir. There's no matir that's part of that, and therefore halacha l'maisa, no pigel. Minchas kohen Moshiach, that's the mincha, what we call the minchas chavitim, the unique offering of the kohen gadol. That's where again part of it is given in the morning, part of it is given in the afternoon. Once again, it's fully consumed on the mizbeach. Therefore, again, no matir. The hanisachim haboim b'fnei asman b'li yalideh. Now, listen, the hanisachim haboim b'fnei asman is, for example, there's two cases over here. This could just see, let's just go with the simple case. So what are the suffered? It's essentially a carbon mincha, so less, it's fine flour, together with a wine libation. So you can go ahead and pledge that in and of itself, and ultimately, again, that is fully consumed on the mizbeach as well. Therefore, no independent matir. Because there's no independent matter, therefore it does not become pigel. The Chacham say now, again, interestingly enough, the mayor understands that the only time these nesachim don't become pigel is when they're being offered up on their own. But if they are part of a carbon, part of an animal sacrifice, then they will be subject to pigel, because since they're linked to the animal sacrifice becomes pigel, and ultimately the nesachim becomes pigel. The Chacham say, that come along with the animal offering, ultimately again won't be subject to pigul. Now, why not? Why aren't they linked? Why aren't they linked ultimately again to the status of the carbon? Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi says it here. The
Like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
It's not very exciting that he's going to come up, which I think is always another couple of days.
Now, I will be honest, as much as I was heartbroken about what was going on with you guys, and
when you have a carbon
definitely
on one
there
religion
was a
or on
little
a
part of
second,
me that was like, it
that
would be
also means
hilarious
you're
to come in here and find out you
cannot
had
be
a
brought together with the carbon. You
So
can
maybe
even
you
bring
and
them the
then
next
I'm bringing
day.
for you.
So the fact that you're not chronologically linked to be brought at the same time, that comes to indicate that you have a little bit of a different type of status from one another. And therefore, we're probably saying that even the suffering that come with animal offering ultimately are not subject to pigul, since they can be brought at a different time. Okay? Again, about say obviously, like, and Mishnah will delve into these intricacies and necessary in the Gemara. Next, look, Shemin Shal Mitzorah, the lube of oil that is used for the Mitzorah. Rashi says over here, look, Shemin Shal Mitzorah, so ultimately, again, the leftovers of that can be consumed, so we discuss. So once again, halacha writes that there is no deal of people over there. Now, why that is, we'll discuss. Rabbi Shimon says, look, Shemin Shal Mitzorah, Rabbi Shimon over Ein Chayam Mishum Pigul. Rabbi Shimon says, no pigul by the oil of the Mitzorah. Now, it looks like an oil is used. There's oil applications, oil sprinkling, Rabbi Meir Omer, Chayam Mishum Pigul. Shadana Asham Nakio. Rabbi Meir says, no, the blood, the oil of the Mitzorah, in fact, is subject to pigul. Why? Because it has a matir. What's the matir? It's the blood of the asham that the Mitzorah brings as well. Fascinating. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. Now you're going to say, fine, let's go back to it. Kol shish l'matir, here it is. Kol shish l'matir, bein la'adam min mizbeach chayav mishum pigul. Ultimately, again, any carbon, and kol shish l'matir, anything that has a matir, anything that has a permitted, bein la'adam min mizbeach. Whether ultimately, again, this is a carbon, or this is something that is either consumed by man, or brought up on the Mizbeach, Hayavim Alav Mishum Pigul. So let's say that's been the rule that the Mishnah has been operating with. In order to become Pigul, ultimately again you have to have a matter. And again, I will say, I just want to stress what the Kiddush is over here. Right? So the principle makes a lot of sense. The Kiddush, what's fascinating about this is, these aforementioned items, not all of them, but some of them, technically be part of a carbon which is in and of itself pigul. The carbon is pigul, yet the items mentioned in Mishnah, although they are part of that very same carbon, are not pigul. Fascinating. In other words, before this Mishnah, we would have automatically assumed that what? And I don't realize that the carbon becomes pigul. Which parts of the carbon would become pigul? What becomes pigul? I would have thought everything. Logically, the issue over here is no. Only parts of the carbon which have a matir ultimately become pigul. But if something doesn't have a matir, it doesn't become pigul. Which then yields a fascinating reality, which is, what's the one thing that's part of a carbon that doesn't have a matir? The matir. The matir, right? So fascinating. So the matir itself, again, we'll see how this rule holds up. But the matir itself ultimately, again, does not become pigul. Not become pigul. Incredible. He wants to tell Ola, when it comes to Ola, Dama Matir as Pesarah and Mizbeach, but Ola Makani. So, for example, for an Ola, just to give you an example of a Matir, for an Ola, it's blood ultimately, again, goes ahead and is the Matir. It allows the pork to be burned on Mizbeach, that's how it's an Ola, and ultimately, and the hide goes to the Kohanim. Ola Sa'ol, just to give you illustrations of this. Ola Sa'ol, if you have a bird Ola, Dama Matir as Pesarah and Mizbeach. Remember again, Ola Sa'ol is burned. So again, the blood is the matir. What is it matir? It allows ultimately again the food to be burned on the mizbeach. of a bird chatos, Dama Makir as Yisrael Economy. Ultimately, again, the application of the blood. And also, the truth is, by birds, we're going to see something a little bit different. As opposed to animals, where there's Shchita, and then ultimately, again, Kabbalah, and then Zrika. By birds, there's also Shchita. This is called Logika. Right, which is what we'll discuss with that is. Furthermore, interestingly enough, is not really Kabbalah. But rather, what happens by birds is that the blood itself is just squeezed from the bird ultimately again onto the mizbeach. But we'll have time to get to that. So by chatas ultimately again, the blood is not there beneath to be consumed by Kohanim. Part of Hanisrafim, you see it in Hanisrafim. So what about again, part of Hanisrafim says, so again, remember, whenever you see that, it usually refers to chatas kiri. And Kabbalah ultimately again there are that take place inside of the Heichal. So that's everything we've been discussing, right? Power Halam Davam Natsipah, Power Koyin Mashiach, the Seer of Yom Kippur, the power of Yom Kippur. All of these items, Daman Matir Es Emulegan Mikalev. Ultimately, again, the blood application allows for their sacrificial parts to be burnt. The Shimon says, okay, so what's that? So good. So that's our Mishnah. Okay, we have one more piece focus. That's our Mishnah. That's our principle. And this last part of the Mishnah is appears that what the Mishnah is doing is illustrating the aforementioned principle. Anything that has a matir, ultimately again, is subject to becoming pigul. Even if the carbon becomes pigul, if there's a part of the carbon that does not have a matir, ultimately, again, it does not become pigul. We will say the Mishnah there as well. The Shimon says, "Kol she'eino al mizbeach hachitzon tishlomin, ein chayav l'mishum pigul." I was going to say the Shimon comes in and drops a little bit of a bombshell over here, which is really fascinating because we've been learning about pigul for so long. Honestly, it feels like we've been learning about pigul for so long. So it's fascinating that he chooses to drop this piece of information here. That we didn't see this much earlier on. And the Shimon says, "Hold up. Pigul only applies in a very specific set of circumstances. Namely, if the carbon resembles shlamim. Now let's say, now why does the carbon have to resemble shlamim? Let's take a look at Rashi. It's the last Rashi in the Mishnah. About 4 lines up from the 4 lines from wide. Kol she'ein matan daman amzeh kizuk shlamim, she'pigul sigbaru eichad l'shem pigul. The concept of pigul, interestingly enough, the Shimon points out, is brought down in the context of shlamim. That's where it's brought down. This Rabbi Shimon says that's not an accident. Why is it that the Torah goes ahead and brings up pigul by shlamim?
Like I was just talking about this nostalgia for being in college, when it's like you're still a child, but it feels like you're in the adult world, and you're so insulated, and you're in this bubble, and like everything's just so simple and easy, and that's more what I was talking about.
And out of his hair and ready to be subject to pigul. Incredible. And that's how what I said in the Mishnah. Beautiful. The English grammar is most fascinating in this. If you think about this idea that something could be part of the carbon, yet not become pigul. Part of the carbon not become pigul. So what's the lesson? So what's interesting is, as much as we always say, right, all the Russia Irish Shelo, like one to the wicked person will see meaning that what? My surroundings have a tremendous influence on me. And in fact, sometimes one of the most destructive and delusional things we do in life is we pretend that the things we do or the people we surround ourselves with or the activities that we engage in do not have an influence on us, right? That we think that we can do kind of certain things and I can still remain the same person. And yet we learn, often the hard way, that anything and everything we do and whoever we surround ourselves with and those we connect ourselves with have a profound impact on who and what we are. But yet, what the Mishnah also says is that sometimes you also can't control your surroundings. So just know that even if you're around pigul, doesn't mean you have to become pigul. Right? Even sometimes in life, because of circumstances not of your own choosing, you find yourself surrounded by compromised influences and circumstances. Resist. A person has the ability to sometimes fight off the negative influences that want to encroach on the confines of my neshama. You can be strong enough to push back. You can be strong enough to maintain your identity. You can be strong enough to stave off the negative influences. The harayim, what does it talk about? Parts of the carbon that are surrounded by people on every single side, and yet refuse to become people themselves. Ideally, avoid the negative circumstances, avoid the negative people, avoid the negative influences. But when you know that you have the power to maintain your holy identity, tremendous. Something about
I got a job at Duluth after I graduated college.
Comments people, shall look up in his desk, talk up people in the alright. So it's like, it is filled with like wild dissenter. So it goes like this. If you offered up a comments that is piggle, that is piggle. Now what does this mean? I was like, Raphael Bach approached me after the show yesterday. Let's go ahead and take special interest in all of these Gemaras, right? That what's fascinating about this is it's going to be according to the Gemara, when is the comments becoming piggle? When is it becoming piggle? At the time of the Knesset. Like that's what's happening over here. So it's coming up at the time of the Knesset. So now Uber says something amazing. If you take a comment that is piggle, and what happens? Shahad look up in Mizbeach, and now you put it on the Mizbeach, Haka Pigulo Mimeter. Ultimately, again, its piggle status has departed from it. No longer piggle. Listen, you just understand? So in other words, according to the Knesset, at the time of the Knesset, he has in mind, it's Monday, I'm going to eat this mincha on Wednesday. Chutzpah's no, piggle 101. Now the carbon is piggle. The Gomet is piggle. Not granted. So remember again, Mishnah told me that if I eat that Gomet, ultimately I'm not chayiv kares, right? Because ultimately the Gomet itself doesn't actually become piggle. But Allah Kalabai, so Uber now says, if you place that Gomet on the Nizar, the moment you get what are you supposed to do with that Gomet? What are you supposed to do with it? Burn it outside of the Mikdash, right? Because it's invalid. The covenant is piggle. You have to get rid of it. But if you went ahead anyway and you put that comment on the Mizbeach, Uber says, then rectify.
Like I said, he came here early, so
Rectify.
I was still trying to
Comments is good.
fill in all these holes.
Incredible.
So that cowboy knows that's really
Why? In Zimmer, so it's like, in the Haven, maybe they did piggle. Who has more close game? Now, who makes a cryptic statement? The statement is, because if the comments could make other things piggle, it in of itself certainly can become piggle, and I think that statement doesn't seem to help it seems to harm it. So the mayor says, my Kama, Ula, what are you saying? What exactly is it just talking about? So watch this. And England is Kabbalah, hey, maybe Achille will be piggle. So we'll say, so this is absolutely fascinating. When does a carpet become piggle? Right, let's go back a little bit. When does a carpet become piggle? Ultimately, again, only after the machir has been done, right? If you don't go through the process, then ultimately, again, it doesn't become piggle. So let's just go back to just a moment. Like I have a regular chata sakitza, regular chata that's being offered up on the items there. When does that carpet become piggle? When? Ultimately, after Zika. After Zika, before Zika, ultimately, again, it does not become piggle. So people's discussions, the piggle status, only involves the color carbon once the carbonic process is complete. Right? If the carbon ultimately is used to complete the carbonic process, piggle never really sets in. So what the thing is like this. In any of this carbon, if you can't offer up the codex, then the Gemara says, hey, maybe after the piggle. Then ultimately, again, how does a carbon mincha ever become piggle? See, now what the Gemara is saying is, a mincha really only becomes piggle when the kometz is actually offered up on the Mizbeach. But if the kometz itself is piggle, then how do you offer it up? It must be that when you take the piggle kometz and you put it on the Mizbeach, ultimately it's like, so Mizbeach,
Honestly,
the comments, now by these references, by the comments, so again, now the company can become piggle. So you might okay, so perfectly good option this moment. Enable this Kappa.para, so that you put second white line, if maybe at the end of the day, piggle, I'm not just comments, I'm actually looking to line the makar, when you come this Hageras, and then Haktaras or Haktara. So again, I was saying, so now, you're not just saying this is like this. The Machshavas piggle now is not happening at the comments. What is it happening? At the moment that the Kohen is about to burn the comments. So the Kohen is about to put the comments on his back, and he has in mind, I'm leaving this mincha on Wednesday. So the Gemara says, come on. Rashi says, I mean, Rashi, if you want mine, I'm not going to. So Uda says, it's fascinating. It has to be as crazy as it sounds that the comment itself is accepted on the Mizbeach, because if the comment is not effective, then the carbon can't become pale. The comment itself is not accepted, and the carbon can't become pale. The Gemara says, okay, my kamash malon. So what's the so what's that? I just want to find out what's my kamash malon. So what's the Kiddush over here? So the Gemara says, so again, if you're telling me that although the comment itself is accepted upon the Mizbeach, if you were to consume the comments afterwards, ultimately again, or you were to consume the comments, you would not be chayav pegel. We learned that. We learned that in Mishnah. Eilus v'amshin chayavim shem pegel. Comments, haktoras, hamavonam, kas koranim, kas korashim, kas nisachim adam. Hello. So what's the Kiddush over there? What's the Kiddush? Hello. The alu lo yadis. Rabbi will say, what is the Kiddush? This is fascinating. The Kiddush is that let's say the Kohen puts the comments on his back. And after he puts the comments on his back, he says, Maranan v'Rabbanan, I have to do tshuva. I had a machshavas pigel when I was doing the comments. I'm not Shabbos pigel. I'm not Shabbos pigel either. Again, I'm trying to do the comments, or the comments puts it on his back, and I had in mind to eat this cover on Wednesday. Now again, the comments are not yet being burned, sitting on the Mizbeach. So I know what should you do? What should you do? Take it off. How much will I know? Once the comments gets on the Mizbeach, ultimately again, you do not take it off. Once you've gone up, ultimately again, you can't go down. I will say, by the way, that phrase is one of the most incredible phrases in all of us. The Alu Lo Yadu. Once you go up, you cannot go down. Now you say to yourself, that is not true. I can point to many circumstances in my life. We got it somewhere because I was absolutely like this. A lot of times, what ends up happening in life is we have beautiful moments of aliyah, beautiful moments of growth, beautiful moments of spiritual success. And then what happens? We fall and we fail. So often we think to ourselves that after I fall and fail, there's moments of aliyah, those moments of beautiful spiritual elation and happiness, which means obviously are meaningless. Right? Because if they were meaningful, they would have been sustained. The fact that I failed indicates that those previous moments of aliyah we're not truly with them. I'm not sure the Gemara says that is not true. That is not true. Just because I failed, just because I fall, even in the aftermath of incredible moments of spiritual ascension, doesn't take away from the holiness, the beauty, and the impact of those moments. Those accomplishments stay with me forever and are never lost, even when I fail so terribly. That's the shot. If you have those moments of aliyah, oh yeah, you never go down. I'll go down. Those moments are mine forever. That's incredibly important. This is why we think that like the true metric of spiritual success is continuity. Right? If I'm able to keep something up, then you realize that in life you can't really keep anything up all the time. So instead, I will say it's important to know that even one-off things are so beautiful and so important. Even just the ability to take a few minutes here, just how many you're giving it, but the next day is terrible. Those episodic moments are beautiful aliyah. They're yours forever. They're yours forever. Nothing could ever take them away from you. Gemara says, "Lord, and you know as well. Halon va'yotzi v'astamei, mishkat kushuz manav v'kushuz kamo, in alu lo yadu." So, for example, let's say you left over a sacrificial part, right? That's one, leaving it overnight. Or a sacrificial part was taken out of the confines of the Beit Hamikdash. or Tame, it became Tame, or Shenishkat with Mizmano, or it was shefted with a pagal intention, the Bukim Komo, or with his getting consumed outside of his committed place, or fell. And all of these items, I say, none of these items should be offered up on his bear. But if you did what is on his bear, what's the halacha? Lawyer. If it went on his back, ultimately, do not take it down. Do not take it down. Right? So we learn this concept already. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, so I said, what's the case? He says, yes. When do we say that if you put it on his back, don't take it down? When is that? When the fire took hold of it. Only once the fire actually took hold of the carbon, ultimately again do we say that don't take it down. But also it's very interesting. But the West is saying that halacha stuff, if the fire did not yet take hold of it, and you realize that you placed something invalid on his back, then what? Take it down. You look at Rashi. Let's see how okay, we'll get back to this moment. This is fascinating. Now, remember again, I was like, so I just want to point out, all of this Gemara is based on a statement of Ula. What did Ula say? That if you have a comment that is pigul, once you put it on his bear, its pigul status has departed from it. Gemara says, okay, what's the chiddush? So now the Gemara says, Gemara is saying the chiddush is, but although you should not have put it on the Mizbeach, in Alu Lo Yerdu, where it says, we learned that already. We learned that concept already. So what are you coming to add? Ula is coming to add a very important qualification. When do we say in Alu Lo Yerdu? When do we say something on the Mizbeach? You don't take it down. When do we say that? When the fire took hold of the item. But if the fire didn't take hold of the item, and now you realize that the item is there illegally, what's the halacha? Take it down. Take it down. Right, so again, if you put it on, even though again you weren't supposed to, and the fire took hold of it, you leave it on. It becomes part of his back, you leave it on. But if the fire didn't take hold of it, ultimately you take it off. Incredible. You might as well learn that also. Hanani Amra Ula. Ula already said that. What did Ula say? Amra Ula. Lo Shalo Allah. Shalo Mashlava Hana Ar. When do we say ultimately again that you remove an item from his back? Right? That Allah for myself.
I cannot understand any upside on being comparing these two. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Hanani from here. In Yardu Yalu. So I'm sorry, I did not, yes. The Ella, in Yardu Yalu, I skipped this line. But again, I was like, what's the point of this? Ula's point over here is that Allah for myself, in Yardu Yalu. This is fascinating. Let's say you put the comments on his back, and the comments came off on his back. So the halacha is Ula says you put it back on his back. Yeah. So not only do we say, right, in Alu Lo Yardu, but also again, and if you illegally put the comments on his back, you don't take it down. But even if you put it on, it fell off. What's the halacha? You put it back. You put it back. The Gemara says, Hanani Tanina. We learned that as well. The Shin Shin Alu Lo Yardu, the same way that halacha l'maisa. The Shin Shin Alu Lo Yardu, the same way that if it went on his back, you don't take it off. Half in Yardu Lo Yalu. So to again, after putting it on, it then came off. Ultimately again. You know, but the Gemara says, well, no, what's the case there? Shemash Labahana R. It's where the fire took hold of it. Okay, so listen, so watch what's happening over here. So, right, Ula says, let's go back to Ula's original statement. Ula's original statement was, if you take a comment, which is legal, and you put it on his back, you don't take it off. Now, the Gemara says, what is the condition of Ula? Because again, the notion that if you put something illegal on his back, you leave it there, we've learned already. Ula's chiddush is, that's what? And if you put it on, and then it fell off, halacha is you have to put it on. But when is that so? That's only if the fire took hold of the kmitza. So ultimately, again, if you illegally placed the kmitza on his back, and then again, it blew off, and now you want to put it back on. So the Gemara says, Ula says, if the fire took hold of it initially, halacha you can put it back on. If the fire didn't take hold initially, then you don't put it back on. Incredible. You must have Hanami Chanino. Sorry, Hanami Amro Ula Hadazimra. Ula already said this before. The Amr Ula. Ula said, when we say, ultimately, if let's say the comet blows up in his bath, but you don't put it back on, when is that so? Ultimately, again, if the fire cannot take hold of it, about mashla bahen ha'ar yaru. But if halacha l'maisa, again, the fire takes hold of it, ultimately, again, ultimately, you put the comet back on the bath. So Ula already said this before. He's already mentioned this before. The person I just mentioned, how beautiful this is. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, look, sweetheart, it turns out in Radam, once the fire takes hold of the comets, the virus is not just comets, this is by any carbon. Once the fire takes hold of it, it becomes Lachmo Shabbos Beit. It becomes ultimately, again, this is now Mizbeach material. This is now the bread of the Mizbeach. So I just want to point out, we're illustrating this with comets, but the principle is going to apply with anything. Essentially, if you take something, sacrificial part, but you are not supposed to put on the Mizbeach because really it's been compromised. Once you put it there, you don't take it off. Not only that, even if it falls off, you put it back on. Now, when is that last statement true? When the fire took hold of it. If the fire took hold of it, it's already considered to be Lach Moshe Mizbeach. It's already considered to be ultimately the bread of the Mizbeach, and if our local nice property, the Mizbeach, therefore you put it back on. That's only if the fire took hold of it. Just what a beautiful and incredible metaphor. Once the fire of Kedusha takes hold of you, you belong to the Mizbeach. You belong to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes, like when you ask the Katzvah, where is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Where is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Without in this Katzvah. And what did the Katzvah answer? Wherever you let me. Wherever you let me. I allow myself to be consumed by the fire of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Then by definition, I become his property. Once you are consumed by the fire of Kedusha, you belong to the very entity from which the fire emanates. So you've been impacted by the fire of the Mizbeach, you belong to the Mizbeach. You allow yourself to be inspired by the fire of His Baruch. And somebody said, it's just about opening my heart to it. Saying, I just want to be close to you. I just want to be connected to you. I just want to feel you. In that moment, the fire of HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills your neshama. You belong to Hashem. Once the fire takes hold of you, you are the property of the Mizbeach, property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Gemara says, now listen to this. Swallow it out, thoughts. Honey, nearly. This concept of the fire taking hold, when is that? It will say on the base. And you break the mechaber. So again, this is very interesting. I'm going to put it like this. Yes. Once something is on the Mizbeach and the fire takes hold of it, ultimately, again, that object becomes the very property of the Mizbeach. When is that so? Like by a sacrificial part of the animal. That is what? One cohesive unit. So once part of, let's say, the sacrificial part becomes burned, then what? You do it as if the entire sacrificial part has become burned. Aval, komets. The mithras, aim alone. But ultimately, again, a komets, now both say, remember again, what is a komets? A komets is power, like this power. It's multiple individual particles. So therefore, again, perhaps you're not considered to be one cohesive unit. Kamashro and that they are. Kamashro they are. And therefore, as once part of the komets, ultimately, again, becomes once part of the komets, ultimately, again, becomes a sinews, right? Because the burden was there. The entire komets is considered to be one of the Mizbeach, which also, by the way, is also such a beautiful yesod in Achdus. We often think that Achdus, right, kind of like requires complete like homogeneity. Like everything has to be the same. Everything has to be the same. Like the limb of animals, all one cohesive unit. It's not true. There's even Achdus in the komets. The komets is made up of multiple individual particles that they're devoted to one unified higher calling. and devoted to one unified, beautiful vision. And when that happens, even individual particles, each with their own identity, and each of their own identity, to form a cohesive unit. Actus doesn't require us to be the same. And Actus doesn't require us to agree with one another. Actus just requires us to have unity of purpose, unity of vision, unity at least in some level of goals and dreams and aspirations. As a club, if we have that, it could be individual particles, but yet again, still one cohesive unit. Incredible, incredible. What says follows? So what's that? Say far, Ulas concept is, if you have something that is sacrificially unfit, and you place it on, and it's there, once it's on, don't take it off. Not only that, but even if it falls off, put it back on. But if it falls off and put it back on, when does that concept apply? When is that? Only if the fire itself took hold of it. But if the fire didn't take hold of it, then so once it falls off, you leave it off. Okay, incredible. Let's go back. I'm Rabbi. So Rabbi says, so we'll say, you're on base 43 second line. He'll go. Hi, Kumitz Piggled. Hi, Kumitz Piggled. So listen to this. Therefore, based on this statement, if you have a codex, part of it is on the Mizbeach, and part of it is off the Mizbeach. And I will say this, and the fire took hold of the part on the Mizbeach. So you can place the rest of the codex ultimately again on the Mizbeach. So let's say again, how exactly you accomplish, I'm not sure. But like you can imagine the Kohen is placing the comments on his back. And as he's releasing it, part of it is sin, and part of it is in his head. So when I say you might have thought that the part that's in his head is should be no. Since the comments is reckoned as one cohesive unit, once the fire touches part of it, all of it is permitted to be placed in his back. Incredible. Power of the fire. Once the fire takes hold, ultimately again everything becomes polished. Incredible. I'm gonna be stuck. I'm gonna be open. Hapigo v'hano seva hakamei. Shem adam mizbeach.
You thought you could talk right now, dude? He's like 150 years old.
Okay, it's interesting things here. So we said that I'm going to say as follows. Hapigo v'hano seva hakamei. Shem adam mizbeach. So let's say pigo. Good. We need to define pigo at this point, still in face trouble. Alright, so I'm gonna one assumption I'm gonna make, we know what pigo is. Good. No sound, which is any carbonic material left over after it's time, or tummy. Tummy means that these carbon became tummy. Shell on the mizbeach. Once you put it on the mizbeach, Haka is your name. Ultimately, again, any prohibition is lifted from it. Haka means like literally like it flies away. I'm gonna push that. Maridiki says Maridiki means literally again the author of this statement. Author of this statement. Author of this statement. You know, it says Mizbeach mikvah tara. I don't say Mizbeach mikvah. But what do you mean you place an item on the Mizbeach? Like you place no sign, you place paper, you place something on the Mizbeach, and now the Mizbeach mix. Its forbidden status go away. What is this magic? Like how exactly does that happen? Or zero. Shemash Lamahana are. No, what's the case? The case is where the fire took hold ultimately again of the mincha, of the carbon. And once the fire takes hold of it, halacha l'maisa, the legal status is, or just the prohibited status is lifted. Master needs to talk about this. So Rabbi Yitzchak brings the following. Shachim, or others say, the Tumasa Allah. Tuma is a kind of Misha Tuma Polakas Mimenu. Yatsa Basa Shein Tuma Polakas Mimenu. So what's that? Very interesting. So if you look at Rashi, that's the Tuma Salah, but Rashi says with Hamon, Naisima Rabbi Shmaitin, remember the Tuma Sagut Medaber, Bahai Krochai, Banefesh Asher Toka Basa Mizebach Hashem Asher Lashem, the Tuma Allah. So what's that? So the most quoting the Pasuk. From Vayikra. Let's just spend a few moments on this. So the pasuk said, let's read it again. If a person will eat carbonic meat, right, shalali, the tuma so Allah, and his tuma is upon him. So we're going to see there's a machlokas in the Gemara. What does tuma so Allah mean? Is the person tamei, or is the carbon tamei? What's the case? Go back to Rashi in just a moment. So we're tuma so Allah. Yachol Tumas Habasar. The name of the High Allah Abbasar Kai. The name of the Tar Sha'achal Sasatame Chayiv. So you might have thought that it's I'm reading Rashi. That it refers to the Tumah of the meat. Right? And that the meat is Tameh. Now the Lomar, the Tumah So Allah. Mashma Shadayim Ki Allah. Beholding the Tar HaKosov Medaber. Zeo Shagut Shetuma Porachos Minu Aide Tvila. He says the Basar Kachim Yakalitai didn't death. This is no watching. So now everybody will spend time on this process. So now the Gemara is like, it's back to the Gemara. The Tumah So Allah. So we'll say, so now again. Halacha Lamaisa, is the passage referring to Tumah of the meat or Tumah of the person? Tumah So Allah. Misha Tumah Parachas Mimenu. This refers ultimately again to a Tumah that can, Parachas Mimenu could fly away. It refers to a state which can be changed. And we'll say, what's the type of Tumah that can be changed? It's not Tumah that can be changed. A person's Tumah. Your Tumah. I can rectify my Tumah. Yatsa Basar Shein Tumah Parachas Mimenu. As opposed to sacrificial meat, where the tumah ultimately again cannot be removed from it. So therefore, the tumah saw Allah, the Gemara says, refers to a tumah that can be remedied, that can be rectified. What's the type of tumah that can be rectified? That's personalistic tumah. But ultimately, tumah of the sacrificial meat cannot be rectified. So Esau, now again, if it's true what you say of Esau, right, Rabbi Yochanan, that ultimately, again, once you put impure sacrificial meat on the Mizbeach, that ultimately the Mizbeach is metallic, and it's not true. But in Esau, Halitavach and idea are not true. The tumah of meat can also be remedied and rectified. How? From Mizbeach. The Mizbeach. On the Rabbi, Ayedei Mikvah Kamina. No. The pasuk is talking about tumah that can be rectified through the use of a mikvah. The Gemara says, hold up. Mikvah ksiv? Does the pasuk say that? Does the pasuk say that it's not a tumah that can be rectified by a mikvah? I mean, I thought about the Tvaser Shalonas, you know, what's the first one line? The low Chazi V'Hakrava. We're talking about ultimately, again, the meat of Shlonim, where halacha l'maisa, again, it is not offered up on the Mizbeach, right? Because the Shlonim ultimately is consumed. So because it's not offered up on the Mizbeach, therefore the Mizbeach itself cannot rectify its tumah. Ravina says, V'tumah so'alav, misha tumah parachas mimenu, kishehu shaveh. Ultimately, again, what is it referring to? So tumah so'alav refers to a tumah that can be removed from the entity while the entity is still whole. Yatsa basar, davar she'into parachas kishehu shaveh, I like the shir chaser. You think that comes to exclude ultimately sacrificial meat. Because while it's true that the Mizbeach can remove the tumah status of sacrificial meat for only when, let me see that with you. So you only when, only when the fire takes hold of it, which means that the meat first has to be diminished, ultimately, again, before the tumah status can be removed from it. So incredible. So therefore, yeah, it's not solid. So just as an aside, this is directly related to what we were learning before, right? Because the statement of Ula is once you place the possible comments on the Mizbeach, ultimately again the comments becomes rectified. But Yochanan just taking that one step further and saying in general, whenever you take something that is compromised and you put it on the Mizbeach ultimately essentially is mitaharet. Good. So now the Gemara says as follows, which is also this whole thing is such a fascinating idea, right? The equilibrium between tumah of an inanimate object versus tumah of a person, which we'll get into a little bit more. So we'll say Gufa. Now we're going to explain it to you. Now we're going to spend some significant time on this one. Tumah so'alav. So once again, the pasuk is Vaynetesh Hashem Socha Basum Mizabach Hashomim Asher V'Hashem. A person will consume sacrificial meat to tumah so'alav, and his tumah is upon him, or tumah is upon him, and then the pasuk says he get colors. So now we're going to see that you're not struggling with the tumah so'alav. What's coming? The person's coming, or the carbon is coming? What are we referring to over here? So the Gemara says, here we go. The tumah so'alav. Start talking about where the person himself is tummy. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, you say tumas, but maybe it's not tumas. Maybe ultimately he's talking about tumah of the sacrificial meat itself. It says over here tumas. And it says ultimately again in the next pasuk for to myself. So let's say this is the next pasuk because in how I next pasuk is if a person comes in contact with the corpse, he becomes tummy and does not purify himself. As Mishkan Hashem Timei, the Mikvah Sanefesh Ha'id, Yisrael Kimei Yidalo Zalakarav, Tamei Yiyeh Od Tumasol Bo. This is when a person comes to the base of Mikvah Hashem state of Tumah. Ultimately, again, it's Chayiv. So you see so much of Tumasol Bo. So when it says over here Tumasol, it says over here Tumasol, Magna Halom Tumasol has Medaber, just like in the second passage we quoted, it's talking about Tumas Hagol, Ashan, the Tumas Hagol, Hakos of Medaber. So too over here, it's talking about Tumas Hagol as well. Incredible. Yossi says, only of the Nemar Hakshin the Lashon Rabin, the Nemar Tuma Haloshon Yochi, the Tumas Hagol Hakos of Medaber. So interesting things that we're going to see, by the way, all of these opinions agree to the same thing. So the Pasuk is talking about Tumah of the individual, not Tumas Hagol. They're just hearing about winning in different ways. He says, it gets Hakshin in the plural, and then it says, ultimately again, Tumasol in the singular. So the Gemara says that must mean the Tumas Hagol Hakos of Medaber. We're talking about Hakshin with the version in the plural. The fact that the first one is singular indicates that Tumah of the individual. Rabbi says, Va'achal, the Tumas Hagol Hakos of Medaber. Says Va'achal, and therefore it's referring ultimately again to Tumas Hagol. Achir say the Tumas Hagol. What does that refer to? Misha Tumah Palachas Gimenu. Yatsa Basa Shein Tumah Palachas Gimenu. The Tumas Hagol refers to a Tumah that little again can be easily removed, as opposed to ultimately again the Tumah of the Basar, which is not Palachas. Incredible. Alright, we saw the point. Alright, now, Rabbi Omer Ba'achal, the Tumas Hagol Hakos of Medaber. So Mar said as follows. So Rabbi said, ultimately the Achal, the Tumas Hagol, means my mashma. Where do you see that? Amarava, Chok Fazor Mefarish, Lei Rabbi Yitzchak Paradumi, the Chamasis Mefarish, Lei Rabbi Zimri, Lo Mefarish. This is just an interesting idea. Rabbi said in general, any pasuk that Rabbi Yitzchak Paradumi doesn't explain is not going to have a good hand. You're not going to understand it. Just like any brisa that Rav Zimri doesn't explain, ultimately you're not going to fully comprehend. Holy pasuk Hakos of B'lashon Nekiva, the same B'lashon Nekiva, since the pasuk opened in the feminine and ended in the feminine, the Lashon Zaka be'emsa, and it uses a masculine Lashon in the middle. The Tumas Hagol Hakos of Medaber. Ultimately, again, the Torah is referring to Tumas Hagol. Clearly referring to Tumas Hagol in this particular context. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this statement of Rabbi. Right, when Rabbi says that, so bottom line, just to understand, Halakha L'Maisa, we now going on a significant detour. Right, after spending most of them almost in the morning, focusing on the statement of Tula and the concept of the Mizbeach to rectify halakhically broken items, we now detoured into this other concept of this pasuk, of whether or not the pasuk is referring to Tumas Haguf or Tumas HaKarban. Now we can say everyone is agreeing that it's referring to Tumah of the individual, so that everyone is agreeing with Halakha L'Maisa. How they get there is a number of different interpretations, but everyone is agreeing on that principle. And now we're going to segue into the statement of Zira as well. We'll say Shkach, stop over here, what a daf, and we begin the read. Shkach, everyone.
Dude, I'll tell you this right
Yeah,
now.
because that's
What
another
were
great
you
game.
trying to say? The land. There's certain words I struggle with. There's no doubt about that. But so that was probably my fourth show that week in 2 days. There's sometimes where my brain just will not work and I have to talk. That happens.
There's sometimes in my brain will not work. God dang it, he's a poet.
Wiggles and Joe.
Good guy.
We got the news.
It's like Nick Griffin or something like that. Why is it in there? What? Oh, like that.
All right, we'll say good morning.
Why is he? Why are we? Oh yeah. Well,
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. Thank you.
He is an industry plant, dude. I've never seen him
Our our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Terry Zinn, in loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, Bunin Zvi Ben Chaim Zichron Livracha, on the occasion of his 20th birthday. The week of learning sponsors, friends of Yitzi and Yankee Statman, in memory of their mother, Chaim Statman Zichron Livracha. May her Neshama have an Aliyah and the family in Nechama. And of course, the remaining days of the week of learning sponsorship by Zevi Daniel, Navar Hashem is back in Eretz Yisrael. The message was, I'll reframe it. I was excited to be back in person for a few days on the Holy Tevra. There is no Tevra like our ancestors to Tevra, and believe the honor and Mazel Tov to Rabbi Schwartz of the Mazel of Sima Torah, and Mazel Tov to Professor Rothschild. Dedicate our learning. This is probably stuff. This stuff is the work of some people who watch over people trying to shower for Bracha. And it's important to remember is that even in the midst of sorrow, even in the midst of difficult times, remember that Baruch Hashem is always so much more Bracha than sorrow. There's always so much more grace than that. There's always so much more light than God. Sometimes again, the difficulties and the challenges often obscure our vision. And how do Hashem keep us today and have the goodness and the beauty of the Baruch and what He gives us is so overwhelming. So we should take a few moments to take a step back, take stock, and appreciate how life should be used in Hashem. Beautiful Besaros Tovos, beautiful brachas, Yeshua's and Nechamas Vala Klav Yisrael. We'll say with that, today's daf is men days. We're really excited daf ahead of us today. Also, a new Mishnah for the time we'll get to at the end a little bit. We're beginning until today's daf is 42. We're picking up the mouth, and there's 42b at the two dots on the bottom of the daf Meisvei. 2 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is Meisvei. So we'll say now, what's the Meisvei? So just to reorient ourselves a little bit. So the Gemara said as follows. Rish Lakish made the statement. Rish Lakish made the statement that halacha ma'aser, according to the Meir, ein mitfagrin b'chatzis matir. Now we've seen this concept before, which is in general, in order for a carbon to become pigul, one has to have done the matir. What's the matir? The matir means really that action that in and of itself makes the carbon permitted. So if the matir was not done, then the carbon cannot become pigul. So up until now, it's been a pretty straightforward discussion, because generally, again, when we speak about carbonos, I say matir, you say. Excellent, good. Thank you for the validation of my life's work. Excellent, good. Thank you. Good. It's just a hobby for me. I'm going to be a doctor by day. So again, really, when I say matir, ultimately, again, we think Zvika, right? Because Zvika is generally, again, when it comes to a carbon, ultimately, again, what creates the effectiveness of the carbon. So Rish Lakish wanted to advance that according to the Meir, halacha l'maisa, you can make a carbon pigul even b'chatzim matir, which means that even with part of the matir process, even if the matir itself is not complete. That was Rish Lakish's statement. You know, it's challenging that. So basically, where it says, when is this true? Now, when is what's the look at that? That's actually last line on the page. When do we say that a carbon can become pigul even with one blood application? Even one blood application, so the Gemara says, when is that? That's only ultimately, again, referring to carbonos, where the blood application is done on the exterior mizbeach. Rashi points out over here, last Rashi on the days, the damim hachitzonim shematana achas materes ufangelisper. So when do we say that one blood application has the ability to make the carbon pigul? That's when you lift exterior carbonos. Carbonos when the blood application is on the exterior mizbeach. Apple, how about you make some out? 42 apple, starting honey turning our mizbeach happening, but blood that is put on the inner mizbeach to go. Our boy Ushlosha Shiyom Kippur, Nachadas Shapar Mashiach. So, for example, blood applications that are done on the interior of the base of the What are examples of that? Like the 43 blood applications that are done. I'll get to it. That's how the Kabbalah is different on our side. But interestingly enough, we'll get to this in just a moment. Or the 11 of the Chal Chol Mashiach. Remember again, the Chal Chol Mashiach, that's in the event that when God will use erroneous issues and erroneous leaders after the harm. So these are examples of katas. Giving the first kapra and raising knowledge. Rashi about the government meaning can go on Arban Rishov Shem Kippurim, Achos Lamata B'Sheva Lamato, Abin Abadin, Damatar, the connected with Damasar, Haikazan. So Rashi just goes through the whole tally, but again, 43 is the total of the blood applications for both the seer and the power. Remember again, in Yom Kippur, you're offering 2 karbanos on the inside of the base, a seer, a goat, and a cow, and a cow, or an ox. Those are on the interior. So when you put all of those together, that's 43. Ultimately, again, the power coin Mashiach, so we just spoke about before, that's a total of 11 applications. That's 7 colors of Harefas, and or 7 colors of Harefas, colors correction, and then 4 on the 4 corners of the interior Mizbeach. Again, so let's say, or for another example, the other 11 of Par Halom Davar Shal Tzibor. Again, some of that extensively as hardness. That's the offering that's made when the Sanhedrin rules erroneously, and Klal Yisrael acts on that. There's a total of 11 blood applications. Where does the 11 come from? Again, 7 up towards the curtain of the Kodesh. I mentioned again, I'm listening again. That's a unique application. Why? What do you call that application? Matzliff, right? Like flinging of, flicking, like the flicking of a whip, right? Matzliff. Again, it starts like this, palm up, when you start, then palm down as you get a little bit lower.
What's up, guys?
That's 7 there, and then 4 blood applications ultimately again on the corners of the Mizbeach. Pigo. Okay, so just before we go on, right? So the Rabbi said as follows: when do we say ultimately again that you can make a carbon pigel with just 1 blood application? That's talking about karbanos that are offered on the exterior Mizbeach, but karbanos that are offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash. And to give you the example, the 2 different types of karbanos of Yom Kippur, the par coin Mashiach, the par halam davar min hatzibor. In all of those, pigel bein barishona, bein b'shniya, bein b'shlishes. If you have pigel machshavos, you're in the first, second, or third series of applications. Now, let's understand this just a moment. Look at Rashi. Pigel bein barishona, it's very different. So the first set of blood applications, the personal blood applications that are done inside of the Kodesh HaKadosh. That's back by Yom Kippur. Right by Yom Kippur, remember again, there's blood applications done actually inside the Kodesh HaKadosh. So we want to call that the first category. Bein b'shniya, what is the second category? Second category, Rashi says, is the sprinkling towards the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Bein b'shlishis. The third category of sprinklings are the blood applications on the corners of the interior of the Mizbeach. So if you had a machshavas pigel, again, I've also said it's just the final term. Maybe a little bit of chazara. What's pigel? What type of machshav is that? Chutz l'zmano. So go ahead and use the carbon outside of its permitted time. So if you had, so again, now what's happening over here? Now the Gemara, although the Bryce was talking about a number of different chakras offerings offered inside the Beis Hamikdash, the last part of the Bryce is focused on Yom Kippur. So let's just stay focused on Yom Kippur for just a moment. Right, so again, remember, I have 2 karbanos offered up on Yom Kippur, a pound and the sun. Right, we just saw the total number of different applications. The Bryce now splits up those applications into 3 categories. Category 1 are the applications done inside the Kodesh HaKadosh. Category 2 are the applications that we call in the Kodesh. So just again, we don't learn the whole thing. I'll go again. This is the Kodesh HaKadosh, like Holy Holies. When we see a Kodesh, that's this. The rest of the interior of the Beis Hamikdash. So category 1, group 1 of applications is done in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Group 2 is done in the Kodesh. What is it done in the Kodesh? Sprinkling, towards the curtain, towards the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadosh. So outside, towards the curtain. Group 3 is the blood applications on the actual interior of the Mizbeach itself. So it's only 4 applications on each of the corners. If one being the code, had a machshavas pigel during any of those applications, what's the halachah? The Meir Omer pigel, the chayav al paris. The Meir says ultimately again it's pigel, and therefore you will be chayav paris. From the Chum say in bo paris ad sheyifagel b'kol hamatra. Chum say no, it's not pigel. It's not pigel. Why is it not pigel? Ultimately again because it's coming to only become pigel if the machshavas pigel occurred during the totality of the matzah. Now again, on both sides. For inner chatos offerings, what's the matir? What's the matir? All of the blood applications. Remember again, here lies the fundamental distinction between what we call a chatas pnimi and a chatas chitza. Chatas pnimi, a chatas done inside of the structure of which means inside the Kodesh Kodashim, versus a chatas chitza, a chatas done outside, let's say again by the larger mizbeach. A chatas chitza, as we established last week, halacha l'maisa only needs one blood application in order to go ahead and fulfill the obligation of the carbon. A chatas pnim needs all of its blood applications. So this is very interesting raisa. Very interesting raisa. So here you see over here what's happening. Let's say Kohen has a machshavas pigel during one of the three categories, one of the three buckets of blood applications for a chatas pnim. Rabbi Meir says pigel. Pigel, Chachamim say not pigel. You can only become pigel of what? If you have a Shabbos pigel during categories 1, 2, and 3. And 3, incredible. That was like Margaret's up. Katani Yaz, pigel, being Rishon, not being the Shliach, and the Shliach is involved. That was what you see over here. But ultimately, again, the mayor is saying if you have a Shabbos pigel, ultimately, again, during any one of these, ultimately, again, the carbon is pigel. Look at Rashi, Pali. The current mayor pigel, the aim time of Shum Das was shown us. The cassava, the fagrin, the katzimata, ultimately, again, remember again, Rish Lakish said before that according to the mayor, ain't mefagrin. I might have said it wrong actually earlier. Right, Rish Lakish says according to the mayor, ain't mefagrin, the katzimata. Right, ultimately, again, you can't make a covenant with a part of a matter. Here it really indicates to us that you can. Because the mayor is saying that halacha l'maisa, even if you have machshavas pigel, by one of the three buckets of inferior blood applications, the carbon is pigel. So this is clearly seems to indicate that a mayor does hold the fagrin, the chatzi matir. That you can make a carbon pigel, even if you only have machshavas pigel during part of the matir. So this is a contradiction to the statement of Rish Lakish. I'm going to be I'm asking, what's the case? You don't shepigel the shvita the chad matir. This is very interesting. So this Quran says, no, what's the case? The case is the Quran has machshavas pigel right? Then shvita. Because shvita in and of itself is considered to be also a matir, and it's considered to be self-contained matir. Now look at Rashi just a moment. Shepigel the shvita. It's almost right across. How to go right there? Pigel the shnia, pigel the don shenishpach hadam la'achar shenigmar ma'atar shebechon. The Kaimalan Beseder Yuma, Yadi Acher, the Yas Tobeho, Ukishashach Agasashini, Pigel Bishkita. So the Kaimalan that who had a pigel shall pigel Bob Babol the Shlema. So this is very interesting. This is a Yuma Gemara. Let's say again you shafted your pie or your soul. It doesn't really matter which animal we're talking about today. Right? And what happens? Halacha l'maisa, you went ahead and you finished up some of the blood applications, but not all of them. And then your blood spilled. So what do? The halacha is you check on the animal and you pick up where you left off. So it could very well be that the Yitzchak suggests that a nurse talking about over here, a case where the Kohen had a machshavas pigel during the shvita of that replacement animal. Because again, since the replacement animal again is coming to fill a very specific need, therefore having machshavas pigel during shvita can count as machshavas pigel during an entire matter. Okay. If that's the case, you might come to Rabbanon. And why would Rabbanon dispute with that? Why wouldn't Rabbanon agree with that logic? My Chachamim, who are the Chachamim? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, this man, after very interesting. HaKoretz v'haravona v'aktores, u'minchas kohanim, u'minchas kohen Mashiach, u'minchas nesachim. So once it's actually you're going to see this Mishnah is coming up. It's coming up. We have a little bit of time. Right, but I'm going to the Mishnahs are like this. Kometz, which represents again the Mitzvah, right? That's a little bit of the common Mitzvah that's going to be there. Yivona, the frankincense, Ketores, incense, Minchas Kohanim. So again, that's a common Mincha offered up by Kohanim. Minchas Kohen Mashiach. Actually, by the way, we're going to see all of this in our next Mishnah. In the bottom of our days here. So Minchas Kohen Mashiach, that's what we call the Minchas Chavitzim. That's the Mincha that the Kohen Gadol himself brings every single day.
But
the
dude,
minfas and the soft.
look at that.
This is ultimately again called the minfas that comes with wine vibrations. In all of these cases, sheniku me'achos mehen kizayis bachutz chayim. If you offered up a kizayis of any event outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again you are chayim. Rabbi Eliezer told that. Rabbi Eliezer disagrees. Why? Actually, Yaakov is cooler. He's very interesting. Rabbi Eliezer says you're not chayim until when? Until you go ahead and you offer up everything. You offer up everything. So I say, so therefore again, the Gemara suggests that Chachamim, this group of Meir, hold that the reason why there's no people in this case, even if you want to set it up as the shchita of a replacement carbon, but ultimately again, it is not going to work. Why? Because the Eliezer holds that the only way to treat people is if you have people on the totality of the process. And if it's only part of the process, ultimately again, no people. Okay, I was like, never Rabbi, more than what does that mean? Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, that even if you do one bar application outside, you are higher for that. This one, the reservation open, in Mekom Shapasai, Sham Yamasil. So this is what's going to be back. This is like mentioned before. This is by your kippur. And kippur is when the thing is doing the Rabbi, let's say, spirit the blood, right? He checks another animal, and you just pick up the blood application from exactly where you left off. You can check that by blood applications, even individual ones are considered to be significant. Hello, Amara, rather relative, what's the case? Kigon Shekita or Rishona is very interesting. The Shasa Mishniya, the Chazer Upiga Vishnishis. So we'll say, remember again, just that review. So by Yom Kippur, the step accomplished is you have three different buckets of blood applications. First bucket ultimately is in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Second bucket in the Kodesh, Matzvot, sprinkling your toes, the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And third bucket, the blood applications from the interior of the cell. Watch this. The Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where the Kohen had a Machshavas Kugel during the first set of blood applications. Shasa Kishniya makes it sound like again, it didn't say anything. Like there was no intent during the second set of blood applications. The Chazer is two double speeches. And then ultimately, again, he has another set of another Machshavas Kugel during the third set of blood applications. That's the case of it. The Gemara says, now we say that, what would you have thought? What did you have thought? So the Gemara says, that was the Isa and Chagash Shalom and Hajar. We go to Shishis Nari. Okay, I would have thought like this. And halacha l'maisa. If we say in general that when a Kohen expresses das at the beginning of an avodah, that we assume that das carries through to the entirety of the avodah. If that's the case, why does he have to have Machshavas Kugel again by the third bucket of Hazak Zohar? Kamash Shalom said that halacha l'maisa, each of these are reckoned independently, and therefore again halacha l'maisa gives an additional Machshavas Kugel. There is actually this morning. Rashi says now the Gema, it's that 4 lines up in the whole Rashi this way. Now the Gema means that Isa Dai Kakala Osa Dati is on the Osa. The Haga Pika B'Shlish on the Kamash Shalom Kolomar, the high do not take the Chazer Pika B'Shlish. So therefore, the fact that the Gemara goes down in this way to say that he has a Machshavas Kugel during the third category, it's only teaches something very important. The Chazer Upiga B'Shlish, even though again Allah will nice in this case, it happens to be that the Kohen has a Machshavas Kugel by first bucket of Zrikos, and then again by this bend. He shuts up by the second, and then he goes in a Machshavas Kugel by the third. Ashvarim and Apagav, the Chazer Upiga B'Shlish, I mean, the Shtika Shnia Nami Adas Machshava Kamaisi. So what says, interestingly enough, the finish over here is no, we do actually. That halacha l'maisa, whenever a Kohen has a mindset at the beginning of a sacrificial service, that mindset carries through. What's the Kiddush? You might have felt like this. The fact that the Kohen had a Machshavas Kugel during category 1 was quote unquote silent during category 2. Had Machshavas Kugel again during category 3. You might have thought that it's clear that he did not have Machshavas Kugel throughout. Machshavas, no. We assume that halacha l'maisa, once he started Machshavas Kugel, that carries all the way through. Even in the case where he goes out of his way I guess whatever it is, to articulate or to cogitate a machshavas pigel in category 3, you might have thought that definitely comes to exclude machshavas pigel in category 2. Kamashal, that's not the case. Okay, incredible. So Masna Rashi, 1 second. Media Shasakatani does it say explicitly that he was quiet? On my Rashi, I have skin or Shapis, you know, Shapiga, Barishona, Ubishnia, Ubishishis. The case is actually where the Kohen had explicit machshavas pigel, very first, second, and third categories. Ultimately, again, of his avoda. So what you thought? Now the thing more. Isa, like Chakol, also got to show the also. Nahada the Google the Chachad with the Chad around. Because you would have thought like this: if it is true that we really hold that we have machshavas pigel in the beginning, that machshava carries through the entire way. Then why would there be a new mistake that he had a machshavas pigel in the beginning of bucket 1, bucket 2, and bucket 3? Much more than halacha l'maisa, we still hold our hands, still hold that whenever you do the avoda, you do the avoda on das rishon. So let's say, let's just pause it before on the page because there's obviously a lot happening. So remember again, what's driving this entire conversation is a statement of Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish said, according to the mayor, "Ein nefaglim bechatzin matir." You cannot make a carbon pigel if you just have a machshavas pigel during part of the matir. So to say it differently, the only way to make a carbon pigel is to have machshavas pigel during the entirety of the matir. So the Gemara is constantly challenging this idea. The Gemara quoted the Rabbi, the mayor, and the Chachamim. There's a number of important facts that are also accumulating as we go through this journey. So first of all, once again, we are constantly reinforcing this distinction between chatas kli and chatas chitza. Like chatas chitza, out of chatas, we established already one blood application is good to go. You really should be doing all of them, but the idea that if you just did one, ultimately again you are good to go. That is why. If you only had a machshavas pigel by, let's say, the first of the blood applications to cover this pigel, even though there's still more blood applications to go, as opposed to an interior chatas. Interior chatas, examples of those: the seer of Yom Kippur, the tar of Yom Kippur, tar halam davar mitzvah, tar kohen Mashiach. Those kabbalas to be effective require all of their blood applications, and if you miss any of them, ultimately again the kabbalah is compromised. Therefore, based on that, in order to make an interior chatas pigel, what would you have to do? You have to have machshava during all of the blood applications. Incredibly important, right? And by the way, I'll just mention it now, so you know that is how you pass it. You pass like the chum over here. Ein bo kares actually fagda b'chol hamati. Pigel is only created if you have machshavas pigel during the entirety of the matter. Okay, we'll see them around my meals. I should reply tomorrow. One other piece of information just to take in because it's just interesting and good to accumulate these facts as we go along. Again, 3 buckets of ourselves by Yom Kippur. Like 3 stages, I should say, that are of blood applications. Interior Kodesh HaKadoshim, then in the Kodesh, right? And then ultimately again on the 4 corners of the interior. Good. We'll say other days. Ivaha. Bain Katani. For a second, I'm not sure whether that's on I, but it doesn't say that. The Rice says Bain, which means whether you have ultimately again machshavas pigel during the first bucket, the second bucket, or the third bucket. Kasha. Let's look at it. That is a good question. I'm not exactly sure what to do with that. Fine. So this is another. Amar in there. Amar, Rabbi Meir says pigel. The chayav and all of those. So you also remember they were pointing out from the Bryce that he saw before. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, if you had, going back to Yom Kippur, if you had a machshavas pigel during any one of the buckets, right, any one of the stages, Kodesh Kadoshim, blood applications, Kodesh blood applications, in his blood applications, Rabbi Meir says, you make the carbon pigel. So the Gemara says, Mifti, I don't understand that, but I won't say that. So it's interesting is, Ramir says 2 things. Is you make the carbon pigel and you tie it kares. Now, at first glance, that statement doesn't bother us because they kind of go hand in hand. The punishment for pigel is kares. The Gemara says, hold on. Mifti kares on the chayiv and shipu will come akira. Again, I will say one thing is clear, which is kares is not incurred until ultimately, again, all of the matirs, like all of the matirin, have been offered up. Have been offered up. The Amar Karzas kosher, Karzas also. Like as Mar said, the mechanism for a kosher carbon is the same mechanism for a pickle carbon. What does that mean? Mahar sauce kosher, actually just like Rabbi said by a regular carbon, by a kosher carbon. Let's stand on Kippur. How do you know if the Yom Kippur offering is kosher? What do you have to do in order for the Yom Kippur offering to be kosher? What do you have to do? All of the blood applications. So too, again, remember, Rabbi said it's incredible. It's really fascinating to contemplate, right? A kosher carbon, I'll call it kosher and pigel, is fascinating, are two sides of the same coin, right? Essentially, the Gemara is saying is like this: whatever the process that will make the carbon kosher is the same process ultimately that makes the carbon pigel. So in the same way for a kosher carbon, you have to do all of the blood applications. So too, again, all the necessary blood applications. So too, to make a carbon pigel, you have to do all of the necessary blood applications. So just know this is a tremendous sort of general of like kosher and pigel, two sides of the same coin. Tumah and para are always two sides of the same. The cook says, we see this again most notably, we see it in the Hashem not so long. Rivka was pregnant. The Prophet says that he spoke to Tzvah in the Kirba. His sons struggled, Yaakov and Esau struggled inside of her. The book says that good and evil cannot occupy the same space. So they can coexist, but they cannot coexist in the same space. That's why Yaakov and Esau could not share a room. You could have a Yaakov and you could have an Esau. But it can't be the same side of the coin. It could be opposite sides of the coin. Which Cook says something so beautiful. He says, this is why if you create an atmosphere of enough kedusha, tumah and evil can't exist. You could it ultimately identify like oxygen. Like a candle needs oxygen in order to burn. If you deprive the room of oxygen, the candle can't burn. If you create enough good, by definition, ultimately again, the evil can't exist. Exactly so. So you must say whatever is the process for affecting a kosher carbon is the same process ultimately of application of evil. How so? Not sauce kosher actually will come out evil. Just like in order to go to carbon kosher, you have to do all the material. So to our heart sauce also actually will come out evil. So to buy carbon also, you also have to go ahead and do all the material. Now, watch this. Let's just play this out for just a second. Right? But Rameir said that halacha. So let's focus on Yom Kippur. Right? How many buckets of blood applications Yom Kippur? 3. So let's just play this out. Let's say the Kohen Gadol had a machshavas pigel during the first bucket in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Had a machshavas pigel. Because Rameir says, oh, what's that? Oh, pigel and chayiv kard. Rameir says, hold up, let's go through this. After he has machshavas pigel by the first bucket, then what? He goes to the hall. Given the chashiv gave this him, once ultimately again the Kohen Gadol has a machshavas pigel. Let's say again the first application of Kodesh HaKadoshim. Sula, therefore again, ultimately the covenant is invalid. Right? This is Rabbi Meir. Because Rabbi Meir, in contradiction to Reish Lakish, Rabbi Meir is saying the following, it's pretty much what he's saying explicitly. Therefore, you're going to say, what happens when you go and you have enough Shabbos pigel by that first blood application? What's the status of the blood application in the Kodesh HaKadoshim? What's the status? It's as if it didn't happen. As if it didn't happen. Or if it didn't happen, you hug the muddy the hateful, now you ba'ala who you call. Therefore, again, when he does the subsequent blood applications, then what? Literally, again, the Gemara says it's like you're sprinkling water. Like in other words, it's meaningless. So what are you doing with kashis? So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, why would you be chayiv kares? You can only be chayiv kares. Ultimately, again, all of the masirin were done. But in the case of Yom Kippur, if you set up Shabbos pigel by the first blood application, okay, so the covenant is invalid. I got it. But even if he does the other 2 buckets of blood application, they're meaningless. It's like sprinkling water inside of his day. If that's the case, why should there be a race liability? Kasha. Rabbi says, Mashkach Islam, Ba'arba Purim Ibidal Seer. All right, so let's say Rabbi comes up with a fascinating case. Ultimately, again, with a case of four Purim and 4 Seer, which essentially is a bit of a convoluted case. But ultimately, again, blood spills, and you have to keep offering, you have to keep checking the bones. Remember, again, this is another interesting fact that we learned on Aleph, which is on Yom Kippur, if let's say in the middle of the blood application for blood spills, so what do? You chef the new animal and you pick up where you left off. That's the Gemara since the look. So therefore, Rabbi wants to suggest that this happened in the case of 4 Purim. I said, just take people, we're not going to go through this whole thing. But if you take with Rashi,
Excellent stuff, dude.
Barba, part of the he lines up in the phone lines get why? He goes in about the Khamako. So, the Nishpach Hadan, the Shakat Acher, the Giza Ala Parokas,
Just let the way they're
the Acha Ala Paros, so the Acha Ala Paros, Dracula to Shaniga, the Given the Kanyon City Nima, who Kapar the Atzmo, the Akinu Kill Pasan, Niskasha Vodabak, the Abdul Rabban, the Pigo, the Shimon of Lazar, the Shafak Kam the Ansama Paros, the Hamodu the Insert, Lats with the handle to Lotum Shigama Kalazowski. There's the idea over here, people are just suggesting you come up with a case like this in a situation where the blood spills, and you ultimately, again, have to chef multiple new animals. Okay? The bottom of it is you don't have to get into that. I think you can't have to say that. It's not true. Right? Even ultimately, again, even in the case of 1 bar and 1 seer. Listen, remember again, listen, I'm sorry, finish the focus on just a little bit. But the mayor said, that I love for myself, that you have Machshavas Pigel by any of the buckets, by any of the buckets of blood applications by Yom Kippur. 3 buckets. Kodesh Kadashim, Kodesh, and Mizbeach. You have Machshavas Pigel, it's Pigel and Kares. Gemara says, how can you be shy of Kares? There's only Kares liability way if you do the matching in its entirety. But if you have Machshavas Pigel during the first set of blood application, the covenant is possible, and anything else that you sprinkle is like water. To which the Gemara asks, let's go to the final answer. So Rabbi says, Rabbi Amar he says, L'ikulo merat. Very interesting. For Pigel, it works. In other words, I will say, the way it works for Pigel is although on a halakhic level, ultimately again, after the coin has Machshavas Pigel during the first set of blood applications, everything else is invalid. But Allah Lamaisa, to make you chayiv on Pigel, we count the blood applications as if they are valid. You hear this? In other words, for Pigel, ultimately again, these subsequent blood applications can generate liability. Even though, of course, there's no way of redeeming them into regular blood applications. So essentially what Rabbi's answering is, this becomes essentially a unique halacha in Pigel. That even though the covenant is compromised, in this case only from after the first set of blood applications, and yes, technically speaking, the rest of the blood applications are meaningless, and just like sprinkling blood, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, for Pigel liability, we make it as if the rest of the blood applications are legitimate blood applications, and therefore they become Pigel. It's fascinating. Gemara is like the Arbin, the Shalosh. So as this memory again now, the Gemara just picks up on an interesting side point. Remember again, the Mishnah said that there are 43 blood applications. The Bryce said that there are 43 blood applications on Yom Kippur. Right? Remember again, where you get 43 from? So remember again, you have the pot, you have the sawyer, and then when you add up, remember again, the blood applications inside the Kodesh HaKodashim, right? The blood application is in the Kodesh towards the curtain, and the blood application is ultimately on the Mizbeach. When you add up the total for both the pot and the sawyer, you get 46. You get 43. You must 1 second. I'm going to show you a short time. I'm going to show 1 second. The Raisa says 47. 47. So what's going on here? Hakiman Omer Ma'arvin Electronos. So let's say this is fascinating. Again, these are usages, but again, like we say, we'll say, by the way, every day, these prophets reminding us. So let's start with it's not needless, but the Baruch is telling us it's time to get our act together. You keep it, Baruch. So listen to this. So now I'm going to let's not look at this. This is actually fascinating about focus. In Yom Kippur, you have 2 different Bloods is not a word, right? Bloods, plural, no, blood, two different types of blood. Bloods. Let's go with bloods. Right? Yeah, you get two different bloods. Isn't that a gang? Bloods, yeah, okay, good. But, good. As you have two different types of bloods. But you have, again, the dam hasor, dam hashal. So the Gemara says, so now, like this. If you understand ultimately again that by the time you get, so remember you have like your applications inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim, your application from the Kodesh towards the customs. There's an interesting focus about when you do the blood applications on the four corners of the interior Mizbeach. Do you do each blood by itself? Or do you combine the bloods and ultimately again do one application from the mixture? So it's not familiar. If you combine them, then you have 43 in total. If you don't combine them, then you have 47. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the Gemara says, no problem. So again, the one that says 43, that's the thing that says you combine the bloods before the application on the interior is there. The Hakman Damer, and the other is the opinion ultimately again that we do not combine ultimately again for blood applications on the corners, and therefore you get 47. One second, I'm finished. Tarkanya, I bought the Shmona. Oh, but there's another opinion that says 48. And I said, no problem. Hakman Damer, Shirayim, Ma'akvim, Hakman Damer, Inchanakim. The most thing I remember. Allah for myself. After you do the blood applications, ultimately on the corners of the scale, remember you have leftover blood. Where do you have leftover blood? Where do you do it? You pour it out by the salt, right? You pour it out by the base of the scale. It's still there. So once I see here's the Shiloh. Is that last act of pouring out of the remnant, is that part of the avoda or not? So that's a machlokas. That's a machlokas. The Mandam who says it is, ultimately again you actually end up with 48. Now listen, obviously the two shittas are going together. In other words, the opinion that holds that pouring out of the remnants is part of the avoda also holds that blood. It's a separate blood application, ultimately again for the par and the soul. That gives you a total of 48. Mashenke, the opinion that says that Shrine is not. No, is even trying to serve us. It says from the Shalom Bach, from the Shalom should be offered to join you ever call it. Joy and Mishpacha. Smart says as follows. So look at Rashi by the way. Shirayim, Shvichas Shirayim, Upluted Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yehuda, Kila'el, and Kila'el. Okay, so as I said, that's not focus. So again, if you hold that Shirayim is necessary, that gives you 48. If you hold that Shirayim is not necessary, ultimately again, that gives you 47. Incredible. So nice. When is this so? I was thinking of the Rashi just now. It's our separate in the Haskatani. שהמלכה נתגלה בעבודה אחת, בקניצה או במתן כלי, בהילוך שאין שם אלא עבודה סמטר, אחד שאם קניצה מתן כלי ולבונה, יוכלו לחזק פסו שייך ולבונה. So as I said, mega amount. So let's like this. So this is another word. I will say now again. The Gemara is asking over here. Now, when do we see that you can make tigol by the comments and not by the Rabbi? Now, actually, we're going to see more of this in the next Mishnah. But that's what Rashi points out to this Tosef is talking about over here. That ultimately, again, from where do we see? Shemapagli as a comment below Harabona. From where do you see that you create tigol ultimately again through the comments and not through the Rabbi? So the Gemara says, the Knitza, the Matan Kli, the Hilo. The processes of the Knitza, the placement in the utensil, and by taking it to the Mizbeach. It's ultimately going to burn it. Not some as a comment, not Shabbat. If you put the comments, or you put it right, you go and you place the comments for burning purposes. They're not Shabbat. Hashem is Shabbos Kilo. That's how I hold the Shkita, and you don't say anything, or you have no das by the Lamona. Or Shanasar as a comments Bashkita, that's how I hold the Shabbat. Or you place the comments ultimately, and you don't any of them. And the Lamona with the Mat Shabbos Kilo, that's Halacha. Rabbi Meir Omer Pigel, the Chayav and Allah Karis. And there says it's Pigel, and it's 5 Karis. So remember again. This also is the same thing. This is that's Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish said that according to Meir, Ein Mefaglim B'Chasi Natir. You cannot go ahead and make a carbon pigel with only half of a matzah. First of all, half of a matzah. Here, the mayor is saying you can make a carbon pigel even with part of a matzah. But some of the folks say no. Ein bo kais actually found the makom on matzah. Ultimately, I'm saying the most this is how you pass it along for myself. The only way to make a carbon pigel is if you have machshavas pigel throughout the entirety of the matzah. Okay, the Gemara says, but if all folks are in there, the Gemara says, I can't tell you how as a komis b'shtika, that's how the bottom of machshava upalim. Like there even says in a case of where you like you didn't have any das by the komis, and you had das by the Levon, that is that it is pigel. And there argues, Ema, the Gemara says, rather read it as Ema Kvar Nasim as Halavon machshava. Ultimately, again, say that he already offered a kurban with a machshavas pigel, for which the Gemara says chada the higher ratio. That doesn't make any sense. First of all, because then the second case is the same thing as the first one. But and it doesn't